Chapter 1: The Ultimate Teaching System. In Jiangnan City's first high school, director's son, the homeroom teacher for Class 7 has been struck by a heart attack due to stress and has just been rushed to the hospital. The head of the education department, Sun Guoming, paced restlessly in his office, his head throbbing with worry, while the counselor beside him wore a troubled expression. This year, the school had expanded its enrollment, and Class 7, designated as a special talent class, had a remarkably low admission score, resulting in a cohort of unruly students. Many of them were scions of influential families, emboldened by their wealth and power, making them utterly unmanageable. Over the past 2 months, Class 7 had already seen 3 homeroom teachers resign. Director's son, what should we do? The counselor asked, his brow furrowed with concern. Sun Guoming sighed heavily. Let's call in the teachers with lighter teaching loads for a meeting. The counselor forced a smile. I fear no one will volunteer. Class 7 is notorious for its troublemakers who would dare to take charge. We must manage it. Regardless, Sun Guoming replied helplessly that if the school doesn't take action, who will? After a pause, he added, oh, and call in the interns as well. This, the counselor hesitated. These new interns are too young and inexperienced. We can't afford to be picky. Sun Guoming waved dismissively. Just go. All right, they'll head there now. After a while, the teachers without classes gathered in the meeting room, including a dozen newly arrived interns. Sun Guoming soon entered, and the room fell silent. He wasted no time and addressed everyone directly. Ladies and gentlemen, the homeroom teacher for Class 7 is hospitalized due to health issues. We need someone to take over. I understand that managing Class 7 is quite challenging, and I hope someone will step forward. Whoever can successfully manage Class 7 will receive significant recognition from the administration, along with superior benefits, a doubled year-end bonus, and a direct transition to a permanent position after the internship. Is there anyone willing? Upon hearing about Class 7, the veteran teachers remained immobile, as if petrified. Regardless of the enticing offer, they had no intention of stepping into that chaotic environment. The interns, however, felt a flicker of interest, but the mere mention of Class 7 made them recoil in fear. It was a well-known fact that Class 7 was filled with troublemakers, some of whom even threatened the first homeroom teacher, prompting that individual to resign altogether. In a corner, Chen Chu remained indifferent. Though the prospect of transitioning to a permanent position was alluring, he was acutely aware of Class 7's infamous reputation and had no desire to invite trouble upon himself. Just then, a strange voice echoed in his mind. The ultimate teaching system has found its host. Chen Chu was instantly bewildered. Was he imagining things? Binding successful. The voice resonated again in his mind, leaving Chen Chu in a daze. Having read countless web novels, he was no stranger to systems. Yet, he never anticipated being chosen by one. Could it be that he was the fabled child of destiny? Suppressing his excitement, Chen Chu quickly recited the system in his mind. Host, Chen Chu skills. None teaching points. 0 ding. Task released. Current task. Please become a homeroom teacher for Class 7 and complete the handover procedures. Successful completion of this task rewards a luxurious starter package, 100 teaching points, and unlocks the sign-in and lottery functions. Failure to complete the task incurs no penalties. Seeing that the system's first task was to become the homeroom teacher for Class 7, Chen Chu felt a wave of conflict. After all, Class 7 was a veritable battlefield for teachers, a playground for underachievers with his current abilities. He would either end up hospitalized from stress or forced to resign. Those were the only likely outcomes. Chen Chu truly did not wish to take on the role of Class 7's homeroom teacher. Perhaps it was best to examine the starter package first. If all else failed, he could simply abandon the task, as there were no repercussions for failure. System, what's in the luxurious starter package? As soon as he spoke, a list of items appeared in his mind. Elementary teacher's eye. Enables observation of students' basic data can be upgraded. Elementary teacher's aura. Consumes significant stamina to unleash an aura that intimidates students. Instilling a state of reverence for 1 hour can be upgraded. If stamina runs low, it may cause the host to faint, so use with caution. Chen Chu was taken aback. Good heavens, not only were there other skills, but even an aura? This effect was it not akin to the Conqueror's Haki from One Piece? After reviewing the 2 skills from the starter package, Chen Chu mused if he equipped these skills, particularly the elementary teacher's aura, he might actually possess the capability to manage Class 7. Moreover, the sign-in and lottery functions promised great potential. What's the matter? No one willing to step up? As educators, shouldn't we possess at least a modicum of responsibility? Noticing the prolonged silence from the audience, Sun Guming's expression darkened. At that moment, Chen Chu felt no hesitation. He stood up promptly and declared, "Director Sun, I am willing to take on the role of homeroom teacher for Class 7. Despite the risks of stress-induced health issues and the potential loss of his job, with the system in his possession, Chen Chu felt utterly unfazed and even quite eager. As soon as he spoke, he became the center of attention. However, the looks cast upon him were less about admiration and more about pity and mockery. It was hard to fathom why a novice intern, with less than 6 months of experience, would dare to challenge a class that even seasoned teachers feared. Beside him, Zhao Yizhou wore a look of disbelief. Chen Chu remained silent, while Sun Guming's face lit up with joy. He quickly exclaimed, "Excellent. It's settled then. Teacher Chen will assume responsibility for Class 7. Everyone else can disperse. Teacher Chen will handle the handover procedures shortly." As the crowd began to exit, Zhao Yizhou whispered, "Wait, old Chen, why would you make such an unwise decision?" Chen Chu couldn't possibly reveal the existence of the system. Adopting a serious tone, he patted Zhao Yizhou on the shoulder and replied, "Old Zhao, as educators, we must embrace our responsibilities. Even if Class 7 is daunting, I will forge ahead without hesitation. If I do not enter the abyss, who will?" "Zhao Yizhou. Old Chen, speak plainly. I want to transition to a permanent position." Chapter 2. New assignments before long. Chen Chu completed the handover procedures with Sun Guoming. As Sun passed the documents to Chen, he clapped him on the shoulder and said, "Teacher Chen, the 7th class is now in your capable hands. Do not hesitate to voice any difficulties you encounter." "Understood," Chen replied promptly, smiling. "I will certainly do my utmost." No sooner had Chen departed than the counselor walked in, wearing a wry smile. "Director, you've entrusted the 7th class to Teacher Chen? He has no experience whatsoever. He'll be overwhelmed in no time." "I have no choice," Sun Guoming retorted, somewhat irked. "What other options do we have? Let him give it a try. After all, he is young and not too far removed from the students. Perhaps he will manage just fine." The counselor shrugged in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further. Chen Chu, brimming with excitement, was on his way to his new office, clutching the materials. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and received the Beginner's Deluxe Gift Pack, 100 teaching points, and activated the lottery and sign-in functions." Chen eagerly opened the Deluxe Gift Pack and, upon mastering all the skills, immediately activated the teacher's eye on passing students. "Unable to view, as the subject is not your student. Please upgrade skill level." Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon accepted the limitation, realizing it was merely a basic skill and not expecting too much. Curiously, he examined the lottery and sign-in features. Successful daily sign-ins would yield a learning sprite. What? Chun's eyes widened at the prospect of a pet. He hurried to check his inventory. Learning sprite. Grade C, capable of evolution. Once released, it will frolic in a classroom, with a certain probability of granting students a frenzy state, enhancing their learning efficiency by 200. Note, once released, the pet cannot be retrieved and will remain in the assigned classroom, visible only to the host. With this little sprite, managing the 7th class will be a breeze. After a quick glance at the lottery, he noted that each draw required a minimum of 10 teaching points. Chun understood that teaching points were essential for skills, pet upgrades, and more. System, how can I acquire teaching points? Teaching points are awarded based on the efficiency of your teaching, and students also have a chance to generate them while studying. Chen nodded slightly, grasping the system's functions. His confidence surged, and he felt an overwhelming eagerness to commence teaching the 7th class. Arriving at the entrance of his new teaching office, he could faintly hear the teachers inside discussing amongst themselves. Is the 7th class being taken over by an intern? Yes, it's Chen Chu. Huh, what audacity. Indeed, a headstrong youth like him is unlikely to manage a regular class, let alone the 7th. He'll be begging for mercy in a week. You give him too much credit. I give him 3 days at most. Hearing this, Chen felt a flicker of displeasure but refrained from expressing it. During the meeting, Sun Guoming had dismissed their concerns with a remark about being a people's teacher, implying that they lacked the necessary resolve. His presence now was a direct challenge to their opinions. Watch as I prove you all wrong with my actions. I will be the pride of Jiangnan First High School. With a firm push, Chen opened the door and entered the room expressionlessly. As the teachers noticed his arrival, their chatter ceased, replaced by warm welcomes. Ah, young Chen, your courage is commendable. It takes a spirited youth to face challenges, unlike us old-timers who have grown weary. Not one to rebuff a friendly face, Chen smiled back, recognizing the value of their experience. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Of course, feel free to ask anything you don't understand. Absolutely. I'll be sure to. Chen nodded in acknowledgement and settled at his new desk. The environment indeed felt much more pleasant. Glancing at the schedule, he noted that his first class would be the second period in the afternoon. Thankfully, he didn't have to prepare a lesson today. He needed to hold a class meeting to gauge the specifics of the 7th class. As he pondered, the system suddenly issued a new task. There are a total of 48 students in Class 7. Please strive to improve all students' composite scores within 3 months. Rewards will be based on task completion levels. When all students in Oppos composite scores reach level C, the reward will include a random A-grade ornament, which can enhance learning efficiency and bestow special statuses upon students. A random advanced skill and 1,000 teaching points. Difficulty, normal. When all students in Oppos composite scores reach level B, the reward will be a random S-grade ornament, a random advanced skill, a random advanced elixir, a random advanced student template, and a random advanced pet, totaling 5,000 teaching points. Difficulty, difficult. When all students' composite scores reach level A, the reward will be a random SS grade ornament, a random epic skill, a random epic elixir, a random epic student template, and a random epic pet, totaling 10,000 teaching points. Difficulty, epic. When all students' composite scores reach level S, the reward will be a random SSS grade ornament, a random legendary skill, a random legendary elixir, a random legendary student template, and a random legendary pet, totaling 100,000 teaching points. Difficulty, legendary. Sorry, the host in Oppos, as current capabilities are insufficient to complete this task, and details cannot be displayed. Chen Chu, who do you think you're looking down on? Chapter 3. The dominance of the teacher, though unexpectedly subjected to the system's humiliation, the allure of the rewards proved irresistible. The 3 great delusions of life, the phone vibrating, her affection for me, and my ability to turn the tables, seemed trivial in the face of legendary difficulty. Chen Chu resolved to make a stand against the system, armed merely with a roll call book, and set forth towards Class 7 of the first year. Not long after the bell rang, silence fell upon the other classes. Yet Class 7 remained a cacophony, with music blaring and raucous laughter echoing, no one daring to intervene. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Chu finally arrived at the classroom door. Typically, students would quiet down at the sight of a teacher. Even the most mischievous among them would return to their seats. However, as Chen Chu approached, he was met with a chorus of jeers. Wow, they've replaced the homeroom teacher with a kid? I wonder if he can handle this. Look at him, he seems so naive. Oh, our new homeroom teacher ISN and amp. Oppos, half bad looking. You're the most audacious of them all. So annoying. A glance from Chen Chu revealed a sea of mockery. Some are grinning cheekily, while others brazenly propped their legs on desks, defiantly flashing gestures of disrespect. Chen Chu could not help but furrow his brow. Indeed, Class 7 was notorious. It was no wonder the previous homeroom teacher had suffered a heart attack. Under normal circumstances, Chen Chu would have sternly commanded silence. But he knew that would be futile here. Thus, he opted for a different approach, stepping into the classroom and taking his place at the podium, where he boldly inscribed his name on the blackboard. Chen Chu. The laughter erupted. What a common name. You can find 100 like him on the street. And he teaches Chinese? Such a lackluster name. Chen Chu felt his blood pressure rising. No, he must remain composed. He suppressed his anger, forcing a smile and declaring, Dear students, from this day forth, I shall be your new homeroom teacher, Chen Chu. Instantly, a wave of derision swept through the room, no one showing the slightest inclination to cooperate. No, I mustn't lose my temper. I'm a teacher of the people. Yet, the students continued chatting, engrossed in their phones, completely ignoring him. Some even whispered, "Let's see if we can drive this newcomer away before the end of the first class." Chen Chu's face darkened. "So, this is how you wish to play? I intended to engage with you as an ordinary person, yet instead, I am met with such treatment. Enough is enough. I shall lay my cards on the table. No more pretense. From today onward, I shall teach you what it means to respect your teachers." With a piercing gaze, Chen Chu bellowed. Everyone settled down. In an instant, a powerful aura emanated from him, enveloping Class 7 in a palpable tension. The once lively students froze, their faces reflecting a mix of confusion and fear, as if plunged into an abyss of darkness, a pair of crimson eyes fixating on them. Silence reigned. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chen Chu, feeling the strain of his exertion, discreetly leaned against the podium to maintain his composure. He surveyed the class, noting that no one dared to move, paralyzed by fear. The intimidation had been effective. Chen Chu scoffed. "Everyone, return to your seats immediately." At this command, chaos erupted as students hurriedly scrambled back to their desks, many too frightened to meet his gaze. "What's wrong with me? Why am I afraid of this guy? Yes, just a new teacher." Despite their internal resistance, the memory of their earlier dread quelled their defiance. Chen Chu cast a cold glance over the room, retrieving the roll call book. "Now, let us commence our class meeting with attendance. When I call your name, respond with present." Su Tianyao. In the corner, Su Tianhao initially hesitated, but ultimately forced himself to respond. "Present." Chen Chu activated the teacher, SI. Name, Su Tianhao. Gender, male. Age, 15. Status, disdain for studying. Odd duration, 1 hour. Bad habits, laziness, smoking, drinking, reckless driving, swearing, fighting, watching short videos. Too many vices to display. Talent, none. Study efficiency, -147. Overall evaluation, does not even deserve an F. A combat-ready slacker. Chen Chu was taken aback. What on earth? So many vices, and his study efficiency is negative? He called another name, Sun Jiao Jiao. A demure girl cautiously raised her hand, responding softly. Chen Chu felt a flicker of hope. She appeared studious and likely wouldn't be a problem. Name, Sun Jiao Jiao. Gender, female. Age, 15. Status, extreme disdain for studying. Odd duration, 1 hour. Bad habits, laziness, smoking, drinking, early romance, partying, extravagance, being aggressive. Too many vices to display. Talent, F grade in dance. Study efficiency, -247. Overall evaluation, exhausted, ready for annihilation, hurry up. Chapter 4, Imitation. This. Chen Chu could hardly believe his eyes as he scanned the classroom. Each student seemed to possess over 20 detrimental habits, with a learning efficiency plummeting to an astonishing -130. The highest efficiency barely reached 78. Goodness, this class was beyond redemption. The system and Oppo's evaluation was categorized into 9 tiers: SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F. However, the overall assessment of the class failed to attain even the lowest grade of F. No wonder the system offered such generous rewards. This 7th class was utterly hopeless. The confidence Chen Chu had painstakingly built crumbled in an instant. No, he thought. Despite everything, he was still a teacher and could not easily concede defeat. Setting aside the matter of rewards, Chen Chu and Oppo's sense of duty as an educator compelled him to be responsible for his students. He did not wish for the graduates of his tutelage to emerge as failures in society. Having gathered his spirits, Chen Chu believed these little rascals could still be salvaged. Once attendance was taken, and while the aura of authority still lingered, he allowed the students to engage in self-study. Reluctantly, they retrieved their textbooks and began to read. The learning sprite, it shall be you. With a mere thought, Chen Chu summoned the sprite, which appeared as a small, flying white fluff ball meandering around the classroom. With bated breath, Chen Chu observed, and after about 10 minutes, the sprite suddenly alighted atop a student's head, a faint white glow emanating from the student's body. Fervent state? Chen Chu immediately activated his teacher and Oppo's gaze. Name, Luo Hao. Gender, male. Age, 15. Status, disdain for learning. Awe, lasting 1 hour. Fervor, lasting 10 minutes. Detrimental habits, negligible. Talent, none. Learning efficiency, 47. Overall evaluation, F. Luo Hao, who had been idly flipping through his language textbook, inexplicably found the text rather intriguing and began to read it earnestly. At that moment, a notification chimed in Chen Chu's mind. Acquired 1 teaching point from Luo Hao. Acquired 2 teaching points from Luo Hao. The fervent state lasted a full 10 minutes, during which Chen Chu amassed 18 teaching points from Luo Hao. The learning sprite, seemingly refreshed, resumed its roaming within the classroom. Luo Hao's status returned to normal, and in the blink of an eye, he flipped past the previously engaging text. One cannot become a glutton in one sitting. Chen Chu shook his head slightly and quickly redirected his thoughts toward the lottery. He had a total of 11 draws available, and with a stroke of luck, it was entirely possible to obtain an SSS mythical grade item. Drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Drawing. Congratulations. You have received a globe. A globe? Chen Chu hurriedly examined its attributes. Globe. Quality E, when placed in the classroom, enhances the learning efficiency of all students by 10. Can be assembled into an E-grade learning set and upgraded. A 10 enhancement for all. And this is merely an E-grade item. If an SSS mythical grade item were to materialize, it would elevate the classroom to new heights. Chen Chu continued to draw. Drawing. Congratulations. You have received a Disciples' Rules mural. Disciples' Rules mural. Quality D, when displayed in the classroom, grants a 3 chance for students to acquire a special state. Can be assembled into a D-grade learning set and upgraded. Another one. Chen Chu's spirits lifted. The emergence of a D-grade item indicated that his luck wasn't too shabby. With determination, he thought, why not gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle? Drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Drawing. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill Mimicry. Chen Chu paused in astonishment and quickly checked the detailed information. Mimicry. Special skill, upon activation, enters a mimicking state, allowing the user to imitate any character and acquire all their abilities for 1 hour, with a cooldown of 24 hours, and can be upgraded. Goodness. Is this not a divine skill? The ability to imitate anyone for an hour and gain all their capabilities. This would make managing this group of youngsters a delightful endeavor. This round of lottery was a resounding success. Chen Chu suddenly felt empowered to combat the system once more. However, the unusual behavior of Class 7 drew significant attention. Traditionally, this class was never quiet, yet today, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Was this truly the notorious Class 7, known as the battlefield of teachers and the amusement park for academic underachievers? A passing teacher cast a glance and was instantly taken aback, as the students were actually sitting quietly at their desks, engrossed in their books. Such absurdity! Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Before long, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Chen Chu returned to the office, feeling lighthearted, but as soon as he entered, he sensed an unusually tense atmosphere. Everyone was surreptitiously watching him. Chen Chu, aware of the situation, feigned ignorance and settled into his seat, lost in thought. Due to the system, his future was now irrevocably intertwined with these students. Teaching points were paramount, but only if the students committed to their studies. While the teacher in Oppo's authority was effective, it was not a sustainable solution, and given its considerable toll on his energy, employing it once a day was his limit. After much contemplation, he concluded that the most effective approach would be to win their hearts. Soon it would be physical education class. He would engage with these little ones and simultaneously test the efficacy of his mimicry skill. Chapter 5. The Blockade and the Cap. It was time for Class 7 to have their physical education class. Among them, there were 12 athletic students who commenced a half-court game, while the rest of the class sat outside, engrossed in their phones or engaged in idle chatter. The physical education teacher, hesitant to intervene, sat at a distance sipping tea. The newly arrived instructor proved to be quite formidable. Although he was not significantly older than the students, his commanding presence was intimidating. Rumor had it that he was merely an intern, leaving everyone puzzled as to why he inspired such trepidation. In retrospect, many felt a shiver run down their spines. The students on the court, too, were discussing the matter, finding it utterly baffling. They had never regarded any teacher with such respect, yet upon encountering the newcomer, Chen Chu, they found themselves uncharacteristically subdued, even complying with his requests without resistance. At that moment, Chen Chu entered the gymnasium. Upon seeing him, Class 7 collectively furrowed their brows. The boys engaged in the game paused, watching as Chen Chu approached the court in oppos, as sidelines with a broad smile. "You all possess quite impressive skills," he remarked. One student coldly inquired, "Teacher, this is PE class. What are you doing here?" Chen Chu replied with a faint smile, "I'm bored, so I thought I'd join in for a bit." The students could not suppress their laughter. "Aren't you a language teacher? Can you even play basketball? With your stature, you should spare us the embarrassment." Class 7 was a specialized class, with male athletes averaging over 1.8 meters tall, while Chen Chu stood at a modest 1.76 meters, indeed appearing diminutive. In the face of their ridicule, Chen Chu smiled rather than fuming. "Who says a language teacher cannot play basketball? Care for a little game?" The students erupted in laughter, incredulous at the idea of him playing with them. "Teacher, are you certain you wish to compete? We certainly won in oppos. To go easy on you." They exchanged knowing glances, amused by the absurdity of the situation. "There's no need to hold back." Chen Chu shook his head. "However, simply playing without stakes seems rather dull. How about we add a wager? What do you have in mind?" They inquired. "Let us play one-on-one, first of 3 points. The loser must behave in class, while the winner can make any request they desire. What do you say? Are you brave enough to play?" Zhou Feng, holding the ball, directly passed it to Chen Chu with a grin. "I'll play you first." The crowd felt a sense of assurance. Zhou Feng had grown up in the United States and trained under a dedicated basketball coach, making him a top-tier player not only in Class 7, but throughout the school. With his impressive physique at nearly 1.87 meters, he resembled a powerhouse. Playing against Chen Chu would surely be a walk in the park. To be fair, Chen Chu felt somewhat intimidated. His basketball experience was limited to his college days, and he had not played much since starting his career. He could only rely on mimicking what he had seen. The students quickly made space for Chen Chu and Zhou Feng, who immediately assumed a ready stance, declaring, "You serve first." "All right, I want to hold back." Chen Chu inhaled deeply, focusing his mind. Mimicry, Kobe Bryant. In an instant, a flurry of images flashed through Chen Chu and Oppo's mind, and astonishingly, he felt an indescribable surge of energy coursing through him. The basketball felt familiar in his hands, almost comforting. "Here we go." As soon as he spoke, Chen Chu began dribbling toward Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, dismissive, quickly moved to defend. Chen Chu, unperturbed, pivoted and continued dribbling. At that moment, Zhou Feng, spotting an opportunity, lunged forward to steal the ball. Yet, just as his hand reached out, Chen Chu swiftly executed a spin move, gliding past him with remarkable fluidity. Zhou Feng was taken aback. In the briefest moment of hesitation, Chen Chu had already executed a layup and scored. Onlookers, particularly the students outside the court, were astonished. Zhou Feng's speed had seemed insurmountable, yet Chen Chu had not only evaded him but executed the entire sequence with seamless grace. Meanwhile, the girls gathered around were oblivious to the intricacies of the game. "Zhou Feng, don't let him win. It would be humiliating." Snap back to reality, Zhou Feng turned to Chen Chu, who passed the ball back, saying, "Your turn to serve." Zhou Feng accepted the ball, stating, "It seems your skills are commendable. I want to be lenient from here on." "Little one, who knows who will win?" Chen Chu shrugged, signaling Zhou Feng to begin. As soon as Zhou Feng served, he wasted no time, charging forward with his physical advantage. In the blink of an eye, he had positioned himself beneath the basket, leaping into the air. Just as he did, Chen Chu, gathering all his strength, leapt up as well, arriving just in time to swat the ball forcefully from Zhou Feng and damp Oppo's hands. Whoa, a block. How is his jumping ability so extraordinary? The crowd erupted into astonished gasps, eyes wide with disbelief. Upon landing, Zhou Feng was left dazed. He had never imagined being blocked by anyone, let alone his own homeroom teacher, a language instructor shorter than himself. Chapter 6. The traitor Zhou Feng. Stop dawdling. Get up and defend against him. Don't let him score. A chorus of anxious shouts erupted from the crowd. Zhou Feng suddenly snapped back to reality. Rushing to guard Chen Chu. With a deft dribble between his legs, Chen Chu feinted to the left as if to break through that direction. Zhou Feng instinctively took a step to the left, ready to pursue, but Chen Chu pulled the ball back with a stoic expression. A deceptive feint. Damn! Zhou Feng silently cursed, his gaze fixated on Chen Chu. It would be utterly humiliating to lose today. He anticipated Chen Chu's skill to be so formidable. His ball handling was impeccable, making it nearly impossible to find flaw. He resolved not to let Chen Chu pass. Zhou Feng locked his eyes on Chen Chu, arms spread wide, prepared to engage in a fierce contest. Chen Chu flashed a grin and suddenly accelerated to the right with astonishing speed. Zhou Feng instinctively chased after him. But in a fleeting moment, Chen Chu leaped, catching everyone off guard. A backward jump shot. The ball was released. Swish! The basketball grazed the net, producing a sound that was most pleasing to the ears. It swished cleanly through the hoop. The entire arena fell into a hushed silence. Hud, hud, hud. The basketball hit the ground rhythmically. Chen Chu quickly retrieved the ball and passed it to Zhou Feng, saying, "Young man, you better step up your game. If I score again, you will lose." Zhou Feng caught the ball, his expression darkening. The boys around him fell into a stunned silence, looking at Chen Chu with a mix of astonishment and trepidation. His explosive power, jumping ability, and reaction speed were terrifying. His skills were almost absurdly good. He was clearly a professional basketball player. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you're a Chinese teacher?" Chen Chu chuckled. "What else would I be? Did you graduate from a sports school?" Chen Chu rolled his eyes, unable to suppress a smirk. "What are you thinking? I definitely graduated from a normal teacher and oppos as college. If I were from sports school, would I be here teaching you Chinese? Then how come you're so good at basketball?" Zhou Feng inquired, his curiosity piqued. Chen Chu grinned. "Want to learn?" The crowd responded almost without hesitation. "Absolutely. Who would want to learn extraordinary skills in basketball? Just be obedient in class, and every weekend, I'll teach you how to play. How does that sound?" Chen Chu flashed a smile and beckoned to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng instinctively passed the ball to Chen Chu. Chen Chu took the ball, warmed up a bit, then suddenly dribbled with speed, leaping into the paint to deliver a thunderous one-handed dunk. Boom! The ball sailed through the net and slammed into the floor. "Wow, amazing. Teacher, I want to learn that. As long as you're willing to teach me, I promise I'll be good in class." A group of aspiring athletes was immediately captivated by Chen Chu's impressive dunk, crowding around him, clamoring for his guidance. "Teacher, teach me right now. Start with dribbling. Your dribbling is so steady." Zhou Feng stood awkwardly, feeling out of place. This group of traitors was utterly disheartening. A gaggle of girls turned around, muttering complaints as they walked away. The other boys frowned. "Zhou Feng, you're not considering becoming a traitor too, are you?" "Oh, well." Zhou Feng glanced at Chen Chu, who was being fawned over, then at the departing crowd, and decisively made his choice. I want to learn how to play basketball." "Dude." The others scoffed, raising their middle fingers in disdain as they glared at Zhou Feng before turning away. Zhou Feng hurriedly joined the group of aspiring athletes, realizing they were merely a bunch of impressionable kids, easily swayed. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Chu temporarily assumed the role of the physical education teacher. "Your foundation isn't solid enough. Your dribbling is unstable. Your movements are too slow. Your weight is on your left foot, and then pivot." As Chen Chu addressed their weaknesses, a voice called out from a distance, "Xiao Chun, Xiao Chun." Chen Chu paused, turning to see it was the PE teacher, Li Ku, who instructed the students to continue practicing as he hurried over. "Teacher Li, my apologies for taking up your class time." Li Ku, having witnessed the entire scene, smiled wryly. "No need for apologies. I can't even conduct my class. They don't listen to me at all. I can't handle these little rascals, but you really have talent. Your skills are impressive. Not bad, not bad. You're being too modest. If I didn't know you graduated from a teacher's college, I would have thought you came from sports school." Li Ku continued, "Next month, their SA basketball competition for staff at Jiangnan University. You should join us. If you participate, our school is guaranteed to win first place. Really? Chen Chu chuckled. I'm still interning. I can't participate, right? Those are minor details. If you join, I'll handle the rest. Li Ke joked. You're not dating anyone yet, are you? Chen Chu scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. No, not yet. I just started working. I don't have time to look for a girlfriend. Then you absolutely must not miss this opportunity. Li Ke laughed. Our school has a number of beautiful female teachers, and there are plenty from other schools too. They will definitely come to watch the match. If you perform well, who knows, you might just find yourself a girlfriend. After all, he was no longer a child. It was indeed time to consider settling down. Chen Chu readily agreed. All right, I'll participate. Chapter 7. A misjudgment. Li Ke decided to forego his classes, entrusting the students to Chen Chu as he busied himself with arranging for Chen Chu to participate in the staff basketball competition. Chen Chu continued to correct the movements of Zhou Feng and others. Acquired 5 teaching points from Zhou Feng. Acquired 7 teaching points from Yang Tianyu. The system's notification chimes rang out incessantly, filling Chen Chu with a sense of delight. So this could also yield teaching points. He quickly activated Teacher and Oppos SI to examine Zhou Feng. Name, Zhou Feng. Gender, male. Age, 15. Status, disdainful of study. Focused, special status, significantly enhances learning efficiency. Duration, unknown. Bad habits, negligible. Talent, A-level basketball, learning efficiency, 133 overall evaluation. F, focus state, 10 realizing he had struck a chord with these youngsters. If memory serves, Zhou Feng and AMP, Oppos, learning efficiency had previously been around -184. It seems learning efficiency is not fixed, but can fluctuate based on mood and preferences. If Zhou Feng and the others were to attend class now, their efficiency would undoubtedly plummet. Seizing the moment while Zhou Feng and the others were fervently engaged and exhibiting high learning efficiency, Chen Chu dedicated himself to meticulous teaching, reaping teaching points in abundance. Before long, the school bell rang, signaling the end of class. Though the students wore expressions of lingering enjoyment, they eventually returned to the classroom at Chen Chu's urging. Once they departed, Chen Chu could not suppress a laugh. Including the over 100 teaching points he had generated during his own teaching, this session had netted him over 300 teaching points. He initially intended to use them for a lottery draw, but decided to hold off. Lottery draws are too reliant on luck. It is possible to gamble away all teaching points without gaining anything in return. Chen Chu promptly checked his inventory for the 2 items, a globe and a mural of the disciples and Oppos. Rules. System. What is required to upgrade the globe? 100 teaching points and 1 additional E-level ornament of the same quality. The higher the quality of the ornament, the more teaching points and items of the same quality are required. What about the set effect? There are 6 E-level ornaments in total. Collecting all E-level ornaments will activate the set effect, enhancing all students' learning efficiency by 50. Chen Chu nodded slightly. To upgrade the globe to D-level, he would need 100 teaching points and another E-level ornament, while the mural of the disciples and AMP, Oppos, rules requires 1,000 teaching points and 2 D-level ornaments. Currently, the only sources for ornaments are lottery draws or attendance rewards. It is likely that the system will open a shop in the future. For now, he decided to utilize these 2 items and observe their effects in the classroom tomorrow. With a smile, Chen Chu made his way to the office, hands clasped behind his back in a cheerful mood. However, as he reached the office door, the effects of the mimicry wore off, and he was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound soreness throughout his body, making it difficult to move, with his thighs aching intensely. This startled Chen Chu immensely. What on earth is happening? Could it be that mimicry has side effects? The system explained. The host lacks exercise and has engaged in high-intensity activity using the mimicry skill, resulting in intense soreness in the limbs, which is a normal phenomenon. It is advised that the host engage in more physical exercise. Chen Chu felt both amused and exasperated. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I had no mental preparation at all. The host did not inquire. Please give a reminder next time. Understood. After a considerable pause, Chen Chu finally steeled himself against the soreness and entered the office. As soon as he stepped in, many teachers and Oppos, Gazes converged on him simultaneously. Not long after Chen Chu settled down, Li Ku returned. Xiao Chun and Amp, Oppos, that's all settled, Li Ku said, holding a thermos and cheerfully patting Chen Chu on the shoulder. Shall we practice tonight? The slap caused Chen Chu to nearly yelp in pain. Teacher Li, I have some matters to attend to this evening. Chen Chu forced a smile. How about tomorrow? No, the night after? Sure. Li Ku seemed oblivious to any oddity, chuckling as he replied. Then I'll continue teaching other classes. All right. Chen Chu nodded, and Li Ku turned to leave, sparking curiosity among the other teachers in the office, though none dared to ask, as they were not very familiar with Chen Chu. Before long, the afternoon classes concluded. Everyone else went to lunch, leaving only Chen Chu in the office. The older teachers, upon exiting, could not help but engage in whispers. Xiao Chun is quite impressive. He spent the entire afternoon in the office reviewing materials without even touching his phone. Indeed, I returned after 2 classes, and he was still there poring over the materials. Such patience. No wonder he managed to keep that rowdy bunch in Class 7 in check on his first day. Isn't that just an act? New officials always start with a flourish. After all, what if someone from above comes to inspect? You and Oppos, rejudging him with a petty mindset. Even if he were acting, he wouldn't Oppos, to be able to maintain it. I genuinely admire Xiao Chun. He is young, yet responsible, and possesses great perseverance. Given time, he will surely achieve greatness. Let us not jump to conclusions too early. True strength reveals itself over time. One can discern a horse's power only after a long journey. Listen to this bitterness. Can't stand seeing others excel, can you? Enough already. What is there to compete about? Once the office was empty, Chen Chu finally displayed a pained expression. It was not that he did not wish to move. Rather, any motion sent waves of soreness coursing through him. Thus, he remained seated for the entire afternoon. Now, his stomach was grumbling in hunger, prompting him to call Zhao Yizhou for a meal delivery. Before long, Zhao Yizhou entered carrying a lunchbox, his face a mask of astonishment. Old Chun, I heard all about it. You managed to keep that rowdy group in Class 7 under control. That and Oppos. That's impressive. How did you do it? Chen Chu frowned. You're a teacher now. Speak with some decorum. No need to throw around phrases like impressive. All right. Zhao Yizhou laughed heartily, giving Chen Chu a friendly slap on the back. The sudden impact caused Chen Chu's face to contort in pain, and he could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Damn. Chapter 8. Not quite similar, but identical. Zhao Yizhou was bewildered upon seeing Chen Chu's expression of distress and hurriedly inquired, What is the matter? Nothing much. I just haven't played in a while. And I hit the court today, Chen Chu replied with a wry smile. You understand. Chen Chu felt no hesitation in confiding in Zhao Yizhou, as their bond was solidified over 4 years as roommates in college, and later, they both became teachers at Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Zhao Yizhou, undeterred, pressed on. How did you manage to keep those little rascals in check? By reasoning with them and appealing to their emotions, of course. Chen Chu replied nonchalantly. Zhao Yizhou raised an eyebrow. Is that reasoning in physics or motion? Chen Chu rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? Those kids in Class 7 are like a bunch of steroid-fueled giants. If you try to make a move, you might get beaten up first. Zhao Yizhou smirked. Never mind. I and Oppos am not the homeroom teacher anyway. Knowing one in Oppos, do me any good. In the cafeteria, Zhou Feng and a group of athletic students were getting their meals as usual, but the others from Class 7 decisively grabbed their trays and walked away, completely ignoring them. Zhou Feng and Oppos' expression soured. Brother Zhou, it seems we have been ostracized. One of his companions said nervously. Ostracized is one thing, but I'm more concerned about being targeted. After all, the class is full of troublemakers, and they have plenty of ways to mess with us. If we become their target, it could be troublesome. Should we apologize? Another suggested quietly. It's not worth offending so many classmates for the sake of the new homeroom teacher. Some disagreed vehemently, exclaiming, Have you lost your backbone? Do whatever you want. Why care about their opinions? Just as tensions began to rise, Zhou Feng interjected. What and Oppos? That's all the fuss about? I and Oppos am determined to learn basketball from old Chun. Everyone paused in surprise. The new homeroom teacher had just started, and he was already referring to him so familiarly. Brother Zhou, is that really necessary? Although the new homeroom teacher is indeed skilled at basketball, being ostracized will make our lives difficult. Zhou Feng frowned. Skilled? You all don't understand. Old Chen plays basketball better than professionals. Given that Zhou Feng came from a wealthy and influential family and had returned from the United States, he had always been a pillar of support for the group. Hearing him say this left everyone stunned. The coach I hired in the United States was a retired NBA player, and he couldn't teach as well as Old Chen does, Zhou Feng insisted. Old Chen could tell, just by looking at my palm, that I tend to lean left when I shoot. My hired coach doesn't possess that kind of insight, and Old Chen even taught me how to correct it. I tried his method, and I hit 3 out of 3 from the paint. My feel for the game has improved significantly. With skills like that, I have utmost respect for this homeroom teacher. If I keep learning from him, I might not only make it to the NBA, but also to the CBA. At this, the group seemed to awaken from stupor. Come to think of it, when a new homeroom teacher had me adjust my center of gravity while turning, it felt incredibly smooth. No more that awkwardness I used to feel. I've been struggling with my jump shot, and he advised me on that as well. As if a floodgate had opened. They all realized how remarkably effective Chen Chu's teachings were. Now do you understand? Zhou Feng scoffed. Let us not even discuss anything else. My coach charges $30,000 a month, while learning from Old Chen costs nothing. As long as we behave during class, Old Chen willingly teaches us basketball. Where else can we find such a good deal? After saying this, Zhou Feng shot a glance at the others and murmured, I get along well with them, but I doubt I'll gain anything beneficial from them. Why not stick with Old Chen? Would they be willing to spend $30,000 to hire a coach for me? Indeed, coming from a family of business acumen, he was quite shrewd. This is what you call an investment in one's future. In English, well, never mind, you wouldn't understand. Zhou Feng scratched his head. It's just that Old Chen's playing style feels so familiar. The group, being avid NBA watchers, naturally had a sense of it. Is it a bit like Kobe? Yes. His dribbling style is strikingly similar. Zhou Feng nodded. I've attended a Lakers game in person. I can't say it's exactly the same, but it's truly identical, so fluid. Anyway, I've said my piece. From now on, I'll listen to Old Chen. If you're not happy with that, go play with someone else. I'll definitely stick with you. One replied eagerly. Previous homeroom teachers were dull, just droning on and on. It was infuriating. Old Chen is different. I'm more than willing to listen to him. The group quickly reached a consensus, firmly supporting Chen Chu's leadership, disregarding the opinions of others. Before they knew it, it was time for evening study. Though it wasn't Chen Chu's class, as the homeroom teacher, he had to remain at the school. During the evening math class, after just one session, the math teacher, Wu Ying, returned to her office and sought out Chen Chu. Everyone assumed Wu Ying was there to complain, but to their surprise, she opened with a smile. Xiao Chen, you're doing quite well. Usually at this time, Class 7 would be noisy, but today, though it was still lively, it was significantly quieter than usual. Wu Ying's words elicited astonished expressions from the other teachers. Perhaps they were still intimidated by the authoritative aura he had exhibited earlier. Although the effect of fear had faded, a psychological shadow undoubtedly lingered. These young rascals were naturally reluctant to act out too much. Thank you for the praise, Teacher Wu, Chen Chu replied. Wu Ying chuckled. Choosing you as the homeroom teacher for Class 7 was indeed the right decision. Being a young person, you can communicate with those kids and manage them effectively. An older female teacher in her 40s couldn't amp, oppose, help but tease of course. Xiao Chun is tall and handsome. Those girls in Class 7 will surely behave. This. Chen Chu's face flushed. Don't stop, continue. I love hearing this. Chapter 9. The Dog and Oppos. As trust finally enduring until the end of evening classes, the teachers departed one by one. Although he had taken it easy all afternoon, Chen Chu was still in considerable pain. Seizing the opportunity when there were no onlookers, he was assisted by Zhao Yizhou onto the electric bike, which bore him back to the staff dormitory. Observing Chen Chu and Oppos' woeful appearance, Zhao Yizhou couldn't Oppos' help but chuckle. Were you playing basketball, or was the ball playing you? With a wry smile, Chen Chu replied, quickly fetch your fascia gun for me. I need to relieve my muscles. After a lengthy ordeal, a hot shower and a foot soak alleviated much of his discomfort. The evening study session was not entirely fruitless. After all, the learning sprite roamed the classroom around the clock, bestowing bursts of fervor upon randomly selected students. Periodically, Chen Chu received a modest amount of teaching points generated by the students. Casting a glance, he noted he had already accumulated over 470 teaching points. At that moment, he felt that the day's aches and pains were worth it. He inquired about the upgrade conditions for the two basic skills, the teacher's eye and teacher's authority. The teacher's eye required 100,000 teaching points, while teacher's authority necessitated full proficiency and 200,000 teaching points. Farewell, I shall not disturb you further. The six-figure teaching point requirement immediately dissuaded Chen Chu. Forget it, I shall rely on the lottery instead. With nearly 50 chances to draw, he hoped for something worthwhile. Drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Drawing. Congratulations, you have won a globe. Drawing. Congratulations, you have won a globe. Drawing. Congratulations, you have won a globe. Chen Chu was momentarily taken aback. Winning 3 E-grade globes from 10 draws seemed rather favorable. This winning rate appears quite promising, considering he had one already. Placing all 4 globes might enhance the classroom's learning efficiency by 40. As he reveled in this thought, the system doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Only 1 globe can take effect. The others will serve merely as decorations. Chen Chu acknowledged this with a soft O. He had accumulated 21 draws thus far. Reaching a total of 1,000 draws would increase the likelihood of winning A-grade or higher items or skills. Pondering this, he asked, "What is my current probability of winning an A-grade item?" The system replied, "The host in Oppos, as probability of obtaining an A-grade item or skill is 0.07. Wait, what is the quality of my imitation skill? It is S-grade. Your luck seems to be exceptional," the system added. Chen Chu couldn't help but chuckle. "My fortunes are indeed favorable. Let us press on." Drawing. Congratulations, you have won an SS grade skill. Epic educational technique, Chen Chu. System. What the heck, a dog in Oppos? S trust. After a while, Chen Chu regained his composure, exhilarated yet anxious. Am I exhausting all my luck in this lifetime? What if I can't find a partner? My parents are counting on me to carry on the family line. He hastily checked the skill details. Epic educational technique. When educating others, directly bestows the statuses of reflection and awe for 24 hours, with a cooldown of 48 hours. It can be upgraded. In the state of reflection, there is a certain probability of self-erasing a bad habit. The longer the duration, the higher the probability. Merely glancing at the attributes made Chen Chu draw a sharp breath. An SS grade skill was nothing short of extraordinary, allowing him to bestow conditions unconditionally. More importantly, it applied to others. System, if I understand correctly, can I educate anyone, even those who are not my students? The system confirmed yes. Chen Chu blinked. Then wouldn't an SSS grade educational technique allow me to educate animals and plants as well? The system responded. Host privileges insufficient, unable to answer. He posed one last question. Do bad habits affect learning efficiency? There is a certain impact, but it is not absolute. Chen Chu nodded slightly. Both high achievers and underachievers could indulge in smoking and drinking. Indeed, there was little correlation. However, his good fortune soon waned. After winning 2 more globes, the luck ran dry. Chen Chu suspected the system might have subtly adjusted the winning probabilities, though he had no evidence. Nevertheless, he had already profited immensely. With the remaining teaching points, he upgraded the globe. Upgrade successful. Globe, quality D. When placed in the classroom, it enhances the learning efficiency of all students by 20. Can be combined into a D-grade learning set and can be upgraded. While a 20 boost may seem negligible for Class 7, progress must be made step by step, and meals are consumed 1 bite at a time. With 3 months remaining until the task concludes, there was ample time. As for the upgrades for the imitation skill and the epic educational technique, Chen Chu was too lazy to check. Basic skills required 6 figures in teaching points, and the conditions for upgrading these 2 skills were even more stringent, starting at least in the hundreds of millions. For now, the priority was to ensure Class 7 behaved properly during lessons. He would prefer to avoid using teacher and oppos as authority unless absolutely necessary, as even a slight misstep could lead to fainting. With his thoughts sorted, Chen Chu squinted slightly. Tomorrow morning, he would first deal with the most unruly student in the class as a warning to the rest. Chapter 10. You have stumbled into the muzzle of a gun the following morning. Chen Chu had managed to regain some semblance of mobility. Although still sore, the discomfort had significantly lessened. The first order of business upon waking was to check in. With a successful check-in, he was greeted with the announcement of receiving an S-grade component, and upon collecting 100 such components, he could synthesize a random S-grade item or skill. The rewards for checking in were random, relying purely on luck. However, Chen Chu did not harbor extravagant expectations. After breakfast, he took the globe and the mural of the discipline for disciples and made his way to the classroom. Other classes had already commenced their morning reading, but Class 7 remained as boisterous as ever. It was not until Chen Chu appeared at the doorway that the commotion abruptly ceased and the students returned to their seats. Though they felt a sense of dissatisfaction towards Chen Chu, their bodies complied obediently, recalling vividly the last time he had exerted his authoritative presence as a teacher. With a stoic expression, Chen Chu approached the lectern and placed the globe and mural down. What was he doing with the globe so early in the morning? Perhaps he intended to play with it. A few light-hearted remarks sparked suppressed laughter among the students. Chen Chu furrowed his brow slightly, and upon following the sound, he spotted the mischievous young lad who had mocked him, lounging in the last row, his hands cradling his head, legs propped up on the desk in an altogether careless manner. Having reviewed the students' profiles through the teachers the previous afternoon, Chen Chu had already formed some impressions of the Class 7 students. This particular student was named Li Yiyang, one of the more troublesome individuals in the class. His family was indeed wealthy and influential, garnering respect from both the legitimate and illicit sectors, as he had learned from other teachers. He had accumulated 12 major infractions in 3 months, 3 severe warnings, and was once placed under school observation for assaulting a teacher. Most would have faced expulsion for such behavior, yet he remained, a testament to his formidable background that rendered the school authorities hesitant to act against him. Well, it seems you have stumbled into a precarious situation today. Chen Chu's gaze hardened as he fixed his eyes on Li Yiyang and commanded, Li Yang, come outside with me. Li Yiyang remained motionless, defiantly retorting, Who do you think you are? Just because you asked me to go out doesn't end amp? Amp? Oppos. Mean I will. That would be quite embarrassing for me, wouldn't it? The onlookers could not help but revel in Chen Chu and Oppos' misfortune, knowing he had chosen to confront Li Yiyang, a decision fraught with peril. The first teacher of Class 7 had been beaten by Li Yiyang, and Zhou Feng, who had recently begun to appreciate Chen, now found himself in a troublesome predicament. Li Yiyang was not one to be trifled with, and the number of students willing to challenge him was exceedingly sparse. The rest merely watched the unfolding drama, showing no inclination to assist Chen Chu. Not only Zhou Feng, but other physical education students also shared a sense of unease, fearing for Chen Chu's safety. Li Yiyang was known for his brutal nature. The first-class teacher had been left bloodied by his hands. In response to Li Yiyang's insolence, Chen Chu let out a cold laugh. What? Are you afraid? Too scared to step outside? A collective shiver ran through the crowd. Did he truly dare to speak to Li Yiyang in such a manner? With a sudden movement, Li Yiyang sprang to his feet, hurling his chair against the wall, flames of anger igniting in his eyes. Chen Chu had already exited the classroom, and moments later, Li Yiyang stormed up to him, glaring fiercely. What do you want? His fists were clenched tightly. Chen Chu's mind raced, invoking his epic teaching techniques. He then fixed a steely gaze upon Li Yiyang and admonished, Is it appropriate for you to speak to a teacher in such a manner? After all the books you've read, do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders? Li Yiyang and Oppos' fierce demeanor faltered, transforming into one of trepidation, and he soon lowered his head, falling silent. Seeing this, Chen Chu felt a sense of relief wash over him. The effect had taken hold. Name, Li Yiyang. Gender, male. Age, 15. Status, disdain for learning. Last 24 hours. Reflection, last 24 hours. Bad habits. Negligible. Talent, none. Learning efficiency, -177. Overall evaluation, let it be. The students of Class 7 had stealthily congregated near the classroom door to eavesdrop. Explain to me, what does it mean to respect one and oppose? S teacher. Speak up. Why the silence? Where and oppose? To you quite bold just now? However, the only sound that reached their ears was Chen Chu's voice. What the devil? Even if a confrontation had been averted, given Li Yang's temperament, he would have surely retaliated with insults by now. One student quickly climbed on a desk to peek through the high window. Upon seeing the scene outside, he could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Holy crap! What's happening out there?" The others eagerly inquired. The student, still bewildered, rubbed his eyes and looked again, his expression transforming into one of disbelief. Li Yang is actually being scolded and isn't retorting. What? Is this some kind of joke? Li Yang can take a scolding? Don't believe me? Look for yourself. Others hurriedly climbed onto desks to peer out the window. They beheld Chen Chu with a stern expression, his questions relentless, while Li Yang kept his head down, silent and submissive. In that moment, the high window was filled with astonished faces, each frozen in disbelief. Chapter 11. Beyond expectations under the relentless barrage of questions, Li Yang remained silent for an extended period. Chen Chu chose not to press further. Deep down, he understood that no amount of words could affect change. A person's fundamental nature is often resistant to alteration. Could a mere oral admonition and a moment of reflection truly inspire Li Yang to undergo a profound transformation? Even Chen Chu himself harbored doubts. Ultimately, the onus lay upon Li Yang. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Chu placed his hand gently on Li Yang's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Li Yang, the teacher's words are merely meant to guide you toward becoming a better version of yourself. Your journey in life is still long, and you must take responsibility for your actions. Many truths do not require articulation. You understand them within your heart, do you not? Expecting Li Yang to maintain his silence, Chen Chu was taken aback when Li Yang nodded slightly, uttering a soft There was a hint of choked emotion in his voice. Chen Chu was momentarily stunned. The impact of reflection. Was it truly this profound? The previously defiant Li Yang had been moved to tears merely from a few words of counsel. The situation had exceeded Chen Chu's expectations and was spiraling towards an uncontrollable outcome. Li Yang began to sob, his head bowed as he wiped away his tears, leaving Chen Chu feeling helpless. Having only served as a temporary teacher for half a year and never having encountered a student reduced to tears, he was at a loss. Reflection, as a unique phenomenon, compels individuals to engage in self-correction, prompting awareness of their missteps and triggering a cascade of emotions such as guilt and regret. The system paused momentarily. Individuals with fragile psychological resilience may experience emotional collapse after prolonged reflection. Could it be true? Was Li Yang and Appo's emotional fortitude so delicate? He appeared outwardly strong. Chen Chu and Appo's system alert prompted him to comfort Li Yang. It seems you have recognized your mistakes. My efforts were not in vain. From this perspective, you are already commendable. At the very least, you possess the courage to confront your shortcomings and engage in self-reflection. Noticing that Li Yang continued to weep, Chen Chu felt a surge of panic. Shall I sing men crying is not a sin for you? No need. Li Yan Kuwa Shufli. Not certain if it was due to Chen Chu and Appo's words. He lowered his head and murmured, I just have sand in my eyes. A little rubbing will suffice. I did not cry. Li Yang turned his head away, his eyes slightly reddened, evidence of tears shed. Chen Chu sighed in relief. Li Yang's ability to articulate such thoughts indicated that his emotional resilience was not as fragile as it initially appeared. The unknown Chen Chu had nearly been frightened out of his wits. That's good. Shen Chu pata Li Yan's shulde. Now let's return to class. Li Yang turned and entered the classroom. At that moment, most of the students were still sprawled over the high windows, oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Yang's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, commanding, "Get lost." In an instant, the classroom erupted into chaos, but most students hurriedly returned to their seats. Wary of Li Yang, even after witnessing his tears, they dared not show any signs of mockery. As soon as Li Yang settled back into his seat, Chen Chu also entered the classroom. Instantly, All eyes converged on him. Curiosity piqued regarding the identity of the new homeroom teacher. Who could have possibly made the once arrogant Li Yang weep? If it were not witnessed firsthand, no one would believe it. Could it be that the new homeroom teacher was a scion of some powerful faction, come to school for a taste of life? Otherwise, how could Li Yang exhibit such fear and even shed tears? Surely, he must have been threatened by Chen Chu. After much contemplation, this was the only plausible explanation. Yet, Chen Chu appeared to be just an intern. He did not seem like a member of any formidable lineage. Unbeknownst to the group of students lost in their musings, Chen Chu realized that today's lesson had effectively set a precedent for discipline. A glance around the room revealed that everyone was now seated obediently, quiet and attentive. Although his epic teaching technique could only be applied once every few days and limited to one-on-one interactions, it had fortified Chen Chu and Appo's authority over Class 7. Today, with no absentees, he decided to appoint class representatives. It had been 3 months since the school year began, yet Class 7 had yet to elect a single representative. Given the chaotic environment, any chosen representative would likely lead to further disturbances, rather than assist in maintaining order. The homeroom teacher had already changed 3 times. Thus, he decided against a democratic election, viewing it as a waste of time. Based on observations and student records, Chen Chu had already identified potential candidates. Class monitor Wang Lebang, though plagued by many vices and exhibiting alarmingly low academic efficiency, was a red second generation, the only student in 3 months to have escaped any disciplinary action, and his family was amenable to persuasion. Sports representative Zhou Feng currently supported the core of the physical training students. Academic representative Chiao Yu was the sole student with an impressive academic efficiency of 78. Chapter 12. My apologies, brother. After appointing the class committee, Chen Chu officially commenced his lessons. Despite the enhancement of a globe contributing to a 20 increase in overall learning efficiency, the results remained unsatisfactory. By the end of a single class, the sporadic fervor triggered by the learning sprites could yield approximately 50 teaching points, with his own instructional output contributing an additional 50. Unfortunately, there were no further gains, as the activation efficiency of the disciples and Appo's rules mural was disappointingly low, leaving Chen Chu unaware of any student attaining a special state throughout the lesson. Thus, the average teaching points per class hovered around 100. With a maximum of 3 classes a day, this amounted to roughly 300 points, neither an insignificant nor a substantial sum. Upon concluding the first class, Chen Chu retreated to his office for a brief respite, casting a glance at Li Yang's state, which appeared stable without signs of emotional collapse, suggesting that all was well. Just as the class ended, a few individuals who shared a good rapport with Li Yang approached him. "Brother Yang, what's wrong with you?" Li Yang responded coldly. "Leave me alone. I and Appo's am in a bad mood. Go play elsewhere." The group, wary of disturbing him further, dispersed to avoid provoking his ire. Meanwhile, a group of physical training students from Class 7 found refuge in the restroom, clandestinely smoking and engaging in hushed discussions. Old Chen is truly formidable. He can even keep Li Yang in check. I never imagined Li Yang would be so intimidated by Old Chen. How does he manage it? Why ponder so much? Old Chen is simply impressive. Laughter echoed in the restroom, causing students from other classes to hesitate in entering. The morning classes swiftly concluded, aligning with Chen Chu and Appo's estimates of a little over 300 teaching points, which he decided to accumulate for the time being. However, the matter of home visits weighed heavily on his mind. Currently, the home visit records for Class 7 were entirely blank, a situation that directly impacted assessment metrics. His probationary status and year-end bonuses. Chen Chu doubted that Director Sun would be accommodating in this regard. Worse still, the majority of parents from Class 7 were either overseas or not residing in Jiangnan. After careful consideration, Chen Chu decided to call Zhou Feng's father, Zhou Yangsheng, whose company headquarters was conveniently located in Jiangnan. The call was met with a reasonably cordial response. "Teacher Chen, I and Appo's been quite busy with company matters these past few days. How about Saturday evening?" "That works perfectly." After hanging up, he made a note of the details. Chen Chu remained somewhat concerned about Li Yiyang and Appo's situation, feeling compelled to check in on him every 2 classes. Li Yang and Appo's emotions remained consistently stable, though he often seemed lost in thought. Upon reviewing Li Yang and Appo's attributes, Chen Chu noted an abundance of bad habits. He could not recall the original number, so he was uncertain if there had been any reduction. Nevertheless, he decided not to dwell on it. The goal of instilling discipline had been achieved. In the ensuing days, the students of Class 7 exhibited marked improvement, prompting their subject teachers to commend Chen Chu frequently. As a result, he gradually became more familiar with the teachers in the office, engaging in more conversations. Chen Chu, who enjoyed chatting, especially with seasoned colleagues, found himself learning a great deal. Now, Chen Chu had amassed over 300 teaching points and, after signing in for 3 consecutive days, had received 2 E-grade ornaments and 1 S-grade component. The blackboard eraser and ruler each provided a 10 increase in learning efficiency. However, he still needed 3 more items to complete the set. If he could assemble the E-grade set, it would yield an overall 110 increase in learning efficiency. And upgrading everything to D-grade would double that to an astounding 220. This meant that the majority of Class 7 and Appo's learning efficiency would be restored, continuously generating teaching points. However, the sets were categorized into several types. The globe, blackboard eraser, and ruler belonged to the 6-piece learning efficiency set, while the disciples and Appo's, rules mural, and other D-grade ornaments were part of the 8-piece special state set. Chen Chu had yet to encounter others, with some globes remaining. He spent 200 teaching points to elevate both the blackboard eraser and ruler to D-grade, alongside the globe already placed in the classroom, which contributed a significant 60 increase in learning efficiency. His next small goal was to gather all 6 pieces of the learning efficiency set, with 110 draws remaining. Chen Chu felt confident about achieving this. Drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Drawing. Congratulations, you have obtained a globe. Drawing. Thank you for your patronage. After a total of 90 draws, Chen Chu decided to stop. The results were satisfactory. 12 E-grade ornaments, 6 globes, 2 blackboard erasers, and 2 additional pieces from the learning efficiency set, an exquisite chalk box and a vision chart, leaving only 1 item to complete the set. He also acquired 3 D-grade ornaments, 2 disciples and Appo's, rules murals, and 1 portrait of Confucius. Additionally, he unlocked a new skill. Elementary teaching technique grants a certain probability of instilling a fervent state in individual students during lessons, enhancing learning efficiency by 200 and is upgradable. Just 1 more item remained. Gazing at the remaining 200 teaching points, Chen Chu resolved to continue drawing. After all, upgrading everything would merely yield a 100 increase in learning efficiency. The students in Class 7 would still be at a deficit, but securing the final ornament could lead to a breakthrough. Drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Drawing. Congratulations, you have obtained a handkerchief. Chapter 13. The 6 Essentials of Learning Efficiency. The following morning, Chen Chu awoke refreshed and in high spirits. However, he felt a twinge of unease upon encountering Zhao Yizhou. After completing the morning's 3 classes, he hurried back to his office, rubbing his hands together in anticipation, eager to upgrade the remaining 3 E-grade ornaments. Stealthily retrieving all the ornaments from his inventory, he stuffed them into a plastic bag and made his way to the classroom. As Class 7 concluded, a cacophony of noise filled the room. The moment Chen Chu entered, an unexpected silence fell over the students. "It's fine, continue with your activities, don't mind me," he casually remarked, as he began to extract the ornaments from the bag. He meticulously arranged a delicate chalk box, a ruler, a blackboard eraser, a handkerchief, and a vision chart in their designated spots. Yet, to his dismay, the system did not indicate that the set effect had been activated. "Where's the globe?" Chen Chu exclaimed, his irritation mounting. "Who took the globe?" The students exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by his outburst over a mere globe. Zhou Feng quickly approached, stating, "Old Chen, the geography teacher took the globe yesterday." "Understood," Chen Chu replied, furrowing his brow. It was clear that the ornaments were not secure. They could easily be damaged or removed, resulting in the loss of their effects. He hastily handed the vision chart to Zhou Feng, instructing, please put this up? I'll be right back. Zhou Feng nodded as Chen Chu rushed out of the classroom, feeling slightly perplexed. Upon returning to his office, he discovered that the geography teacher, Lu Yong, was absent, but the globe sat on the desk. Why does this globe seem so familiar? Initially intending to take it directly, he reconsidered, not wanting to appear petty. Fortunately, Chen Chu had another globe and quickly swapped it for an E-grade one before heading back to the classroom. With the set effect successfully activated, all students in the classroom experienced a 100 increase in learning efficiency. As he entered the classroom with the D-grade globe, the system and AMP, Oppos, as notification chimed in. Teacher and AMP, Oppos, SI. He casually examined one student. Name, Ding Jia, gender, female, age, 15, status, dislike studying, bad habit. Negligible, talent, none. Learning efficiency, 63, overall evaluation. Effie then glanced at Zhou Feng, who was busy affixing the vision chart. Name, Zhou Feng, gender, male, age, 15, status, dislike studying, bad habit. Negligible, talent, E-grade basketball, learning efficiency, 43, overall evaluation. Chen Chu was elated. Aside from a few individuals, the learning efficiency of the rest had been dramatically corrected. To prevent the ornaments from being damaged or taken, he resolved to procure a lock to secure them in a cabinet. Just then, the class bell rang, prompting him to exit the classroom and stand by the door. The mathematics teacher, Wu Ying, approached and greeted him with a smile. Little Chun, what's this? Nothing much, Teacher Wu. You may proceed with your class. I'm just observing which little rascal is causing trouble. Thank you for your efforts. Wu Ying chuckled, entering the classroom to commence her lesson. Approximately 10 minutes later, the system notifications began to echo continuously. The majority of the students started generating teaching points. While each produced only 2 or 3 points, the sheer volume was significant. By the end of the class, Chen Chu could hardly contain his astonishment. Over 300 teaching points accumulated. With 12 classes in total for the day, excluding unstable factors, he could expect at least 3,000 teaching points. Barely suppressing his joy, he dashed to the supermarket to purchase a lock. After class, under the astonished gazes of Class 7, he locked all the items in the cabinet. Clapping his hands, he felt a sense of security wash over him. Chen Chu also remembered his agreement with Zhou Feng and the others. Zhou Feng, let us gather at the gym tomorrow morning at 8 for basketball practice. Zhou Feng eagerly replied, sure thing. Delighted by the good news, Chen Chu arrived at the gym early on Saturday morning. He had been diligent that week, and after recovering from muscle soreness, he had been going for night runs with Zhao Yizhou. Although Li Ku had planned to join them for practice, he could not make it due to evening study sessions, so they postponed it to the following week. Using the mimicry skill, Chen Chu felt confident that he wouldn't be as incapacitated as before. After an hour of practice, he let Zhou Feng and the others continue on their own while he moved around the court. As the mimicry effect took hold, the familiar soreness returned, but it was bearable this time. Chen Chu sighed in relief and concocted an excuse to leave, reminding Zhou Feng about the home visit later that evening. On his way to the staff dormitory, he mused, this mimicry skill seems to continuously enhance my abilities. Not only has my physical condition improved, but I also feel my basketball skills have significantly advanced. At that moment, the system proposed. Continuous use of a mimicry skill not only enhances the host and Oppos' various skills, but also possesses a self-strengthening effect. Theoretically, with sufficient time, the host could even reach the proficiency level of the object being mimicked without using the mimicry skill. Indeed, the mimicry skill is truly remarkable. Chapter 14. Am I hearing things? After resting for an afternoon, the soreness in my body had significantly diminished. After dinner, Chen Chu took a taxi to Zhou Feng and Oppos' residence. The location Zhou Feng sent was in Hongjing Community, and upon seeing the name of the neighborhood, Chen Chu could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Hongjing Community was indeed a villa district, with properties starting at a staggering 20 million. Before long, Chen Chu arrived at the entrance of the community, where Zhou Feng was already waiting. After registering with the security guard, they proceeded towards Zhou Feng and Oppos' home. Having never visited such an upscale villa area, Chen Chu couldn't and Oppos' help but glance around in awe. The environment of the community was truly splendid. Zhou Feng chuckled. Old Chun, don't even think about it. With your salary, you'd have to live frugally for 200 years to afford a place here. That was a bit too painful to hear. Chen Chu shot Zhou Feng an exasperated glare. I know that without you telling me. After traveling this far, why aren't we there yet? We're almost there, just ahead, Zhou Feng replied. Moments later, they finally reached Zhou Feng and Appo's home. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a lavishly decorated living room. A middle-aged man was lounging on the sofa, smoking with his legs crossed. Noticing Chen Chu's arrival, he quickly stood up to greet him, extending his hand with a smile. Hello, Teacher Chen. I am Zhou Yangsheng, Zhou Feng and Appo's father. Truly a businessman of stature, his demeanor was impressive. Chen Chu promptly shook his hand in greeting. But before he could sit down, Zhou Feng turned to head back to his room. Zhou Yangsheng's expression immediately soured. How can you show no manners? Hurry and pour some water for your teacher. Zhou Feng merely rolled his eyes and headed to the kitchen. I apologize for my son's behavior, Zhou Yangsheng quickly said. He grew up abroad and just returned, so he's not very familiar with our customs. It's all right. Chen Chu waved his hand dismissively, then inquired, if I may ask, where is Zhou Feng's mother now? Zhou Yangsheng chuckled awkwardly. We divorced when Zhou Feng was very young. His mother is abroad, so it was a broken family. I'm sorry to hear that. In an Appo's, nothing. Zhou Yangsheng waved his hand. How is Zhou Feng doing in school? Overall, quite well, Chen Chu replied with a smile, though he still needs to put in more effort. As they spoke, Zhou Feng returned with a cup of water, but as soon as he set it down, he turned to leave again. Zhou Yangsheng's face darkened once more. Why are you going back to that den of yours? To play video games? What is it to you? Zhou Feng retorted coldly. In an instant, Zhou Yangsheng exploded, slamming his hand on the table and pointing at Zhou Feng. How dare you speak to me like that? Chen Chu was taken aback. It seemed that within the blink of an eye, a quarrel had erupted. Zhou Feng, undaunted, replied, I talk like this all the time. You can either listen or not. With a swift motion, Zhou Yangsheng struck Zhou Feng across the face, his eyes blazing with fury. After all the money I spent to send you abroad for your studies and sports, is this how you repay me? Damn it! Zhou Feng glared back defiantly, his fists clenched and veins bulging. Zhou Yangsheng was about to strike again when Chen Chu rushed in front of him. Mr. Zhou, please calm down. Realizing Chen Chu was still present, Zhou Yangsheng forced himself to rein in his anger. Zhou Feng, however, scoffed. Go ahead. Just kill me. You. Zhou Feng, how can you talk to your father like that? Chen Chu exclaimed, his voice firm. Go back to your room. I want to damn Appo's teeth. Zhou Feng pointed at Zhou Yangsheng. Gritting his teeth, keep hitting me. You were quite brave when hitting my mother, weren't you? Furious, Zhou Yangsheng shouted, you little brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Seeing the father and son on the brink of another confrontation, Chen Chu bellowed, Zhou Feng, go back to your room. With that authoritative command, Zhou Feng's anger was swiftly quelled. His previously furious expression froze, and he turned to go upstairs, retreating to his room. One ungrateful wretch. Zhou Yangsheng was still fuming, but Chen Chu frowned, addressing him, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yangsheng, concerned about his image, swallowed his words, sighed deeply, and resumed smoking on the sofa. Teacher Chen, It seemed he wanted to express his regret for the earlier incident, but was too furious to articulate it. Having exerted his authoritative teacher persona, Chen Chu felt drained. However, due to his recent commitment to daily exercise, he still held up well. At this point, Chen Chu had formed a rough understanding of the dynamics within Zhou Feng's family. Zhou Yangsheng exhibited tendencies towards domestic violence, which likely contributed to his divorce. Moreover, he appeared to be perpetually busy, neglecting Zhou Feng and allowing him to drift. Zhou Feng's misbehavior stemmed not only from his own lack of awareness, but also from Zhou Yangsheng's significant responsibility in the matter. What a headache. The parents of Class 7 were certainly not making things any easier. Once Zhou Yangsheng seemed to calm down, Chen Chu spoke up, Mr. Zhou. How often do you come home in a week? Zhou Yangsheng sighed. Rarely. The company keeps me too busy. Teacher Chen, I know what you want to say. I share part of the blame, but I have no choice. If I don't earn, I can't support him. Do you have any idea how much he spends abroad? Just hiring a coach costs $30,000 a month, and living expenses start at 10,000. He frequently stirs up trouble, and I've lost count of how much I and Oppos V spent on bail. Zhou Yangsheng began to vent his frustrations, and Chen Chu listened silently. He could understand these issues, but Zhou Feng might not grasp them. Furthermore, Zhou Yangsheng's words hinted at an evasion of his domestic violence issues. Sigh, since I'm here, I might as well educate him. After all, I am a teacher. Chen Chu composed himself. Mr. Zhou, I can understand your situation, but these do not justify your actions toward your child. Violence is not a solution, especially within a family. I am quite clear that it is indeed your responsibility. As Chen Chu spoke sternly, he observed Zhou Yangsheng's demeanor. Being an adult, he should possess sufficient psychological resilience. Zhou Yangsheng remained silent, smoking and listening without making eye contact with Chen Chu. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng was in his room, furiously hitting a punching bag. Thud, thud. Each punch was a release of pent-up anger. After several minutes, his frustration only seemed to intensify. However, amidst the chaos, he faintly heard a voice weeping. Huh? Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. What's going on? He stealthily opened the door to listen. Teacher, I was wrong. I truly was. Zhou Yangsheng and Oppos. S voice was tinged with sorrow. I just want him to be successful, to grow up safely. I promise I will never hit him again. Zhou Feng stood there, stunned. Am I hearing things? Chapter 15. Has old Chen's tongue been blessed? Throughout his life, Zhou Feng had never witnessed Zhou Yangsheng shed tears, let alone cry with such profound regret. Teacher, Chen, I truly regret it. It is all my fault. If it weren't an Oppos, tea for me, Zhou Feng would never have become the way he is now. Zhou Yangsheng lamented. Zhou Feng and Oppos, as parents, this cannot all be laid at your feet. Zhou Feng has his own responsibilities, and the environment abroad is inherently chaotic with rampant racial discrimination. The sounds of Zhou Yangsheng's sobs and teacher Chen's comforting words echoed from downstairs, leaving Zhou Feng in utter disbelief. Old Chen is the king of tongue? Just days prior, it was understandable that he had brought Li Yang to tears, given that Li was still quite young and naive. However, how could old Chen manage to make his own troublesome father weep? Logically speaking, in terms of life experience and wisdom, Zhou Yangsheng held a significant advantage. It would be more appropriate for him to educate Chen Chu, yet the roles had reversed, and it was Chen Chu who imparted wisdom to Zhou Yangsheng. Even to the point of breaking down, this is simply absurd. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity. Chen Chu finally managed to stabilize Zhou Yangsheng and Oppos, as emotions. He had not anticipated that such a business mogul would succumb to tears. Perhaps his words had been too heavy? Chen Chu silently chuckled, observing Zhou Yangsheng fall into silence. Uncertain of what to say, fearful that speaking would prompt Zhou Yangsheng to weep once more. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Chu softly suggested, Zhou Feng's parent. Should I go check on Zhou Feng? Zhou Yangsheng sighed, his expression full of bitterness. Yes, I apologize for the trouble, Teacher Chen. Chen Chu promptly made his way upstairs to Zhou Feng and Oppos' room. Before he could knock, Zhou Feng opened the door. Upon entering, Chen Chu quickly closed it behind him and, glancing at Zhou Feng, asked sternly, Did you hear everything? Yes, Zhou Feng replied, astonished. Old Chen, you are incredible. This is the first time I and Oppos V seen that old man cry like that. Chen Chu shot him a disapproving glare. Is that how you refer to your father? The lingering respect kept Zhou Feng subdued, and he shrank back, hesitant to speak further. Before Chen Chu could utter another word, Zhou Feng hurriedly declared, Old Chen, let an Oppos. As forget the formality, I can just call him an Oppos. Dad and Oppos from now on, right? Chen Chu couldn't and Oppos. T help but raise an eyebrow. You would be so obedient? I certainly do not wish to be reduced to tears by you. That would be quite humiliating. I will be obedient. I mean what I say, Zhou Feng asserted earnestly. That is more like it. Chen Chu continued, Your father has already recognized his mistakes. What about you? Zhou Feng lowered his head. I should not have talked back. Is that all? Chen Chu pressed. Indeed, you should experience the power of my epic teaching techniques. However, I used them on your father today. I shall save them for you in a few days. For now, considering your recent performance, I'll let you off the hook. But for now on, Be polite when speaking to your father. Zhou Feng acknowledged with an O. Noticing the time approaching 9 o'clock, Chen Chu knew it was time to take his leave. It is time to go. Accompany me downstairs. What? Old Chen. Chen Chu's expression darkened. Zhou Feng pouted. My dad is still downstairs. It would be awkward for me to go out now. That is your father. What is there to be embarrassed about? Besides, this complex resembles a maze. How would you get out without me guiding you? Fine. Ultimately, Zhou Feng followed Chen Chu downstairs. Zhou Yangsheng remained silent on the sofa. Chen Chu nuget Zhu Feng, signaling him to greet Zhou Yangsheng. Reluctantly, Zhou Feng turned to his father and said, Dad, I'll see old Chen off. Oh, all right, teacher Chen. Zhou Yangsheng stood, about to say something, but Chen Chu quickly waved his hand and smiled. Zhou Feng's parent, it's fine. Let Zhou Feng see me out. Please, remain seated. Zhou Yangsheng fidgeted awkwardly, rubbing his pants, and replied, Then, teacher Chen, please take care. Only then did Chen Chu and Zhou Feng exit the house, making their way towards the entrance of the complex. Zhou Feng, your basketball talent is quite impressive, Chen Chu remarked as they walked. However, you must exert more effort, especially in your studies. Zhou Feng nodded slightly, appearing somewhat lost in thought, oblivious to his surroundings. Never mind. At this moment, anything I say would not reach him. After bidding farewell to Chen Chu, Zhou Feng returned home, finding Zhou Yangsheng still seated on the sofa. They exchanged glances, both remaining silent. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Yangsheng decided to apologize to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, I'm going upstairs to rest. I have to practice basketball at school tomorrow. Zhou Feng turned and ascended the stairs. Zhou Yangsheng sighed, struggling to find the right words. Just as he settled, Zhou Feng paused at the bedroom door, speaking without turning. Although you are not a good person. I'm sorry. With that, Zhou Feng entered his room. Zhou Yangsheng was taken aback for a moment before a wry smile crept onto his face. You possess more courage than I do. The following morning, before dawn had even broken, Zhou Feng was roused by noises from downstairs. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was just past 6. Startled, he shook off his sleepiness. Having spent considerable time abroad, a metal baseball bat was always kept by his bedside, and he swiftly grabbed it. Zhou Yangsheng typically slept until noon, so it was clear the commotion was not caused by him. Someone had broken into the house. Zhou Feng crept cautiously to the staircase, peering down to see the kitchen light illuminated. Swallowing hard, he carefully descended. However, upon reaching the first floor, he encountered Zhou Yangsheng emerging from the kitchen with a pot in hand. What are you doing with that pot? And what are you doing with that baseball bat? They both exclaimed in unison, staring at each other in disbelief. Zhou Feng regained his composure first, irritation evident in his voice. You startled me. I thought a thief had entered the house. This complex has security patrolling 24 hours a day. Where did a thief come from? Zhou Yangsheng chuckled, a mix of amusement and exasperation. Furthermore, the safety in this country is excellent. There is no need for such fear. I made you some chicken soup. I hope it suits your taste. Make do with it. Zhou Feng blinked in surprise. You can make chicken soup? Of course. When I met your mother. My culinary skills were quite impressive, Zhou Yangsheng replied, raising an eyebrow. It's just that I haven't stepped foot in the kitchen for over a decade. I've become a bit rusty, considering that I have never made you anything in your entire life. Let us give it a try. As he spoke, Zhou Yangsheng wore an awkward expression. What is this old man trying to do? Getting all sentimental. Zhou Feng rolled his eyes, irritation apparent. Don't think a pot of chicken soup will earn my forgiveness. I'm going to change my clothes and come back down. Zhou Feng retreated to his room, utterly astonished. My goodness, old Chen's tongue must have been blessed. A single barrage of words transformed the old man's demeanor entirely. Chapter 16. In full swing, Chen Chu was jolted awake by his phone early in the morning. Initially, he thought it was Zhou Feng calling, which startled him. But upon checking, it was his physical education teacher, Li Ko. Teacher Li, what's the matter? Chen Chu's head ponde godovili. Like chuckled, aha. Little Chen isn't awake yet? What's going on? Chen Chu asked with a forced laugh. The teachers from second middle school are organizing a friendly match at our school gym. It starts at 8. Will you join us? 8? It's barely 5. You call that soon? Chen Chu exclaimed. Aren't you going to sleep? All right, I'll be there soon. he finally conceded. Great, I'll be at the gym. I bought some steamed buns. Just come over to eat. Chen Chu had intended to sleep a little longer, but feeling a bit annoyed, he replied, okay. After hanging up, he had no choice but to rise. Not wanting to keep Li Ku waiting, he hurriedly dressed in his sportswear and jogged to the gym. In addition to Li Ku, 5 other teachers were present, most of whom Chen Chu recognized by name but was not well acquainted with. Upon seeing Chen Chu arrive, Li Ku immediately beamed and threw an arm around his shoulder, leading him to the group. Everyone knows little teacher Chen, right? Li Ku announced cheerfully. The group of teachers, all of whom were considerably older, averaging around 40, had robust physiques. How do we not recognize him? Little teacher Chen has recently made quite a name for himself by managing the notoriously difficult Class 7. For that alone, I have to commend you. They teased, their heads gleaming like polished stones. Unsure how to respond, Chen Chu glanced at the balding middle-aged men, suddenly feeling a pang of concern for his own hairline. However, he had his doubts about little teacher Chen being able to dunk. Li Ku raised an eyebrow. I knew you would say that. Come on, little teacher Chen. Show this old fellow what you can do. Chen Chu quickly sought an excuse, smiling wryly. I haven't had breakfast yet, and I need to warm up to avoid straining my ligaments. Let me stretch a bit first. All right. They didn't press further and allowed Chen Chu to have his breakfast. After consuming the buns and resting for half an hour, Chen Chu discreetly slipped out under the pretense of using the restroom and made a quick trip to the supermarket to buy paper and pens. Upon his return, he feigned writing notes. Li Ku approached him, his face etched with confusion. Little teacher Chen, what are you doing? The academic office requested some materials, and I forgot to prepare them last night. They need them this morning. Chen Chu feigned distress. You all carry on. I'll finish this before 8, so at 1 delay the match. Li Ku, suspicious of nothing, chuckled. Being a homeroom teacher is truly demanding. All right, we'll start the game. You take your time. Finally, he had successfully evaded them. Chen Chu sighed in relief, pretending to write while secretly engaging in a lottery draw. Now that he had accumulated sufficient teaching points, he felt emboldened to use the continuous draw feature. He initiated a grand sweep of 100 draws. However, fortune was not on his side today. 1,000 teaching points yielded only a plethora of E and D grade decorations, with not a single C grade among them. It seemed today was not auspicious for drawing. He decided against sacrificing Zhao Yizhou this time, allowing him a reprieve. For now, as the clock ticked towards 7:30, the students from Class 7 began arriving one after another. Old Chen, what is going on? Why are their teachers playing basketball today? Zhou Feng, who had just arrived, inquired curiously. We're having a friendly match with the teachers from 2nd middle school. Unfortunately, I won't be able to coach you all today. Just observe and learn. Chen Chu et Lai. To his surprise, the students seemed quite excited rather than disappointed. Awesome. I've never seen you play a match, Old Chen. You're bound to dominate the court. I must record it. They clamored, rushing off to the school store for snacks in anticipation of the game. As the frenzy subsided, Zhou Feng approached Chen Chu again. By the way, how's your dad? No unusual behavior? Zhou Feng's expression turned odd as he replied, Old Chen, what kind of potion did you give my dad? He.s. acting like a different person this morning and even made me chicken soup. Isn't that a good thing? Chen Chu replied, slightly miffed. Ugh, that's disgusting. Zhou Feng shuddered. I've got goosebumps all over. You're just basking in the blessings of your father's love. Make sure to maintain a good relationship with him, Chen Chu advised, waving his hand dismissively. Anyway, we're playing against the teachers from 2nd middle school today, so I can't coach you all, he added. 2nd middle school. Zhou Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? What is the matter? Chen Chu asked, puzzled. I heard there's a new PE teacher at 2nd middle school this year, fresh from studying abroad in the United States. He is incredibly skilled and quite handsome. With over 1 million followers on Douyin, Zhou Feng excitedly recounted, pulling out his phone to show Chen Chu. Indeed, the man was quite handsome and tall. Don't feel bad. You're just a tiny bit less attractive and a tiny bit shorter than him. Watch your mouth. Get lost. Chen Chu retorted, laughter erupting between them. Chapter 17, it was nearing 8 o'clock, and a cacophony echoed outside the gymnasium. From the sounds, it seemed there were quite a number of young women present. Chen Chu turned his gaze in the direction of the commotion and spotted around 20 individuals entering the gym, the majority of whom were women, leaving Li Ku and the others who were warming up momentarily bewildered. Zhou Feng and his companions gathered around Chen Chu, pointing a young man of similar age to Chen, and exclaimed, "Old Chen, that's Ouyang Hao, the one I mentioned. His popularity is quite remarkable. Surely, these women are not all his fans, are they? It's a bit enviable." Chen Chu, disinterested, quickly made his way to the court. Just as he reached Li Ku and the others, teachers from the second high school also entered the venue, presumably old acquaintances, engaging in casual banter while stretching. Li Ku cast a glance at the group of young female teachers seated in the stands and remarked, "I must say, your second high school is somewhat overstepping. Who brings their own cheerleading squad? That's merely a reflection of your first high school and Oppo's lack of competitiveness." One of the teachers from the second high school chuckled. "These are all newly recruited young staff members, but they are not here to support us." Everyone in Oppo's attention turned to Ouyang Hao, who was practicing with the ball. Li Ku quietly inquired, "What is this young man's background?" "A recent trainee, recruited this year." A teacher from the second high school waved his hand, calling out, "Ouyang, come over and greet us." Just then, "We also welcome new recruits this year. Come, Xiao Chun, introduce yourself." Chen Chu and Ouyang Hao approached and exchanged brief introductions. The teachers from the second high school took the opportunity to boast a little. "Our Ouyang is quite extraordinary. He boasts millions of followers online. Not only is he tall and handsome, but he also earns quite a fortune. His video platform alone brings in over 100,000 a month." Li Ku and the others could not help but gasp. "Over 100,000? Ouyang, you are remarkably talented. That is equivalent to our annual salary in just 1 month." Ouyang Hao smiled modestly, while Chen Chu felt a twinge of embarrassment at his own ordinariness. The female teachers from the second high school were all ardent fans of Ouyang and had come specifically to watch the match. Another teacher from the second high school added with a laugh, "Regardless of other matters, you must be cautious this year. Ouyang and Oppo's basketball skills are formidable. Speaking of basketball, our Xiao Chun is no slouch either. His abilities are quite impressive." Li Ku grinned, giving Chen Chu a pat on the shoulder. Unsure of what to say, Chen Chu merely smiled in return. "Well, we shall see who proves their mettle on the court." Having warmed up sufficiently, Li Ku was preparing to place Chen Chu in the starting lineup when Chen Chu hurriedly interjected, "Teacher Li, I'd prefer to observe for a while before entering the game. What do you think?" Although an hour of mimicry skills would suffice for a standard match, Chen Chu decided to wait, considering the potential repercussions of his skills. Li Ku thought little of it, affirming there was no issue, and proceeded to put the 4 teachers from the first high school in the starting lineup. Zhou Feng and the others once again approached Chen Chu. The originally designated substitute teacher, seeing Zhou Feng and his friends arrive, swiftly made an excuse to depart. The notorious reputation of Class 7 made him reluctant to face potential embarrassment. "Old Chen, why are you not starting?" "Yes, we've been waiting forever." Voices echoed with curiosity. Zhou Feng interjected, "You all misunderstand. Old Chen is employing strategy." Chen Chu responded with a raised eyebrow. The group looked at Zhou Feng with intrigue. "What strategy?" Zhou Feng flashed a grin and raised a finger, speaking in a hushed tone. "First, it's a psychological tactic. Given Old Chun's strength, the opposing team will surely feel intimidated, pondering when he will take the court, creating a certain level of psychological pressure." "Chen Chu." Zhou Feng extended a second finger. "Second, it's an observational strategy. Old Chen needs to analyze the opponent and Oppo's shooting patterns, defensive configurations, and screen adjustments to facilitate tactical changes as needed." Chen Chu. "Third, conserving energy. The opposing team is starting with Ouyang Hao. Should Old Chen enter now without comprehending their strategy, he may expend unnecessary energy, leading to greater losses. That's why Old Chen opted not to start." "How an amp? Oppo's. That's my analysis, Old Chen. You taught me well." Chen Chu replied nonchalantly, maintaining a serious demeanor as he focused on the match unfolding before him, inwardly alarmed. Defensive configurations? Screen adjustments? What are those? I've never even heard of such terms. I must not let my ignorance show. That would be utterly humiliating. A group of physical education students could not contain their admiration. "Old Chen is impressive. This is what it means to strategize from the shadows while triumphing from afar. Chen Chu coughed lightly, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Let us refrain from exaggeration. I do prefer not to be disturbed in my newfound peace by your antics, which could very well lead to my downfall. Enough chatter. Let us enjoy the match. The group promptly fell silent. After a short while, Ouyang Hao's prowess was vividly displayed. His street ball moves were stylish, and his shooting was precise, even causing Li Ku to stumble twice. The cheers from the female teachers of the second high school were incessant, adding to the momentum. The score gap had widened to nearly 10 points. Wait a moment. Zhou Feng frowned as he observed. Why do I feel like this guy is intentionally showing off? He was constantly dazzling the audience, opting not to shoot even when he had the opportunity. Don't just feel it. He is indeed showing off. Chen Chu glanced over to see a female teacher filming with a tripod. It seems she is live streaming. A physical education student dashed over, reporting, Old Chen was right. It's indeed a live stream. I saw thousands of viewers online, and many are sending gifts. Chen Chu furrowed his brow. Using Ouyang's account? Yes. Chen Chu pursed his lips. Even if you want to make a video, you shouldn't carry on like this. The teachers from the first high school also have their pride. A lack of skill is one thing, but what does it mean to show off in a match? Are we merely tools for your amusement? This is excessive. Chapter 18. Discuss the entire match had devolved into a stage for Ouyang Hao's ostentatious display of skills. Even when he had a clear shot after penetrating the paint, he refrained from shooting, opting instead to dazzle with his antics. The teachers from the opposing team felt as if they were mere spectators to a monkey show. Old Chen, deal with him. Does he enjoy showing off his skills so much? Teach him some manners. Urged Zhou Feng and others from the sidelines. Chen Chu, already irked, promptly stood up and called for a timeout. Moments later, the whistle blew, signaling a break for both teams. Upon stepping off the court, Li Ku and his teammates wore expressions of fury, casting glances toward the second team and Oppo's bench. Ouyang Hao rushed to his phone to monitor the live stream. Surrounded by several female teachers who offered water and towels, engaging in light-hearted chatter. What does he take us for? All right, no need to be so angry. It's all in the game, someone consoled. Little Chen, I'm stepping down now. The next segment is yours. Don't let us down. Chen Chu nodded slightly, ready to re-enter the game. However, he had some instructions for Zhou Feng and the others. He approached Zhou Feng and whispered, find a way to block the live stream. Zhou Feng responded with an okay sign. No problem. The whistle blew again. Chen Chu entered the court alongside Li Ku and others. Little Chen, PS in your hands now. All right. Chen Chu replied with a reassuring glance, activating his imitation skills. The second team in Oppo's teacher initiated the throw, which Ouyang Hao swiftly seized. Chen Chu immediately confronted him. Ouyang Hao dribbled directly at Chen Chu, not rushing to break through, but performing rapid crossovers, pushing forward with astonishing speed. Think you can show off against me? Do you really have the ability? Chen Chu suddenly lunged forward, effortlessly intercepting the ball, just as Ouyang Hao attempted to change direction. Smack! A steal. Ouyang Hao was taken aback, quickly turning to chase, but it was too late. Chen Chu scored with a simple layup. Zhou Feng and the others erupted in cheers from the sidelines, while the female teachers from the second team grew increasingly displeased. Ouyang Hao wore a smile, remarking to Chen Chu, your explosiveness is quite impressive. Not bad. Chen Chu replied casually, turning to transition back on defense. Seeing Chen Chu assertively challenge, Ouyang Hao brought relief to Li Ku and the others. Little Chen, that steal was magnificent. Ha! Back to defense. At this moment, Zhou Feng and the others began to create a diversion, rushing over to obstruct the live stream. The female teacher broadcasting the game expressed her frustration. Make way, make way. You're blocking the view. Is this your court? Just because you say so, I should move aside? A male student retorted, clearly displeased. The female teacher shot back. Who are you? How dare you speak to a teacher like that? Where's your sense of decorum? Which class are you from? Class 7, grade 1. Go ahead and report me. Upon hearing this, the female teacher's demeanor changed dramatically. The notorious reputation of that class had spread even to the second team. Fine. If I can't provoke them, I'll just avoid them, she thought, preparing to shift her position as Zhou Feng and the others followed closely behind. On the court, the teachers from the second team had pressed forward. Yang Hao, utilizing his height advantage, positioned himself near the basket, ready to dominate. With a swift move, he backed Chen Chu down, prompting Zhou Feng and the others to chuckle with familiarity. Suddenly, Yang Hao leaped for a one-handed layup. Smack! A hand shot up, swatting the ball out of bounds. Old Chen is amazing. Old Chen is incredible. Zhou Feng and the others erupted in applause. As they landed, Yang Hao stared at Chen Chu bewildered. How can he jump like that? Even Li Ku, who had witnessed Chen Chu and Oppo's prowess before, found it hard to believe. The game resumed, and the second team threw the ball in again. Yang Hao sought the ball once more, determined to maintain his reputation during the live stream. While dribbling, he scouted for an opening, but Chen Chu denied him any chance, stealing the ball again and scoring effortlessly. In just 2 minutes, Yang Hao had been stripped of the ball 3 times, his flashy moves completely read by Chen Chu. Frustration began to bubble within Yang Hao, but he couldn't afford to lose his cool on live broadcast. He had to uphold his persona. After a brief pause, Yang Hao took the ball again. Facing Chen Chu, your athleticism is truly exceptional. I haven't encountered anyone like you in my years playing abroad. Thanks, Chen Chu replied, keeping his focus on Yang Hao. Could you do me a favor? Yang Hao asked quietly. I'm currently streaming and aiming for a top 3 ranking, which comes with a $10,000 prize. If you could help me out and let me show off a bit, I'd split the winnings with you. Chen Chu frowned. Not interested. Yang Hao quickly added. That's 10 grand, equivalent to your annual salary. This isn't a small sum. Let us consider it a friendship. Chen Chu's expression darkened. Are you playing or not? Yang Hao, realizing Chen Chu and Oppo's intent, replied, all right, if that is not enough for you. How about this? Besides the 10,000, we can split the earnings from the stream 50-50. Plus, if you fancy any of those female teachers in the stands, I can help you get their WeChat. I want to pursue any of them, I promise. What do you say? Sounds fair, right? Think about it. Chen Chu felt a surge of anger. So this seemingly decent individual was just a money-driven scoundrel? How could someone who claims to be a teacher stoop so low? Initially, Chen Chu intended to be lenient with Yang Hao, merely curbing his enthusiasm by stealing a few balls. But Yang Hao and Oppo's words had truly disgusted him. Enough. You won't score another point today. Chapter 19. Are you aware of your embarrassment? Seeing Chen Chu remain silent, Yang Hao hurriedly inquired, can you give me an answer? Yang Hao seemed to regard the situation as quite natural. Please, spare me the humiliation. Chen Chu retorted coldly, I have no intention of resorting to insults. Yang Hao and Oppo's expression darkened immediately. With a disdainful click of his tongue, he abruptly pivoted left while dribbling the ball. Chen Chu seized the opportunity, but just as he reached out to intercept, Yang Hao charged directly into him. Bang! Chen Chu was knocked to the ground, and the whistle blew almost instantaneously. Yang Hao had committed an offensive foul, deliberately colliding with him. He merely shrugged, tossed the ball to the referee, and feigned an apology before turning away. Li Ku and others quickly surrounded Chen Chu. Are you all right, Mr. Chen? I'm fine, Chen Chu replied, just as he was helped up. Feeling a dull pain in his chest from Yang Hao and Oppo's intentional shoulder check, Chen Chu shot a glance at Yang Hao, who stood nearby, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. So, if you can't Oppo's win me over, you resort to injury? Chen Chu thought. All right, let an Oppo's see how you handle it later. The referee awarded Chen Chu the opportunity for free throws, which he converted successfully. As the teachers from his second middle school prepared to advance, Chen Chu kept his gaze fixed on Yang Hao. Yang Hao sneered softly. Does your chest still hurt? Want to try again? Chen Chu remained silent, his eyes scanning his surroundings. Yang Hao began to dart around the perimeter, seeking the ball. After a moment, someone passed the ball to him. In the blink of an eye, Chen Chu lunged forward, poised to intercept. Yang Hao rushed to receive the ball. If you want it, take it. With a mere touch of his fingers, the trajectory changed. The ball slipped past Chen Chu and Oppo's grasp and, in a flash, struck Yang Hao squarely in the face. The impact was substantial, instantly colliding with Yang Hao's nose, causing him to wince and collapse to the ground, unable to open his eyes, clutching his face. All the teachers hurried over. Yang Hao shouted in frustration, Referee, he fouled me. It was intentional. The referee, having been appointed by the Basketball Association, approached with an expression of disbelief. It was an accident. There was no foul. Are you all right? It wasn't an accident. He clearly could have intercepted, Ouyang Hao exclaimed, tears of pain welling in his eyes. The crowd's attention shifted to Chen Chu, who wore an innocent expression. My hand slipped. It was an accident. Ouyang Hao, infuriated, stood up and seized Chen Chu by the collar, demanding, Are you daring to claim it wasn't Oppos? Intentional? Realizing the situation was escalating, the other teachers quickly intervened to separate them. Ouyang, it was truly an accident. Mr. Chen simply lost his grip. He didn't end Oppos. Mean to throw it at your face. Ouyang Hao seethed with anger, aware that Chen Chu had indeed intended to catch him off guard. But the whole scenario appeared nothing short of an unfortunate mishap. With no recourse, Ouyang Hao could only shoot a venomous glare at Chen Chu. The latter felt a sense of relief. He relished the look of disdain on Ouyang Hao and Oppos' face, a clear indication of his frustration with no means to retaliate. You brought this upon yourself. The force of the ball had rendered Ouyang Hao unable to continue playing, forcing him to the sidelines for a break. Several female teachers approached with concern, while Ouyang Hao attempted to maintain a facade of composure, suppressing his anger. Chen Chu, having only held grievances against Ouyang Hao, found peace in the absence of his rival. Unless the score gap widened significantly, there was no need for him to exert himself, as long as the difference remained within 3 points. A loss for the second middle school wouldn't be too disgraceful. Before long, the match had progressed to the third quarter, with the first middle school leading 47-44. Ouyang Hao, having recovered, returned to the game, sporting a Band-Aid on his nose. He shot a cold glare at Chen Chu and charged toward him with the ball. Observers outside the court sensed Ouyang Hao and Oppos' intent to retaliate and prepared to intervene, but Zhou Feng remarked, no need for a warning. Chen wasn't Oppos. He prepared for Ouyang and Oppos' deliberate charge and got caught off guard. Otherwise, with Chen and Oppos' reflexes and explosiveness, Ouyang wouldn't and Oppos' have touched him. Is that true? Skeptics questioned. Just watch. Zhou Feng replied confidently. The players on the court were acutely aware of the unfolding dynamics. The teachers from the second middle school quietly cautioned Ouyang Hao, be careful. Ouyang, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Ouyang Hao asserted as he sprinted forward, soon reaching Chen Chu. Calmly, Chen Chu positioned himself to defend, but Ouyang Hao immediately turned to back him down, glancing at the referee to find a blind spot. He abruptly pivoted and forcefully charged his shoulder towards Chen Chu's face in retaliation. However, he found himself striking nothing but air. Where did he go? In that moment of distraction, Ouyang Hao lost possession of the ball and stumbled due to his own force, nearly falling. When he looked up, he saw Chen Chu had already dribbled the ball to the opposite end and scored effortlessly. Failing to achieve his aim only left Ouyang Hao in an embarrassing predicament. His face flushed with shame. Chen Chu returned to defense, casually taunting. So you are aware of your embarrassment, aren't you? Chapter 20. Touching moments. Ouyang Hao was already in a foul mood. After the live stream, he had lost a significant number of fans and missed out on an excellent opportunity to climb the rankings. The chance to earn a monthly income of $1 million had been squandered by Chen Chu. Who knew when he would have another chance to compete? Now, on top of it all, he had been suddenly mocked by Chen Chu, which sent him over the edge. He charged at Chen Chu and delivered a swift kick. Old Chen, Zhou Feng shouted urgently. Chen Chu furrowed his brow slightly and deftly dodged the attack. Just as he turned, Ouyang Hao and Oppos' fist came crashing toward him. A flurry of images raced through Chen Chu and Oppos' mind. In an instant, as the wind from the punch rushed toward him, he tilted his head slightly and narrowly avoided the blow. At the same time, he thrust his fists forward with great force, striking Ouyang Hao squarely in the chest. The impact caused Ouyang Hao to clutch his chest and stagger backward, struggling to catch his breath. In the blink of an eye, Chen Chu took a step forward, seized Ouyang Hao and Oppos' arm and kicked at his knee. With a pained cry, Ouyang Hao collapsed to the ground. In a swift motion, Chen Chu pinned Ouyang Hao down, using his knee to press against Ouyang Hao and Oppos' back, rendering him immobile. The onlooking teachers were taken aback, collectively exclaiming in astonishment. Chen Chu and Amp, Oppo's voice turned cold. What? Are you so humiliated that you want to fight back? Ouyang Hao, still defiant, muttered curses under his breath. Damn. Are you going to submit or not? Not submitting. Chen Chu twisted Ouyang Hao and Oppo's arm with force, causing him to scream in pain. In an instant, Ouyang Hao relented. All right, I submit. I submit. In a daze, the teachers had gathered around, their faces filled with disbelief. They had hardly grasped the situation before Chen Chu had Ouyang Hao pinned to the ground. Only then did Chen Chu release his grip, allowing Ouyang Hao to lie there, panting heavily, taking a long time to rise, his shoulders slumped and breathing erratic. Still want to fight? Ouyang Hao, after a moment of restraint, turned away with a dark expression, clutching his chest. A few female teachers seemed inclined to console him, but were shouted away by Ouyang Hao. Moments later, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The atmosphere turned awkward. At that critical moment, it was Li Ke who stepped in to diffuse the tension. All right, let us call it a day. No more fighting. Everyone disperse. The teachers from the second high school felt quite embarrassed. They were not blind. They understood that Ouyang Hao had instigated the confrontation. Yet, they had not anticipated Chen Chu's remarkable fighting skills, which had taken down someone of Ouyang Hao's stature in an instant. Upon reflection, they found Chen Chu's explosive strength somewhat understandable. Not knowing what else to say, they exchanged awkward laughter and suggested they could spar another time. With that, the teachers hurriedly packed their belongings and left, leaving only Chen Chu and his friends in the gym. Xiao Chun, did you really learn grappling? Li Ke exclaimed in astonishment. My cousin is in the special forces, and your moves are faster than his. I've only learned a bit, just for self-defense. Chen Chu waved dismissively. I'm not in the mood to practice ball now. I'm heading back to the dorm to rest. Did you get hurt? No. Good. Chen Chu then began to gather his things to leave, but Zhou Feng and the others quickly crowded around him. Old Chen, I never expected you to be so formidable in a fight. You took down Ouyang Hao in an instant. That was so cool. You're my idol now. Chen Chu shrugged. I'm not feeling great right now, so you all can head back. We'll talk next week. All right, take care, old Chen. Everyone chimed in as he exited the gym, hurrying back to the dormitory. Ouch, that hurts. The effects of the fight began to take their toll, and pain shot through Chen Chu and Oppo's hands. Those two punches he had thrown at Ouyang Hao had been taxing, to say the least. He rushed to his desk and sprayed some medicinal powder to ease the discomfort. System, do you have any healing functions? The system replied, there are no healing functions available, but the host can acquire healing-related items or skills through draws or other means. Well, that's unfortunate. After so many attempts yielding only trinkets and skills, the odds of obtaining anything substantial seemed exceedingly low. Chen Chu had no hopes for that. It was clear he had made an enemy in Ouyang Hao, who might seek revenge later. Nevertheless, Chen Chu felt no regret. Even if given another chance, he would confront Ouyang Hao again. He held a deep disdain for such scoundrels. If Ouyang Hao sought retribution, Chen Chu was unperturbed. He would face whatever came his way. Moreover, he had the advantage of the system on his side. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Old Chen, Zhao Yizhou and Amp, Oppo's voice called from outside. When Chen Chu opened the door, he asked in confusion, what is up? Goodness, you've been hiding well. Zhao Yizhou exclaimed as he embraced Chen Chu, his face brimming with emotion. After 4 years of college, you've really looked out for your brother. Chen Chu was taken aback. What are you talking about? Stop pretending. Look at this. Zhao Yizhou pulled out a short video from their teacher's group chat. It showcased Chen Chu blocking Ouyang Hao's shot, which was genuinely impressive. Zhao Yizhou, full of admiration, remarked, you play so well. Back in college, when we played together, you acted like a novice, but you were actually letting us win. I'm so touched. No, you've misunderstood. I was genuinely a novice back then. Chapter 21. How embarrassing. This video was recorded by Zhou Feng and others, and it quickly spread throughout the school, elevating Chen Chu to a status akin to a big shot among the basketball-loving student circle. Everyone possesses a modicum of vanity, and Chen Chu is no exception. Just today, as classes commenced, numerous students greeted him warmly, calling him Teacher Chen with a hint of admiration in their eyes. Naturally, Chen Chu welcomed this attention with pleasure. By the end of the day, the teaching points in his possession had nearly reached 6,000. After calculating, he realized that to elevate all 6 components of learning efficiency to level C, he would need at least 10,000 teaching points and a plethora of ornaments. Thus, he resisted the impulse to gamble and decided to accumulate more teaching points to upgrade all components to level C. However, Class 7 remained unchanged. While Chen Chu maintained a semblance of order during his lectures, the atmosphere became rather chaotic when other teachers took over. The inability to uphold classroom discipline adversely affected the generation of teaching points. Based on observations and insights gathered over the past week, along with information from Zhou Feng and others, Chen Chu had amassed considerable intelligence regarding Class 7. The class was far from cohesive, with numerous small factions. Zhou Feng's group of physical training students was one such faction, which Chen Chu had largely managed to gain control over. Additionally, there were several other groups. A small faction of 7 dance art students led by Deng Xijia, a group of 9 vocal art students spearheaded by Zhuang Rou, an 11-member painting art student faction led by Liao Kunyang, and a 5-member instrumental art student group centered around He Chao. Aside from these factions, there were also some rebellious outliers, notably represented by Li Yiyang, Su Tianhao, Yin Mao, and Wang Lebang, known as the 4 Little Tyrants of Class 7. Chen Chu's strategy moving forward was to dismantle these factions one by one, seeking ways to win over the small groups of art students. Yet, he found himself at a loss for opportunities to engage with these factions. While deep in thought, Zhao Yizhou suddenly called, and Chen Chu asked in confusion, "What is up?" Zhao Yizhou retorted, "Haven and Oppos. Do you seen the messages in our university group?" Chen Chu sighed, "No, I and Oppos. I've been preoccupied with my thoughts. If they're and Oppos has something to discuss, do so. Otherwise, I'll hang up. Suna is calling everyone to sing." Zhao Yizhou replied with enthusiasm. "Many female classmates from Jiangnan are going." He added, "I'm definitely going." "What about you?" Without hesitation, Chen Chu responded, "Of course I'm going. Wait for me. I'll change my clothes right away." Such an opportunity was not to be missed. After all, one must strive to seize the day. A girlfriend wouldn't just fall from the sky. Quickly changing his attire, he met up with Zhao Yizhou, and the two took a taxi straight to the KTV. Before long, they arrived at the private room, where familiar faces greeted them. The room was lively, filled predominantly with girls, with only 3 boys present. Given that teacher training institutions often have an imbalance in gender, Chen Chu's class had only 9 male students, making it quite fortunate to have gathered 5. "Hey, Teacher Chen and Teacher Zhao have arrived. Come, let's make some space for our esteemed educators." A group of girls teased. Chen Chu and Zhao Yizhou, understanding the jest, gravitated towards the male section, where they exchanged drinks and greetings, quickly delving into amusing anecdotes from university life. However, the conversation among the boys inevitably circled back to girls. As they chatted, Zhao Yizhou leaned in and whispered, "Back in school, I didn't think our class girls were anything special, but now, looking around, they all seem quite beautiful." One could tell he was quite the flirt. Previously, when they saw each other every day, even the most attractive would eventually fade into the background. After a year apart, with everyone now employed, it was only natural that they had learned to enhance their appearances. The others wholeheartedly agreed. At that moment, Suna approached, beer in hand. "Wow, Su the beauty. It's been a while." Zhao Yizhou, ever bold, raised his glass and teased, "Have you found a boyfriend? If not, you might consider me." "Not interested, and I won't consider you either." Suna replied playfully, "I can't resist your charm." Laughter ensued as they toasted one another, and the atmosphere quickly became lively. Zhao Yizhou, having indulged a bit too much, leaned on Chen Chu's shoulder and whispered, "Old Chen, have you found anyone you fancy? I could play matchmaker." Chen Chu chuckled, "You a single dog yourself. Don't need to worry about me." However, he did find himself quite taken with Li Yuan, who exuded an air of quiet elegance, sporting black-rimmed glasses that lent her a touch of intellect. Chen Chu had harbored feelings for her since their university days, but his academic pursuits had left little room for romance. Now, given the opportunity, he was determined to pursue her. He approached the group of girls, raising his glass in a toast. When he reached Li Yuan, she shyly pinched her cup, smiling demurely, clearly out of her element, suggesting she had likely been coerced into attending. Chen Chu, adept at navigating such social situations, smiled and inquired, "Li Yuan, where are you working now?" She blushed and replied, "Like you, but I'm at number 2 middle school." Upon hearing this, Chen Chu recalled the scoundrel Ouyang Hao. "That's wonderful. Chen Chu Vima? This means we'll have more chances to meet." Indeed, Li Yuan nodded gently, her eyes sparkling as she suddenly blinked and asked, "I heard you became the homeroom teacher for class 7? You know about that?" Chen Chu was momentarily taken aback. Li Yuan nodded, shyly saying, "I initially thought it was someone else, but once I remembered you entered the school, I knew it was you. You're quite impressive. Class 7 had so many homeroom teachers who couldn't team manage them, but I heard you've done well." Seeing the two engaged in conversation, the other girls couldn't help but tease, "Shall we make room for you two to converse more intimately?" This remark caused Li Yuan and Oppo's face to flush crimson, leaving her flustered. Chen Chu scratched his head. "How can I possibly accept this?" Chapter 22. Are you here to listen to music? Although Chen Chu was quite eager to sit with Li Yuan and engage in conversation to cultivate their relationship, Li Yuan was simply too shy, not wanting to frighten her. Chen Chu raised his glass for a toast and returned to his seat. At that moment, Zhao Yizhou took the microphone and began belting out a song called "The One Sitting at the Same Table as You." Unfortunately, he possessed little musical talent, relying solely on his loud voice. Fortunately, the girls did not seem to mind his lack of melody. They applauded enthusiastically after he finished, giving Zhao Yizhou the respect he sought. Zhao Yizhou pretended to bow dramatically, eliciting laughter from the group as the KTV scoring system displayed a mere 22 points. Seeing this, Chen Chu felt a surge of motivation and stole a glance at Li Yuan. He thought to himself that he couldn't just sit idly. He needed to make an impression. Thanks to Zhao Yizhou and Oppo's less than stellar performance, the girls and Oppo's expectations have been lowered significantly. As the next song, Chengdu by Zhao Lei, was queued up, Chen Chu seized the opportunity and took the microphone from Zhao Yizhou. Originally, it was a girl who had chosen the song, but upon seeing Chen Chu take the mic, she laughed and said, "Chen Chu, you go ahead." Chen Chu smiled and nodded. Emulating Zhao Lei, he inhaled deeply as the melodious strains began to play. "Let me shed tears, not just from last night's drink. Let me linger, not just for your tenderness. How much further must I walk? While you hold my hand, what troubles me is the freedom that binds me." Pausing slightly to embrace the melody, the karaoke room fell into a hushed silence. Everyone exchanged glances, perplexed. ISN and Oppo's. This the original version? They wondered. It sounded strikingly similar, yet somehow different. No, it's an accompaniment. Chen Chu was just singing. Is that really Chen Chu? My goodness, he sings beautifully. They marveled. His voice is so expressive. After 4 years of college, I had no idea he could sing so well. The girls were utterly astonished, and even Zhao Yizhou was taken aback. This isn't right, he thought, recalling that Chen Chu and Oppo's singing was usually quite mediocre. Separation always comes in September, and memories are the sorrows of longing. Chen Chu continued, his expression reflecting a deep immersion in the song. To imitate often leads one to become enraptured by the character they portray. Chen Chu inadvertently lost himself in the performance. In the late autumn, the tender green willows kiss my forehead. In that rainy little city, I have never forgotten you. Chengdu, what I cannot take away is only you. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped in silence. Chen Chu's slightly rich and melodious voice echoed throughout, creating an atmosphere akin to a live concert. The sensation was indescribably profound. Unbeknownst to him, he completed the song, and the room erupted in jubilant cheers. Chen Chu, that was amazing. You sang so professionally, your transitions were so smooth, and the emotional resonance was incredible. A chorus of girls showered him with praise, reveling in the novel experience of such enjoyment in singing. Just a little show-off, Chen Chu chuckled modestly. As soon as he finished speaking, the large screen displayed a score of 99 points, announcing that he had topped the current song leaderboard. along with a congratulatory note promising 6 bottles of Harbin beer for their room. The girls gasped in astonishment, exclaiming how impressive it was, which made Chen Chu blush with embarrassment. Just as he was about to make his exit, Su-na grabbed his arm, saying, "Don't go. You've been hiding your talents too well. Back in freshman year, during the welcome performance, you claimed you couldn't sing. Chen Chu, are you deceiving our feelings? No, you must continue to sing to heal our wounded hearts." Initially wishing to impress Li Ran, Chen Chu naturally acquiesced. "All right, what should I sing? Why don't you each pick a song?" As he prepared to glance at Li Ran for her reaction, Zhao Yizhou jumped in, teasingly saying, "Chen Chu, darling, they want to hear Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Get lost." With Zhao Yizhou and Damp, Oppo's antics lightening the mood, even Li Ran couldn't help but laugh. The girls began to choose songs. And although Li Ran was initially reluctant, she was eventually persuaded to join in. Chen Chu noticed and opted for Onion by Yang Zhongwei. Within a short span, they had selected about 10 songs, the first being Jay Cho's Confession Balloon. Given that Zhao Lei and Oppo's style would not suit this piece, Chen Chu seamlessly transitioned into Jay Cho and Oppo's tune. After all, he had the ability to mimic any character for the next hour. As he began to sing, his previously deep voice transformed into a playful tone. By the saying, "On the left bank, coffee," the girls gasped in delight. "How did his voice change?" they exclaimed. "Chen Chu's singing skills are phenomenal. We are in love. This is so enjoyable. It's like a concert," Su-na exclaimed, joyfully waving her hands. The girls followed suit, and evenly ran, initially surprised, broke into a wide smile and joined in. "You say I'm a bit hard to pursue." The girls chimed in unison. "You want me to back down? Gifts don't need to be the most expensive. Only the falling leaves of the champs, Lissy, yes. Oh, creating a romantic date, unafraid to mess it all up, having you is having the whole world. My dear, I am in love with you." Outside the KTV room, several waitstaff stood by, exchanging glances. What's going on? Why are they singing along so enthusiastically? They wondered. Are they all here just to listen to music? Chapter 23. System Malfunction. As the last notes of Confession Balloons faded away, the gaze of the young women unconsciously drifted towards the large screen. Unsurprisingly, a score of 99.6 appeared, once again securing the first place, along with 6 bottles of Harbin beer. The third song, the fourth song, at the KTV front desk, a bewildered attendant exclaimed, "What is happening? Is the system malfunctioning? How could everyone score above 99? The front desk staff were taken aback at the record from room 7021, where 4 songs had been sung in just 10 minutes, all scoring above 99. One attendant promptly contacted the manager via intercom, and shortly after, the manager hurried to the front desk. "What's going on? Manager, take a look." The attendant pointed to the back-end data of room 7021. The manager frowned upon inspection, suspecting a system error, and quickly called for technical support. "Someone will be here shortly. I'll go explain the situation to the guests." The attendant nodded slightly as the manager instructed a server to bring a bottle of Harbin beer toward room 7021. Just as Chen Chu finished his song and took a sip of water, the manager entered with the server, addressing the guests. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the inconvenience. There has been a system malfunction, and the scoring system is incorrect. As an apology, we are offering a complimentary dozen beers. We appreciate your understanding." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the consecutive scores above 99 were due to a system error. However, Chen Chu's exceptional singing was indeed worthy of such scores. Fortunately, Su-na, the organizer, was not overly concerned and smiled, saying, "It's all right. Thank you for your understanding." The manager smiled back and departed with the server. The young women eagerly urged Chen Chu to continue singing, not wanting him to take a break after just getting into the groove. Upon returning to the front desk, the technical staff had already arrived and were seated at the computer, frowning in concentration. "What's the situation?" the manager asked. "Is it repaired?" "Strangely enough, there is no malfunction," the technician replied. "I've checked several times. The system appears to be functioning properly." "How could that be?" The manager was puzzled. "Look at the back-end data for room 7021. For consecutive songs scored above 99, while the second highest score was merely 87, sung by the boss's daughter, who is a trained vocalist." Although it seemed peculiar, the technician insisted, But I assure you, there is no malfunction. However, there's another possibility. What possibility? Someone may have hacked into our backend, altering the data without leaving a trace. The manager rolled his eyes. Who would be bored enough to hack our system just for some beer? The technician chuckled. Perhaps the data is legitimate. Room 7021 might simply have an exceptionally skilled singer. I must go listen discreetly. The manager, still skeptical, thought that even a professional singer could not perform at such a level to achieve 4 consecutive scores of 99. Moments later, the manager quietly approached room 7021, where he could faintly hear the singing in the corridor. I will perform as you expect, while feigning ignorance. Huh? Is that actor by Shui Qian? The manager was momentarily stunned, recognizing the original piece. Yet upon closer inspection, it seemed almost identical, but not quite. Peeking through the small window of the door, he saw Chen Chu passionately singing while a group of enthralled young women waved their hands in delight. The manager was taken aback. "What are you doing?" one of the servers asked, noticing his sneaky demeanor. "Did you hear the singing from inside?" "I did," the server nodded. Astonished. "I thought it was the original artist at first, but upon listening closely, it was indeed someone singing. Their voice is astonishingly versatile, nearly indistinguishable from the original. This is the first time I've encountered such talent." "Is that true? If you don't believe me, just stay and listen," the server replied before resuming her duties. The manager hesitated but ultimately stood by the door of room 7021, captivated. After one song ended, Chen Chu transitioned into Wang Fei by the Rain God, Jam Xiao. The ambience in the room became electrified, with colorful lights flashing in synchrony. The manager listened intently, utterly astonished. "Goodness, this is utterly outrageous." After a considerable time, the manager returned to the front desk, still in disbelief. The technician, noticing his return, eagerly inquired, "What is the update?" The manager, still processing the overwhelming experience, shook his head slightly. "You were right. We encountered a truly exceptional singer, almost indistinguishable from the original." "And how many songs have they sung?" "9th song now." The technician chuckled wryly. "The first 8 songs all scored 99, a clean sweep. That means 4 dozen beers, at 270 per dozen. That totals over 1,000. The technician sighed. "You're underestimating the situation. There are still over 30 songs left. In addition to the beer, our promotions include a grand prize for dominating the charts, a free service for 10 songs, and a 2,000 recharge card. I calculated that if they sing all of them, it could cost us tens of thousands." The manager was left speechless. Chapter 24. Absurdity. At room 7021, half an hour had elapsed, and Chen Chu finally reached the poignant part of the song. Stealing a glance at Li Ran, he noticed her face was brimming with anticipation. With this in mind, Chen Chu took a deep breath, ready to immerse himself wholeheartedly. As the prelude began to play, the room fell into a profound silence, everyone attentively listening to the music. Before long, Chen Chu was fully engrossed. When he opened his mouth to sing, a deep, melancholic tone emerged. "If your gaze could grace me for just a fleeting moment. If only you could hear the sound of a heart shattering, silently guarding you, silently awaiting a miracle, with eyes closed." Chen Chu poured his emotions into the song as best as he could. Each word resonated throughout the room, echoing in the ears of all present. In that moment, even Zhao Yizhou, who had been smiling, found his laughter extinguished, overtaken by the song's bittersweet nostalgia. If you are willing to peel back the layers of my heart, you will discover, you will be astonished. You are the most suppressed, the deepest secret within me. The emotional resonance he conveyed surpassed Chen Chu and Damp Oppo's expectations. When he finished singing, there were no cheers or applause. Instead, the room was filled with the sound of weeping. Turning his head, he was taken aback to see 5 or 6 girls crying, while others busied themselves with comforting them. Even Li Ran was occupied in consoling her former doormate, a blend of humor and exasperation on her face. It was notable that these girls had all experienced university romances, only to part ways for various reasons. Among them was Su Na, who, despite her tears, maintained a cheerful demeanor, saying, "You've sung something that stirred up my emotions. I'd almost forgotten, and now you've brought it all back. Apologies, apologies." Chen Chu chuckled ruefully, realizing he could not continue singing. He hurried back to the boy's side, only to find Zhao Yizhou wearing an expression of discomfort as he sipped his drink. "What has got you feeling down?" Chen Chu inquired. Zhao Yizhou sighed in response. Chen Chu paused. "You didn't end amp? Amp? Oppos. You have a girlfriend in college, did you? Where an end amp? Amp? Oppos. You always gaming in the dorm?" Zhao Yizhou looked taken aback. "I had an online girlfriend." "Really? One that's even bigger than yours?" Just as the jest left his lips, Zhao Yizhou clamped a hand over Chen Chu and amp. "Oppos." His mouth, shooting him a glare. "Could we not discuss that? I'm already feeling down, and now you've made it worse." All right, let us drop it. Smile a bit. How about I sing a cheerful song? And Oppos. Happy breakup in Oppos. Or and Oppos. Some people just drift apart in Oppos. The girls, having finally regained their composure, began to complain that Chen Chu should have chosen a different song instead of a heart-wrenching ballad. Li Ran was about to apologize for her choice when Chen Chu stood up, laughing. All right, it's all my fault. I'll sing something upbeat next. Consider it an apology." Just as he was about to begin, the manager knocked and entered hastily. "Excuse me for the interruption. What is the matter?" Suna asked, puzzled. As her words faded, a dozen servers entered, bearing trays of beer that filled the table to overflowing. "We didn't order any drinks," Suna exclaimed in haste. The manager smiled apologetically, glancing at Chen Chu. "Well, we checked the system and found no errors. These are all prizes for the first place." The crowd gasped so much. "How can we possibly finish it all? Can we exchange it for cash?" The manager, with an apologetic expression, looked at Chen Chu again. "This gentleman has won first place 10 times in a row, claiming the grand prize of the event. All expenses for tonight are waived. Moreover, he produced a VIP card. This is our VIP card, which comes with a limit of 2,000, redeemable at any time, also part of the grand prize." Everyone in the room was left speechless, including Chen Chu himself. The manager, smiling wryly at Chen Chu, continued, "It is truly an honor to host such a distinguished guest as you. However, business has been challenging lately, and I kindly request that you refrain from singing any further. If you continue, our beer stock may be depleted. If you wish, I can offer you half price for any unfinished beer tonight, and additionally, I'll gift you another 2,000 recharge card. What do you say?" The manager and amp, Oppos' sincerity was apparent, and Chen Chu, feeling generous now that he had finished singing, agreed. "Sure." The manager clasped his hands together in gratitude. "Thank you so much. Here is my business card. Whenever you wish to sing, just contact me, and I'll ensure you receive the best room." Chen Chu nodded slightly, and the manager exited with an apologetic smile towards the group. As soon as he left, Chen Chu weighed the 2 VIP cards in his hand and scratched his head, while everyone exchanged bewildered glances. This is truly absurd. Chapter 25. I want to listen to the backstage as the dawn approached. Everyone had their own busy schedules for the next day, so the revelry concluded rather early. Around 11:00 and amp. Oppos, clock at night. After bidding farewell, Chen Chu intended to find an opportunity to escort Li Ran. But Zhao Yizhou had indulged a bit too much and was struggling to walk steadily. Reluctantly, he accompanied Zhao Yizhou out of the Blue Scenery KTV. Just as Chen Chu helped Zhao Yizhou leave, a group of vibrant and youthful boys and girls entered the establishment. The attendant at the door promptly bowed in welcome, and the lead server eagerly guided them, wearing a humble smile as he greeted, "Miss, it has been quite some time since your last visit." The leading girl was none other than Zhuang Ro, who waved her hand dismissively and commanded, "Bring the finest drinks and cigarettes to the VIP room." "Yes, right away," they replied. Shortly thereafter, Zhuang Ro and her companions arrived at the most luxurious VIP room, adorned with top-notch decor and facilities, typically reserved for esteemed guests. Once the drinks and cigarettes were delivered, the atmosphere ignited with excitement as they began to celebrate, lighting cigarettes and toasting, with no distinction between genders. "In an Oppos, it's been ages since I sang. Let an Oppos, let's sing our hearts out today. Last time, I scored an impressive 87 points, ranking first. Huh, Don and Oppos, get too cocky. I will surely surpass you today." They quickly gathered at the karaoke station, selecting several popular songs, eager to showcase their vocal talents. A rendition of Jay Chow's Confession Balloon concluded swiftly, and the screen flashed a score of 88.6, inciting Xie Yinyan to proudly lift her chin and declare to Si Maching, "Look, 88. 6 points. I beat you by 1. 6 points. The first place is mine. Cheers." Ha ha ha. The others erupted in cheers. Si Maching, unimpressed, pouted and downed 5 cups of beer in defiance, only to turn her head and exclaim in disbelief, "Damn, I drank for nothing." The current game was all about scoring. The loser would drink. Si Maching and Xie Yunyan had wagered on confession balloon, where Si Maching had previously scored 87 points, securing first place. However, upon glancing at the leaderboard, she realized that Xie Yunyan and Oppo's performance had not claimed the top spot, but rather the second position, while she herself had plummeted to third. The first place score was astonishingly high, an absurd 99. 5 points. Everyone gazed at the large screen in bewilderment. "How is this possible?" Zhuang Ro exclaimed, standing up. "Our KTV employs professional-grade audio equipment. A normal person scoring 80 points is already impressive. How could someone achieve 99 points? Even professional singers would max out around 91 or 92 points with this equipment." Given their background in vocal training, they all understood the quality of the KTV and Oppo's equipment, which was indeed top tier and not inexpensive. Thus, whenever they had the chance, they would indulge at blue scenery, honing their vocal skills. The more advanced the equipment, the clearer the recording, meaning even the slightest breath would be captured for evaluation. A score of around 90 was considered professional, while anything above 99 would require either the original artist and Oppo's presence or extraordinary vocal talent that matched in timbre and range. "Must be a system error," someone suggested, and the group nodded in agreement. Indeed, it must be a system malfunction. Otherwise, such a score is outrageous. Xie Yinyan grinned at Si Maching, "So I'm still first." Si Maching shrugged, conceding defeat. Next song and Oppo's, actor, and Oppo's. "Who wants a bet with me?" "How much?" "A bottle of beer?" "Bring it on." "Who is afraid?" Several joined in, placing their bets on a bottle of beer. Not long after, singing filled the room, and after a while, the song concluded with a score displayed on the screen. 86. 6 points. Given their privileged backgrounds and lifelong passion for music, they had all received professional training, even hiring professional singers for lessons. Their skills, while perhaps not rivaling true professionals, easily surpassed that of an average person, making an 86. 6 score quite competitive for first place. However, the results revealed only a second-place finish, with the first place once again an outrageous 99. 7 points, a score that left them exasperated. Is this a joke? Another system error? They couldn't and Oppo's helped but vent their frustrations, and Zhuang Ro and Oppo's expression darkened. This was her family and Oppo's business, and they had even hired technical staff for support. Such a system error shouldn't occur. Are they taking our money without delivering results? Zhuang Ro stormed out, calling for a waiter with an upset demeanor. "Bring the manager to me immediately." "Yes, right away." The waiter, sensing her displeasure, quickly summoned the manager. Moments later, he hurried to the VIP room and Oppo's entrance. Greeting Zhuang Ro with a forced smile, "Miss, how may I assist you?" With a cold snort, Zhuang Ro replied, "Come in and see for yourself." The manager, somewhat bewildered, followed her inside, where the leaderboard prominently displayed the outrageous score of 99. 7. What is going on? Explain this to me, Zhuang Ro demanded, her expression stern. The manager, without hesitation, responded, "Miss, that score truly belongs to someone else." Zhuang Ro and the others were taken aback. The manager, chuckling despite the situation, continued, "A few days ago, we had a talented individual here. That score is from the performance. Initially, I thought it was a system error and had the technicians check multiple times, but they confirmed there were no issues. I discreetly listened in, and that person sang exactly like the original artist." "Did they sing both confession, balloon, and actor?" Zhuang Ro questioned incredulously. "Yes," the manager replied. "Are you joking with me? Those are completely different vocal timbres. How could anyone achieve that?" Zhuang Ro's eyes widened in disbelief, and her friends mirrored her skepticism. After all, the original artist's vocal characteristics and ranges were vastly different. Even imitation could not reach such an absurd level. "You haven't seen or heard them," How can you say others cannot achieve it? The manager countered. He was at a loss for words as Zhuang Ro insisted. I want to hear the backstage recordings. Get someone to retrieve them for me immediately. The manager, not daring to refuse, replied, Yes, of course. Chapter 26. Are you not making things difficult for me, Fat Tiger? The manager, not daring to delay, hurriedly contacted the technician. Soon, the technician arrived at the VIP room, carrying a computer, and after a series of operations, he retrieved the recordings from the back end. He then turned to Zhuang Ro and asked, Miss, which song would you like to hear? Step aside, I can do it myself. Oh. The technician quickly moved aside as Zhuang Ro and her friends crowded around the computer. They first selected Confession Balloon, and before long, the room was filled with the sound of an unaccompanied performance. By the saying, coffee on the left bank. I hold a cup, savoring your beauty, leaving a lip print on the cup. As the back end does not record music, the sound played was purely vocal, already processed by the system to reduce noise, resulting in a sound akin to a live performance. Zhuang Ro and her companions exchanged glances. Listening closely, the voice bore a striking resemblance to that of Jay Cho, albeit with slight differences. While an average person might not discern the nuances, Zhuang Ro and her friends could detect the distinct timbre that set it apart from the original. They then switched to another artist, Onion. Without exception, the timbre differed from the original, yet the gap had been minimized to such an extent that it was nearly indistinguishable. The voice was unmistakably his own. It could not be entirely altered. How absurd. He has employed 7 different vocal techniques, and they are so lifelike. How many sound systems did this guy consume in his past life? Reincarnation of Kugu or Inwe? The so-called impersonation shows typically merely replicate the original and amp, oppos, as vocal techniques and characteristics, achieving mere semblance. However, the songs they were currently listening to transcended mere imitation. The enunciation, nasal tones, transitions, and so forth all encapsulated the original artist and oppos, style. What divine vocal prowess is this? It is akin to a dimensional strike. Theoretically, it is impossible for anyone to encompass the entire vocal range and effortlessly employ various singing styles. Even vocal instructors at music academies, including professors, usually specialize in a singular technique, with weaknesses in others. Ro, please copy all the recordings for me and send them to my phone. Xie Yin promptly handed over her phone, exclaiming, Many of the singing techniques here are textbook worthy. With Xie Yun's remark, others became intrigued and pulled out their phones, requesting Zhuang Ro to copy the recordings so they could study them at home. Even Zhuang Ro herself copied a version before letting the technician leave. However, upon listening, she found herself increasingly perplexed. How does he reach those high notes? Is he using a throat voice? How is he executing such seamless transitions between falsetto and chest voice? The pitch is off by 3 keys. And how on earth does he emulate Li Jian's voice? Yet, the group, possessing only amateur skills, could merely discern quality, but could not fathom the specifics of pronunciation or vocal cord closure, leaving them utterly baffled. At this moment, they lost interest in singing, entirely absorbed in the recordings, becoming more astonished with each listen. Some even sent the recordings to their vocal coaches for analysis. After a while, someone humorously remarked, My vocal coach doesn't in oppos. He believed this was sung by anyone else. He says it in oppos. As the original artist, the singing style is too unique and the timbre is irreplicable. He can't and oppos. T analyze it unless the original artist comes to teach me. Mine doesn't and oppos. T believe it either. He says he can and oppos. T learn it. The group exchanged glances, and Zhuang Ro and oppos. S mind flickered with an idea. ISN and oppos. T it's simple. Since we can and oppos. T invite the original artist. Let and oppos. S invite the person from the recording. Yes. Let and oppos. S bring him in to teach us, no matter the cost. As long as we learn, debuting will be just around the corner. Who doesn't and oppos? T have a starry dream. Especially among this group of vocal students, yearning for the day they can take the stage and bask in the adoration of the masses. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. Zhuang Ro quickly summoned the manager, instructing him to find the individual. The manager sighed, Miss, that guest did not leave any contact information. Zhuang Ro and Amp. Oppose. S tone was resolute. I don and Amp. Oppose. Take care. You must find him for me, or you can resign. Jiangnan is so vast. Where am I supposed to find him? Are you not making things difficult for me? Fat Tiger? The manager was at a loss for words. He was well aware of Zhuang Ro's temperament. And given the boss and Oppo's indulgence, being dismissed today would not be postponed until tomorrow. It was simply an unwarranted disaster. By the way, go check the surveillance. I want to see what that person looks like, Zhuang Ro commanded. Yes. The manager hurriedly instructed the security team to review the surveillance footage. Before long, he entered with a tablet. Zhuang Ro and her companions crowded around, brimming with curiosity. After a moment, the image froze. The manager quickly pointed at the screen, saying, Miss, this is the guest. Suddenly, the room fell into an eerie silence. Ooh. Oh, a winky face. Oh, a winky face. Oh, a winky face. Wait, is that our homeroom teacher? Chen Chu. Chapter 27. The power of sweetness. After much effort in escorting Zhao Yizhou to the staff dormitory, Chen Chu felt utterly exhausted. After resting for a while, he hurriedly entered the group to search for Li Ran and Amp. Oppose. WeChat, successfully adding her as a friend. It was not long before Li Ran approved the request and sent a smiley face in return. Chen Chu and Amp. Oppose. Heart leaped with joy, and he quickly typed a message. Have you arrived at the dorm? Yes, and you? She replied. Just arrived. The dorm is on the 6th floor, and carrying Zhao Yizhou was quite a task. Li Ran sent a mischievous emoji, covering her mouth in laughter. Just as Chen Chu was about to steer the conversation elsewhere, she added, You have class early tomorrow. Get some rest. I'm going to freshen up now. Chen Chu was momentarily taken aback, managing a wry smile as he replied, All right. You too. Rest early. We and Oppos. LL chat another day. With a shrug, Chen Chu felt a profound sense of fulfillment. After all, matters of the heart should be approached gradually. Besides, he was still uncertain whether Li Ran had a boyfriend. Perhaps he could subtly inquire in a few days. The following morning, as he attended his early class, Chen Chu sensed something was amiss. The vocal performance students led by Zhuang Ro were casting him peculiar glances, their stares unsettling. Yet, the rest of the class appeared normal, leaving him perplexed. As soon as class ended, Chen Chu stepped out of the classroom, only to feel an eerie chill run down his spine. Turning around, he spotted Zhuang Ro and her group lingering at the door, gazing at him with that same strange expression, as if they had seen a ghost. Just as he intended to approach them for clarification, Zhuang Ro and her companions suddenly turned and dashed away, leaving Chen Chu bemused. Back inside the classroom, Zhuang Ro and her friends huddled together, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. Is it really him? I still find it hard to believe, one murmured. But the manager of Sister Ro and Oppos, family saw it with his own eyes. It can and Oppos, be mistaken. This defies logic. Is this Chun a celestial being? Not only is he a phenomenal basketball player, but his singing prowess is also extraordinary. Did he truly graduate from a teacher's college to teach Chinese? Silence enveloped the group. Recently, Zhou Feng and his companions had been enduring a rough patch. Completely ostracized, they faced constant harassment, even being blocked from using the restroom by students from Class 7. Just a few days prior, someone had stuck a mound of chewed gum on Zhou Feng's desk, infuriating him to the point of nearly flipping the table. Yet he dared not express his anger. Zhuang Ro and her friends had witnessed this and were complicit in the actions. They were reluctant to be targeted or isolated, so their desire to seek counsel from Chen Chu quickly dissipated. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Chu had finally amassed enough teaching points and trinkets to upgrade his set of 6 efficiency-enhancing items. He upgraded them all to level C in one go, each providing a 30 boost in learning efficiency, while the set bonus amounted to an impressive 150, resulting in a total bonus of 330. As was his routine, he locked all the trinkets in the cabinet, allowing him a moment of relief. The overall learning efficiency of his class was finally corrected, and even a learning committee member, Qiu Yu, had her efficiency soar above 200. After one class, combined with his basic teaching skills and the frenzied effects triggered by the learning sprites, He amassed over 900 teaching points. However, this was not stable. The highest he could reach was over 900, and when other teachers conducted classes, the minimum dropped to just over 400, averaging around 6,000 to 7,000 teaching points daily. However, the teaching points and materials required to elevate from level C to level B had surged dramatically. Just upgrading a single level C item to level B required 100,000 teaching points and 10 level C trinkets. Yet, the enhancement effects were astonishing. A single level B trinket could boost efficiency by 50, and the set effect reached 300, totaling an incredible 600 increase in learning efficiency. Nonetheless, there was no immediate necessity for such upgrades. Class 7's overall evaluation was far too low. Continuing to pile on efficiency would yield far greater costs than benefits. Any student from Class 7, due to their average failing to even reach an F rating, could only produce a mere point of teaching points, meaning even at 600 efficiency, they would only generate 6 points. In contrast, a student with an E rating could effortlessly produce around 10 teaching points without needing to focus on efficiency, easily surpassing Class 7. Investing millions of teaching points into Class 7 might yield lesser returns than a standard class. A week had passed since the task was assigned, and there had been little change in the comprehensive evaluations of the students in Class 7. This was because comprehensive evaluations not only related to bad habits and learning efficiency, but also encompassed the learning progress, mastery levels, and talents across subjects. Currently, Chen Chu and AMP, Oppos, Basic Teacher and AMP, Oppos, I could only observe fundamental information regarding bad habits, learning efficiency, and talent, leaving him in the dark about how well the students were actually learning. Thus, he resolved to accumulate teaching points for now, aiming to upgrade his teacher and AMP, Oppos, soon to gain more insight into his students, enabling him to address their needs effectively. He nearly forgot about today and Oppos. System sign-in. This morning, he had been so preoccupied with upgrading his efficiency set that he almost overlooked it. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Teacher and Oppos, Sweet Power. What on earth is this? Chen Chu exclaimed in bewilderment. Chapter 28. You step up. Chen Chu hastily examined the skill description. Teacher and AMP, Oppos, Sweet Power, Quality S, a special skill that allows the expenditure of a certain number of teaching points to transform books into desserts. Upon consumption, the knowledge contained in the books can be rapidly assimilated for personal use. With the effect determined by the learner's own efficiency, the effect of decorations and special items does not apply. The required teaching points vary based on the complexity of the book's knowledge, and this skill cannot be upgraded. After reading the skill description, Chen Chu's expression became somewhat peculiar, lacking any semblance of excitement. Although it appeared astonishingly powerful, in reality, it was rather impractical given the current circumstances. The efficacy of consumption hinged entirely on the learner and Oppos' efficiency. The students in Class 7, without the enhancement of decorations, exhibited negative learning efficiency. Consuming the desserts would yield no benefit, merely wasting teaching points. System. Can the desserts produced by Sweet Power be consumed only by students, or can others partake as well? Anyone can consume them. The effect solely depends on the learner and Oppos' efficiency. Chen Chu nodded slightly, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. This could be a lucrative opportunity. Coupled with the impressive 330 learning efficiency boost in the first-year Class 7, any reasonably competent student would likely demonstrate considerable improvement. Chen Chu was not particularly driven by noble aspirations. The vocation of an educator was secondary to the primary need for survival and financial stability, earning a livelihood, acquiring a vehicle, and purchasing a home. During the summer vacation, he could host a tutoring class, borrowing a classroom from the school. Students learning quickly and improving their grades would surely please their parents, providing him with financial reward while simultaneously enhancing his reputation, ensuring a steady influx of students in the future. With visions of wealth and fame dancing in his mind, Chen Chu discovered a promising avenue for financial gain. And the more he contemplated it, the more feasible it seemed. Excited by the prospect, he seized the opportunity to test the effects of Teacher's Sweet Power while the office was empty. His gaze quickly settled on the first semester Chinese textbook for first-year students. Activate sweet power. Will you expend 15,000 teaching points to transform it into a random dessert? Such a steep cost for teaching points. Chen Chu had that. Realizing he lacked sufficient points to proceed. However, with a recent increase in teaching point production, he anticipated having ample points to spare by the time summer arrived. As Chen Chu was crafting his ambitious plans, his phone rang. He noticed it was a call from Director Sun and quickly answered. Director Sun requested Chen Chu to come to the office, his tone tinged with apparent exasperation. A sense of foreboding washed over Chen Chu as he hurried to the office. Director Sun, visibly distressed as he perused documents, quickly rose upon Chen Chu and Amp. Oppo's arrival. Xiao Chun, come take a look. With a puzzled expression, Chen Chu approached, only to be met with a disheartening sight. His worst fears had indeed materialized. The geography teacher for Class 7 had submitted a request for reassignment. Chen Chu smiled ruefully. Director, the teacher and Oppo's request for reassignment was undoubtedly due to their inability to manage the students in Class 7. As class advisor, Chen Chu shared some responsibility. After all, if he could not control the students, he could not escape blame. Director Sun waved his hand dismissively. It's not your fault. You've only just started. Besides, aside from your geography teacher, several others submitted their requests for reassignment weeks ago. Look at this thick stack. They've all handed in their applications. I and Oppo's already spent countless hours persuading them to stay. Chen Chu understood the nature of Class 7. It was only natural for teachers to be overwhelmed. While he had made slight improvements during his week there, the other classes remained as unruly as ever, and he couldn't possibly attend every lesson to maintain order. His energy would be depleted. Director, what is the current situation? Chen Chu inquit ugenti. Director Sun sighed. You'll find out if you look further back. As Chen Chu flipped to the back, he could hardly suppress a laugh and a cry of despair. The geography teacher had written a resignation letter, stating they would not continue unless reassigned. Younger teachers might hesitate to act so brazenly, but the instructors for Class 7 were seasoned veterans, rich in teaching experience. Schools were eager to recruit them, especially private high schools and tutoring institutions, which constantly sought to poach talent from public schools. Resigning today meant these experienced teachers could be teaching elsewhere the very next day. Director Sun certainly could not approve such resignations. Otherwise, he would risk losing his own position. Xiao Chun, I have no choice but to approve it, Director Sun lamented. Chen Chu instinctively asked, Director, have new teachers been arranged? This was the most pressing issue. Director Sun's face turned pale. I've been running around all day, attending meetings, 7 or 8 of them. Yet no teacher is willing to take on the geography class for Class 7. I can't afford to make a decision that would incite public ire. Chen Chu began to panic. What are we going to do? After pondering, he realized there was only one viable solution. Director Sun quickly added, you need to step up and teach geography as well. After all, Class 7 hardly hold classes. If you can manage for a while, I'll find a geography teacher to take over. What do you think? Chapter 29. Doubting life. Chen Chu found himself unable to refuse. After all, if no one attended Class 7 would be disbanded, and he too would face dire consequences. Thus, he had no choice but to step up. Although he had nearly forgotten all his geography, with the aid of his newfound teaching prowess, he believed he could manage teaching Class 7 adequately. I understand, he replied. Director Sun immediately expressed his delight, clapping Chen Chu on the shoulder. Xiao Chun, you have worked hard. Rest assured, your benefits will be abundant. Chen Chu furrowed his brow. Sun's words irked him slightly, making it seem as though he had agreed merely for the perks. I am a devoted educator, dedicated to my students and my principals. This month, your subsidies and bonuses will be doubled. I'll make sure of it. The director gives you a thumbs up. With that, Chen Chu exited the office with renewed vigor. A doubled subsidy and bonus amounted to a considerable sum, over 10,000, equivalent to his previous 2-month salary. In that moment, he felt invigorated and promptly took the directives from Director Sun to collect the geography textbooks. After reviewing them for a while in the office, he found that he had completely forgotten the material. A quick glance reminded him of much, though it required some mental effort. When geography class commenced, Class 7 was still in disarray. Suddenly, Chen Chu appeared at the door, causing the students to scramble back to their seats as if they had spotted a cat. He cast a cold glance over the room before taking the geography textbooks to the podium. The chatter among the students erupted. "Isn't this supposed to be geography class?" One asked. "How can you still ask that?" Chen Chu retorted, irritated as he scanned the class. "The geography teacher has resigned due to your antics." To his surprise, instead of feeling remorse, many students seemed to revel in their perceived achievement. Chen Chu was about to reprimand them, but decided against it. It would be futile, as no one would listen. "Currently, the school has no available geography teachers, so I shall be taking over the class." The students exchanged glances, but no one dared to speak up. Chen Chu's authority was evident. "Let us begin class." Surprisingly, the 2 geography lessons were not as exhausting as Chen Chu had anticipated, perhaps due to recent physical activities and the influence of his newfound abilities. His stamina and overall vigor exceeded his previous limits. Teaching 2 classes simultaneously turned out to be manageable. The other teachers in the office were evidently aware of Chen Chu's situation, especially since he was teaching Class 7. Most regarded him with sympathetic eyes. Some veteran teachers even spoke up for him, saying, "Director Sun has gone a bit too far. How can he expect Xiao Chun to teach 2 subjects at once?" "Xiao Chun, if you're unwilling, we can talk to Director Sunday. After all, we've known him for a long time, and he will surely consider our request." "It's all right. Thank you for your concern," Chen Chu replied with a smile. "I can manage. After all, I'm still young and energetic." The teachers relented. However, during the evening preparation, he found himself in a quandary, trying to juggle both language and geography simultaneously. His head throbbed. "Never mind. I'll rely on my newfound abilities." Initially, he had intended to use them for a lottery, but he decided it was best to focus on lesson preparation first, especially since inspections were forthcoming. Placing his hand on the geography textbook, he activated his powers. "Would you like to expend 12,000 teaching points to convert it into random sweets?" "Yes." As soon as he spoke, the geography textbook transformed into a massive square block of chocolate, far too large to fit into a lunchbox. "So much?" Chen Chu's eyes widened. "If I eat all this, I might get sick." He typically was fond of sweets, but he had no choice. Breaking off a small piece to sample, he found it tasted just like regular chocolate. Simultaneously, a flood of geographical information began to fill his mind, granting him an exhilarating clarity. Before long, he had consumed the last piece of chocolate, drinking water to help swallow it down. Chen Chu felt quite ill, overwhelmed by the sweetness. He had effectively eaten a year and Oppo's worth of chocolate in one sitting. Feeling somewhat disillusioned with life, he hurried to rinse his mouth and brush his teeth. The next day, during geography class, the moment Chen Chu entered the classroom, Class 7 fell silent once more. Flipping to page 32 of the textbook, he began discussing the movements of the Earth. The students cooperatively opened their books and looked up at him attentively. "First, we will discuss the ways the Earth moves, which can be categorized into rotation and revolution." As soon as he began speaking, he found himself flowing effortlessly. Scanning the class, each student appeared to be engaged, though whether they truly absorbed the information was another matter. However, Zhou Feng quickly noticed something unusual. As he listened and glanced at the textbook, his expression morphed into one of astonishment. "What is happening? This isn't how it was yesterday." During the previous lesson, Chen Chu had constantly referred to the textbook, glancing down frequently. But today he had left the book behind and was delivering content that mirrored the textbook precisely, without even a hint of hesitation. Could it be that he has memorized the entire book? Zhou Feng thought, his eyes wide as he stared at Chen Chu at the podium. Noticing Zhou Feng's peculiar expression, Chen Chu paused momentarily. "Zhou Feng, what is the matter?" Zhou Feng stood up, inexplicably asking, "Teacher, what is the first sentence on page 78? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Chu replied, "The internal forces that form mountains." "Why do you ask this? We haven't reached this material yet, so stop disrupting the class." Zhou Feng sat down, flipping to page 78, where the opening sentence read, "The internal forces that form mountains." Gasping, Zhou Feng felt a chill run down his spine, his scalp prickling. Chapter 30. Witnessing the absurd as the class concluded, Zhou Feng remained seated, momentarily dazed. Bro Zhou, what an oppos? That's wrong? Queried Yang Tianyu, a fellow student. As he patted Zhou Feng's shoulder, a look of perplexity etched on his face. Did you not notice anything peculiar about old Chen during class? Zhou Feng exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Huh? What was off? Yang Tianyu scratched his head, seemingly oblivious. I wasn't really paying attention. You didn't notice at all? Zhou Feng retorted, exasperated. Old Chen didn't even bring his textbook. Yang Tianyu looked even more confused. So what? He's a teacher. It's not unusual for him to forget his book. Rolling his eyes, Zhou Feng reminded him, what did old Chen do in geography class yesterday? I didn't pay attention. Zhou Feng sighed, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Wasn't in amp, oppos, constantly checking the textbook while lecturing? Well, I suppose so. Yang Tianyu replied with a puzzled expression. What's so strange about that? Zhou Feng felt his blood pressure rising. Are you daft? Old Chen didn't bring his textbook today, yet he somehow knew that page 32 discussed the Earth in amp, oppos, movements. Moreover, his explanation was verbatim from the book. Yang Tianyu blinked in surprise, instinctively responding, he teaches geography. What's so bizarre about it? Wait a minute, didn't he just start teaching geography yesterday? Exactly. Zhou Feng quickly flipped to page 78 of the geography textbook. Didn't I asked him what the first sentence on that page was? I thought you were just messing with old Chen. Yang Tianyu pondered, recalling I remember him mentioning something about mountain formation. Zhou Feng pointed to the first sentence in the book. It's identical. Moreover, he spoke it almost reflexively, without a hint of hesitation. Yang Tianyu paused, gradually falling into silence. After a moment, he exchanged a strange glance with Zhou Feng. Bro Zhou, are you suggesting that old Chen memorized the entire geography textbook in just one day? Zhou Feng nodded gravely. Indeed. Yang Tianyu squinted, skeptically retorting that's absurd. How could anyone memorize a textbook in a single day? I refuse to believe it. It must be a coincidence. Perhaps old Chen just happened to glance at that page and remembered it. If it were anyone else, Zhou Feng might have considered it mere coincidence. However, this was Chen Chu, a man whose eloquence could leave others in tears. While others might dismiss such occurrences, Zhou Feng was convinced, firmly believing that Chen Chu had indeed memorized the geography textbook. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Feng proposed, how about we make a bet? A bet? On what? Yang Tianyu inquired, instinctively curious. Zhou Feng raised the geography textbook and said, you randomly flip to a page, and we'll go to the office to ask. If old Chen can't answer, I'll give you my sign ball from Dyson's. Yang Tianyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? When have I ever deceived you? Zhou Feng swiftly countered. But if old Chen answers correctly, you owe me the limited edition KS sneakers you snatched yesterday. What do you say? Without a second thought, Yang Tianyu agreed, deal. Let's go right now. With the geography textbook in hand, the two made their way to the office, where they found Chen Chu engrossed in materials. Approaching him, Zhou Feng refrained from calling out directly, but instead addressed him as Teacher Chen. What is up? Chen Chu inquired, looking at them with curiosity. Yang Tianyu seized the moment. Teacher Chen, what is the first sentence on page 48? Runoff variation is closely related to temperature changes. Chen Chu responded instinctively. Yang Tianyu, fixated on the textbook, could not help but exclaim, wow. This outburst drew the attention of nearby teachers. Who dares to speak so boldly in the teacher and Oppo's office? One remarked, only to recognize Zhou Feng and Yang Tianyu. Oh, it's just them. No harm done. Chen Chu frowned, his expression stern. Yang Tianyu, mind your language. You should be more courteous, especially in the teacher and Oppo's office. Yang Tianyu was still in shock, but Zhou Feng grinned and said, PLL certainly be more mindful in the future. Teacher Chen, we'll take our leave now. Before Chen Chu could respond, Zhou Feng had already pulled Yang Tianyu away from the office in haste. Observing their departure, Chen Chu shrugged, realizing that Zhou Feng had keenly noticed his comprehensive grasp of the geography material. However, it was not a pressing concern. He could always obtain a geography textbook from the academic office later and continue to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Outside the office, Zhou Feng grinned. Now do you believe it? A deal, SA deal. Those sneakers are mine. Yang Tianyu remained incredulous, shaking his head. Impossible. How could anyone memorize the entire content of a textbook in just one day? You saw it with your own eyes, didn't you? And you were the one flipping through the book. What's there to doubt? Seeing it with my own eyes only makes it seem even more outrageous. Chapter 31. The father-son showdown. Chen Chu was oblivious to the clandestine dealings between Zhou Feng and Yang Tianyu. While feigning interest in a book, he discreetly engaged in a lottery to test the waters. He had resolved to save his teaching points to upgrade the teacher in Oppos. Yet, he found himself unable to resist. Just 10 draws. Regardless of the outcome, he vowed not to draw again. Chen Chu steeled himself and commenced the lottery. The first draw yielded a polite "thank you for your patronage." The second similarly echoed, "Thank you for your patronage." The third draw, lottery in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained a student talent random module. A talent module? Chen Chu quickly glanced at the details. Student talent random module, quality B, a one-time consumable that, when used on an individual student, enhances one random talent. A random talent. This implies that with sufficient luck, one could even acquire an SSS-level talent, though the odds are likely slimmer than winning the lottery. Without further contemplation, he continued with the lottery. The subsequent 7 draws yielded 2 duplicate trinkets, both part of a special status set, all rated D grade. It must be noted that the lottery outcomes had indeed improved significantly. Spending 1,000 teaching points for a B-grade talent module was not a loss. He was, however, reluctant to use it immediately, given the current state of Class 7. Even the finest talent would be wasted. Chen Chu was convinced that if a dance talent emerged, the students of Class 7 would likely squander it on a dancing machine rather than diligently attending dance lessons in the studio. Class 7 had never failed to disappoint in this regard. Having concluded his lottery, Chen Chu redirected his thoughts to the issue at hand: how to navigate the other small factions within Class 7. Ever since the geography teacher successfully requested transfer, Chen Chu sensed that the other teachers were also beginning to stir restlessly. If he could not reign in Class 7, it might lead to significant trouble. Should another teacher seek a transfer, no one would be willing to step in, which would place Class 7 at risk of disbandment, scattering its students to other classes. The system was linked solely to the students of Class 7, meaning if Class 7 ceased to exist, so too would Chen Chu's prospects. Thus, the current situation was exceedingly precarious. Under normal circumstances, addressing students in Oppos concerns requires patience, rational discourse, and clarifying the facts. However, this approach was utterly ineffective with Class 7, which would only embolden the students, making them more unruly. Therefore, the remaining option was to confront them head-on. Chen Chu had no intention of coddling these young rascals. At this age, students possess an inflated sense of pride, and Zhou Feng and his cohorts were the epitome of this. Simple provocation could easily provoke an impulsive response, leading them to leap into traps of their own making. As the saying goes, deep affection cannot be retained. Only cunning can win hearts. Chen Chu narrowed his eyes. It was time to set a trap for these youngsters. When evening self-study commenced, Chen Chu entered the classroom but did not rush to begin the lesson. Instead, he scanned the room and announced, "This evening, we shall not have our first class. Instead, we will hold a brief class meeting." The students below exhibited palpable disinterest. The agenda for today and Oppos' meeting was simple, a casual chat. Chen Chu smiled, saying, "Let us take this opportunity to enhance the bond between teacher and students." Many students looked on with disdain. Chen Chu, undeterred, cheerfully inquired, "What games do you all enjoy playing? Is it PUBG, Honor of Kings, League of Legends, or something else?" The classroom fell silent, no one responding to Chen Chu's inquiry. Zhou Feng and the others could not overtly cooperate, only exchanging furtive glances with him. This was all within Chen Chu's expectations. It would be strange if they complied. "Let me share about myself." Chen Chu pivoted his tone, grinning as he continued. "I play everything and excel in all. Be it PUBG, Honor of Kings, or League of Legends, I assure you, none among you can best me in a one-on-one match." This declaration elicited a collective eye roll from many, who scoffed and chuckled derisively. As anticipated, someone scoffed, "What a bold claim." Hooked. Chen Chu felt a surge of excitement upon recognizing Wang Su among the skeptics. What? You don't believe me? Shall we have a duel? The group of athletic students paused momentarily, sensing a familiar vibe in the air. It wasn't just the athletes. The entire class 7 recalled the basketball court incident from a week prior. Although Wang Su was the best in League of Legends and held the title of the strongest king in the national server, Zhou Feng was also quite skilled. Ultimately, however, it was Chen Chu who triumphed. An ominous feeling washed over them. One of Wang Su's companions hastily cautioned, "Don't agree. Have you forgotten what happened with Zhou Feng and the others last time?" Wang Su frowned. He had immense confidence in his gaming prowess. And given that Chen Chu was merely a teacher, he could not fathom that Chen Chu's skills would rival his own. Playing basketball and gaming were two entirely different realms. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Su chose not to respond, merely smirking and falling silent. "Hey, the little rascal has quite the composure," Chen Chu mused. "Wang Su, do you lack confidence in yourself?" He narrowed his eyes and added, "I've heard whispers that your League of Legends account is the strongest in the national server. Did you perhaps purchase it just to flaunt your superiority in front of your classmates?" Wang Su's expression darkened, clearly displeased as he locked eyes with Chen Chu. "Remain calm. Remain calm. It's evident there's a scheme afoot. This Chen fellow might indeed be a gaming expert." Yet, Wang Su could hardly contain himself. With a cold snort, he stood up and declared, "Shall we compare skills? A father-son showdown? If you lose, you must call me daddy from now on, both in school and beyond. Do you dare?" Chapter 32. Poverty restricts my imagination. Upon hearing the proposition, the crowd found it quite exhilarating. Intriguing. Su Tianhao, engrossed in the spectacle, began to stir up excitement. "Let's have a comparison. Let's have a comparison." Initially, many suspected Chen Chu of trickery, but once Wang Su vocalized his challenge, everyone was suddenly caught up in the fervor, reveling in the chaos. In an instant, the entire class erupted with calls for a comparison. The physical training students exchanged worried glances, their concern shifting towards Chen Chu. They were well aware of Wang Su and Oppo's exceptional skills, having previously played League of Legends together, and his prowess was indeed remarkable. Yang Tianyu, seated behind, nudged Zhou Feng and Oppo's back. "Brother Feng, this doesn't end Oppo's feel right." Zhou Feng turned, his expression betraying no sign of concern. "Don and Oppo's worry. Old Chen undoubtedly has a plan. Have you seen Old Chen play?" "No." Zhou Feng shrugged. "I haven't an Oppo's seen him game. But I've witnessed him verbally dismantle Zhou Yangsheng to tears." "Then how can you be so sure he has a plan? I've seen even more outrageous things. If you told me Old Chen was the reincarnation of Ultraman, I might just believe you." At that moment, Chen Chu at the podium found himself in a quandary. This fellow was not adhering to the conventional rules. He was jumping straight into a father-son match. If he agreed, the repercussions could be dire, perhaps even leading to his dismissal. Chen Chu found himself in a predicament. No, if he backed down now, it would only embolden Class 7 in the future. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to go for it. Surely, the school would understand his predicament. If not, he would unleash his epic educational techniques. And if anyone dared to dismiss him, he would respond with a flurry of legendary pedagogical skills. Determined, Chen Chu spoke with a calm demeanor, seeing everyone in Oppo's enthusiasm. "How about we escalate this a bit? Just one comparison with Wang Su seems rather dull. Who else wishes to join this father-son match? If I lose, I shall concede. Conversely, if I win, from this day forth, not only must you attend class with utmost decorum, but you must also greet every teacher with respect." Chen Chu smirked. "Come on, young ones, don't be timid. Aren't you all eager for some fun? What a thrill, right?" Chen Chu and Oppo's sudden assertiveness caused many to regain their composure. Recalling the previous display of Chen Chu's basketball skills, the initial bravado of Zhou Feng and the others diminished significantly. A hush fell over the crowd. Just then, Wang Su interjected with a scoff. "Playing basketball is not akin to gaming. Just because he excels at basketball doesn't imply he is adept at games, and besides, when does he have the time to play?" The crowd considered this, and it seemed to resonate. A few of Wang Su's allies immediately stood up. "I'm in. Count me in too." Wang Su's skills are no joke. You've all witnessed it. During the last Jiangnan Youth Esports competition, Wang Su ranked in the top 3 and secured 6 MVPs. Had it not been for his family's objections, he would have received invitations from several teams. In a matter of moments, 6 individuals had risen. The rest remained silent, either disinterested or lacking confidence, with the previous defeat still vivid in their memories. Is that all? Chen Chu scanned the room, his voice dripping with provocation. 7 participants seemed woefully inadequate. He had envisioned a decisive showdown. Yet, no one responded. TSK. Had he known, he should have played it big during his previous encounters with Zhou Feng and the others. However, regret was futile, seeing no further volunteers. Chen Chu reluctantly accepted the 7. Better than none, he mused. Yet, it appeared that his provocation strategy had faltered. Next time, he would adopt a new approach. Very well, it's settled then. A gentleman's word is his bond. Chen Chu promptly declared, "Tomorrow, I will bring a computer." "You needn't wait until tomorrow," Wang Su interjected, striding to the backpack rack at the back, retrieving his bag, and unveiling a high-end laptop, the market price hovering around 30,000. Chen Chu blinked in surprise. "How can we play with just one?" Wang Su shot him a glance. "Who told you I only have one?" As soon as he finished speaking, another student approached, carrying his own bag. "Here, I have another one. It comes with a wireless card, and the games are already downloaded. So no need for you to find a network. If that one doesn't work, no worries. There are 3 more top configurations in the cabinet, including Alienware." What astonished Chen Chu even more was yet to come. This group of youngsters seemed to perform magic, pulling out headphones, mechanical keyboards, mouse pads, almost everything one could desire, save for the esports desk. In a moment of distraction, they produced 2 folding tables, cleared the existing furniture, and, after a brief flurry, transformed the area into an esports setup, complete with seating. Chen Chu stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Poverty truly limited my imagination. Chapter 33, How Intolerable. Stop dawdling and log in. Wang Su had already entered the game, casting a provocative glance at Chen Chu. After a moment and Oppo's hesitation, Chen Chu decisively closed the classroom door. Regardless of everything else, he took a seat at the esports desk under the watchful eyes of his peers and logged into the game. A group of physical training students gathered behind him, their expressions shifting from curiosity to disbelief, unable to contain their reactions. Zhou Feng was equally taken aback. For the account Chen Chu had logged into was a mere level 5 beginner account, with the lowest rank of resilient black iron. Not to mention that the heroes were only the few provided by the system, with no runes to speak of. The other students in Class 7 erupted into laughter. To think it was a rookie account from 2013. What audacity did he possess to challenge Wang Su? Many were mocking him, but most of Class 7 wore peculiar expressions. Although they hadn't Oppos, he spent much time with Chen Chu. They had come to understand his character to some extent. He wouldn't Oppos. He had made such a bold statement without confidence. Surely, he was playing the fool, luring them into a trap. Did he truly consider them mere children to toy with? Someone, catching the mocking students off guard, exclaimed, "Are you all fools? How do you know he isn't intentionally using a low-level account? Why else would you willingly participate in this gamble?" As these words escaped, many who had been laughing fell silent, exchanging glances and gasping in realization. This Chen was indeed cunning. They nearly fell into his scheme. TCH. Spoiling my plans. Chen Chu secretly smirked. He hadn't deliberately logged into a low-level account. It was simply his own. In truth, he had scarcely played League of Legends. However, all of this was part of the plan. He indeed intended to play the fool, hoping to deceive a few more. First, he aimed to secure the less astute ones in Class 7. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that his ruse would be discovered so swiftly. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Turning to Zhou Feng and his group, he asked, "Who has a fully runed account to lend?" "Use mine." Chao Yunjing, among the physical training students, quickly stepped forward, having previously played with Wang Su, thus saving the trouble of adding each other as friends. Before long, Wang Su sent a challenge invitation, and Chen Chu accepted. As the match commenced, Wang Su wasted no time selecting his most proficient champion, Draven. Chen Chu's demeanor shifted, his expression turned serious, and his aura transformed entirely. Without hesitation, he chose Zed. Yang Tianyu and others were taken aback. The skill required to operate Zed was no trivial matter, particularly in executing a kill without wasting skills and knowing precisely when to utilize his shadows for escape. Mastery of split-second maneuvers was essential. It demanded far greater technical prowess than that required for Draven. The match began, and after equipping their items, both champions soon clashed, exchanging blows and developing their lanes. Initially, nothing seemed amiss. They both played normally, exhibiting no extraordinary skills. However, upon reaching level 4, everything changed dramatically. As Wang Su attempted to strike Chen Chu, anticipating a chance to collect his axe, Chen Chu suddenly dashed forward, closing the distance between them. The rapid clicks of mechanical keys and mouse clicks filled the air as Chen Chu executed a flurry of skills with astonishing speed. In a seamless display of skill, he unleashed one ability after another, catching Wang Su off guard and swiftly reducing his health by half. While aggressive tactics were not unfamiliar, none had witnessed such a terrifyingly aggressive approach. The entire sequence of skills was unleashed in the blink of an eye, as if he had meticulously calculated Wang Su and Amp, Oppo's, every move. Even the skills thrown out preemptively found their mark. Goodness, such speed and skill. Is he truly capable of predicting those movements? What divine awareness is this? The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Those surrounding Wang Su were equally startled, some panicking. Yet, Wang Su maintained his composure, though he was initially caught off guard by Chen Chu. His reflexes were quick, despite being low on health. Escaping seemed feasible. He seized the moment to retaliate with a swift toss of his axes, intending to push Chen Chu back. However, just as his skills were unleashed, Chen Chu executed a swift dash, evading Wang Su's blades with impeccable positioning. My goodness! A collective gasp erupted from Class 7, audible even outside the classroom. The commotion echoed through the hallways, reaching the ears of countless students and teachers, who sighed in resignation. There was no mistaking it. It was undoubtedly Class 7. They chose to pretend they hadn't heard and continued their lessons. After a while, another round of astonished gasps erupted from Class 7, creating utter chaos. The teachers, feeling their ire rise, remained silent, their faces stern. Once the noise subsided, they resumed their lessons, only for the astonished gasps to resound yet again, almost incessantly. In that moment, the entire teaching building reverberated with the astonishment of Class 7. Ultimately, a teacher could bear it no longer. What kind of decorum is this? How intolerable. I can only endure. Chapter 34. A peanut in the classroom of Class 7. Inside the classroom of Class 7, many students were gripping their hair, their faces contorted in disbelief. It was simply astonishing. In a mere 2 minutes, Chen Chu's performance had left them in a state of shock. His dexterity, reflexes, predictions, and awareness were all on display. The lightning-fast QE was merely the most rudimentary aspect of his skills. The most outrageous part was that Chen Chu had anticipated Wang Su's own predictions. At the 5-minute mark, Wang Su attempted to counter Chen Chu with a swift maneuver, launching a powerful attack to predict Chen Chu's movements, followed by a teleportation to block his path and unleash his skills. However, it seemed as though Chen Chu had foreseen Wang Su and Oppo's intentions, leaving behind his second skill just as Wang Su teleported in, swiftly evading and executing a flawless sequence of skills that obliterated Wang Su in an instant. He didn't and Oppo's afford Wang Su the slightest opportunity to react. Such divine skill continued to manifest, showcasing a terrifyingly aggressive playstyle that was utterly savage. The carnage was relentless. Wang Su was killed under the tower 6 times, resulting in a score of 11-0. He had not secured a single kill, and the final defensive tower was left with only a sliver of health. At this moment, Wang Su was completely thrown off rhythm, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. A minute later, Chen Chu dismantled Wang Su's last defensive tower, and yet Chen Chu remained unfazed, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the computer screen, instead of recklessly charging forward due to his overwhelming advantage. He opted to advance alongside the super minions. At this juncture, it was evident that there was no chance for a comeback. Chen Chu had firmly suppressed Wang Su and Appo's economy, rendering any hope of recovery futile. Even if Wang Su managed to develop, he was acutely aware that victory was beyond his grasp. His psychological defenses crumbled entirely, leading him to ultimately relinquish all resistance, allowing Chen Chu to demolish their base. As the last tower of their base erupted in a fiery explosion, the word defeat appeared on Wang Su and Appo's screen. A profound silence enveloped Class 7. Wang Su, panting heavily, turned to Chen Chu, his eyes filled with astonishment. He simply could not fathom how, as a teacher, Chen Chu possessed such extraordinary gaming skills and awareness, rivaling even professional esports players. Upon securing his victory, Chen Chu removed his headphones, stretched leisurely, and turned to Wang Su and the others, declaring, "Well, I have won." The group wore expressions of reluctant dissatisfaction, unsure of how to respond. Wang Su and Appo's face was grim. "A bet is a bet. If you are men, you must adhere to your promises. From now on, you must behave in class, no more disruptions, and be sure to greet your teacher politely." With a stern expression, Wang Su added, "We don't need you to tell us. We will comply." "Good then." Chen Chu stood up, allowing everyone to return to their previous state. After some commotion, the classroom reverted to its original appearance, with computers hidden away once more. Although the match had concluded, the gaze of Class 7 towards Chen Chu was laden with an unmistakable peculiarity, as if their faces were inscribed with the phrase, "Isn't it a bit absurd that our homeroom teacher is like this?" Chen Chu was unconcerned with the thoughts swirling in the minds of these young ones. At least, his goal had been achieved. Including the 12 individuals from Zhou Feng's group and Wang Su 7, a total of 19 students from Class 7 would henceforth be more compliant. Naturally, the remaining two-thirds would prove more challenging to manage. He would need to devise other strategies. However, for the time being, he had no immediate solutions. Nonetheless, the revolutionary efforts of Class 7 had once again achieved a significant victory. Due to his triumph over Wang Su and his companions, Chen Chu felt an immense sense of joy. After evening study sessions, without a word, he whisked Zhao Yizhou away for a barbecue. "Old Chen, what has brought on this good mood today?" Zhao Yizhou inquired, perplexed, as he sipped his beer. "Nothing much, just cheers." Oh, while they were enjoying their drinks, Chen Chu suddenly had a whimsical thought. What if he persuaded Zhao to deliberately provoke the troublemakers of Class 7, particularly that rascal Su Tianhao? Zhao would undoubtedly take a beating, and then Chen Chu could swoop in for a little fishing enforcement. Perhaps that could work. "Old Chen, your gaze is rather unsettling." "Not at all. I just have a feeling you're about to throw me under the bus." "Were you thinking? We're brothers. How could I possibly betray you?" "Cheers." Oh, the following morning, Wu Ying had just finished a math class in another room and was heading toward the office. On the way, she happened to encounter Wang Su and his group. Instinctively, Wu Ying avoided them, pretending not to notice. "Good morning, teacher." Wu Ying was momentarily stunned, witnessing Wang Su and his companions greet her before heading towards the restroom. Did I just imagine that? Oh my, the students from Class 7 actually greeted me? With a bewildered expression, Wu Ying entered the office. At this time, Chen Chu had yet to arrive. As Wu Ying sat down, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. She turned to the history teacher of Class 7, Qin Yuan, and said, "Teacher Qin, just now Wang Su and Lu Hemming from Class 7 greeted me, and they were quite polite." Qin Yuan was taken aback. "Teacher Wu, how much did you drink last night? Even if you had a peanut-sized amount, you wouldn't be intoxicated to this extent." Chapter 35. Qin Yuan initially believed that Wu Ying was jesting. Wu Ying herself felt as though she might be indulging in frivolity. However, she was indeed serious. Shortly thereafter, Zheng Ming Yuan, the English teacher of Class 7, entered and approached Wu Ying and Qin Yuan. "I just encountered Wang Su and Lu Hemming leaving the restroom. Guess what happened?" Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Did they greet you?" Zheng Ming Yuan and Appo's eyes widened. "How did you know?" "You must have shared a drink with Teacher Wu last night, didn't and Appo's you?" Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively, finding the ploy childish. "You two are conspiring to tease me." "Teacher Wu, you..." Wu Ying quickly nodded. "They greeted me as well. I still feel as though I might be hallucinating. It's absurd. Since the start of the term, not a single student from Class 7 has greeted us. Wang Su and Liu Heping are the type to greet their teachers. When Chen Chu entered the office, both Wu Ying and Zheng Mingyuan rushed to share the news. Jian Ju Ju Ge. It seems Wang Su and Liu Heping are indeed honoring their promise. Isn't that a good thing? What is there for you two to be troubled about? It is a good thing, but I can't end Oppos. Shake the feeling that something is amiss. Do you think they might be plotting something against me? Zheng Mingyuan and Oppos' expression darkened, recalling the peculiar behavior of Class 7. When things deviate from the norm, there must be something lurking beneath. No, I am merely overthinking. Chen Chu hastily waved his hand, bemused. I made a minor agreement with them, but I cannot divulge the specifics. Of course, he could not mention that he had been engaged in a gambling game with the students from Class 7, playing a father-son match. At this revelation, everyone suddenly understood, and they couldn't help but regard Chen Chu with newfound respect. Little Chen, in my years of teaching, I have seldom admired educators. You are one of the few. I would support you unconditionally. With the teacher's promises secured, the situation remained relatively stable for the time being. Returning to his desk, Chen Chu began preparing for home visits. He had initially intended to visit the family of a student from the physical education class. However, most parents were rarely in Jiangnan, returning only every 3 to 6 months. Chen Chu had grown accustomed to this and opted to visit the homes of other students instead. He had previously managed to contact Wang Lebang and Damp, Oppos, as parents. However, the situation was rather unique. Wang Lebang was a descendant of the revolutionary elite, specifically a third-generation Red, a family of heroes. His grandparents were comrades in arms who had come together on the battlefield, both being old heroes and revolutionaries. His parents were also distinguished for their service on the borders, rarely returning home throughout the year. Wang Lebang was an anomaly in the class, preferring his own company and unwilling to interact with others. In Zhou Feng's words, Wang Lebang looked down upon everyone in the class. While he did not cause trouble per se, he had been involved in numerous incidents, having physically assaulted several classmates, including many from Class 7, displaying a significant propensity for violence. He was comparable to Li Yang. However, the school had not imposed any penalties on Wang Lebang, nor had they made any announcements. This was a voluntary concealment, likely to protect the image of the heroes. Since Wang Lebang's parents would not be available, Chen Chu arranged to meet with his grandmother. After a phone call, Wang and Oppos' grandmother readily agreed, scheduling the visit for Friday afternoon. With the home visit confirmed, Chen Chu decided not to inform Wang Lebang, uncertain whether he would obstruct the visit. On the weekend afternoon, Chen Chu proceeded to the address provided by Wang Lebang and Oppos as parents. Most students in Class 7 were from affluent families, residing in villas or upscale neighborhoods. Wang Lebang's home, however, was different. Located in an older district characterized by single-story houses reminiscent of the 70s and 80s. The environment was quite pleasant, with lush trees lining the streets and fresh air, evoking a sense of nostalgia for Chen Chu. After inquiring with passersby, he quickly arrived at the Wang residence, where several modest houses surrounded a large courtyard. The atmosphere was strikingly simple. In the center of the yard, an elderly woman sat listening to the radio. Chen Chu surmised that this must be Wang and Amp, Oppos' grandmother, and hurried over. Upon hearing his footsteps, Wang and Amp, Oppos' grandmother, paused the radio. "Is that you, Teacher Chen?" Chen Chu then noticed that she appeared to be blind, with a scar beside her right eye. Yes, Grandma. You needn't." And Amp, Oppos' rise, he said, quickly moving to assist her. "I am Wang Lebang and Amp, Oppos' homeroom teacher. Teacher Chen, please come inside." Wang and Amp, Oppos' grandmother, was far more welcoming than Chen Chu had anticipated, pulling him into the house. Upon entering, he was greeted by a room filled with old photographs, medals, and certificates, and he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of reverence. The peace and prosperity enjoyed by the nation today were fiercely defended by the sacrifices of this generation of old revolutionaries. Chapter 36. The Class Teacher Grandma. There in Amp, Oppos'. There's no need to bother with me. As Wang Grandma was about to pour herself some tea, Chen Chu quickly stood up and said, I can manage on my own. All right, haha. My eyesight is indeed a hindrance. So, let teacher Chen do it himself. Wang Grandma chuckled, appearing to be in good spirits. Grandma, if you don't mind me asking, what happened to your eyes? Ah, that tail stretches back quite a while. I was a battlefield nurse back then, and I accidentally got hit by shrapnel, injuring my nerves. I could see a bit before, but now I can barely make out shapes. It's almost like being blind. Wang Grandma smiled and waved her hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on that. Teacher Chen, how does my Lu Bang perform at school? Just as Chen Chu was about to respond, a voice from outside interrupted. What are you doing here? Upon hearing Wang Lu Bang's voice, Wang Grandma promptly exclaimed, Lu Bang, how could you speak to your teacher like that? Wang Lu Bang coldly glared at Chen Chu, then approached him, pulling him outside while saying, Grandma, wait. I need to grab something with the teacher. Oh, hurry back. Chen Chu was taken aback by the sudden pull, and Wang Lu Bang, with surprising strength, soon dragged him out of the yard to a corner. There, Wang Lu Bang glared at Chen Chu and demanded, why did you come to my house all of a sudden? As the class teacher, visiting students in Oppos, homes for home visits seems quite reasonable, does it not? Chen Chu Vito. Wang Lu Bang's expression darkened. What did you tell my grandma? Chen Chu narrowed his eyes. What are you so afraid of? Listen here, Chun. I warn you. Wang Lu Bang raised a finger, pointing it at Chen Chu and Amp. Amp, Oppos, S-knows, if you dare mention anything about me at school in front of my grandma, you won't be leaving here today. Chen Chu's expression instantly turned grim. Wang Lu Bang, I am your teacher. Is this how you speak to your teacher? Threatening me? Chen Chu was not one to back down, speaking in a low voice, apologize. Wang Lu Bang, known for his tough demeanor and few words, suddenly raised his fist as if to strike. However, in the next moment, Chen Chu and Amp, Oppos, S demeanor changed entirely. He sidestepped and delivered a swift kick aimed at Wang Lu Bang and Oppos' face. A gust of wind rushed by. Chen Chu and Oppos' foot halted just before Wang Lu Bang and Oppos' face. Wang Lu Bang froze, unable to move. Maintaining his stance, Chen Chu and Amp, Oppos' voice was icy, apologize. Snapping back to reality, Wang Lu Bang immediately swung a punch. Clang! Chen Chu quickly retracted his foot, dodging the punch and countering with a swift kick to Wang Lu Bang and Oppos' calf. With a cry of pain, Wang Lu Bang clutched his leg and fell to the ground, rolling in agony. Chen Chu frowned, still insisting apologize. Wang Lu Bang, both furious and in pain, shouted, Chun, I will report you to the school for hitting a student. I will get you fired. Chen Chu shrugged, feel free to report me. Do you think the school will believe you or me? You look far too innocent, and you're not even as strong as I am. You hitting me would make more sense. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Grandma, having heard the commotion, rushed out, exclaiming, What is happening here? Grandma, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Chen Chu's demeanor shifted instantly as he approached Wang Grandma with a smile. Wang Lu Bang just had a little fall. Right, Lu Bang? Wang Lu Bang, suppressing his anger and pain, forced a smile and replied, Grandma, I'm fine. Good to hear. You're always so clumsy, Wang Grandma chided playfully. Supported by Chen Chu, she returned indoors. Once seated, she continued, Teacher Chun, I heard Lu Bang is the class monitor? Yes, indeed, the monitor, Chen Chu replied with a smile. I personally appointed him. He performs exceptionally well and is very diligent in his studies. The other students like him a lot, and I came specifically to commend him. Though Chen Chu still harbored some anger, he chose to remain silent upon seeing Wang Grandma's cheerful demeanor. Realizing that the school had likely already informed her of the situation, Wang Lu Bang limped back in, glaring at Chen Chu with fury. But upon hearing Chen Chu refrain from exposing his secret, his anger diminished slightly. Wang Grandma, hearing of Lu Bang's good performance, was in high spirits. By the way, Teacher Chun, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, let us eat together. Wang Lu Bang quickly interjected, Grandma, our teacher has other things to attend to. Please don't put him on the spot. No, my matters are already settled. Since Grandma has kindly invited me, I must graciously accept. Wang Lu Bang stared at Chen Chu in disbelief. Wow, is there a class teacher with such thick skin as you? Chapter 37, Am I complimenting you? The Wang family naturally hired a caretaker to look after Grandma Wang, and it wasn't long before they returned with groceries to prepare a meal. Chen Chu inquired about past stories, and Grandma Wang truly did not treat him as a stranger. Her cheerful disposition made her quite talkative, and her mouth hardly paused while they dined. Chen Chu found the tales delightful, enjoying the meal in the process. Meanwhile, Wang Lebang was watching with gritted teeth, occasionally rubbing his shins, still sore from Chen Chu and Appo's earlier kick. At school, Wang Lebang was one type of person, but in front of his grandmother, he instantly transformed into a model of obedience and understanding. Chen Chu was somewhat perplexed about how Wang Lebang had strayed so far, having picked up so many bad habits. Logically, his family education should not have been an issue. Although his parents were often away, they frequently called home, and Wang Lebang's attitude towards them appeared normal. Chen Chu, having nothing pressing to attend to, chatted away until it was nearly 9:00 and Appo's clock. Realizing the hour was late, he decided to take his leave. Grandma Wang promptly insisted that Wang Lebang see him off. Once they reached the courtyard, Chen Chu's expression shifted. Wang Lebang, it's time to apologize. Wang Lebang did not respond well, locking eyes with Chen Chu in a tense standoff. Suddenly, Chen Chu moved his foot, startling Wang Lebang into retreating a few steps. Chen Chu bent down to pat his shoes, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Lebang. Still not apologizing? Although his imitation had lost its impact, Chen Chu still exuded an air of authority. Wang Lebang, now completely under Chen Chu's thumb, was at a loss for words. Why must you? Grandma Wang. Chen Chu began, but Wang Lebang interrupted, exclaiming, Damn it, Chen, you are despicable. Then apologize. Chen Chu pets. A simple I'm sorry will suffice. Wang Lebang's insincerity was evident as he begrudgingly bowed. I'm sorry, I was wrong. That's more like it. Chen Chu waved his hand dismissively. I forgive you for your earlier disrespect towards me, your teacher. Wang Lebang looked up, his expression still one of barely contained resentment. Ignoring his demeanor, Chen Chu continued. In addition to your apology, you owe me a favor. Huh. I have not disclosed your misdeeds at school to your grandmother. And I even praised you for quite some time, Chen Chu stated earnestly. This goes against my principles and beliefs as an educator. Wang Lebang was unimpressed, snorting in response. And what about that kick you gave me? That was merely your just desserts for threatening and intimidating a teacher. A single kick is quite lenient, Chen Chu retorted. You. Wang Lebang suddenly recalled that Chen Chu was indeed his language teacher. Frustrated, he realized he could neither outfight nor outtalk him. Yet Chen Chu, without lingering on the matter, shifted the conversation. Curiously, you shouldn't Appo's TB this way. Why have you chosen the wrong path? Wang Lebang, now amused by the absurdity, replied, How am I not on the right path? They brought it upon themselves. That counts for something, but you're smoking, drinking, reckless driving, and early romance. Chen Chu paused. Wait, who are you dating? Wang Lebang and Appo's eyes widened in shock. How do you know about that? While he could accept that Chen Chu was aware of his other misdeeds, the fact that Chen Chu knew about his romantic entanglements was astonishing, as he had never disclosed it to anyone. You don't need to worry about how I know. Chen Chu quickly redirected the topic. And you shouldn't Appo's T-Pry. Wang Lebang retorted, then hesitated before asking, Where did you learn to fight? I seriously suspect you might not be a teacher. Chen Chu grinned. Would you like to learn? Not all, Wang Lebang scoffed. I and Appo's am not like those brainless fools, Zhou Feng and Wang Su. I want an Appo's fall for your tricks. Chen Chu suit. Wang Lebang was still not easily subdued, but at least Chen Chu had identified the boy and Appo's weaknesses. All right, today's home visit concludes here. Tell your grandmother I'll drop by when I have time. Your household caretaker makes quite a delicious meal. Wang Lebang and Appo's eyes bulged in disbelief. Do you have no shame? Come into my house to mooch off my meals. Chen Chu and Appo's face flushed slightly as he scratched his head, appearing almost bashful. Am I really complimenting you here? With that, Chen Chu decided to stop teasing Wang Lebang, laughing heartily before turning to leave. The more Wang Lebang thought about it, the angrier and more puzzled he became. Later that evening, he secretly made a phone call. Gao, can you help me investigate someone? On the other end, Gao responded eagerly. Sure. Who? His name is Chen Chu, from Class 7 of the first year. He and Oppos, our homeroom teacher, Wang Lebang stated solemnly. I seriously suspect this person has issues. All right, I'll have my colleague look into it, and I'll get back to you in 10 minutes. Sound good? Wang Lebang was not joking. He genuinely suspected Chen Chu of wrongdoing. He appeared to be an ordinary teacher, good at sports and video games, but he possessed remarkable martial arts skills, executing strikes with incredible speed and precision that could easily subdue Wang Lebang. While it was not unusual for a teacher to be skilled in martial arts, the strangest part was that Chen Chu somehow knew about Wang Lebang and Oppos' early romantic endeavors. Thus, Wang Lebang harbored serious doubts that Chen Chu was surveilling him. If that were the case, it would not be overly complicated, but Wang Lebang was acutely aware of his own identity as a member of a prominent family. And all these elements together led him to associate several keywords: agent, spy, foreign influence. Chapter 38. How do you insult someone? Chen Chu might just be that walking embodiment of 500,000. After a moment, Gao Ge called back, sounding quite perplexed. There's no issue at all. My hometown is in Lushui. My grandfather was a teacher, and both my parents are educators too. I completed my primary, middle, and high school education in Lushui, and I was admitted to Jiangnan Normal University. 3 generations of educators. It's not an exaggeration to call it a family of teachers. But the absence of problems is itself a problem. Keep investigating. Wang Lebang declared earnestly. This person is definitely not that simple. Ah, Lebang. Don and Oppos. TB ridiculous. I'm busy with a mission right now. I can't chat, goodbye. Before he could finish, the call was already disconnected. Wang Lebang frowned in annoyance. Fine, I'll investigate it myself. The weekend arrived in the blink of an eye. Chen Chu arrived at the gym early, as agreed, but before he even stepped inside, he could hear the raucous sounds of many voices within, indicating a sizable crowd. Upon entering, he discovered that in addition to Zhou Feng and the others, there were around 30 to 40 individuals, all clad in basketball jerseys, practicing on the court, likely students from Yizhong. Teacher Chen is here, someone exclaimed. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Chen Chu. He surmised the situation as Zhou Feng approached and asked, Did you call them? No, Zhou Feng shook his head. They came on their own. I have no idea how they found out we were practicing this morning. They just flocked here, all from our school. Although only Zhou Feng and Oppos' group had any formal training, Chen Chu was unbothered. Teaching one or many was essentially the same. He gathered everyone together and inquired about their classes and names. There were students from grades 1 to 3, as well as a few athletes, all gazing at him with excitement and admiration, likely inspired by videos of his basketball prowess. A saying had begun circulating among the basketball circles at Jiangnan Yizhong. If it weren't for Teacher Chen, the path of basketball would remain in eternal darkness. Chen Chu readily agreed to the gathering, though he knew he couldn't and Oppos to address each individual personally. Let us divide into 12 teams. Zhou Feng, you will be the captain from now on. The others had no objections. Now, I will assign the players. The method of assignment was straightforward, complementary pairings. Chen Chu took a ball to the court and had everyone take shots. You lack stability in your lower body. Go to Yang Tianyu and Oppos' team and let him coach you. All right, came the reply. Next, you're dribbling unsteadily. Join Xiao Yunjing's team. One by one, the teams were formed. After an hour of practice, Chen Chu began to relax on the sidelines. With so many students, potential accidents could arise, so he needed to keep a watchful eye. It was undeniable that Zhou Feng, possessing natural talent, was improving rapidly. His passion, coupled with his understanding of the game, had led to significant improvements in his previous shortcomings. If he continued to train for 3 years, he might very well become a professional basketball player. However, his academic performance needed to keep pace. Regardless of whether they were the athletes or other students from Class 7, they all displayed a disdain for studying. High efficiency in their studies was futile if they couldn't and Oppos absorb the material at all. Unfortunately, Chen Chu had no means at present. He would have to wait for his teacher's eye to upgrade before conducting further analysis. Just then, a group of burly youths entered the gym, looking like students but not dressed in sport attire. Chen Chu initially thought they might be enthusiastic fans, ready to greet him. However, Zhou Feng's group, who were instructing others, suddenly halted and approached them. The atmosphere shifted, tense and charged. This ISN and amp, oppose, T-right. Chen Chu thought, his expression darkening. Why do they have to show up just as he finishes practice? If trouble arose now, he might not be able to control the situation. He hurried over. Zhou Feng, along with Yang Tianyu and the others, confronted the newcomers, their faces stern. What do you want? Here, to cause trouble? The leader of the group, Ling Dongsheng, sneered. Not looking for you. He then turned and made his way toward Chen Chu. As Chen Chu halted, Ling Dongsheng addressed him. Teacher Chen? Yes, Chen Chu replied, puzzled. Is there something you need? Ling Dongsheng shrugged. Ouyang Hao asked me to pass a message. Chen Chu and Amp, Oppo's, brow furrowed slightly. Tomorrow at 6 in the afternoon. At the outdoor basketball court on Xinjia, a 3-on-3 match. Bring whoever you want. If you don't show up, you'll face the consequences. Ling Dongsheng paused. Those are his exact words. With that, he and his group departed. Chen Chu squinted. What scheme was that scoundrel Ouyang Hao concocting? Zhou Feng and the others had overheard and rushed over. Old Chen, Ouyang Hao wants to settle the score. Probably. Yang Tianyu sneered. Old Chen, just go. Are you afraid of him? Count me in. I'll go with you. The other athletes eagerly chimed in, expressing their desire to join as well. Don't back down. Let's go for it. Chen Chu felt no hesitation, knowing there is a tiger in the mountains, yet still heading toward the mountains. Although he had matured beyond his youthful impulsiveness, he was aware that Ouyang Hao was a man without boundaries. He truly had no idea what tricks this individual would pull. As for the newly arrived students, upon hearing that Chen Chu would participate in the basketball match the next day, they were naturally excited and expressed their intent to come and watch. The following day, at 6 in the afternoon, at the outdoor basketball court on Xinjia. Despite being a single court, it was already overflowing with spectators. Among the crowd, bursts of cheers erupted intermittently. At this moment, Chen Chu arrived in his basketball attire, while Zhou Feng and the others had been waiting for some time. The crowd was substantial. Aside from Zhou Feng, all the newly arrived students had gathered as well. 4 to 5 dozen individuals congregated, and given their imposing stature, the gathering had a rather formidable presence. Judgment Day has come, someone quipped. If not for the youthful faces, it might have attracted the attention of the nearby patrol. Chen Chu scanned the court and indeed saw Ouyang Hao playing, surrounded by a considerable audience. As he walked toward the court, Zhou Feng excitedly remarked, Old Chen, you're about to become famous. Huh? Chen Chu was taken aback. How am I becoming famous? Yang Tianyu quickly pointed to 2 of Ouyang Hao's teammates. Those 2 are basketball influencers on Douyin. One is named Mu Dong, and the other is Shun Feiyang. They are exceptionally skilled and have millions of fans, superstars. Chen Chu scoffed, so they had brought in reinforcements. Many people were live-streaming the event. Zhou Feng grinned. Old Chen, if you win this match and showcase your skills, it will be incredible. Exactly, Yang Tianyu added. As long as you win, you'll gain countless followers. Before long, you'll be a sensation like Ouyang Hao. Jianju Fen, hey, how do you insult someone? Zhou Feng. Yang Tianyu. Chapter 39. High school student? Fame breeds fear, and while Chen Chu harbors a touch of vanity, he possesses no interest in becoming an internet celebrity. Perhaps it could be lucrative, but the peace of mind that accompanies such earnings is dubious at best. If successful, one is met with scorn. If unsuccessful, the criticism only intensifies. Why wade through such murky waters? It is far more satisfying to quietly fulfill the role of a dedicated teacher. As Chen Chu approached the edge of the basketball court, his desire to play suddenly dissipated. He was about to turn away when a casual glance revealed a familiar figure amidst a gathering of female teachers from number 2 high school, with Li Yiran standing prominently among them. Dressed in simple, loose-fitting casual attire and sporting a ponytail, she exuded the same quiet charm as ever. Upon noticing Chen Chu, she shyly waved, hesitant to approach him for a greeting. I shall stay. Typically, opportunities to converse with Li Yiran are scarce, making even a casual meeting quite challenging. Chen Chu had hoped to arrange a time to see her, but she consistently steered their conversations towards teaching matters, never delving into anything else. He was cautious not to come on too strong, fearing it might startle her. This moment, however, presented a splendid opportunity for him to make a good impression. At that moment, Ouyang Hao spotted Chen Chu and approached him without hesitation, a grin on his face. "Well, look at you. Quite audacious. Care for a match? I'm up for the challenge." Chen Chu smirked, "But I have a condition." "What is it?" "No live streaming or video recording allowed." "Sure, no problem." Ouyang Hao readily agreed. Yet, a sense of unease lingered in Chen Chu and Appo's mind. As he observed, Ouyang Hao approached Mu Dong and Shun Feiyang, exchanging a few words before the trio requested that the audience put away their phones. It seemed that most of the onlookers were fans of the three, as they complied without hesitation. "Is that the person you mentioned?" Shun Feiyang cast a peculiar glance at Chen Chu from a distance. Mu Dong leaned in, whispering, "He doesn't seem particularly formidable." Ouyang Hao replied earnestly, "You two should not underestimate him. I assure you, in a one-on-one, you both might not stand a chance against him." Shun Feiyang, towering at nearly 6'3", was taken aback. Him? Mu Dong's expression mirrored his disbelief. Having never witnessed Chen Chu play, their skepticism was understandable. Ouyang Hao, however, offered no further explanation, merely stating, "You'll see soon enough." He then announced a friendly match, while Chen Chu called upon Zhou Feng and Yang Tianyu to join him on the court. However, Zhou Feng and Yang Tianyu exchanged reluctant smiles, evidently intimidated. "Old Chen, we might hold you back." They were acutely aware of the prowess of Shun Feiyang and Mu Dong, not to mention Ouyang Hao. Chen Chu chuckled. "When we arrived, you two were quite brash. What s with the sudden timidity? Have some confidence." "And no confidence here," Zhou Feng stammered. "Then do you believe in me?" Chen Chu inquired. "Certainly," came their eager affirmation. "That is all I need to hear." Chen Chu flashed a smile, placing his arms around their shoulders. "If I say you can do it, then you absolutely can. Let us go." Exchanging determined glances, Zhou Feng and Yang Tianyu promptly followed Chen Chu onto the court. Upon entering, Ouyang Hao noticed Zhou Feng and Yang Tianyu beside Chen Chu and remarked, "I remember these two are students, right?" "Yes, they're from my class." "Is there a problem?" "Chen Chu Zipli." Ouyang Hao responded with a sardonic tone. "Are you sure you won't let two high school students play against us?" The remark irked Zhou Feng, who shot back, "We can handle you just fine." "Ah, such youthful arrogance." Ouyang Hao shrugged. "Very well, let us get started." Mu Dong and Shun Feiyang exchanged bewildered looks as Zhou Feng and Yang Tianyu's confidence grew. Mu Dong, sensing their youth, offered, "No need to contest the ball. We'll let you have the serve." Initially, Mu Dong intended to show some courtesy, but since they were affiliated with Ouyang Hao, it inadvertently bruised Zhou Feng and Yang Tianyu's pride. Yang Tianyu scoffed, "We don't need any handouts. Let us compete." Unfazed by their retort, Mu Dong shrugged. A tall figure, Shun Feiyang, stepped into the circle to assist with the jump ball. Chen Chu exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Feng, who positioned himself opposite Shun Feiyang, ready to contest the jump. At the sound of the whistle, the ball soared into the air. Both leapt simultaneously, but Shun Feiyang's height gave him the initial advantage. Just as he reached for the ball, Zhou Feng seized the moment, snatching it away before Shun Feiyang could react. Without hesitation, Zhou Feng charged towards the basket. A chorus of gasps erupted from the spectators. Even Shun Feiyang, Ouyang Hao, and Mu Dong were taken aback. In a moment of daze, Zhou Feng drove into the lane, with Yang Tianyu setting a screen. As he faked left and leapt, Zhou Feng executed a powerful one-handed dunk. Thud! The rim reverberated as the ball swooshed through the net, marking the first score. Upon landing, Zhou Feng celebrated with a fist bump with Yang Tianyu. "That was brilliant." Yang Tianyu beamed. Chen Chu approached with a grin, equally pleased. All that practice paid off. The crowd erupted in astonished cheers, exclamations of disbelief echoing. Is this really a 17-year-old high school student? Chapter 40. Silken indeed. They were caught completely off guard. Initially, everyone's attention was fixated on Chen Chu. Truth be told, Zhou Feng and Yang Tianyu hardly garnered any regard. Then suddenly, Zhou Feng made an explosive dunk, establishing his dominance. Mu Dong stared in astonishment at Zhou Feng from a distance, exclaiming, "Are high school students really this astonishing these days?" Shen Feiyang shared the sentiment of disbelief. Ouyang Hao, somewhat irked, remarked, "I told you not to underestimate them." All right, no need to be angry." Shen Feiyang patted Ouyang Hao on the shoulder, saying, "We'll start taking this seriously now." Chen Chu and the others resumed play, passing the ball to Yang Tianyu. With the ball in hand, Yang Tianyu attempted to drive into the paint, seeking an opportunity to break through, but ultimately he was still a bit inexperienced. Tightly guarded by Mu Dong, rendering him nearly immobile. "Give it to me." Zhou Feng rushed over, and as Yang Tianyu pulled the ball back, Zhou Feng leapt in response. Suddenly, a massive figure surged forth, delivering a powerful block. The crowd erupted in gasps. As the two landed, Shen Feiyang grinned at Zhou Feng, saying, "Your skills are quite impressive. I can no longer regard you as just a high school student." Zhou Feng pouted, somewhat displeased, and turned to Chen Chu, saying, "I and Amp, Oppos, am sorry. Old Chun, I was a bit hasty with that last play." "It's all right, take your time," Chen Chu replied with a gentle smile. "This is a group of experts. It's rare to have the chance to compete with such talent. You should consider yourself fortunate, as this will reveal your weaknesses and strengths." Yang Tianyu approached, his expression somewhat grim. "All right, relax," Chen Chu encouraged, patting their backs. "Just play freely. I'm here after all." They nodded slightly and continued the game. Before long, the score reached 6-2. Chen Chu primarily facilitated the game, focusing on passing to enhance the cooperation between Yang Tianyu and Zhou Feng. Ouyang Hao, despite his dubious reputation, displayed remarkable skills. There was no need to mention Mu Dong and Shen Feiyang's prowess. Seizing the rare opportunity to engage with skilled players, Chen Chu aimed to provide ample practice for Yang Tianyu and Zhou Feng, though the disparity in experience and skill was glaringly evident. Despite their efforts, Zhou Feng and Yang Tianyu could only manage a mere point after the initial dunk. Ouyang Hao and Oppos' expression remained sour throughout. From the beginning, Chen Chu had not taken a shot. Rather than playing, it felt as though he was merely acting as a sparring partner for Zhou Feng and Yang Tianyu. Mu Dong and Shen Feiyang were unaware of Chen Chu and Amp, Oppos' true capabilities, so they did not dwell on it. At this moment, Ouyang Hao approached them, saying, "We have been underestimated. This guy is treating us as practice dummies. He hasn't even attempted a shot." Shen Feiyang glanced at Chen Chu with a puzzled expression. "How formidable is this guy? He has reduced you to this state?" "I think these two high school students are quite impressive. One misstep, and they can strike decisively." The two evidently did not take Chen Chu's situation to heart, as Ouyang Hao had simply invited them for a casual game without any ulterior motive. "Don't let your guard down," Ouyang Hao urged. "These students are nothing. That guy is the real threat." Shen Feiyang half-jokingly replied, "But I really don't see what makes him so formidable. No height, no physique." Ouyang Hao nearly lost his temper, his expression darkening. "I'm being serious right now." Noticing Ouyang Hao's displeasure, Mu Dong and Shen Feiyang quickly straightened up. "All right, we'll definitely give it our all." Only then did Ouyang Hao relent. Chen Chu initially thought to allow Zhou Feng and Yang Tianyu to practice a bit longer, but seeing them panting heavily and with the score at 6-2, he felt it was time to make his move. Stealing a glance at Li Yiran's direction, he found that even in her quietude, she grew more captivating the longer he looked. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged singlehood. I must perform well." Chen Chu's gaze sharpened. It was now Ouyang Hao and the others' turn to serve, as Shen Feiyang passed the ball to Mu Dong, who was preparing to drive. Chen Chu swiftly closed in for defense. Ouyang Hao's expression shifted slightly, instinctively shouting, "Be careful," just as the words left his mouth. Mu Dong suddenly felt a shadow zip past him, leaving his hands empty. "What the hell?" Mu Dong gasped, startled. What kind of supernatural speed was this? Almost instinctively, he turned and sprinted toward Chen Chu, only to see Chen Chu leaping directly from beyond the three-point line. With a graceful arc, he executed a three-point jump shot, the ball barely grazing the rim as it swished through the net. Swish! A flawless three-pointer. The arena fell silent for a moment before erupting into a cacophony of astonished cheers. Many spectators widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend Chen Chu's speed. Even if they could see it, their bodies could hardly react. More terrifying was how he rose effortlessly from beyond the arc, executing the entire sequence with seamless fluidity, devoid of any pause. The chocolate couldn't team match this smoothness. Chapter 41. Is this the homeroom teacher? The students from the physical training class erupted in a collective cheer, and the new arrivals were met with a striking visual spectacle, prompting them to join in the fervor. Mu Dong and Shun Feiyang exchanged bewildered glances. Compared to the astonishment brought on by Zhou Feng, Chen Chu and Appo's sudden display of skill was nothing short of shocking. Ouyang Hao, having suffered from low blood pressure for years, found himself invigorated by Mu Dong's treatment. He shot a glare at Mu Dong and exclaimed, "I told you to be cautious." Mu Dong offered an awkward smile. I truly didn't see it coming. Everything happened so fast, it startled me. Now, what do you believe? Indeed. He is a true master, and not just any master. Well, let us get focused. As it came time for Chen Chu to serve, Zhou Feng passed the ball to him, but Mu Dong and Shun Feiyang swiftly closed in, effectively blocking Chen Chu's path. Ouyang Hao constantly repositioned himself, interfering with Zhou Feng and Yang Tianyu to prevent them from receiving the ball. No matter which direction Chen Chu attempted to move, he was immediately met with resistance. Chen Chu remained unfazed, casually dribbling the ball beyond the three-point line. Defending against two opponents was no easy feat for Ouyang Hao. Before long, Zhou Feng made a move, and Chen Chu seized the opportunity to pass the ball. Zhou Feng and Yang Tianyu collaborated, passing the ball back and forth until Yang Tianyu made a layup, scoring points. Chen Chu did not underestimate Mu Dong and Shun Feiyang. If they truly committed to their defense, scoring would be a struggle, and risking injury was unnecessary. There was no need for reckless competition. He preferred to play it cool. The game saw both sides exchanging momentum, yet Chen Chu's team held a slight advantage. However, Zhou Feng's urgency led to several turnovers as Shun Feiyang swatted away his attempts. In a flash, the score was 8-7. With one more point, Ouyang Hao would secure match point. Zhou Feng and Yang Tianyu were panting heavily, drenched in sweat, clearly exhausted. Engaging with a skilled opponent was far more taxing than playing a full court. Chen Chu, however, was in a better position, having taken only a couple of shots. Zhou Feng gasped, Lao Chun, it's almost match point. Don't rush, Chen Chu replied, his demeanor relaxed. He turned to Yang Tianyu. Let us just coordinate. All right, they both agreed. As Chen Chu received the ball, Mu Dong and Shun Feiyang continued to press him, denying him any openings. In the next moment, Chen Chu exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Feng, slightly shifted his body, and then burst forward, dribbling past his defenders. Mu Dong's expression darkened as he followed suit, but he soon realized Chen Chu had executed a slick move, sending the ball through Mu Dong's legs. Damn! Mu Dong cursed silently, unable to recover in time. Chen Chu dashed after the ball, approaching Shun Feiyang. Just as Shun Feiyang instinctively reached for the ball, Chen Chu was quicker, striking the ball with his left hand and sending it soaring toward the backboard. Zhou Feng, Yang Tianyu called urgently. Zhou Feng leaped, ready to catch the pass. Ouyang Hao, however, had anticipated the move and soared into the air. Just as Zhou Feng's hand grazed the ball, Ouyang Hao knocked it away, the ball ricocheting off the rim before falling to the ground. In an instant, all players converged beneath the basket, leaping simultaneously to secure the rebound. Hands reached desperately for the ball, maintaining a remarkably uniform height. One breath, two breaths. Suddenly, one hand surged forward, breaking through the fray as if shattering constraints, seizing the basketball and pulling it upward, forcefully dunking it into the hoop. As everyone landed, the resounding thud echoed powerfully, marking the ball's descent. Gazing upward, Chen Chu hung momentarily from the rim before releasing his grip, landing gracefully. In that instant, the arena fell eerily silent. Lao Chun is incredible. Lao Chun is incredible. The physical training students erupted in cheers, akin to a bomb being dropped into water, igniting a cacophony of excitement. Mu Dong and Shun Feiyang stood, dumbfounded, staring at Chen Chu in awe. The speed, the explosive power, the vertical leap. Where did such extraordinary talent originate? Ouyang Hao scoffed, a dismissive grunt escaping his lips. The physical training students were already beside themselves with exhilaration. Bystanders were equally mesmerized by Chen Chu's astounding skills, unable to contain their curiosity about his identity. "Excuse me, is he your school's physical education teacher?" one bystander inquired. A nearby student turned to respond, "No, he is our homeroom teacher, teaching language arts." As soon as the words left his mouth, another student chimed in, "And he also teaches geography now." Bystander: "What? This is the homeroom teacher? And he teaches language arts and geography?" Chapter 42. Do you live in Dunhuang? The score stood at 8-8, with the serve in the hands of Chen Chu and his companions. Before Zhou Feng could serve, Ouyang Hao approached Chen Chu, arms outstretched in readiness for defense, and casually whispered, "Chen Chu, is Li Ran still your classmate?" Chen Chu felt a weight settle in his heart, but maintained his composure as he requested the ball from Zhou Feng. Ouyang Hao continued with a smirk, "I heard you and Amp, Oppos. You've been having quite the lively conversations with her lately?" With a cold glance, Chen Chu retorted, "Is your family from Dunhuang?" So many murals, indeed. From the moment he arrived, Chen Chu sensed something amiss. Ouyang Hao, fully aware that he could not compete with him at basketball, had intentionally called him out for a match. Chen Chu doubted that Ouyang Hao was merely seeking to amuse himself. Now that Ouyang spoke, Chen Chu recognized the ill intentions behind his words. Surprised by Chen Chu and Oppos' response, Ouyang Hao paused, realizing Chen Chu was insulting him. He then declared, "Let's take a break. I have an announcement to make." Ouyang Hao called out to the audience, swiftly making his way towards Li Ran. Upon reaching her, he flashed a smile and loudly proclaimed, "Li Ran, I like you." A momentary silence enveloped the crowd before a wave of cheers erupted. Li Ran, momentarily stunned, blushed deeply and, in a fluster, turned to flee. Several female teachers from the second middle school exchanged glances before hastily pursuing her. Ouyang Hao, witnessing the commotion, chuckled, opting not to chase after her. Instead, he returned to the court, standing triumphantly before Chen Chu. In a low voice, he remarked, "Now I feel much better. If you want tea, let me be at ease. I want to allow you to be comfortable either. We're both men. Surely you have feelings for Li Ran as well. Have you heard the saying in Oppos, the one by the water tower gets the first chance in Oppos? I intend to pursue Li Ran fervently, and once I tire of her, I'll discard her. Mark my words, I will seize the initiative, and you're merely a backup, perhaps even just a pawn in my game." Seeing Chen Chu and Oppos' silence brought Ouyang Hao immense satisfaction. Previously, Chen Chu had disrupted his live stream and future endeavors. He could not afford to let Chen Chu go unpunished. By chance, he learned from a female teacher that not only were Chen Chu and Li Ran classmates, but they had also been conversing quite amiably. Being a man, Ouyang Hao understood that Chen Chu must harbor feelings for Li Ran. Today's setup was merely a guise. The basketball match was secondary to his true aim of irritating Chen Chu and provoking him. In truth, Ouyang Hao had prepared himself for physical retaliation and had not even considered defending himself. He planned to exploit the situation outside of school, using his fans to create a stir, driving Chen Chu into a corner to assuage his own grievances. Ouyang Hao and Oppos' scheme was audacious, and he had indeed succeeded in irritating Chen Chu. Chen Chu was seething with anger. Ouyang Hao's shamelessness knew no bounds, even dragging Li Ran into the fray. With the situation escalating, Chen Chu felt no need to spare Ouyang Hao any semblance of dignity. He weighed the ball in his hands and casually tossed it. Swish! The three-pointer went through cleanly, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. Yet Chen Chu cast a cold glance at Ouyang Hao. Ouyang Hao and Oppos' pupils dilated, as if engulfed by an abyss, with only Chen Chu and Oppos' icy stare piercing through the darkness. A sense of inexplicable dread surged within him, and countless memories flooded his mind, leaving him increasingly restless and eventually lowering his gaze. Amid the fervent cheers, Chen Chu and Oppos' voice resonated distinctly. "Ouyang Hao, you wretched scoundrel, having committed so many vile acts, do you not feel a shred of shame? How can you be so despicable, so devoid of principles? Your parents toiled tirelessly to raise you, intending for you to grow into a respectable individual, Yet you've turned into this disgrace. Do you honor your parents in any way? Each word was like a sharpened blade, piercing directly into Ouyang Hao and Amp, Oppo's heart. Chen Chu maintained his icy demeanor. Ouyang Hao, in his quest to humiliate Chen Chu, had evidently aimed to provoke him into violence in front of the crowd, escalating the situation to the point of forcing Chen Chu to resign. However, Ouyang Hao was oblivious to the caliber of the man he had provoked. If no one wrongs me, I shall remain silent. If someone does wrong me, I shall speak out. With epic educational techniques, Chen Chu unleashed a torrent of scathing words upon Ouyang Hao. You can't even be found on Baidu. Can Sogul locate you? Do you feel any shame? What were your parents doing during those moments to bring forth such a disgrace as you? Chapter 43. Keep your mouth shut amidst a torrent of reflective shame and self-correction, compounded by Chen Chu and Oppo's piercing humiliation. Ouyang Hao and Oppo's psychological defenses were crumbling. Suddenly, Ouyang Hao's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. I. His voice faltered, choked with emotion. Chen Chu's voice whispered like a demon in his ear, Go apologize, confess to all those you have wronged, and tell them what you have done. At that moment, Ouyang Hao and Oppo's mental barriers shattered completely, and he burst into tears. I was wrong. Chen Chu feigned shock, stepping back a few paces, casting a strange look at Ouyang Hao. Ouyang Hao lay on the ground, pounding it as he wept uncontrollably. The entire scene fell into stunned silence. Shen Feiyang and Mu Dong rushed over, thinking something was amiss. What's wrong? Did you hurt yourself? To their astonishment, Ouyang Hao clutched Shen Feiyang's thigh, crying hysterically. I was wrong. I'm not even human. Shen Feiyang was momentarily taken aback. How could I have done such things? I've gotten several women pregnant before, forcing them to have abortions. I'm truly a despicable person. The crowd gasped collectively. Ouyang Hao continued to spill his sordid secrets, knowing that after tonight, he could not remain in Jiangnan. Even if he tried to explain, he would be beyond redemption. Chen Chu merely smirked, feeling no pity for Ouyang Hao. He waved his hand, quickly leading Zhou Feng and Yang Tianyu away. Many onlookers were perplexed, speculating that Ouyang Hao might be suffering from a mental illness. Meanwhile, the spectators exchanged anxious glances, filled with dread. Chen Chu's previous verbal onslaught had reduced Li Yang to tears, so it was clear that he had said something to Ouyang Hao to provoke such a breakdown. Zhou Feng, upon witnessing the scene again, felt a fresh wave of shock. Before long, Chen Chu, accompanied by Zhou Feng and others, exited the arena, leaving the crowd in a daze. Chen Chu began to speak, only for Yang Tianyu, Chao Yunjing, and others to instinctively cover their ears, with Zhou Feng retreating a few steps in fright. Old Chen, stop. We and Amp, Oppo's, on your side. We'll follow your lead from now on. Just don't let's end up like Ouyang Hao. Many were in a panic. Who among them didn't have skeletons in their closet? If such matters were aired in such a public setting, it would be utterly mortifying. Regarding Ouyang Hao's increasingly bizarre predicament, Chen Chu chuckled helplessly. I did nothing. Don't spread rumors. Ouyang Hao simply lost his composure and started crying. Indeed, his educational tactics had proven alarmingly effective this time. The crowd wore skeptical expressions. Last time, you made Li Yang cry just like that. Fine, believe what you want. Chen Chu feigned indifference as he sent Zhou Feng and the others home. Once they departed, he contemplated seeking out Li Yuan, but ultimately decided against it. What would be the point of approaching her now, especially since he was unsure of her feelings towards Ouyang Hao? He knew Ouyang Hao was a scoundrel, but the latter maintained an image of a sunny, charming individual. It would be prudent to wait until Ouyang Hao and Oppo's reputation was irreparably damaged before reaching out. After much deliberation, Chen Chu returned. However, he was unprepared for the news that Ouyang Hao had indeed suffered a social death the following day, with a scandal spreading throughout Jiangnan. The previous night, a group of women had collectively lodged complaints, even presenting recorded videos as evidence. Upon entering the office, Chen Chu overheard numerous discussions about Ouyang Hao. Who would have thought? Ouyang Hao is truly a scoundrel. Disgusting. But I'm curious. How did he confess all this? Is he mentally unstable? Regardless, the fallout was severe. That morning, A directive from higher-ups demanded a thorough investigation into Ouyang Hao. By the time morning arrived, Ouyang Hao had been apprehended. Upon hearing this news, a wave of concern washed over Chen Chu. Ouyang Hao was undoubtedly aware of his own machinations, and given the gravity of the situation, coupled with Ouyang Hao's lack of moral scruples, Chen Chu feared that the man might resort to extreme measures, potentially dragging him down with him. Thus, Chen Chu resolved to remain hidden for the foreseeable future. He quickly pulled out his phone and sent a message to Li Yiyuan. "Stay indoors no matter what happens for the time being." After a moment, Li Yiyuan replied, "Why? Ouyang Hao is mentally unstable and has professed his feelings for you. He might target you as well, potentially dragging you down with him." Chen Chu added, "Stay safe." Li Yiyuan responded with a fearful emoji, "I understand." Chapter 44. The Teacher and Amp. Oppos. Espagoda. Although Ouyang Hao had entered, this fellow was teetering on the edge of morality and legality, and it remained uncertain whether he would face imprisonment. However, as long as he stayed within the confines of the school, he was essentially safe. No matter how audacious Ouyang Hao was, he would not dare to cause trouble on school grounds. Currently, the daily output of teaching points was relatively stable. It would likely take another 10 days or so to accumulate the necessary teaching points required for the intermediate teacher and amp, oppos, SI, so he had to endure without drawing any rewards. Conversely, the daily sign-in rewards had provided Chen Chu with a delightful surprise. This morning, after accumulating 10 sign-ins, he was rewarded with a special item, the Teacher and Amp, Oppos, S Pagoda. Teacher's Pagoda can be challenged once a week, generating a random instance. Upon entering, time in the real world will pause. Rewards will be given based on the instance evaluation. Note, upon death, the player will exit the instance and will not receive any rewards. Chen Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. Would he actually die? System, is there any risk to my life? No, the system replied. The Teacher's Pagoda generates only a consciousness entity for the host. Death will not cause substantial harm to the host, but it may induce some psychological stress. Please avoid death whenever possible. Having received the system and amp, oppos, S assurance, Chen Chu felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, since time would pause in the real world, it should not have any lasting impact. With this thought in mind, Chen Chu promptly activated the Teacher and amp, oppos, S Pagoda. Attention! Once you enter the instance, the host will be unable to leave voluntarily. You can only exit after completing the instance or upon death. Do you wish to enter? Yes. In the next moment, Chen Chu felt the darkness envelop him. In the next second, a chilling breeze swept past his ears, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a dimly lit corridor, the walls adorned with various eerie red drawings, and the surroundings in a state of decay. Startled, Chen Chu felt a jolt of fear as data flooded his mind. Instance, love letter description. This used to be a school that closed down due to a collective suicide incident involving an entire class. It has been abandoned for many years. Please gather clues to investigate the truth behind the events. Difficulty, extremely difficult, survival rate, 12, rewards. Rewards will be given based on instance completion evaluation. Completion evaluation A, random A-grade items, skills, or elixirs. Completion evaluation S, random S-grade items, skills, or elixirs. Completion evaluation SS, random SS grade items, skills, or elixirs. Completion evaluation SSS, random SSS grade items, skills, or elixirs. Chen Chu, Kuden, and Oppos, T help but gasp. A survival rate of 12? Though he had a relatively strong heart and had watched his fair share of horror films, being thrust into such an environment made him feel a bit timid. It was just like in horror movies. There had to be ghosts lurking about, or else how could the survival rate be so low? Suppressing his inner panic, Chen Chu surveyed his surroundings. The eerie corridor sent shivers down his spine, and he could vaguely glimpse the situation in the adjacent classroom, where desks and chairs lay disassembled, scattered across the floor, and the walls were covered in various strange red graffiti, the origin of which was uncertain, paint or perhaps blood. Despite his desire to exit the instance, the thought that he would need to die to do so made him abandon the idea. Even as a consciousness entity, he felt no different from a real person. Committing suicide would leave him with significant psychological scars. Calm down, calm down. Taking a deep breath, Chen Chu steadied his mind and began to analyze the information at hand. First of all, the instance was titled Love Letter, which served as a clue, potentially the catalyst for the entire instance. Next, the description mentioned a class suicide. He needed to identify which class it was and then seek out clues. Naturally, he had to start by locating the teacher in Oppo's office, where he was certain relevant documents would be found. Summoning his courage, Chen Chu began to navigate the corridor cautiously. Each step was taken with utmost care as he continuously scanned his surroundings. Just as he passed by the doorway of a classroom, a piercing noise suddenly erupted from within. Chen Chu's body stiffened, and instinctively he glanced over, only to see a boy with his head tilted at an unnatural angle, dragging a desk across the floor. The angle of his head was grotesque, nearly at a 90-degree turn. Damn! Chen Chu felt parched, unable to utter a word. Watching horror films and witnessing such a scene firsthand were two entirely different experiences. As if sensing Chen Chu and Oppo's gaze, the boy with the tilted head abruptly ceased his movements. Creak, creak. A strange sound emanated from his neck as his head began to turn towards Chen Chu. Oh no! Instinctively, Chen Chu wanted to flee. However, his legs felt as if they were anchored to the ground, rendering him immobile. Creak, creak. As the boy with the tilted head was about to look directly at him, Chen Chu suddenly felt a surge of adrenaline and raised his hand, pointing at the boy while shouting, "What are you staring at? Turn back around." Teacher's authority. With his energy rapidly depleting, the boy's movements abruptly froze. The next moment, his neck creaked as he slowly turned his head back around. "Who told you to drag the desk and scare people? Let go, stand straight." The boy complied without resistance, releasing the desk and placing his hands by his sides, standing obediently in place. Chapter 45, Clue Goodness. That nearly frightened me to death. Upon seeing the boy with the tilted head standing obediently, Chen Chu's taut nerves began to relax somewhat. He had been so taken aback moments earlier that he instinctively resorted to his authoritative teacher persona. To his surprise, it proved effective. It seemed that this aura of authority, typically only effective on the students of Class 7, had shed its limitations within this scenario. Uncertain, Chen Chu decided to employ the teacher's eye on the boy with the tilted head. Name: Su Tianhao. Gender: male, age 35, at age of 15. Status: disdainful of learning, odd, lasting 1 hour, bad habits. Negligible talent: none. Learning efficiency: -147 overall evaluation. Not even worthy of an F, a true academic failure. Chen Chu. How could it be Su Tianhao? He was taken aback. System, what is happening? However, the system remained silent, and despite his repeated calls, there was no response. It appeared that no prompts would be given upon entering the scenario. Wait a moment, if that's the case. Chen Chu's eyes widened as he hurriedly scanned the corridor. Although the dim lighting made it difficult to see clearly, he soon recognized that this scenario was set in Jiangnan First High School. This realization alleviated some of his fear. At least he was familiar with the environment. Moreover, it was highly likely that the student who had jumped from the building was, indeed, from Class 7. No, more specifically, from the Class 7 within the scenario. Turning his gaze back to the boy with the tilted head. Su Tianhao. Chen Chu felt a surge of confidence. Look at you. Still a disgrace after 20 years. Get your head straight. Do you dare to act nonchalantly in front of me? Su Tianhao paused for a moment, slowly extending his hands to adjust his head, accompanied by a series of creaking sounds as he turned it back to its rightful position. Can you speak? Su Tianhao offered no response. Fine, I'll ask, and you nod for yes or shake your head for no. Su Tianhao instinctively nodded. Chen Chu was not particularly interested in Su Tianhao's current appearance, nor did he wish for him to turn around. Instead, he faced away and asked, "Did someone from Class 7 jump?" Su Tianhao nodded again. This confirmed Chen Chu's suspicions. Were they all dead? Su Tianhao nodded once more. Incredible. Not a single survivor. Am I handsome as a teacher? Su Tianhao for a moment, just a joke to lighten the mood. Chen Chu cleared his throat and pondered before asking, "Were you forced to jump?" Su Tianhao's body stiffened again, and then a piercing scream erupted from his mouth. Startled, Chen Chu and Appo's complexion changed. What happened? Suddenly, Su Tianhao and Appo's body crumbled to pieces, exploding with a muffled thud. After a harrowing escape from the classroom, Chen Chu was drenched in blood, the overwhelming stench causing him to retch repeatedly, unable to bear such a horrific sight. The sounds of his vomiting echoed in the corridor. Time passed, and after an indeterminate period, Chen Chu leaned against the wall, barely regaining his composure, gasping for breath. This scenario truly tested the limits of his psychological endurance. Chen Chu couldn't help but curse, his face paling further as he recalled the earlier scene. He was uncertain whether this was a mechanism of the scenario or if a hidden mastermind had orchestrated Su Tianhao's demise. Clearly, extracting clues from the students would not be straightforward. With a grim expression, Chen Chu hurried to find the teacher in Appo's office. Perhaps due to the earlier efficacy of his authoritative aura, his journey was surprisingly smooth. Pushing open the dilapidated office door, he was greeted by a cloud of dust. Upon inspection, the office was in utter disarray, with books and materials strewn about and countless blood handprints adorning the walls. Fortunately, after enduring such a series of shocks, Chen Chu's resilience had strengthened considerably. After a brief search, he soon discovered a folder containing the student handbook. Upon picking it up, his expression turned peculiar. The handwriting was his own. Chen Chu narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing this implied he had indeed experienced all of this before. What role had he played in it? Flipping through the student handbook revealed no significant differences from reality until he reached the end, where a pink envelope suddenly fell out, adorned with a heart. Acquired clue. Love letter. Note. The original has been removed as evidence. This is a replica from the scenario. Furrowing his brow, Chen Chu hurriedly opened it to find the handwriting quite elegant, likely penned by a female, and the content was brief. I like you. Meet at the rooftop garden at 8 tonight. Don't be late. There was no signature or recipient, leaving Chen Chu perplexed. Was this a letter from a student to another student, or was it directed at him? Analyzing the handwriting, he could not ascertain the author, but he narrowed it down to a few possibilities. Among the girls in Class 7, only a handful had decent handwriting. The rest wrote like a chicken scratching. Qiu Yu, Zhuang Rou, Deng Xijia, and Tian Xiao. TSK. Claiming this was for him was rather absurd. Chen Chu scratched his head, his expression growing increasingly strange. These young girls are all about appearances. He couldn't be considered handsome by any means, so it was unlikely they were writing to him. Yet, uncertainty lingered, and the only way to find out was to see for himself. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 7:48. Just in time. Without further thought, Chen Chu took the envelope and headed for the rooftop garden. Chapter 46. You must be planning to spit indeed. There exists a small garden atop Building 1, and it has been quite well maintained. During breaks, students often wander there, and the school even employs dedicated personnel for its upkeep. However, by the time Chen Chu arrived, this so-called garden had become overgrown with weeds, a scene of utter desolation. Strangely, the moon above was shrouded by dark clouds, and a thick mist enveloped the surroundings of the school, rendering everything invisible. Casting a glance at the time, it was 7:56. 4 minutes remained. It would be odd if Chen Chu were not anxious. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket, only then recalling he had his phone. He pulled it out to check, but the signal was utterly non-existent. After a moment's hesitation, he opened the music player. Scanning the playlist, he found titles such as Good Days, Wishing You Prosperity, and Good Luck Comes, a collection of jubilant lottery anthems that, alas, offered no tangible benefits to augment his fortune. Nonetheless, the lively melodies did serve to alleviate some of his trepidation. Accompanied by the cheerful tune, Good Luck Comes echoed throughout the rooftop garden. Good luck comes. Wishing you good fortune. Good fortune brings joy and love. Good luck comes. We welcome good fortune. Carrying prosperity across the seas. Fold 1,000 paper cranes, tie a red ribbon. At that moment, his fear diminished significantly, as if the atmosphere around him had transformed into one of celebration. He decided to loop the song. However, when the clock struck 8, the music abruptly ceased. Chen Chu and Appo's expression shifted, and even his phone and Oppo's screen turned off automatically. Almost immediately, footsteps echoed behind him. "Who is it?" Chen Chu called out, but received no reply. The footsteps grew increasingly distinct. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he hesitated not a moment longer and summoned his authoritative teacher and Oppo's aura. After a period of training, he was now capable of wielding this aura 3 times. "Stop! Do not move." As soon as he spoke, the footsteps indeed halted, confirming it was a student from Class 7. Yet, Chen Chu had no intention of turning around. He could only imagine the ghastly visage that awaited him, a sight likely to haunt his dreams. "Go stand by that pillar behind it," he commanded, pointing to a nearby column in the garden. The footsteps resumed, moving towards the indicated pillar, and after a brief pause, they stopped. When Chen Chu glanced over, he finally relaxed upon seeing a bloodied figure standing behind the column. He immediately activated his teacher's eye ability. Name: Tian Xiao. Gender: female. Age: 35 when alive. 15. Status: disdain for studying. Lasting 1 hour. Bad habit. Negligible. Talent: none. Study efficiency: -114. Overall evaluation: F. Chen Chu was taken aback. It was Tian Xiao. Among the girls in his class, she was notably striking, and he had heard from Zhou Feng that she had numerous admirers. Her haughty demeanor suggested that she would never initiate a confession. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "I will ask, you will answer. Nod if yes, shake your head if no." "Tian Xiao, did you write me a love letter?" The bloodied figure behind the pillar nodded, and despite the gruesome appearance, it was somewhat comforting. "First, turn on the music on my phone." As the screen illuminated, the music resumed. "Good luck, comes. Wishing you good fortune." Chen Chu lowered the volume slightly. "Much better," he remarked, briefly averting his gaze. "You wrote this for me?" Tian Xiao nodded again. Chen Chu could not help but place a hand on his forehead. "Though I, as your teacher, am aware of my own charm and grace, you cannot possibly harbor feelings for me." Suddenly, Tian Xiao spat blood onto the ground. Chen Chu's expression darkened. "Did you just mean to spit?" Tian Xiao shook her head. "You must be planning to spit." Goodness, even after 20 years, she still defied her teacher. Chen Chu smirked, refraining from further inquiries. He had a hunch regarding the situation, but had only unraveled part of the mystery. Continuing to question might lead to sensitive topics, and Tian Xiao might inadvertently reveal too much. Gathering his thoughts, he opted for a different approach. "Is there something you wish to say?" After a long moment of hesitation, Tian Xiao extended her hand, seemingly clutching something within. At that moment, Chen Chu felt no fear of her intentions and quickly approached to receive whatever it was. A bloodstained button fell into the palm of Chen Chu and Oppo's hand. Clue obtained. Button. As soon as the button landed in his grasp, the figure of Tian Xiao vanished without a trace. Chen Chu stared at the button, his expression increasingly perplexed. It was a metallic button, adorned with intricate patterns. However, none of his clothing bore metal buttons. All were plastic. This could not possibly belong to any of his garments. Thus, he needed to locate the owner of the button to proceed with his deductions. A thought occurred to him, and he hurried down the stairs, making his way to the teacher in Oppo's office. After a thorough search, he soon discovered a photo frame. It contained a picture from the school assembly held when he first enrolled, showcasing a group photo of all the teachers from the school. However, due to the passage of time, the image had yellowed. Indeed, Chapter 47. The helper with the illumination from his phone and Oppo's flashlight. Chen Chu swiftly discovered the presence of a button. This was the formal attire button distributed by the school to its teachers. As an intern, Chen Chu had yet to receive his formal attire. Su Tianhao and Tian Xiao had both perished at the tender age of 15. This year, he was certainly not eligible for formalization. Even if he were to be formalized, obtaining the school's complimentary customized formal attire would require at least a 6-month application process. Intern teachers could be ruled out, and female teachers were also unlikely. This left only the male teachers, and those from the 2nd and 3rd years could easily be excluded, as they had no connection with Class 7 of the 1st year. Thus, only the male teachers from the 1st year remained. Chen Chu soon pointed out with his finger. He recognized teachers such as Zheng Mingyuan and Qin Ming, as they were all part of the same office. The first year had a total of 3 offices with 27 male teachers. The scope was still quite broad, making it impossible to ascertain the owner of the button. Should he interrogate a student? Chen Chu furrowed his brow and ultimately abandoned this idea. His physical strength had already diminished significantly, and he could only exert his teacher and amp, Oppo's, as authority once more. Moreover, students might not know. If they did, they would surely reveal everything. The lead seemed to have abruptly severed. Chen Chu Oppos, et Bautaiten. In truth, he was not well acquainted with the first-year male teachers, having had minimal interaction. No, at this moment he needed to shift his perspective. If my formal attire button were to be torn off, what would I do? A spark of realization ignited within Chen Chu, and he quickly found his train of thought. He could either sew on a replacement or submit a request to the logistics department for a new button. Since formal attire buttons were not kept as spares, he would have to head to the logistics department. Yes, they would undoubtedly have a record. Chen Chu abruptly stood up and immediately descended the stairs to prepare for his visit to the logistics department. However, as he stepped out of the office door, an unexplainable chill swept through the air. The hallway fell eerily silent, and heads began to emerge from various classrooms, causing Chen Chu to hastily retreat into the teacher and amp, Oppo's, office. It seemed his intuition was correct. The difficulty had suddenly escalated. Nevertheless, the teacher's office appeared devoid of any anomalies, serving as a sort of safe zone. Yet, he could not remain trapped within these confines indefinitely. He refused to succumb to thirst or hunger. The teacher's authority could not be used again, or he would be unable to endure what lay ahead. His epic educational techniques and mimicry must be conserved as trump cards. Who knew what challenges awaited him? With a surge of determination, Chen Chu cautiously pushed open the office door and called out, "Tian Xiao, come to the office door. The teacher has something to discuss with you." No sooner had he spoken than a shadow flitted before his eyes, revealing a bloody figure, hair disheveled, with a face that was a mere blur. Turn around, turn around." Tian Xiao slowly pivoted, appearing exceptionally obedient. Chen Chu glanced at the clock. It was 8:32, with 28 minutes remaining for the awe-inspiring effect. After a brief visit to the logistics department, he thought, should anyone seek to trouble me, you shall handle them. Tian Xiao instinctively nodded. Chen Chu exhaled in relief and carefully followed Tian Xiao outside. As expected, upon Tian Xiao's emergence, the peculiar heads peering from the classroom had vanished without a trace. It seemed that, given the current situation, Tian Xiao was indeed the most pivotal presence in this narrative, possessing the ability to control the phone with her mind, indicating formidable combat capabilities. Su Qianhao was merely a coward who resorted to dragging desks to frighten others, entirely on a different level. Good fortune come your way. Chen Chu continued to play music. The two figures, one after the other, finally descended the stairs toward the logistics department. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at the logistics department. Tian Xiao, you wait by the door while I take a look inside. Chen Chu hastily pushed open the rickety door to the logistics department, which was in disarray, littered with scattered items. Good heavens, this only adds to my workload. Ah. Tian Xiao, could you assist the teacher in locating the logistics records? After a moment's hesitation, Tian Xiao raised her hand, and in an instant, everything within the logistics department levitated. Moments later, a dozen thick logistics record books floated before Chen Chu. By heavens, I truly am a talent. Chen Chu quickly accepted the logistics records and began to peruse them. The logistics department and AMP, Oppo's, work was meticulous. He immediately scanned from the most recent date, searching for any records of button replacements. Minutes passed, and finally, a name caught his eye. Chi Chao. A record for a button replacement had been logged, and he was also a first-year teacher. Acquired clue. Logistics record. 3 clues have been gathered. Congratulations to the host for completing the first phase of the quest and surviving. The current system evaluation is A. The host may choose to exit the quest and claim rewards, or continue for a higher evaluation to unveil the truth, albeit with significantly increased difficulty. All rewards will be forfeited upon death. Chapter 48. My death is truly unjust. Is this only the first phase? Chen Chu and Oppo's expression was peculiar. Based on the current clues, he had likely caught a glimpse of the truth. However, his deductions might not hold water. Furthermore, the system's evaluation was merely an A, indicating that he had not genuinely grasped the reality of the situation. Setting aside the issue of rewards, it felt rather regretful to leave things as they were, leaving him with an unsettling feeling deep inside. Moreover, he still possessed a life-saving skill, allowing him to take a chance and strive for an S-level reward. It seemed I was not inherently lazy after all. Chen Chu let out a bitter laugh. He resolved to continue the challenge. The system ceased to provide prompts, and before him, Tian Xiao had only 8 minutes left of the awe effect. Once the time elapsed, he would either leave or turn against himself. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that Tian Xiao was the strongest. Without much hesitation, Chen Chu decisively employed the epic educational technique on Tian Xiao, directly granting him 24 hours of awe and reflection. Remarkably, before Chen Chu even spoke, he noticed Tian Xiao's shoulders twitch, seemingly beginning to feel a sense of guilt. Chen Chu was at a loss for words. "You've been dead for 20 years. There's no point in reflecting now." He had no idea how to offer comfort. It was the first time he had consoled a ghost. Who knew how to comfort such a being? His university didn't even offer courses on this. Tian Xiao. Let me play you a song for good luck. Good luck come to you. Good luck brings joy and love. Tian Xiao and Oppo's body suddenly stiffened. Chen Chu was uncertain of the complexity of Tian Xiao and Oppo's feelings at that moment, but his own emotions were quite intricate. Although he had located the logistics registration form, confirming Qi Chao's existence, the love letter was tucked within his student handbook. Thus, Qi Chao, fearing discovery, had stuffed the love letter back into his handbook, framing him? Damn it! Why couldn't Qi Chao just behave like a decent person? As a result, after going in circles, the clues had returned to him. The only destination left was clear: Director Sun's office. After such a significant incident, it was impossible to conceal it, and the school would undoubtedly issue documents regarding the matter. Accompanied by Tian Xiao, Chen Chu hurried to Director Sun and Oppo's office. Naturally, he was familiar with the route, but the office was in disarray. Tian Xiao, could you please locate the documents issued by the school? Thank you. In the chaotic office, papers flew about, and soon, a thick stack appeared before Chen Chu. Having Tian Xiao assist in searching for items proved to be quite convenient. Before long, Chen Chu finally found several pertinent documents. August 13th, Tian Xiao fell from the building. On that day, all teachers, staff, and students cooperated with the investigation, leading to a school lockdown and suspension of classes. August 14th, an announcement was made throughout the school. Chen Chu, the homeroom teacher of Class 7, Grade 1, was under investigation and classes for Class 7 were suspended. Upon reading this, Chen Chu's expression darkened. It seemed that Qi Chao had successfully framed him. August 15th, the entire school was urgently suspended. Former homeroom teacher Chen Chu had fled with a firearm, and a wanted notice had been issued. This was utterly absurd. Chen Chu rolled his eyes, but upon reflection, it did indeed align with his character. After all, he had been wronged, and with all the evidence pointing towards him, unable to clarify the situation, he must have utilized the epic educational technique to escape. August 22nd, classes resumed across the school. The suspect, Chen Chu, had been shot dead. Chen Chu, I've been killed. My goodness, this death is truly unjust. However, Chen Chu felt a sense of relief. Based on the current clues, he could roughly deduce the sequence of events. The love letter written by Tian Xiao was indeed intended for him. Yet, knowing Tian Xiao and Oppo's personality, it was clear that this was not genuine affection, but rather a deliberate scheme to entrap him, capturing evidence to expose him publicly, leading to his inevitable dismissal. After all, the school absolutely forbade any relationship, however minuscule, between students and teachers. For some unknown reason, the love letter ended up in Qi Chao's hands, who mistakenly believed it indicated Tian Xiao's affection for him, prompting him to visit the rooftop garden. Either Qi Chao, overcome by lust, intended to do something with Tian Xiao, or he had fallen into a trap, threatened by Tian Xiao, resulting in a scuffle that inadvertently led to Tian Xiao losing a button, after which Qi Chao pushed him off the building, or perhaps it was an accidental fall. In any case, Tian Xiao met his demise. Qi Chao must have panicked, knowing he was implicated in the incident, thus stuffing the love letter into Chen Chu's student handbook to frame him, ultimately becoming the scapegoat and getting shot dead. Yet, there remained one point of suspicion: the button and amp, Oppo's existence. Logically, the police could not overlook such a significant clue, and they would have cordoned off the scene to search for suspicious evidence. The button could not simply vanish. Thus, it could be inferred that the button had indeed been removed. However, Qi Chao likely lacked the courage to return for it. So who took the button? Chapter 49. The second stage. Let us set aside the doubts for the moment. The entire incident involves Qi Chao, Tian Xiao, and myself. Why did the entire class 7 leave from building? Initially, Chen Chu had two hypotheses. First, Tian Xiao was responsible, as the true culprit roamed free, and she transformed into a vengeful spirit, executing a brutal massacre, annihilating Class 7. Second, it was I who orchestrated it, wrongfully accused and thus darkened in spirit, manipulating my abilities to compel Class 7 to jump. A teacher of formidable presence might indeed achieve such an act. However, I can now dismiss the latter possibility. After all, I have been executed, rendering me incapable of controlling Class 7. The first theory, too, seems rather implausible. If Tian Xiao sought vengeance, her target would logically be Qi Chao, not a wholesale eradication of Class 7. Such an act defies reason. While it is true that a vengeful spirit may not adhere to human logic, the rationale remains tenuous. Moreover, there is another pressing question. Chen Chu remains uncertain of Qi Chao and Amp, Oppo's fate, alive or dead. What began as a clear line of thought has now devolved into utter confusion. For there are no further documents, and the trail has gone cold. Chen Chu absently pulled over Director Sun and Amp, Oppo's chair and sat down, meticulously sorting through his thoughts. One thing he could ascertain is that there must be other participants in this affair. Otherwise, the buttons would have no reason to vanish. It appears that the first stage was merely the beginning. An involuntary shiver coursed through Chen Chu. All the individuals within the scenario are rooted in reality, their personalities mirroring those in the real world. Rather than being a mere fabrication, it represents a plausible scenario that could transpire in actuality. Especially concerning Tian Xiao, she is indeed capable of such actions. Now, reflecting upon this scenario, Chen Chu perceives its profound significance. Unraveling the truth may serve a preventative function for him. At the very least, he must eradicate the possibility of such events before they can take root. Due to the overwhelming confusion, Chen Chu found it necessary to reassess everything from the beginning. The button serves as the primary clue, followed closely by the love letter. Logically, the letter should bear fingerprints. The police would certainly be able to uncover them. Yet, recalling that Qi Chao is a chemistry teacher, Chen Chu could not help but smile wryly. This individual likely erased the fingerprints using some reagent. Qi Chao is an expert in this field. By the time the police catch on, he would have likely fled. Thus, if not him, then whom should they pursue? The most troublesome aspect is the rooftop garden, as the lawn is littered with too many footprints, rendering investigation nearly impossible. It is exceedingly difficult to clear his name. Casting a glance at Tian Xiao, who had her back turned, Chen Chu felt a sense of helplessness. He still believed his demise was profoundly unjust. Shaking his head slightly, he crossed his arms in contemplation. He must have overlooked some critical detail. Good fortune bring you luck. Good fortune brings joy and love. Tian Xiao, could you please turn off the music? You are disrupting my train of thought. The music ceased abruptly. How convenient. There was no need to reach for his phone. He was unsure how long he had been lost in thought when an epiphany struck him. Of course. That's why everything fell off. Chen Chu suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. How did the love letter end up in Qi Chao's possession? Firstly, how could Tian Xiao be the one to personally deliver it? Even if she were to, there's no way she could mistakenly hand it to Qi Chao, considering they're not in the same office. No matter how coincidental the circumstances, it is impossible for a letter to traverse from one office to another. With this realization, Chen Chu hastily inquired of Tian Xiao, "Did you personally deliver the love letter?" He refrained from probing too deeply, fearing she might inadvertently reveal too much. Tian Xiao shook her head. Chen Chu felt a surge of elation. His thoughts began to crystallize once more. There undeniably exist other participants, perhaps even those steering the course of events. However, he had no means to ascertain their identities. Yet, this could be inferred from experience. The individual who assisted in delivering the letter must certainly be acquainted with Qi Chao and acted with intent, for they are not even in the same office. Even if there were a mistake, it would only reach another teacher within the same office, not Qi Chao. Furthermore, the letter could not have been delivered openly. It would have to be done surreptitiously. In a classroom, it would attract the attention of other students, while an office offers more concealment. Thus, the student who delivered the letter must at least have had access to the office and knowledge of Qi Chao's location, suggesting they were a student of his. Yes, a visit to Qi Chao and Amp. Oppo's office is imperative. Elated, Chen Chu swiftly urged Tian Xiao to return to the teaching building. However, upon his return, he discovered a markedly altered scene. The previously dimly lit building was now awash in a gruesome spectacle. The walls were smeared with countless bloody handprints, some of which appeared to move. Even Tian Xiao seemed somewhat unnerved by the transformation. The difficulty had escalated dramatically. Is it that my sister Xiao can no longer wield a knife? Or are you all simply too audacious? How dare they behave so insolently before the Spirit King? At that moment, a loud thud echoed, as if a heavy object had fallen at his feet. Chen Chu widened his eyes, filled with dread as he gazed downward. His hair standing on end, there lay a bloodied head. Casting his gaze to the adjacent classroom door, he beheld a headless figure standing there. Chen Chu dare not breathe, almost instinctively uttering, "Classmate, you and Amp, Oppos, V lost your head." Chapter 50. Gratitude to the elders at this moment. Chen Chu was so frightened that he stumbled over his words, hastily retreating behind Tian Xiao as he cautiously advanced. The sight of a severed head before him was enough to instill terror. The corridor was rife with agitation, as if something dreadful might leap forth from the classroom at any moment. Yet, Tian Xiao's imposing presence had not yet waned. At most, it merely served to intimidate Chen Chu without any tangible assault occurring. Time slipped by, and eventually, Chen Chu arrived at Qi Chao and Amp, Oppo's office. Upon entering, he could not help but collapse onto the floor, gasping for breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. The fear he felt in this initial stage was on an entirely different level compared to the second stage. It was overwhelming, rendering any semblance of good fortune utterly insignificant. Were it not for Tian Xiao as company, Chen Chu believed he could have perished 100 times over. After catching his breath, Chen Chu began to search for clues. Having previously visited the first-year offices, he had a rough idea of where Qi Chao might be seated. He promptly made his way to the left side and commenced his search. Upon discovering a chemistry textbook, his certainty about Qi Chao's location solidified further. Outside, the cacophony of wailing and howling continued unabated. Chen Chu dared not ask Tian Xiao for assistance in locating items, instead instructing him to guard the door against any encroaching malevolent spirits. After all, in the second stage, even the teacher's office seemed far from a sanctuary. After some time, Chen Chu finally unearthed Qi Chao and Oppo's class schedule. He taught chemistry to 3 classes, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th classes of the first year. The scope was still too broad, necessitating further refinement. With approximately 150 students across these 3 classes, identifying the specific pupil felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He now required additional clues to ascertain the identity of this student. Regrettably, he had not paid attention to Tian Xiao and Oppo's social circle, particularly that of other classes. This oversight was a lapse in his responsibilities. Had he been more observant, he would not find himself in this predicament. He resolved to rectify this in the future. Clearly, no pivotal clues could be found within the office, and the system had offered no guidance. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Chen Chu sighed, a wry smile gracing his face. It seems I must venture into the classroom, after all. Yet, the thought of entering the classroom filled him with dread, for it was undoubtedly a den of chaos. Even with Tian Xiao by his side, Chen Chu feared his heart might not withstand the onslaught. To perish from sheer fright would be utterly humiliating. As he pondered, his attention abruptly focused on his inventory, his eyes narrowing slightly. The teacher and amp, oppos, S dominance was useful, as was the teacher and amp, oppos, SI. Theoretically, the decorative items should also prove beneficial. Currently, aside from 6 basic educational items, he possessed 5 pieces of a special status set, comprising 8 in total. Initially, he had assumed this special status to pertain to conditions such as fervor or reflection, but it turned out to be a new category altogether, consisting of 3 types, with a 50 increase in trigger rate upon completing the set. Neatness. When activated, it will proactively clean and maintain an orderly environment. Altruism. When activated, it will be inclined to assist those in need. Friendliness. When activated, its demeanor will become congenial. The special status would randomly trigger one of these effects, lasting for only 10 minutes. Furthermore, without the complete set, the activation rate remained exceedingly low. The 8-piece special status set was likely affixed to the walls, and Chen Chu had already gathered 5 items: the Disciples' Regulations mural, the 3-character classic mural, the portrait of Confucius, the portrait of Mencius, and the portrait of Li Bai. 3 items remained to be collected. Each piece boasted a 3 activation efficiency, summing to a mere 15 overall. It was evidently impractical to expend teaching points at this juncture. Thus, Chen Chu's objective became resoundingly clear: elevate all items to C grade, as they would inevitably be employed in the future. The only consequence would be a slight delay in upgrading the teacher into oppos, SI, which was of little consequence. Once he completed the mission, the rewards would sufficiently compensate for the teaching points expended. Without further ado, Chen Chu swiftly upgraded all murals to C grade, effectively doubling their efficacy and instantly increasing the activation probability to 30. This was worth a try. Chen Chu hurriedly retrieved all the murals from his inventory, rolled them up, and tucked them into his waistband. Unlike pets that would automatically bind to the classroom, decorative items did not possess such limitations. Thus, Chen Chu now functioned as a mobile repository of 5 special statuses. Upon entering any classroom, he could provide a 30 chance of triggering a special status. With newfound confidence, Chen Chu exited the office, instructing Tian Xiao to lead the way towards the 3rd class of the first year. The journey was fraught with fright. Chen Chu proceeded with his eyes narrowed. He found himself envying those with poor vision. If he were to remove his glasses, he would undoubtedly benefit from a soft focus effect, sparing him from the terror he currently felt. Eventually, Tian Xiao halted in his tracks. Chen Chu cautiously peered at the signboard beside the doorframe. 3rd class of the first year. Even squinting, he could discern several figures moving within the classroom, emitting an array of eerie sounds. Without hesitation, he grasped Tian Xiao's hand, and together they entered, where he concealed himself behind Tian Xiao. Silently, he awaited the activation of the special status while continuously scanning the state of those inside with the teacher's eye. As time trickled by, an unexpected event occurred. Deng Xijia, who had been aimlessly bumping into the wall in a corner, abruptly ceased her movements. Dragging her bloodied form, she seized a tattered broom from the corner and began to tidy up. Neatness activated. It truly works. I am grateful to my elders for bestowing upon me such cleverness and wisdom. Chapter 51. A gruesome revelation after Deng Xijia activated her tidiness state. The atmosphere in the classroom of Class 3, Grade 1, transformed into something extraordinarily peculiar. As she swept the floor, every desk, chair, and scattered object floated into the air. Deng Xijia's figure flickered throughout the classroom as she diligently gathered the dust. Subsequently, the levitating furniture began to descend in an orderly manner, aligning perfectly on the ground. However, Deng Xijia was not alone. Sun Jiao, Zhang Yuan, and Feng Qing, all fellow specters, found themselves momentarily stunned and retreated to the walls, presumably questioning their own existence. Yet, they dared not cause any disturbance. In life, Deng Xijia had been the formidable leader of their dance troupe, and even in death, she remained their commanding presence. Deng Xijia busily tidied up, leaving the others to watch in awe, entirely forgetting their original purpose for being there. Not only were Sun Jiao and the others bewildered, But Chen Chu himself was equally astonished. The tidiness she achieved was far beyond his expectations. However, what transpired next was even more astonishing. As Deng Sijia set down the broom, she inexplicably produced a cloth from somewhere and rushed to the window to wipe away the blood handprints on the wall. To no avail. Frustration brewed within her, and she emitted an eerie growl. Suddenly, all the blood handprints vanished without a trace, leaving the wall remarkably clean. With hands on her hips, Deng Sijia surveyed the wall with apparent satisfaction. It was only then that she noticed the blood smeared across her own body. Tugging at her clothing, she began to emit a series of incomprehensible sounds, and in the blink of an eye, she reappeared before Sun Jiao and the others, continuing her cryptic murmuring. In response, Sun Jiao and the others mimicked her sounds, perhaps attempting to communicate, their voices unsettlingly eerie. After a prolonged moment, it seemed Deng Sijia had convinced them, as Sun Jiao, her previously contorted hands now relaxed, appeared resigned to the situation. In an instant, four figures passed through the wall and departed. Chen Chu could not help but squint in confusion. He did not fully comprehend the exchange, but felt he grasped its essence. Deng Sijia seemed to be indicating that they needed to clean themselves up. Sun Jiao, Feng Qing, and Jiang Yuan appeared perplexed. Subsequently, they were whisked away by Deng Sijia. With a shrug, Chen Chu resumed his search for clues within the now tidied classroom. His task had become significantly easier thanks to Deng Sijia's efforts. He resolved to employ the most rudimentary method, random searching, for if he stumbled upon a crucial clue, the system would surely provide indications. After what felt like an eternity of searching, Class 3, Grade 1 had been thoroughly scoured, yet Chen Chu found nothing of value. Fortunately, Deng Sijia and the others did not return, compelling him to move on to the next classroom. Once again, he would employ the same strategy, awaiting the activation of a special state. In Class 4, another specter fell victim, Lu Yingying, triggering a benevolent effect. Class 4 housed 3 specters, one of whom had an oddly distorted mouth. Lu Yingying approached and adjusted the specter and damp, Oppo's mouth to a normal position. Another specter crawled on all fours. Its head twisted a full 180 degrees. Lu Yingying, ever eager to help, righted its head, facing downwards. The specter promptly twisted its head back, prompting Lu Yingying to repeat her action. The specter's mouth once again became distorted, leading Lu Yingying to adjust it back repeatedly, leaving the two specters in a state of bewilderment. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Chu diligently searched for clues. At that moment, a photograph atop a locker caught Chen Chu and Oppo's attention. He hurried over, retrieved it, and discovered it was a photo taken during military training for Class 4. He obtained the clue photograph. However, Chen Chu had no time to examine the photo closely. He swiftly exited the classroom to reunite with Tian Xiao, then proceeded to the office, closing the door and instructing Tian Xiao to stand guard outside. While illuminating the photograph with his phone, he scrutinized it carefully. This was not a group photo, but rather one taken during a break in training. The image was crowded with individuals in military attire, making it difficult to identify anyone, especially since Chen Chu scarcely recognized the students of Class 4. Yet, he soon detected an anomaly. In the corner of the photograph were 2 figures, one of whom was Tian Xiao, her hand raised as she pointed at a girl, appearing quite irate, as if she were reprimanding her. The girl, whose head was bowed in apparent fear, was only partially visible, but Chen Chu quickly recognized her as Li Qian, a standout student renowned for her academic prowess, having ranked among the top 10 in the entrance exams. She was also quite attractive, often garnering the teachers and Oppo's praise. Was this indicative of school bullying? Chen Chu furrowed his brow, feeling he was on the verge of uncovering the truth. It seemed Li Qian had suffered at Tian Zhao's hands, enduring bullying and neglect. Tian Xiao had coerced Li Qian into delivering a love letter, and after enduring prolonged torment, Li Qian could no longer bear it, leading her to intentionally pass the letter to Qi Chao. This resulted in a struggle between Qi Chao and Tian Xiao, culminating in Tian Zhao's fall from the building, while Qi Chao fled in panic. At that moment, Li Qian must have secretly followed, and as Qi Chao escaped, she arrived at the balcony. fortuitously discovering a button and taking it with her. Chen Chu's pupils contracted, overwhelmed by a chilling realization. Witnessing Tian Zhao's fall, Li Qian exhibited no fear. Indeed, she might have even laughed at the sight of Tian Zhao and Oppo's demise, casually claiming the crucial piece of evidence, the button. A wave of goosebumps enveloped Chen Chu, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Chapter 52. Banlangen. At this moment, the system and Oppo's notification suddenly rang out. You have gathered 4 clues. Congratulations, host, on completing the second phase of the quest and surviving. The current system evaluation is S. The host may choose to exit the quest and receive rewards, or continue the quest for a higher evaluation and uncover the truth. However, the difficulty will significantly increase, and all rewards will disappear upon death. Chen Chu furrowed his brow. The closer he approached the truth of the matter, the more he felt a chill run down his spine. As it stands, he had grasped the cause and part of the process of the events. Yet, none of the current clues pointed to the true reason behind the collective leap of Class 7. The main figures involved were Tian Zhao, Li Qian, and Qi Chao. Tian Zhao was already deceased, while the fates of Li Qian and Qi Chao remained unknown. It was unclear how they were connected to the collective leap of Class 7. Should he exit the quest or continue? Chen Chu was not torn. Having come this far, he must uncover the truth. It was possible that such an incident could occur in the real world, endangering his life as well as the lives of many innocents. No matter how daunting the challenge, he had to give it his all. He chose to continue. The quest entered its 3rd phase. Please be advised that all souls within the school will launch a frenzied assault to prevent your further exploration. The school's supermarket has opened. You may spend teaching points to purchase items to aid your survival. As the system notification faded, a series of piercing howls erupted from outside the office, and blood began to seep through the walls, coalescing into the word death. Simultaneously, sounds of struggle could be heard outside the office. A mere glance revealed Tian Zhao transformed into a blood shadow, clashing against a multitude of dark figures, keeping them at bay from the office. However, the number of shadows increased, and their forms grew larger. Chen Chu felt a surge of dread. Even Tian Zhao seemed to be struggling to hold on. Yet, there was little he could do. After all, he had been somewhat of a cheat. If he had not employed the epic education technique on Tian Zhao in the first phase, Tian Zhao would have grown stronger as the quest progressed. The quest had begun to auto-repair, continuously enhancing the strength of other souls, while Tian Zhao and Oppo's combat power remained virtually unchanged. Chen Chu knew he could not remain passive. His current objective was to head to the school's supermarket and see what items could be utilized. Yet, he realized that stepping outside would almost certainly mean death. There was no turning back. It all depended on whether he could run fast enough. With a steely gaze, Chen Chu and Oppo's demeanor shifted entirely. Mimic, in a flash, he burst from the office. Countless dark figures immediately redirected their attack towards him. Simultaneously, desks and chairs flew out from the classroom, bombarding him. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Chu dashed forward, his senses heightened, instinctively dodging the barrage of furniture with remarkable agility. He executed a sliding maneuver to the stairway, grasped the railing, and leaped. Countless shadows pursued him closely, while Tian Zhao's blood-colored figure continued to obstruct them, buying Chen Chu precious time. Chen Chu dare not look back, sprinting desperately toward the school supermarket. However, unexpectedly, even the bluestone tiles beneath him began to tremble. He heard a whoosh, feeling a chill at his back. Almost instinctively, he turned his head just in time to see a bluestone tile flying at him, crashing into the ground ahead and shattering. Damn! If he had been a moment slower, it would have been disastrous. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. He rolled and dodged, scrambling to his feet and running. Boom! 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 Debris flew everywhere, as if he had stepped into a battlefield. The school's supermarket was just ahead, but the legion of malevolent spirits behind him clearly had no intention of letting him escape. With a thunderous roar, Chen Chu's face paled in terror. The ground ahead erupted, and countless bluestone tiles levitated, forming a colossal bluestone hand that blotted out the sky. Descending upon him with a thunderous slap, Chen Chu and Oppo's Chu's pupils constricted, and he pushed off the ground with all his might, launching himself away like a frog, narrowly avoiding the crushing blow. However, he collided with a flower bed, pain coursing through him as he cried out, feeling certain his left arm was fractured. Seeing that the hand had failed to crush him, it rose again, sweeping towards the flower bed. Gritting his teeth, Chen Chu bore the pain and continued to run. His mimicry skills cycled through every conceivable character he could envision. Unfortunately, his current mimicry could only imitate ordinary humans. To emulate superhumans, the skill required upgrading. If only he could transform into a super scion today, he would not be bullied like this. One slap would turn them all to ashes. Chen Chu fled desperately, grateful for the temporary cover provided by the flower beds surrounding him. The bluestone hand was not particularly swift, and with Tian Zhao's protection, he was finally within reach of the school's supermarket. It had to be a safe zone. Once inside, he would be secure. With this thought, he summoned every last ounce of strength and executed a sliding maneuver directly toward the school supermarket. Just as he was about to slip inside, a bluestone tile suddenly fell from above. Damn it! Chen Chu could not halt his momentum. The tile fortuitously landed right between his legs. Boom! His eyes rolled back as he crashed at the supermarket entrance, clutching himself on the ground, writhing in pain. Banlangen? Chapter 53 Supermarket. Chen Chu nearly crawled into the supermarket, and at that very moment, the world seemed to fall into a profound silence. The countless malevolent spirits that had been pursuing him vanished without a trace. Only Tian Zhao remained, standing motionless not far away, silently waiting, seemingly too apprehensive to approach the supermarket even by a fraction. Chen Chu could not help but gasp, twitching on the ground for quite some time before he finally regained his composure. The school supermarket had opened, offering services such as dining, medical care, and the sale of special items. Medical care. Chen Chu was drenched in cold sweat, his voice trembling, currently assessing the host condition. Complete healing of injuries will require 260 teaching points. Shall we proceed? Chen Chu gritted his teeth, one hand pounding the ground in desperation. Yes, yes. Please treat me quickly. In the next instant, he felt the pain throughout his body vanish completely. Gasping for breath, Chen Chu felt as though he were on the brink of collapse. He vowed never to endure such an experience again in his lifetime. Of all the injuries one could sustain, why did it have to be a grievous one like this? The agony made him question his very existence. His fractures were entirely healed. To be fair, the pricing system was remarkably just treating all customers equally. Chen Chu surveyed the school supermarket. It was perhaps the only place in this scenario that resembled a semblance of civilization. It bore resemblance to an ordinary supermarket, with bright lights and neatly arranged shelves adorned with a dazzling array of products, though devoid of any staff, as everything was sold automatically. The school supermarket is open for 3 hours only. Please manage your time wisely. Chen Chu was taken aback. He could not afford to waste time. After all that transpired, he and T consumed a single drop of water and was ravenous. What delicacies were available? This supermarket offers all food and beverage services. Are there spicy hot pot and haidaleo? Yes. How about sour soup pig's trotter hot pot? Yes. Chen Chu couldn't help but chuckle. Eating hot pot in a horror film. The scenario was rather peculiar. Nevertheless, he couldn't possibly consume so much alone, and dining solo would be far too lonely. He spent 15 teaching points on a serving of fried rice and a bottle of mineral water, seeking a spot to eat while contemplating his next course of action. He could either investigate Qi Chao or Li Qian. However, since Li Qian was a day student and did not reside on campus, Chen Chu found it difficult to determine how to proceed. Thus, he resolved to continue his inquiry regarding Qi Chao. Although Qi Chao did not live at school either, as a chemistry teacher, he would certainly frequent the laboratory for classes. Therefore, his next destination would be the laboratory. Yet, the chaotic scene outside left Chen Chu feeling somewhat uncertain. A survival rate of 12 was no jest. Had it not been for his epic teaching skills and Tian Zhao and Appo's as assistants, the first phase would have likely ended in failure. But now, facing the increasingly formidable spirits, Tian Zhao's strength appeared to be stretched thin. In one-on-one confrontations, Tian Zhao might not be afraid, but the sheer number of spirits was overwhelming. Even a single oversight could lead to Chen Chu and Oppo's demise. Moreover, the laboratory was quite a distance away, and he didn't feel assured about reaching it unscathed. After resting for 3 hours, he could barely utilize the teacher's aura twice. Chen Chu weighed his options and couldn't help but sigh. Merely 2 uses of the teacher's aura would hardly suffice to navigate through the upcoming challenges. His mimicry skill had already been employed. Fortunately, the supermarket offered special items for sale. Chen Chu quickly glanced at the offerings, his eyes widening in amazement. Invisibility talisman, priced at 10,000 teaching points. Grants invisibility for 10 minutes, undetectable even by malevolent spirits. Usable only in the current scenario, and used items will disappear upon exiting. Speed talisman, priced at 10,000 teaching points. Allows for incredible speed for 10 minutes, evading even the pursuit of malevolent spirits. Conditions as above. Binding talisman, priced at 10,000 teaching points. Can immobilize any target for 10 minutes. Conditions as above. Vajra talisman, priced at 10,000 teaching points. Grant invulnerability for 10 minutes. Conditions as above. 4 types of talismans dazzled Chen Chu. However, their prices were exorbitantly high. He currently possessed just over 40,000 teaching points, which he had been saving to upgrade his teacher's eye. Yet, considering the current scenario's S rating, completing the next phase would elevate it to SS rating. Exchanging 40,000 teaching points for an SS item was undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. He purchased one of each talisman and stored them in his inventory. With that, Chen Chu felt a surge of confidence. He used the remaining teaching points to buy water and some food, storing them in his inventory. As he was uncertain how long it would take to conclude the scenario, it was better to be prepared. After resting for a full 3 hours, Chen Chu finally exited the school supermarket. The moment he stepped outside, the lights of the supermarket extinguished, revealing a scene of utter chaos. Simultaneously, the malevolent spirits from Class 7 began to stir. Blood seeped continuously from the walls, and the cobblestones beneath began to tremble. Tian Xiao, cover me! In a fleeting moment, Tian Xiao transformed into a shadow of crimson, moving around Chen Chu, obstructing the spirits from harming him. Chen Chu snorted coldly, and in the next instant his aura erupted. Everyone, stay put. Chapter 54. I may not be human, but you are indeed a dog, a low growl echoed, and in an instant, the chilling winds and the wails of tormented souls vanished. In the blink of an eye, all the malevolent spirits appeared around Chen Chu, too fearful to meet his gaze. Initially, Chen Chu intended to flee immediately. However, a thought compelled him to verify something urgently. Line up from the lowest to the highest. Move quickly. In a state of reverence, the spirits of Class 7 obediently arranged themselves into 4 rows as instructed. Each one was either a grotesque sight or a pitiful figure. And Chen Chu dared not look too closely, fearing he might regurgitate the fried rice he had just eaten. Count off. Forget it. I and Oppo's. LL count myself. Chen Chu quickly assessed the numbers. There were 48 in Class 7, and including Tian Xiao, there were a total of 47 present. He swiftly scanned the area with his teacher and Oppo's SI, and indeed, there was no sign of Su Tianhao. This instantly confirmed his suspicion, igniting a bold idea within him. Deng Xijia, come in with me. As soon as he stepped into the chaotic supermarket, Deng Xijia materialized before him. Wait a moment, I need a change. Chen Chu decisively retrieved a raincoat from his inventory. Donning it with his back turned to Deng Xijia as he commanded, You answer as I ask. Nod for yes. Shake your head for no. Deng Xijia nodded slightly, too timid to raise her eyes. Is someone forcing you to jump off a building? Chen Chu inquired directly. Deng Xijia hesitated momentarily before letting out a piercing scream, reminiscent of Su Tianhao's earlier plight. A loud crash echoed, and blood splattered. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, but Chen Chu had already pinched his nose. One down. After a while, Chen Chu peeked out from the supermarket entrance, smiling at the neatly arranged spirits. Next, before long, the interior of the supermarket resembled a purgatory. Chen Chu suppressed the urge to vomit. shedding the now blood-soaked raincoat before rushing outside. Outside, only Tian Xiao remained, standing alone and trembling in fear at the sight of Chen Chu. I may not be human, but you are indeed a dog. Chen Chu was oblivious to Tian Xiao's thoughts, feeling remarkably at ease himself. All the spirits of Class 7, except for Tian Xiao, had been compelled to self-destruct. Relief washed over him. Just a few steps from the supermarket, the system's notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations, host. You have exterminated 94 of the malevolent spirits in the instance and completed the hidden task, extermination, earning the special item, Class 7 Soul Summoning Banner. What? Chen Chu and Appo's eyes widened. He had initially thought he was exploiting a bug in the system, fearing punishment. To his surprise, this was part of the system and Appo's mechanism. Complete with a hidden task, he quickly examined the attributes of the Class 7 Soul Summoning Banner. Class 7 Soul Summoning Banner. Instance exclusive item. When used, it can summon the spirits of Class 7 to serve you, and all spirits will obey your commands. It can also recall injured spirits for recuperation. Note, this item can only be used within the instance, and spirits that die cannot be resurrected. This. Chen Chu was nearly moved to tears. I just spent 40,000 teaching points on a talisman. Knowing the system would not allow returns, he resigned himself to the reality. He hastily pulled out the Class 7 Soul Summoning Banner. It was an ancient-looking small flag with a wooden handle, inscribed with the 2 characters for Class 7. At this moment, Tian Xiao's status appeared altered. Name, Tian Xiao. Gender, female. Age, 35-15 at the time of death. Status, disdain for learning. Fully obedient, requires possession of the special item, Class 7 Soul Summoning Banner, to activate. Weaken bad habits. Negligible talent. None. Learning efficiency. -114 overall evaluation. The states of reverence and reflection had dissipated, replaced by complete obedience and weakness, after battling so many spirits. It would be strange not to feel weakened. Tian Xiao, please come in and rest. As soon as Chen Chu and Appo's words fell, Tian Xiao transformed into a blood shadow and entered the Class 7 Soul Summoning Banner. Although he had acquired the Class 7 Soul Summoning Banner, Chen Chu did not feel significantly relieved. After all, as a teacher, he was meticulous. The system's notification indicated that he had eliminated 94 of the spirits, which carried considerable implications. There were a total of 48 individuals in Class 7, and with only Tian Xiao surviving, that did not add up to 94. Calculating backwards, Chen Chu and Appo's heart sank. There were 50 malevolent spirits in the instance. He had eliminated 47, leaving 3 spirits still present, including Tian Xiao. Naturally, his mind turned to Li Qian and Qi Chao. A wave of dread washed over him. Both of these spirits had advanced to the 3rd phase of the instance without making an appearance, undoubtedly of boss-level strength, far beyond what Class 7 could contend with. Even with the Class 7 Soul Summoning Banner, he could not afford to be complacent. Furthermore, against Li Qian and Qi Chao, his teacher's authority would be ineffective. I should check the laboratory. Chen Chu hastily set off toward the laboratory. Throughout his journey, he remained vigilant, prepared to use his talismans. However, it seemed that due to the extermination of Class 7, everything was calm, and he found the school's chemistry laboratory with remarkable ease. After a period of searching, Chen Chu finally uncovered a new lead without incident. Chapter 55. Reasonable, isn't it? Obtaining clues. Chen Chu held a notebook filled with dense chemical formulas. Alas, I am a Chinese language teacher, also dabbling in geography, with a background solely in the humanities. The periodic table of elements has long since evaporated from my memory. How on earth can I comprehend these chemical formulas? Chen Chu and Appo's lips twitched in frustration. He had nearly exhausted his teaching resources and could no longer rely on the sweet power of education. After much hesitation, he trembled as he retrieved a chemistry textbook he had unearthed. What can a desperate person achieve, aside from deciphering chemical formulas? This is more painful than death. Having glanced through a single unit, his head felt as if it might explode. He had chosen to pursue the humanities precisely because his performance in the sciences had been dismal. Chemistry, physics, and biology, he had never passed any of these subjects. Chen Chu felt a throbbing headache. Yet, the clues lay within the chemical formulas, and he was utterly perplexed by their content. Regardless, Chi Chao had gathered these numerous chemical formulas for a reason. The question remained, what was he trying to concoct? Without clarity on the nature of this endeavor, he found himself at a loss. After a prolonged contemplation, Chen Chu decided to shift his approach. He could momentarily exclude the possibility that the 7th grade suicide incident was linked to Tian Xiao, as the logic simply did not add up. Consequently, his suspicions narrowed to Li Qian and Chi Chao. Li Qian, being merely a student, surely lacked the capability to orchestrate such events. Despite this assumption, Chen Chu resolved to first eliminate Li Qian from suspicion. This left only Chi Chao. Assuming that Chi Chao was the mastermind behind a collective suicide of the 7th grade students, a newfound clarity emerged in Chen Chu's mind. The chemical formulas before him might well be the root cause of the tragedy. His initial thought was of a hallucinogenic gas. After inhalation, the 7th grade students would experience delusions, leading to a collective plunge. This theory seemed plausible, yet a lingering doubt remained. Why would Chi Chao target the 7th grade students if he had already evaded legal repercussions? Perhaps the students possessed incriminating evidence or had witnessed Chi Chao descending from the building, leading him to eliminate witnesses and destroy evidence. In this scenario, Li Qian would likely be an accomplice. Nevertheless, Chen Chu felt that this explanation lacked conviction. Something felt amiss, but he could not quite grasp what it was. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. 5 clues collected. Congratulations to the host for completing the 3rd phase of the mission and surviving. The current system evaluation is S. The host is nearing the truth. Exit from the mission is impossible, and the system will automatically transition to the final phase. The rooftop garden of the school has revealed the House of Truth. Place the gathered clues within the House of Truth to unveil the reality. As the system notification concluded, an inexplicable chill coursed through Chen Chu and Amp, Oppo's, spine. Clang! Accompanied by a metallic clash, sparks flew. Chen Chu was abruptly propelled backward, crashing against the wall. Mr. Chen, it's a pity that blade of mine didn't finish you off. Just as Chen Chu rose from the ground, a figure appeared before him. In the dim light, he recognized the silhouette, Chi Chao. Chi Chao wore a disturbingly sinister smile and raised a large knife in his hand, preparing to strike at Chen Chu once more. Clang! Sparks erupted as Chen Chu was once again sent flying. The force behind Chi Chao and Amp, Oppo's, blows was terrifying. Fortunately, Chen Chu had remained vigilant from the beginning and had activated the diamond talisman at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have already become a casualty beneath Chi Chao and Oppo's blade. As Chi Chao approached again, Chen Chu hastily extended his hand, saying, Wait, Teacher Chi, let us discuss this calmly. There is no need for violence. Remarkably, Chi Chao paused, a chilling smile spreading across his face. You and Oppo's, read quite right. After all, as teachers, we should refrain from wielding knives. What a character! This boss actually makes sense. Yet in the next instant, Chi Chao and Oppo's large knife transformed into a glass rod over a meter long. As a chemistry teacher, it and Oppo's, it's only reasonable for me to carry a glass rod, right? Reasonable my foot. Chen Chu immediately activated the swift movement talisman, vanishing from sight. With a thud, Chi Chao struck the wall with the glass rod, creating a gaping hole. Upon realizing that Chen Chu had escaped, Chi Chao remained unfazed, withdrawing the glass rod and suddenly disappearing from view. With the enhancement of the swift movement talisman, Chen Chu felt as light as a feather. Time seemed to suspend around him, reminiscent of the Flash. Given the protection of the diamond talisman, without hesitation, Chen Chu leapt from the 6th floor chemistry lab. Just as he was about to land, he heard Chi Chao and Oppo's voice echoing behind him. Mr. Chen, don't run away. What the hell? How can you keep up with me? This difficulty is outrageous. In a daze, Chen Chu was struck again, crashing hard onto the ground. Mr. Chen, I and Oppo's am so lonely by myself. Die here and keep me company. Keep company my ass. Chen Chu cursed, about to turn and flee when Chi Chao appeared before him once more, swinging another blow. Chen Chu felt increasingly frustrated. If this continued, he would inevitably perish at Chi Chao and Appo's hands when time ran out. Invisibility Talisman. Without a second thought, Chen Chu activated the invisibility talisman. Chi Chao, having just caught up, froze in place as Chen Chu suddenly vanished from sight. His brow furrowed in confusion as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly losing all sense of Chen Chu and Appo's presence. Chen Chu dared not make a sound, standing still to avoid drawing attention. "Mr. Chun, stop hiding, come out. You are doomed," Chi Chao called out, scanning the area. Chen Chu rolled his eyes. "Fine, I know you're headed for the rooftop garden, so I shall wait for you there." With a flicker, Chi Chao vanished from sight. Chen Chu thought, can it really be like this? Chapter 56, The Cycle of Destiny. Chen Chu felt that the system was being somewhat deceitful. The boss was not only immensely powerful, but also possessed a keen intellect, having even stationed itself at the House of Truth. This rendered the experience entirely lackluster. Fortunately, the rooftop garden had 3 entrances, and with Chi Chao alone, it was impossible for him to block all of them. Moments later, Chen Chu arrived at one of the entrances and stealthily glanced inside. At the center of the rooftop garden, a small house had suddenly appeared. Chi Chao stood at the entrance of the House of Truth, brandishing a glass rod. Fortunately, he still had a binding talisman left. If he could lure Chi Chao over and immobilize him, he could successfully enter the House of Truth. However, Chen Chu was currently hesitant to act recklessly. The system's evaluation was merely S, not even reaching SS. He was trapped in the instance, and the system had not provided any indication that entering the House of Truth would ensure his safety. He had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. If the truth he uncovered was inaccurate, all his efforts could lead to ruin, leaving him with no way out. Most critically, the system had only stated that he was close to the truth. Knowing the truth and being close to it are 2 entirely different matters. Indeed, there must be other clues. Chen Chu and Appo's mind raced with unanswered questions. Firstly, he and Chi Chao and Li Qian had no grievances. There was no reason for either of them to frame him. Secondly, why did Li Qian choose to give her love letter to Chi Chao? What connection existed between the two? Thirdly, in this final stage, why had Li Qian not appeared? Suddenly, Chen Chu's pupils constricted, and a more terrifying thought emerged in his mind. He couldn't Appo's help but gasp, his scalp prickling with unease. Yet, all his conjectures might not be accurate. He needed evidence to substantiate them. However, he was currently stretched thin, and the talisman and Appo's duration was dwindling to only 6 minutes. Chi Chao was stationed at the entrance of the House of Truth, awaiting Chen Chu and Appo's appearance. Just then, he suddenly sensed several familiar auras. Chi Chao narrowed his eyes, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He was uncertain of Chen Chu and Appo's intentions. Abruptly, Chen Chu and Appo's voice rang out from the side. "Teacher Chi, come and catch me." In an instant, Chi Chao darted towards the source of the voice, swinging his glass rod fiercely, but he struck nothing. Frustrated, he continued to pursue, missing several times in a row. The cycle of destiny is relentless, and heaven spares no one. Now it was Chen Chu and Appo's turn to toy with Chi Chao and Appo's mindset. Admittedly, it was quite exhilarating to provoke him. Seeing Chi Chao miss repeatedly, he scoffed and suddenly dashed back to block the entrance of the House of Truth. "Hey Chi, aren't an Appo's you tough? Come and hit me." Chi Chao remained stoic, unresponsive to Chen Chu and Appo's taunts. 6 minutes flew by in the blink of an eye. All the talismans suddenly vanished, but instead of fleeing, Chen Chu appeared at the wall. The moment he materialized, Chi Chao's figure followed closely behind. Freeze! In a critical moment, Chen Chu quickly activated the binding talisman. The glass rod was nearly grazing his head, while Chi Chao remained frozen mid-swing. With 10 minutes remaining, Chen Chu exhaled, refraining from rushing into the House of Truth. Instead, he approached the railing, silently calculating the time. Just moments ago, he had used the 7-class soul-summoning banner to release all the malevolent spirits to search for clues. His provocation of Chi Chao was a deliberate tactic to buy time and prevent him from disturbing the spirits. As the seconds ticked away, 5 minutes had already passed. Most of the dispatched spirits returned empty-handed, having found no clues. Chen Chu and Oppos' expression darkened as he temporarily recalled the spirits into the banner, patiently awaiting the results. After a while, the spirit team sent to the infirmary returned, bloodied and bearing a record. "Well done," Chen Chu exclaimed, taking the health report, his expression growing grave as he fell into silence. Gradually, other teams returned as well, but with little to show for their efforts. Only the last team, which had gone to the security office, remained. With 2 minutes left, the final spirit team returned, also bringing a record. Chen Chu and Oppos' heart sank as he glanced at the motionless Chi Chao, unable to suppress a scornful spit. "One must not be too much like Ouyang Hao. You scoundrel." Chen Chu laid all the clues in a row, continuing to validate his theories. Goosebumps rose all over him. It was an Oppos' until the final minute that he gathered all the clues and entered the House of Truth. The interior of the House of Truth was not spacious. The moment Chen Chu stepped inside, the entrance vanished without a trace. Before him stood a single table, upon which he immediately placed all the evidence. "You have arrived at the House of Truth. Please articulate the restoration of the events. If your account deviates by more than 10 from the truth, you shall be deemed a failure. An endless pursuit shall ensue until your demise. If your account deviates by less than 10, you shall be deemed successful. Your evaluation will rise to SS, and you may voluntarily exit the instance to receive rewards. If your account aligns with the truth at 97 or above, your evaluation will ascend to SSS, and you may voluntarily exit the instance to receive rewards." Chapter 57. The true Chen Chu took a deep breath and, after a moment, finally spoke. "The true culprit is Li Qian. Judgment successful. Please continue." The system prompted. First, there was the medical examination report. Li Qian bore numerous bruises and scars all over her body, with the earliest injuries dating back at least 2 months. She had also suffered violations, indicating severe psychological issues. In a photograph, Tian Xiao was seen berating Li Qian. Based on my understanding of Class 7, it was clear that Tian Xiao had long been bullying and physically assaulting Li Qian. However, I ruled out the possibility that Class 7 had violated her for 2 reasons. Firstly, among the students and Oppos' vices, there was no indication of such misconduct. Secondly, the security log revealed 6 instances after evening study sessions where Chi Chao accompanied Li Qian out of the school. Thus, I concluded that Li Qian had endured prolonged violations by Chi Chao. Given the limited clues provided by the scenario, Chen Chu could only rely on his knowledge of Class 7 to make his deductions. "Judgment successful. Please continue." Hearing the success of the system and Oppos' judgment, Chen Chu let out a sigh of relief. After enduring a long period of bullying and violations, Li Qian could no longer bear it. Yet her timid nature prevented her from retaliating until Chen Chu placed a hand on the love letter. Tian Xiao had approached Li Qian, instructing her to deliver the love letter to me, thus providing Li Qian with an opportunity for revenge. Noting that the system had not yet made a determination, Chen Chu continued. After much contemplation, Li Qian devised a revenge plan, passing the love letter to Chi Chao and informing him that the sender was Tian Xiao. Chi Chao subsequently met with Tian Xiao at the agreed time. When Chi Chao arrived, Tian Xiao feigned innocence, leading Chi Chao to agree, while Tian Xiao captured evidence and used it to threaten Chi Chao. Based on my understanding of Class 7, Tian Xiao surely intended for Chi Chao to find a way to eliminate me, ideally orchestrating my dismissal. Feigning compliance, Chi Chao seized the opportunity to snatch Tian Xiao and Oppos' phone. In the ensuing struggle, Tian Xiao tore off a button from Chi Chao's shirt, and Chi Chao managed to obtain the evidence. However, in his fervor, he exerted too much force, causing Tian Xiao to fall from the building. In truth, Chen Chu relied partly on conjecture here. After all, he was merely a language teacher, not a criminal investigator, and could not ascertain whether Chi Chao had attempted an assault or if the struggle resulting from Tian Xiao and Oppos' threat had led to her fall. Furthermore, he could not determine if Chi Chao and Oppos' actions were intentional or a mere accident. Nevertheless, Chen Chu leaned towards the belief that Tian Xiao and Appo's threat had succeeded in provoking Chi Chao. If Chi Chao had truly intended to assault, Tian Xiao would undoubtedly have called for help. Judgment effective, but with some discrepancies. Chi Chao has emotional regulation issues. Tian Xiao and Appo's threats incited Chi Chao and Appo's rage, leading him to silence her by pushing her to her death. Please continue. How am I to know? Chen Chu rolled his eyes. System, you are being unreasonable. You didn't provide any clues. How could I surmise Chi Chao and Appo's emotional regulation issues? In Director Sun and Appo's office, there exists the teachers and Appo's medical examination report as a clue. Chen Chu, which little rascal ventured into Director Sun and Appo's office? Didn't Appo's find anything there? Oh, it was me, wasn't it? Well, that's a relief. Chen Chu's mouth twitched. He had intended to check the documents and suddenly remembered that Director Sun indeed had the teacher's medical reports, of which he had submitted 2 copies. Fine, I concede. Chen Chu could only continue to speculate. Chi Chao fled, while Li Qian witnessed everything unfold. Chen Chu paused. There are 3 entrances. Li Qian must have hidden in one of them. Upon seeing Tian Xiao fall, she hurried over to take a glance and noticed the button on the ground, which she retrieved. Chi Chao was unaware of the button and Appo's fall, only seeking to evade responsibility. Since Tian Xiao sought to frame me, she erased her fingerprints and concealed the love letter in my student handbook. After Tian Xiao fell, the police promptly sealed off the school. Chi Chao anonymously reported the incident, and upon discovering the love letter in my student handbook, the police took me in for questioning. Chen Chu frowned. Merely possessing a love letter cannot convict me. I should have an alibi. This situation was fraught with doubts. Logically, he should not feel guilty, and the police would not immediately accuse him. Chi Chao must have produced some evidence to substantiate the claim of my guilt. Or perhaps there was something that interfered with the police and Appo's judgment. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, Chen Chu reluctantly voiced his final speculation. However, the students of Class 7 should be aware of Tian Xiao and Appo's intentions to frame me, thus misleading the police and Appo's judgment and causing them to mistakenly identify me as the primary suspect. Judgment successful. Chen Chu. Class 7 is truly a pitfall. With the testimony of Class 7, panic ensued, and in a bid to uncover the truth and clear his name, I resorted to epic educational techniques to escape. Brandishing a firearm, which led to a police pursuit, further solidifying my identity as a suspect. In a frantic flight, I was ultimately shot dead by the police. Upon my death, the police reported the incident, and Chi Chao finally relaxed, continuing his role as the chemistry teacher. Little did he know Li Qian, embittered by Tian Xiao and Appo's death, began to plot her revenge against Class 7 when she realized she too could exact vengeance. Chen Chu spoke solemnly. The chemical formulas discovered in the laboratory were written in a clear hand, indicative of Li Qian rather than Chi Chao. Li Qian herself was an academic prodigy, likely possessing a unique talent in chemistry, perhaps frequently engaging with Chi Chao in the lab, which may have been one of the reasons behind Chi Chao and Appo's violations. After Li Qian developed a substance akin to a hallucinogen, it led to the collective suicide incident involving Class 7. Chen Chu paused. Ultimately, Chi Chao inhaled the hallucinogen and succumbed to hallucinations, resulting in his death. As for Li Qian, she did not perish but survived, embarking on a new life. When the system indicated the presence of 94 malevolent spirits, Chen Chu had surmised the existence of 3 malevolent entities, including Tian Xiao. However, it was only at the final stage that he realized Li Qian had not died. In reality, the remaining 3 malevolent spirits were Tian Xiao, Chi Chao, and himself. The version of him within the scenario was already dead. Now appearing in the school, he was a conscious entity, thus qualifying as one of the malevolent spirits. Moments later, the system's notification chimed. Judgment successful. Settlement in progress. Chapter 58. The final assessment determined that the host had restored the truth to 98, earning an SSS rating, allowing the selection of one reward from the following options. Mythical Physique Pill. Quality SSS significantly enhances physical strength upon consumption. This pill can be used a maximum of 10 times, and upon reaching this limit, it activates the special attribute, Mythical Physique. Note, it is recommended to consume in the following order: Physique Pill, Intermediate Physique Pill, Advanced Physique Pill, Legendary Physique Pill, Epic Physique Pill, Mythical Physique Pill. Consume all of one type before proceeding to the next to maximize effectiveness. If the Mythical Physique Pill is consumed prematurely, lower-tier physique pills cannot be used. All-Purpose Trophy, Quality SSS, when placed in a classroom, has a 20 chance of bestowing the inspired state to an individual. This ornament cannot be upgraded and can activate set effects. Inspired. When triggered, all attributes are enhanced by 200 and all efficiencies are increased by 1,000, lasting for 1 hour. Mythical Encouragement Technique. When used, it can bestow the encouraged state on any individual for 24 hours. Each use consumes a certain amount of teaching points and can be used indefinitely. This skill cannot be upgraded. Encouraged. When activated, all abilities are significantly enhanced. One pill, one ornament, one skill. This choice inevitably exacerbated Chen Chu's indecision. The Mythical Physique Pill could be dismissed as it was not immediately beneficial, and using it would preclude the use of other physique pills. Thus, he found himself torn between the All-Purpose Trophy and the Mythical Encouragement Technique. Both effects were extraordinarily potent, yet a dilemma arose. The Mythical Encouragement Technique was undeniably more practical, yet required teaching points to activate. Chen Chu recalled the immense cost of using Teacher Tiantian's abilities, which consumed tens of thousands of teaching points, and the teaching points required for the Mythical Encouragement Technique would undoubtedly be even greater. His current teaching points were insufficient, and he struggled to envision the utility of a Mythical Encouragement Technique, especially since he possessed a mimicking skill that overlapped with its function. Conversely, the All-Purpose Trophy offered a doubling of all attributes with a high triggering efficiency, promising a substantial increase in teaching points and alleviating his current scarcity of them. In essence, the All-Purpose Trophy could facilitate the accumulation of teaching points in the early stages, while the Mythical Encouragement Technique represented a late-game skill with potential for personal application. After considerable contemplation, Chen Chu ultimately opted for the Mythical Encouragement Technique, recognizing the importance of foresight. With the existence of dungeons that yielded high-level rewards, it was evident that the Mythical Encouragement Technique would prove more advantageous. Teaching points could be accrued over time, but mythical skills were rare and precious. I choose the Mythical Encouragement Technique. The reward was dispensed, and in 3 seconds, the host would automatically exit the dungeon. Upon regaining his senses, Chen Chu found himself back in the office, unchanged from his arrival. Following the dungeon experience, he made his way to Director Sun and Appo's office without hesitation. If a tragedy were to unfold, he was determined to eradicate its source at the outset. Eventually, he arrived at the office where Director Sun was engrossed in paperwork. Upon seeing Chen Chu, he expressed curiosity. "Teacher Chen, what brings you here?" With a smile, Chen Chu fabricated an excuse about wanting to review his health report. This was hardly a matter of privacy, and given Director Sun and Appo's fondness for him, he promptly retrieved the folder containing the health reports of the teachers, saying, "Help yourself. I and Appo's am quite busy at the moment." "All right, I and Appo's. I'll find it myself," Chen Chu replied, quickly searching for Chi Chao and Appo's report. After a moment, he located it, his heart sinking slightly. As expected, Chi Chao and Appo's psychological evaluation indicated emotional regulation difficulties, although Chen Chu understood that the dungeon was merely a derivative of reality. He could not dismiss the possibility of its implications in the real world. Feigning surprise, Chen Chu turned to Director Sun, exclaiming, "Director, I accidentally stumbled upon this." He hurriedly handed Chi Chao and Appo's report to Director Sun. Frowning, "Chi Chao has emotional regulation difficulties?" Director Sun glanced at the report, momentarily taken aback. I had an Oppos, T noticed this before. With hundreds of reports to review, it was understandable that he might overlook such details. Fortunately, I caught it, Chen Chu said, feigning seriousness. If something were to happen, it could be construed as negligence on your part, and you would undoubtedly face consequences. Director Sun and Oppos' expression shifted, and he swiftly closed the door. Speaking in hushed tones, Teacher Chun, you mustn't amp, Oppos. T share this information with anyone. Rest assured, Director, I wanted amp, Oppos. T breathe a word, Chen Chu assured him. But how should we address this situation? In truth, Chen Chu wanted to suggest that they simply dismiss Chi Chao, thereby preventing any potential mishaps within the dungeon. However, upon reflection, it seemed Chi Chao had done nothing wrong in reality, and the school could not terminate him for this issue alone. After a moment's hesitation, Director Sun replied, emotional regulation difficulties aren't a particularly severe psychological issue. I will speak with Teacher Chi and recommend he seek treatment. Very well. I shall go find Teacher Chi immediately. Chen Chu répondait eagerly. Ah, yes. Go ahead, Director Sun acquiesced, watching Chen Chu leave with a hint of confusion. Why was he so invested in this matter? Was there some ulterior motive at play? Yet, upon reconsideration, it was clear that Chen Chu had no connection to Chi Chao. His concern was purely altruistic. This young man is truly kind-hearted. I have perhaps misjudged him. Such a young person with genuine compassion was indeed a rarity. Chapter 59. Agreeing to spend days together, Chen Chu arrived at Chi Chao and Oppos' office, just as Chi Chao was seated at his desk, grading papers. Teacher Chi? Chen Chu called out. Chi Chao looked up, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chen Chu, and inquired with confusion, Teacher Chun, is there something you need? Upon encountering Chi Chao, Chen Chu instinctively shuddered and unconsciously took a couple of steps back, further perplexing Chi Chao. Why are you afraid of me? Teacher Chi, Director Sun is calling for you to come to the office. He needs to discuss something with you. Chi Chao responded with an O, and promptly rose to head to the office. But as he noticed Chen Chu following closely, an ominous premonition suddenly struck him. Teacher, what exactly is this about? You'll find out once you get there. Chi Chao halted, a wry smile crossing his face as he looked at Chen Chu. Teacher Chun, please spare me this time. Chen Chu asked why. Chi Chao, with a bitter expression, replied, I cannot teach Class 7. That an amp, Oppos. It's not it. You misunderstood. Chen Chu hastily waved his hands. It has nothing to do with Class 7. Only then did Chi Chao breathe a sigh of relief, though his confusion deepened. Then what does Director Sun want with me? After a moment's thought, Chen Chu decided to be forthright, whispering, Teacher Chi, it's about the medical examination report. Chi Chao was taken aback, then chuckled helplessly. So that's what it is. I and Oppos, you've been meaning to ask for leave to see a doctor, but Director Sun never called for me, and I hesitated to approach him directly. Teacher Chi, is it serious? Very serious. Chi Chao replied helplessly. Whenever I encounter something displeasing, my temper flares up. I've been to the hospital several times already. The doctor said I need 2 months of rest and treatment. As they conversed, they finally reached Director Sun's office. Before long, Director Sun approved Chi Chao and Amp, Oppos' leave request, and it was a paid leave at that. Chi Chao was overjoyed, especially upon learning that it was Chen Chu who had alerted him. Upon exiting, he exclaimed, Teacher Chun, I truly don't know how to thank you. If you hadn't pointed it out, Director Sun might not have granted my leave. Chen Chu understood Chi Chao's predicament. Such matters were not easily brought up. If he were to approach Director Sun and say he had a mental health issue and needed leave for treatment, he would find that equally awkward. Teacher, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? No, it was merely a small favor. Wishing you good health and all the best. With that, Chen Chu hurriedly slipped away. Wow, dinner with you? I and Oppos. Been beaten by you countless times in the game. I and Oppos. Am afraid I won and Oppos. Be able to resist hitting you. Out of sight, out of mind. Chen Chu quickly returned home. With Chi Chao's issue resolved, he now needed to address the situation between Li Qian and Tian Xiao. He had to ascertain whether Li Qian was genuinely being bullied by Tian Xiao and her associates. If so, he must intervene decisively. Of course, he could not inquire directly with Tian Xiao or Li Qian, as they might not speak the truth. Hence, Chen Chu decisively summoned Zhou Feng for questioning. Li Qian from class 4? Zhou Feng appeared surprised. Aren't and Amp, Oppos, Tishi and Tian Xiao best friends? Best friends? Chen Chu was taken aback. Zhou Feng instinctively nodded. I often see them together. They seem to have been classmates in elementary and middle school. The incident that stands out in my memory is during military training. Military training? Chen Chu recalled the scene from the game where Tian Xiao berated Li Qian during military training. What happened? I remember several boys confessed to Li Qian, but they were chased off by Tian Xiao. In the end, Tian Xiao scolded Li Qian, saying her nature was too soft. Zhou Feng shrugged. That's all I remember. After hearing Zhou Feng's account, the heavy stone in Chen Chu's heart finally fell to the ground. It seemed that although the characters in the game were based on real people, their relationships were not necessarily authentic. Moreover, he had just discussed with Chi Chao, who admitted to having emotional regulation issues but did not display any dark traits. Thus, the Chi Chao in the game must have undergone a significant personality shift due to these circumstances. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. However, Chen Chu dared not let his guard down. He knew that bullying existed in Class 7, rife with issues of campus violence. No one could predict when a tragedy similar to that in the game might unfold. This further solidified Chen Chu's resolve to conquer Class 7. He could not allow the misfortunes of the game to manifest in reality. Now, how to win over the little rascals of Class 7? Chen Chu pondered how to set a trap for them. After much contemplation, he devised a plan of sowing discord. Since the children of Class 7 were so resistant to him, and anyone who approached him would face isolation, he could exploit this very fact. But who should he target? Chen Chu quickly identified his objective, the small ensemble of instrumental arts students centered around Yi Chao. According to Zhou Feng, this group had caused quite a stir with others. The reason was simple. Yi Chao played the piano, was handsome, and could be considered the heartthrob of Class 7, garnering considerable popularity. Even though the notorious reputation of Class 7 was known, girls from other classes would secretly pass Yi Chao love letters, seeking his WeChat details. Even Zhou Feng admitted to feeling a mix of envy and resentment at times, especially since Yi Chao was the type to show off, which only fueled further irritation. Most importantly, the majority of the special students in Class 7 were merely coasting through, while Yi Chao was a genuine talent, boasting a piano proficiency of level 7. This stark contrast left many in Class 7 feeling uneasy. We agreed to spend our days together, yet here you are with a piano level of 7. Chapter 60. That old fox named Chun during evening self-study. Chen Chu amiably called Yi Chao in front of the entire class, allowing the others to continue their studies. Yi Chao, initially perplexed, contemplated refusing, thinking it would be quite undignified to comply with Chen and Amp, Oppos, as request. However, recalling the unfortunate fate of Li Yang, he quickly succumbed to the pressure. Crying in front of so many people? That was a humiliation he could not afford. After some deliberation, he reluctantly furrowed his brow and stepped out of the classroom to stand before Chen Chu. Teacher, what do you need? Yi Chao inquired, a hint of apprehension in his voice. With a subtle smile, Chen Chu replied, let us discuss this in the office. Yi Chao's expression changed dramatically as he scoffed. Are you trying to provoke me again? I absolutely refuse to gamble with you. Chen Chu chuckled, retorting, do you honestly believe I can play the piano? In the past, Yi Chao would have dismissed this with contempt, undoubtedly scoffing at Chun's apparent lack of musical talent. Yet, ever since Chun had unveiled his extraordinary skills in sports and gaming, Yi Chao found himself uncertain. What if Chen truly could play? It wouldn't Amp, Oppos, to be surprising if he could effortlessly perform a piano concerto that Yi Chao himself struggled to master. Pondering this, Yi Chao chose not to respond, instead pressing, Teacher, what exactly do you want from me? Is there something that cannot be discussed here? Indeed, it cannot, Chen Chu said with a smile. Let us go to the office for a more private conversation. Rest assured, I have no intention of making any wagers. Yi Chao rolled his eyes, unconvinced by Chun's assurances. After much contemplation, he reluctantly followed Chen to the office. Once inside, Chen took a seat and gestured for Yi Chao to do the same. Teacher, what is this all about? Yi Chao's confusion was palpable. Nothing much, Chen Chu replied cheerfully, just sit here. Yi Chao was bewildered. If there's nothing to discuss, there is something, Chen interrupted. What is it? Just sit. Are you out of your mind? He Chao thought, but dared not voice his frustration. He was left utterly perplexed as Chun merely sipped tea and perused the language arts textbook, preparing for the next lesson. After an interminable wait, He Chao finally broke the silence. What exactly are you trying to achieve? He had imagined numerous scenarios, yet Chun remained inscrutable. Eventually, Chen glanced at the clock and abruptly said, "All right, you can go back now." He Chao exited the office with a perplexed expression and returned to the classroom shortly thereafter. Upon his return, the classroom buzzed with speculation. Noticing He Chao's arrival, the chatter quieted somewhat. As He Chao settled back in his seat, someone asked, "Why did Chen call you in?" "Nothing happened," He Chao instinctively replied. "What? Then why call you in?" "Don't ask me." He Chao snapped back. "He had me sit there for 10 minutes and then sent me out for no reason." The class exchanged skeptical glances. "You're joking, right? Why would Chen have you sit there for 10 minutes with nothing to do? He must be unwell." He Chao defended himself. "I swear, I really just sat there for 10 minutes. The others regarded him with disbelief. Growing frustrated, He Chao ceased his attempts to persuade them. Moments later, Chen Chu returned to class, appearing in good spirits. The students of Class 7 exchanged uneasy glances, sensing something clandestine had transpired between Chen and He Chao. As evening self-study concluded, several instrumental students gathered, inquiring about Chen's summons. "I swear, he just made me sit there for 10 minutes. He Chao insisted, exasperated. "Is Chen really that peculiar? He called you in to sit for 10 minutes? He is our ally. Don't worry, you can tell us. Did he threaten you? Why won't you believe me?" He Chao exclaimed. "Nothing happened. I just sat there for 10 minutes. The instrumental students exchanged knowing glances, realizing something unspoken was afoot. Otherwise, He Chao wouldn't be so agitated. All right, we won't pry any further. Just calm down." Finally, He Chao comprehended the gravity of the situation. "Damn it, that old fox named Chen. I'm in deep trouble now." Chapter 61. If you can oppose, beat them. Join them. He Chao now felt utterly alienated. Caught in a predicament where explanation would be met with disbelief. Yet silence would only deepen the suspicions regarding his connection with Chen Chu. For the first time in his life, he sensed a profound insult to his intelligence. The discomfort was palpable, exceedingly so, as anticipated upon arriving at school the following day. He Chao realized he had been effectively ostracized. Previously, he had enjoyed camaraderie with Zhuang Ro and her group of vocal students, but today, they completely disregarded him. The casual conversations that once filled their breaks were replaced by an icy silence, leaving him to navigate the corridors alone. Even Zhuang Ro, who had once been a close ally, now seemed to turn her back on him. The few instrumental students who had previously associated with him also chose to distance themselves, evidently seeking to avoid any repercussions from his predicament. He Chao understood that this was merely the beginning of his isolation. Class 7 would undoubtedly devise ways to target him, and he braced himself for the ensuing torment. While Zhou Feng and his companions could rely on each other for support, he was left vulnerable and solitary. A chill crept over him as the stark reality set in. Would he truly become a target for Class 7's cruelty? Understanding the rules of engagement in Class 7 all too well, He Chao resolved to find a solution before matters escalated further. After much contemplation, he decided to seek out Su Tianhao, one of the few influential figures in their class. With a formidable family background, Su Tianhao was someone with whom He Chao had previously managed to strike up a conversation. The others, Li Yiyang, Wang Lebang, and Yin Mao, had never shared a strong rapport with him, while he rarely interacted with Deng Xijia and Liao Kunyang, both of whom were largely indifferent. Seizing the opportunity during a break, He Chao hurried over to Su Tianhao, who was engrossed in playing a mobile game. Irritated by the interruption, Su Tianhao snapped, "Go away. Don't disturb my game." He Chao recognized the gravity of the situation from Su Tianhao's dismissive demeanor and quickly pleaded, "Tianhao, I assure you, I have no ties to that Chen fellow." Su Tianhao shot him a glare, "Annoy me again, and I might just retaliate." He Chao knew that Su Tianhao was not one to take lightly. Feeling humiliated, he retreated, only to be met with mocking laughter from his peers, which further fueled his frustration. How could that scoundrel Chen Chu have brought this upon him? Determined to vindicate himself, He Chao stormed out of the classroom. making a beeline for the office. Curious glances followed him as classmates speculated about the brewing drama. Upon entering, he found Chen Chu diligently working on student memorandums. Noticing He Chao's arrival, Chen Chu offered a knowing smile. "What brings you here, He Chao?" Initially, He Chao entertained thoughts of confronting Chen Chu or even resorting to violence. But he quickly dismissed the idea. He knew he was no match for Chen, who was formidable on a basketball court. The thought of being bested was too much to bear. Instead, he simmered in silence, contemplating the possibility of breaking down in tears, knowing that the entire school would soon learn of his humiliation at Chen Chu's hands. After a moment of furious contemplation, He Chao shot Chen Chu a fierce glare before turning on his heel and leaving the office. Chen Chu merely shrugged, bemused by the encounter. Returning to his seat, He Chao's anger simmered. Observing the lack of excitement among his peers, he realized they must think he had gone to report Chen Chu. The situation had deteriorated further. By the time evening classes began, He Chao and Oppo's mental state was fraying. As he had predicted, the harassment from Class 7 escalated to petty vandalism and humiliation, gum on textbooks, blocked toilets, and food thrown at him. The scent of carrot soup clung to him, a stark reminder of his fall from grace. Once surrounded by friends, he now felt like a stray dog, lost and forsaken. This dramatic descent from euphoria to despair nearly drove He Chao to madness. No matter how he tried to defend himself, Class 7 had made up their minds against him. With no options left, he steeled himself for another confrontation in the office. Chen Chu raised an eyebrow. "He Chao, why do you smell so strongly of carrot soup? Don't play coy with me. I admit defeat. I can't compete with you." He Chao retorted, his frustration boiling over. "From now on, I'll follow your lead. Whatever you say, I'll do. I want in." Chen Chu chuckled. "Come now, I'm a kind-hearted teacher, not a villain. What do you mean by wanting in?" He Chao glared fiercely. "How can you be so shameless?" With a dismissive wave, Chen Chu grinned. "All right, you're one of us now, but there's a condition." He Chao, brimming with indignation, declared, "Those guys from Lu Yang's crew, who used to be friendly with me, have turned against me. If I'm going down, I'll take them with me." Chapter 62. Boldly defiant, the newly arrived comrade, He Chao displayed remarkable awareness. "I'm quite fond of it," Chen Chu promptly inquired. "So what do you intend to do?" He Chao, with a proud demeanor, lifted his chin and replied, "I do not know." Chen Chu paused, a spark igniting in his mind. He quickly whispered a few words into He Chao's ear, causing He Chao to widen his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "What? How can a teacher harbor such wicked thoughts?" Chen Chu's expression darkened. "You must learn to be polite in front of teacher. How could I not have my share of wickedness? Class 7 is notoriously unruly. Their mischief is beyond the control of any normal teacher. If one cannot match their wickedness, how can one manage them? If students are cunning, must not the teachers be even more so? Oh, I will be more cautious in the future," He Chao quickly assured. "I will implement your method. Not so fast. Such matters cannot be rushed. We must proceed with caution. Rest assured, I shall have Zhou Feng and the others look after you." "Very well. No problem." The following day, during a break, He Chao observed Lu Yang and his group leaving the classroom, seemingly on their way to the restroom. Seizing the opportunity, He Chao exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Feng and promptly exited the classroom, hastening to catch up with Lu Yang's group. Zhou Feng, after a brief exchange of glances with Yang Tianyu and the others, swiftly followed suit. This sudden movement immediately attracted the attention of many. Zhou Feng's group were indeed Chen Chu's associates. Their departure clearly hinted at something amiss. Several students gathered in the corridor, eager to discern the unfolding drama. As Lu Yang and his companions entered the restroom, He Chao followed closely behind, with Zhou Feng and the others closing the door decisively. Upon realizing that He Chao and Zhou Feng's group had followed them and shut the door, Lu Yang and his friends sensed something was amiss. Seeing Zhou Feng's towering figure, they felt an ominous chill, especially upon noting the malevolent expression on He Chao's face. Lu Yang immediately faltered, offering a wry smile. "Comrade He, we are also left with no choice." The others nodded in agreement, their expressions mirroring his helplessness. However, He Chao merely scoffed, exchanging glances with Zhou Feng. With a wave of Zhou Feng's hand, several muscular students charged towards Lu Yang and his group with ill intentions. The faces of Lu Yang and his companions turned pale. Was a confrontation imminent? Before they could utter a sound, the students restrained them, covering their mouths effectively. In the ensuing silence, Zhou Feng merely observed with his phone in hand. After a moment, a notification pinged on Zhou Feng and AMP. AMP, Oppos, S WeChat. Someone in AMP, Oppos, S coming. It's Luo Hao, right at the door. Zhou Feng quickly tapped He Chao's shoulder and, while listening to the commotion outside, said, Lu Yang, why haven't you completed the task that old Chen assigned to you? In the next moment, Yang Tianyu mimicked Lu Yang and AMP, Oppos, S tone, comrade, he. Let us wait a bit longer. The fools from class 7 will surely fall into the trap. Zhou Feng chuckled. Lu Yang, do not worry. We will certainly cooperate. Yes. Yes, rest assured, with the 4 of us as your inside men, this plan will undoubtedly succeed. Lu Yang and the other 3 widened their eyes in disbelief. What? How can you be so brazen in your attempts to frame us? Must you let us observe this shameless act? At that moment, Zhou Feng stealthily approached the restroom door, signaling an OK gesture. The students controlling Lu Yang promptly released their hold. Simultaneously, Zhou Feng swung the door open, colliding with the students from class 7 who were eavesdropping nearby. He Chao cleared his throat. Well, the restroom is quite pleasant today. He feigned embarrassment as he exited the restroom. Zhou Feng and Yang Tianyu exchanged glances, pretending to be equally confounded. Indeed, the restroom is rather nice today. Yes, it has been much easier to relieve oneself. They all appeared exceedingly guilty as they slipped away. Inside the restroom, only Lu Yang and his 3 companions remained, staring wide-eyed at Luo Hao. Confirming their shared understanding, not far away, Chen Chu, peering through the window and observing the restroom's direction with his phone, could not suppress a grin. The message sent to Zhou Feng had originated from him. This tactic, aptly named I deliberately ensnare you. What can you do about it? Proved unexpectedly effective. After all, He Chao and Lu Yang had once been allies, but now, with Luo Hao catching them in the act, retribution from class 7 was inevitable. Most devastating was Yang Tianyu and AMP, Oppos, comment about the foolishness of class 7, which had incited widespread ire. It took less than a day for Lu Yang and his companions to experience a torment even worse than what He Chao had endured. He Chao reveled in the satisfaction, as Lu Yang and his group crumbled under the pressure before the evening study session. By the time school was dismissed in the afternoon, they approached He Chao, eager to apologize. However, He Chao was not so easily forgiving. After all, the sting of betrayal was not easily forgotten. With a cold laugh, he retorted, didn't you all find it quite enjoyable to torment me before? Why not indulge a little longer? They certainly want to kill you. Indeed, if they want to kill us, let us make it as miserable as possible. Chapter 63. Extracurricular activities, however, He Chao was merely attempting to intimidate. After all, had he found himself in a similar situation where Lu Yang and his companions were outmaneuvered by Chen Chu, he would undoubtedly have aligned himself with the 7th class against them. Thus, this was sufficient. Moreover, having spent such a considerable amount of time together, there was an inherent bond. Very well, let this time pass. He Chao snorted coldly. If there is a next time, just wait and see how I deal with you. Rest assured, He Chao, there will absolutely be no next time. Lu Yang and the others hurriedly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, He Chao led Lu Yang and his group in a defection, as all 5 individuals pledged their loyalty to Chen Chu in the office, promising to follow his lead and refrain from causing trouble. Primarily, they were too intimidated to act otherwise. Chen Chu was indeed quite cunning, effortlessly neutralizing them with a mere trick. If they did not side with Chen Chu, they could only wonder what more insidious tactics he might employ in the future. From now on, they would band together with Zhou Feng and others, ensuring they need not fear isolation or targeting from the 7th class. This brought them a step closer to thoroughly subduing the 7th class. Regrettably, this stratagem could only be employed once and was effective solely against He Chao and his cohort. Chen Chu shrugged. The rationale was straightforward. He Chao was never particularly favored by the 7th class and lacked a firm stance, thus making the divide and conquer tactic exceedingly effective. Had it involved figures like Deng Sijia or Zhuang, who wielded considerable influence and were pivotal in instigating opposition between the 7th class and the teachers. The strategy would have proven ineffective. Following Chen Chu's recent interventions, the 7th class had undergone a remarkable transformation, with order vastly improved. Now, when teachers visited to conduct lessons, they were no longer met with the same resistance, and their spirits were considerably lifted. Of course, for Chen Chu, this was merely the beginning. He was not content with merely a compliant 7th class. His ambition was to cultivate a superlative class characterized by academic excellence, camaraderie, and respect for teachers. Before long, Friday afternoon arrived. Every fortnight, the school organized extracurricular activities to foster camaraderie between teachers and students through games. In the sports field of the school, most classes engaged in activities that were quite ordinary. Homeroom teachers accompany their students, either running, exercising, or sitting together to chat and laugh. The atmosphere harmonious. Some classes even collaborated on group activities with 2 or 3 classes joining together. However, in the 7th class, not only did no other class dare to approach, but the students themselves were also divided into several factions. One group consisted of Zhou Feng and He Chao. Another was led by Wang Su, and yet another included Su Tianhao and Deng Xijia, with Wang Lebang opting to sit alone, a lone wolf. Each faction engaged in their own activities, ignoring one another. Chen Chu found himself caught in the middle, unable to align with any group. He sought to invite other classes to participate in games, but to his dismay, they all scattered far away, none willing to engage in collective activities with the 7th class. Seeing this, Chen Chu realized this was untenable. After some contemplation, an idea struck him, and he hurried to the school storage room not far away. Before long, he returned with a sandbag in hand, grinning at the crowd. Who wants to play toss with a sandbag? How old are we to be throwing sandbags? Isn't that childish? Came the derisive remarks from Deng Xijia and Su Tianhao's group. Wang Su and his companions remained silent. Zhou Feng and his group, however, had already risen to approach Chen Chu. Old Chun, if they wanted amp, oppose, play we will. Zhou Feng muttered softly. He Chao quickly added, yes, Old Chun, they wanted amp, oppose, join you. So don't embarrass yourself. Chen Chu narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not respond. Instead, he positioned himself in the center, weighing the sandbag in his hand, and smiled. If you think this is childish, then let us play something different. How about this? All of you against me. If anyone hits me once, the entire group gets a day off from homework. If you hit me twice, then 2 days, with no upper limit. However, the condition is that all of you must participate. No one can sit out. The moment those words left his lips, many were intrigued. Lu Heping, standing beside Wang Su, eagerly inquired, Teacher, is that for real? I always keep my word, Chen Chu replied with a smile. However, considering Chen Chu's history of setting traps, Su Tianhao and Deng Xijia's group, though tempted, remained spectators, silent. Seeing this, Chen Chu grinned. Don't worry, there's no real stake involved. It's just for fun. Even if you miss, there are no demands, just pure enjoyment. Su Tianhao then sprang to his feet, clapping his hands with a mischievous grin. Well, since you've said so, I won't hold back. Noticing his malicious intent, it was evident that Su Tianhao was aiming to hit him. As he stirred, the others quickly rose to join in the fun. Not only Su Tianhao's group, but even Li Yiyang and Wang Lebang, upon hearing this, approached without hesitation, all wearing expressions of ill intent. Wang Lebang naturally sought revenge for their previous encounter, while Li Yiyang was eager to reclaim his dignity after Chen Chu had humiliated him last time. I'm in. Count me in too. Chapter 64. You may have gained, but I certainly have not lost. Many students in Class 7 had long harbored displeasure towards Chen Chu. Now, not only did they have the opportunity to avoid homework, but they also saw a chance for revenge, igniting everyone's enthusiasm. Even girls like Deng Xijia and Zhuang rose from their seats. Chen Chu promptly marked out a makeshift arena, approximately the size of a basketball court, and the members of Class 7 formed a circle, each one eager and impatient. A quick glance from Chen Chu revealed that not only Su Tianhao, but also Zhou Feng and He Chao appeared somewhat exhilarated. The prospect of escaping homework was evidently a tremendous temptation for them. The first to grasp a sandbag was Su Tianhao, who fixated on Chen Chu and called out, "Can we begin?" "Yes, let the games commence." Chen Chu replied, just as Su Tianhao hurled the sandbag towards him. Chen Chu refrained from utilizing his mimetic abilities, relying solely on his reflexes to evade the attack. However, as he turned his head, others in Class 7 had already caught the sandbag and continued their onslaught. In a mere 5 rounds, Chen Chu was struck once, and he shrugged in resignation. The members of Class 7 erupted in cheers, reveling in the excitement of the game. Zhou Feng and He Chao stood together, joining in the throwing of sandbags. Minutes passed, and Chen Chu found himself hit 7 or 8 times, resulting in a week's worth of homework being lifted, much to the delight of his classmates. However, Zhou Feng sensed something amiss. Having spent considerable time with Chen Chu, he was well acquainted with his abilities and temperament. It was unusual for Chen Chu to be hit so many times in such a short span. Given his reflexes, it seemed implausible that Class 7 could land so many hits on him. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. Old Chen is setting a trap again, he realized, although he concealed his understanding from the others. Scanning the crowd, he noticed that everyone was fully engrossed, oblivious to any irregularities. The thought sent a shiver down his spine as he observed Chen Chu dodging the sandbags. Goodness, are you playing a game of nested dolls? One layer after another. How cunning. Time, as it often does, flew by swiftly, and soon half an hour had passed. Chen Chu was thoroughly exhausted, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. He raised his hand and said, Wait, let us take a break. I can't keep going." Seeing Chen Chu in such a disheveled state brought an inexplicable sense of joy to the crowd. Indeed, it felt exhilarating. In half an hour, Chen Chu had been struck 36 times. That amounted to over a month without homework. Naturally, some in Class 7 reminded him, "Teacher, do you stand by your word?" "Of course," he replied, panting. "You've been hit 36 times, which means 36 days without homework." As he caught his breath, he nodded yes. 36 days without assignments in any subject. I will inform all the teachers accordingly. Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but grin. Su Tianhao, unable to contain his excitement, urged, "Are you ready yet? We're far from finished." "Indeed, let us continue." The enthusiasm was palpable. They were determined to seize this opportunity for a semester free of assignments. "Hold on, let me catch my breath." Chen Chu was genuinely panting, sweat soaking his clothes. "Is there anyone who wishes to play a bit more intensely?" The crowd instantly grew wary. This scenario felt eerily familiar. Su Tianhao squinted and inquired, "What do you mean?" "Each hit means 2 days off homework," Chen Chu explained, gasping for air. "But if I catch one of you, then all of you must attend a full day of classes." "How about that?" The members of Class 7 hesitated to agree. After all, Zhou Feng, Wang Su, and others had previously faced failures at Chen Chu's hands, and they had learned to be cautious. This proposal undoubtedly seemed suspicious. However, Chen Chu was now visibly exhausted, drenched in sweat, and breathing heavily. His appearance did not suggest any pretense. Clearly, Chen Chu had reached his physical limits. Furthermore, even if they accepted the challenge, how many hits could he realistically catch? With so many from Class 7, it was only a matter of time before they wore him down. The arithmetic here certainly favored them. "Hold on, let us discuss this." Su Tianhao gestured for Deng Sijia, Zhuang Rou, and the others to join him for a quick huddle. Deng Sijia fronat, I sin sa trik. Zhuang Rou nodded in agreement. Su Tianhao, with a furrowed brow, turned to Liao Kunyang and asked, "What's your take?" Liao Kunyang squinted and replied, "Even if there's a trick, we need not fear. If it turns sour, we simply withdraw. If he catches one, we can stop right there. It would only mean letting him win once, which is just a day." Upon hearing this, everyone realized the strategy. This is called minimizing losses. Though Chen Chu might gain, they certainly would not incur any loss. At worst, they would sacrifice a day for over a month free from assignments. Surely a most advantageous deal. All right, it's settled. Chapter 65. The pig-killing plate before long. Su Tianhao and his companions returned. "Teacher, let us proceed with your method." "Chen Chu ga pet, anzai." "Let us go." The members of Class 7 resumed throwing sandbags, while Chen Chu in a frantic effort to evade, simultaneously sought opportunities to catch them. In no time, he was struck twice more, both times failing to catch the sandbags. His movements grew increasingly sluggish, and his reactions dulled. Observing Chen Chu's exhaustion, the Class 7 students wasted no time in intensifying their efforts, unleashing their full strength upon him. Within a mere 10 minutes, Chen Chu had endured over 10 hits. The fervor among the students escalated. They were now free from more than 2 months of assignments, and with just one more month, the semester would conclude. Despite Chen Chu's repeated attempts to catch the bags, each endeavor ended in failure. Yang Tianyu and Chao Yunjing were aware that Chen Chu was playing a trick. Initially, they assumed he would surely catch a sandbag soon, but to their astonishment, he continued to fail. Looks like old Chen has truly messed up this time. Yang Tianyu Miraculously. Chao Yunjing offered a wry smile, having developed a fondness for Chen Chu over their time together, and they found themselves unconsciously siding with him. However, it was evident this time that Chen Chu had indeed blundered. He had lost both his dignity and his advantage. Not only Yang Tianyu and Chao Yunjing, but even He Chao, who had recently defected, observed that Chen Chu was in a dire predicament. Strangely, he felt a sense of satisfaction. How can one tread the riverbank without getting their shoes wet? Divine justice is at play. Today, Chen, you face your reckoning. Yet, Zhou Feng's thoughts were far more complex. Although it appeared that Chen Chu had truly faltered, and he was clearly reaching his physical limits, that very fact raised suspicions. Chen Chu's formidable explosive power and quick reflexes had not been displayed from the outset, and his stamina could not possibly be so depleted. This was not the Chen Chu he knew. However, the exhaustion he exhibited was undeniably genuine. Thus, only one possibility remained. Zhou Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Chen Chu was acting, and he was even deceiving his own comrades. His performance was shockingly convincing, successfully portraying a figure on the brink of collapse, leading everyone to believe he was utterly spent. Recalling the recent flood of anti-fraud campaigns online, Zhou Feng swallowed hard, the phrase pig-killing plate immediately flashing in his mind. Criminals first entice their victims with small rewards, gradually gaining their trust, making them feel secure in their investments. Once the victims are sufficiently hooked, they encourage them to invest heavily, leaving them ensnared and unable to escape. Ultimately, the victims discover they cannot withdraw their funds, while the criminals abscond with the money. The entire process is divided into 3 stages: raising pigs, deceiving pigs, and slaughtering pigs. It methodically erodes the victim's rationality, leading them to financial ruin. Zhou Feng surveyed the scene. The entirety of Class 7 was now lost in fervor, throwing sandbags with increasing enthusiasm. Their initial wariness had dissipated, swallowed by Chen Chu's astounding performance. Unbeknownst to them, their rationality had been insidiously consumed. The sight before him was akin to a live crime scene. The pig-killing plate chronicles of Class 7, also known as my teacher in Oppo's early offline fraud adventures time, slipped away, and after enduring several more hits, Chen Chu hastily called for a pause, his face pale and his lips tinged with white. Anyone could see that he had reached his limit. As anticipated, upon calling for a halt, Chen Chu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, barely able to speak. The members of Class 7 ceased their assault, and witnessing Chen Chu's utter exhaustion, their spirits soared. They had effectively eliminated half a semester's worth of assignments. Su Tianhao, seeing this, rushed to Chen Chu's side, grinning mischievously. "Teacher, have you messed up?" After catching his breath, Chen Chu swallowed hard, a displeased expression crossing his face. The once formidable Chen Chu now appeared vulnerable, much to the delight of Class 7. Su Tianhao chuckled and asked, "Are we still playing?" Finally regaining some composure, Chen Chu managed to rise and declared, "Let us all go all in with you." Noticing Chen Chu's unsteady stance and the slight edge in his tone, Su Tianhao grinned. "Oh, how shall we go all in? I'll wager all the assignments for next semester, just one attempt. If I catch the sandbag, you all must attend classes diligently this semester. If I fail, no assignments next semester." Su Tianhao squinted, contemplating, and without hesitation, he replied, "No problem. And what about you all?" Deng Sijia, Liao Kunyang and Zhuang Ro exchanged glances, their brows furrowing as they realized they had lost their last shred of rationality. Liao Kunyang gestured for Su Tianhao to step aside. After a hushed discussion, they reached a consensus, and a wicked smile spread across Su Tianhao's face, while Zhuang Ro and the others brimmed with confidence. There was no doubt Chen Chu would lose this round. "All right, let us proceed as you suggested," Su Tianhao announced, stepping outside the circle, weighing the sandbag. As Chen Chu stood up, Su Tianhao added with a grin, "Remember, you said it yourself. If you can't catch it, we're exempt from assignments next semester." "Indeed," Su Tianhao chuckled ominously. "Shall we begin?" Chen Chu took a deep breath, forcing himself to muster some energy. "We can start now." "Step aside," Su Tianhao shouted, and his companions cleared the area, while he retreated a few steps, aiming at Chen Chu. In a swift motion, just as Su Tianhao was about to launch the sandbag with great force, he abruptly halted, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he let the sandbag drop to his feet. They had already conspired. There was no intention of actually throwing the sandbag. After all, as long as Chen Chu failed to catch it, they would win. "What does it matter where I throw it?" Laughter erupted among them. "Aha! Chun, this time you've not only messed up, but you've also shot yourself in the foot," Su Tianhao thought, unable to contain his laughter. Suddenly, a voice broke through the revelry. "Su Tianhao, you seem to be enjoying yourself." His laughter faded abruptly as he mechanically glanced down. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Chu had somehow appeared at his feet. Although he lay on the ground, his right hand had firmly grasped the sandbag. The entire scene fell into a stunned silence. Wait. Chapter 66. I won into Oppos. Watched this year into Oppos. Oscars without you. All present were utterly bewildered, struggling to regain their composure. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though a shadow had zipped past them. Chen Chu gasped for breath, expending considerable effort to rise to his feet. He shook the sandbag in his hand and handed it to the still-dazed Su Tianhao, declaring, "I've caught the sandbag. As per our earlier agreement, for the remainder of the semester, everyone must attend class diligently." Su Tianhao suddenly snapped back to reality, glancing at the sandbag, then at Chen Chu, his expression somewhat vacant. "Shall we continue? I'll stack next semester's assignments, and you all can wait. I'm done playing." Realizing he had been outmaneuvered by Chen Chu, Su Tianhao, in frustration, slammed the sandbag to the ground and stormed off. The others, witnessing this, glared in anger, as if to say, "Are you playing with me? Once again, I've been duped." They departed in a huff, leaving a significant portion of the group scattered, with only Zhou Feng and He Chao exchanging glances. Truly, the longest road traversed is the trap set by the homeroom teacher. Such acting simply remarkable. All the members of the class had been completely deceived. I want to watch this year in Amp, Oppos, Oscars without you. Of course, only Chen Chu was fully aware of the underlying truth. He had indeed refrained from using imitation until the last moment, purely to lower the guard of Class 7. The mimicry skill was only employed when absolutely necessary. Otherwise, Class 7 would never have fallen into the trap. A decisive move had secured victory, and with this win, the entire first semester of freshman year was practically guaranteed. Chen Chu was not concerned about any potential trickery from Class 7. The intimidating power of epic educational techniques was still formidable. Should anyone attempt to cheat, he would not hesitate to provide a lesson. On Monday, Wu Ying was preparing to attend mathematics class in Class 7. However, upon reaching the door, she noticed an unusual silence permeating the classroom. A glance revealed that all students in Class 7 were seated quietly, awaiting the lesson. Although Chen Chu had taken over as homeroom teacher and the situation in Class 7 had indeed improved, the class was still prone to disturbances. Yet today, they were all seated, and the lack of commotion was simply absurd. Something was amiss. Wu Ying's expression shifted as she instantly realized that Class 7 might be plotting some prank. Were the students finally targeting her? Fearful, she hesitated to enter the classroom. What to do? What to do? Pondering frantically, Wu Ying turned and hurried toward the office, catching sight of Chen Chu and saying anxiously, "Little Chun, please help me." "Teacher Wu, what's the matter?" Chen Chu inquired hastily. When I entered the classroom, it was eerily quiet, and everyone was seated without causing a ruckus. Wu Ying lamented. It seems Class 7 is up to something against me. I haven't provoked them at all. Chen Chu was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a chuckle. Class 7 had become so obedient that it frightened the teacher from entering. After offering some reassurance, Wu Ying reluctantly proceeded to her class. However, upon returning to the office after her class, she felt a lingering sense of disquiet. Although Class 7 had been taught, it felt as though nothing had truly transpired. English, physics, chemistry, the abnormal behavior of Class 7 had truly unnerved the subject teachers, who had refrained from entering the classroom, returning instead with bewildered expressions. The lessons had been bizarrely uncomfortable. It was incredibly strange to witness Class 7 maintaining silence. Moreover, the gaze directed at Chen Chu had turned even more peculiar. I suspect you've cast a spell, but I lack evidence. Although Class 7 appeared temporarily subdued, the output of educational points remained unchanged. There was still a prevailing aversion to studying. These students would not proactively engage in learning. Chen Chu felt a sense of helplessness. The learning conditions in Class 7 were indeed dismal. He often found himself guiding the students through the vast ocean of knowledge, only to discover that many were still floundering in the water, necessitating his return to rescue them. Some, once saved, would return to the depths the very next day. And just as Chen Chu managed to catch his breath, he was horrified to realize some were swimming back. Thus, the pressing issue at hand was how to eliminate this disdain for learning. Otherwise, no matter how high the learning efficiency was stacked, it would be futile. Currently, he had no effective solutions and could only place his hopes in the system. Before long, he had amassed enough educational points to upgrade the teacher SI. The upgrade was successful, transforming the elementary teacher SI into the intermediate teacher SI. Chen Chu promptly examined the data of the intermediate teacher SI. Intermediate teacher SI, capable of observing detailed student data and basic profiles, can be upgraded. Seizing the moment, he glanced at Zhou Feng. Name, Zhou Feng. Gender, male. Age, 15. Moral character, 47. Intelligence, 57. Physical strength, 63. Aesthetic sense, 52. Status, disdain for learning can be cleared. Requires preceding skill, teacher S. Cleansing power, bad habits. Negligible talent, A-level basketball, learning efficiency, 47. Potential, 167. Temporarily unassignable. Requires preceding skill, soul engineer, overall evaluation. See, after a quick scan, the system subsequently provided an evaluative reference. A score below 50 is poor, 50 to 100 is average, 100 to 150 is good, and above 150 is excellent. Zhou Feng's attributes were, to put it mildly, unremarkable, though his physical strength was slightly above average. Of course, there might be growth in the future. What truly astonished Chen Chu was the potential data. System, please explain. Every individual possesses unique potential, which remains undeveloped. It can be augmented through special items. If the host unlocks the soul engineer skill, they can actively develop students and amp, oppos, potential and allocate it to various attributes, enhancing their abilities and overall evaluation. Chen Chu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. If I were to cultivate a student with all attributes at 999, wouldn't that be extraordinary? Chapter 67, Dog Trust? For now, it remains but a thought. The prospect of achieving all attributes at 999 seems rather improbable. Chen Chu casually perused the data of his entire class. The average physical fitness scores of the girls hovered around 40, indicating a pressing need for enhanced physical training. The most troublesome aspect was the moral character evaluation. Zhou Feng, with a virtue score of 47, was already considered high. However, a glance revealed a multitude with scores languishing in the 30s. The most outrageous was Su Tianhao, whose virtue score was a mere 17. Such a low score not only indicated numerous vices, but also suggested a severely distorted value system, making him prone to trouble, a highly dangerous individual. While other students might merely breach school regulations, Su Tianhao was likely to be teetering on the edge of legal transgressions, perhaps even engaging in them repeatedly. An antisocial personality? Chen Chu and oppos. Expression darkened slightly. This was not easy to handle. Unfortunately, there was no immediate solution at hand. At that moment, the system suddenly notified him. There's a certain probability of obtaining the soul engineer skill through lottery draws and sign-ins. And it is also possible to designate rewards by spending teaching points in the teacher and Oppo's S-Tower. The higher the reward grade, the more challenging the dungeon. Chen Chu hurriedly inquired, "What is the grade of the soul engineer?" "SSS grade." Unfortunately, the teacher's tower had entered a cool-down period, and he would have to wait until next month for the opportunity to challenge it. Nevertheless, Chen Chu confirmed the cost. Designating the soul engineer required a selection fee of 60,000 teaching points, with the dungeon difficulty rated as hellish. The dungeon difficulties range from normal, hard, extremely hard, hell, legendary, epic, to mythic. This was 2 tiers higher than the previous love letter dungeon he had faced. Chen Chu narrowed his eyes slightly. Can multiple rewards be designated simultaneously? Yes. Then I will simultaneously choose the soul engineer and teacher and amp, Oppo's S cleansing power as 2 skill rewards. Reward determination is in progress. Based on the rewards selected by the host, a selection fee of 100,000 teaching points is required, and the dungeon difficulty will be epic. Chen Chu Kuden and amp, Oppo's T helped but gasp in surprise. An epic dungeon? He had barely managed to pass the extremely hard dungeon last time, although he now had numerous cards up his sleeve. The thought of challenging an epic dungeon left him feeling rather uncertain. Most importantly, he required 100,000 teaching points for the selection fee. If he failed the challenge, it would all be in vain. One must not be overly greedy. Chen Chu felt that the resources at his disposal were still too limited. He needed to expedite the upgrade of a lottery function. With just over 500 draws remaining for the upgrade, Chen Chu decided not to hold onto his teaching points. After accumulating for a day, he directly executed a 600 draw spree. He blocked the system's lottery prompts and chose not to rush to see what he had drawn, instead waiting for the system and Oppo's S upgrade notification. After a short while, the prompt finally sounded. Congratulations to the host for accumulating 1,000 lottery draws. Would you like to upgrade the lottery function? A gentle reminder, upgrading will significantly increase the consumption during draws, but the probability of winning high-level items will also increase considerably. Chen Chu did not hesitate. Yes, upgrade successful. Now, each lottery draw will cost 100 teaching points, and accumulating 10,000 draws will allow for further upgrades. With his teaching points depleted, Chen Chu did not continue drawing, but turned his attention to the item inventory. A quick glance filled him with delight. 2 random talent modules, 1 A-grade ornament, and a new pet. 3-character classic. Quality A, when placed in the classroom, has a certain probability of granting students a 1-hour reflection state. It can be upgraded. No one understood the power of reflection better than Chen Chu. Even just 1 hour could yield significant long-term effects. After checking the set effect, he noted that it required 8 pieces to complete a set, which would extend a reflection state to 5 hours. He planned to place the 3-character classic in the classroom for safekeeping. Muttering to himself, Chen Chu hurriedly examined the new pet. Mini Hellhound. Quality B can evolve. Will play in the classroom upon release, with a certain probability of biting students and granting them a 10-minute dread state. Biting may also trigger a very low probability of devour. Devour? Chen Chu paused. The system subsequently provided an explanation. Devour. Randomly consumes a vice or a potential point. Goodness. There's a chance to consume a vice, but also a chance to consume a potential point. No wonder it was called the Hellhound, a demonic creature. After much deliberation, Chen Chu decided against releasing the Hellhound. Vices could be mitigated through reflection states, but potential points were irreplaceable, and he currently had no means to replenish them. Moreover, the potential of the students in Class 7 was already low. If he were to consume some, their growth ceiling would be drastically reduced, making it impossible to improve their overall evaluation. He could only temporarily store the Hellhound in the inventory for future opportunities to upgrade and see if any changes would occur. Along with the talent modules acquired from previous sign-ins, he now had 3 random talent modules. After much contemplation, Chen Chu decided to use them to observe their effects. Naturally, he intended to apply them to physical training. Zhou Feng, Yang Tianyu, and Chao Yunjing. Old Chen, what do you need? Zhou Feng asked, puzzled. I want to discuss something with you. Follow me. Chen Chu was uncertain whether the use of the talent modules would yield any peculiar reactions. So he beckoned the three to a corner for privacy. After patting Zhou Feng on the shoulder and casually mentioning weekend basketball plans, he secretly activated the talent module on Zhou Feng. The use was successful. Upon hearing the system prompt, Chen Chu immediately activated the teacher and amp, Oppos, SI. Name, Zhou Feng. Gender, male. Age, 15. Status, disdain for learning. Vice, negligible. Talent, E-grade basketball, S-grade mathematics. Learning efficiency, 123. Overall evaluation. See Chen Chu. Dog Trust? Chapter 68. What the hell, beast taming? S rank. The rating has even skyrocketed to AC. Chen Chu was momentarily taken aback. Old Chun, why have you suddenly fallen silent? Yang Tianyu and Chao Yunjing exchanged puzzled glances. Ahem, it and Oppos. S nothing. Goodness. Chen Chu had thought that even a D-rank talent would be remarkable, but instead, he was confronted with an S-rank mathematical aptitude. Did this lad save the earth in his past life? Truly a fortunate individual. Returning to his senses, Chen Chu promptly patted Zhou Feng on the shoulder, eager to bask in some of that good fortune, and instinctively turned to Chao Yunjing and Yang Tianyu, urging, quick, you two, also pat Zhou Feng's shoulder. Huh. The two exchanged bewildered looks. Why suddenly pat Zhou Feng's shoulder? Zhou Feng appeared utterly confused. Don't just stand there, seize the moment. Zhou Feng. Yang Tianyu and Chao Yunjing reluctantly reached out and patted Zhou Feng and Amp, Oppos, S shoulder. All right, Zhou Feng, you can head back now. Zhou Feng, still baffled, returned to the classroom. Chen Chu then patted Yang Tianyu and Oppos, S shoulder, and activated the talent randomization module. Activation successful. Chen Chu eagerly utilized the teacher and Oppos. SI. Name, Yang Tianyu. Gender, male. Age, 15. Status, disdain for study. Bad habit, negligible. Talent, C rank. Art, learning efficiency, 133. Overall evaluation, F. The talent has gone awry. A sports student with an art talent? How curious. Old Chunt. All right, you can head back to class too. But you Haven and Oppos, T said anything. Not sure what to say to you at the moment. Just go back. Yang Tianyu? Another puzzled individual returned to the classroom, leaving only Chao Yunjing. Old Chun, what on earth are you doing? I and Amp, Oppos, am just taking a look at your talents. Huh, you can do that? Chen Chu, unwilling to elaborate, seized Chao Yunjing's shoulder and activated the last talent randomization module. Name, Chao Yunjing. Gender, male. Age, 15. Status, disdain for study. Bad habit, negligible. Talent, D rank. Beast taming, learning efficiency, 107. Overall evaluation, F. Chen Chu? What the hell, beast taming? Chen Chu regarded Chao Yunjing with a peculiar expression. Chao Yunjing, sensing something was amiss, inquired, Old Chun, what did you discover? Nothing. Then why are you looking at me like that? I and Amp, Oppos, am starting to feel uneasy. Don and Amp, Oppos, TB anxious. Just head back for now. In truth, the random talent module ISN and Oppos, T genuinely random. It aligns with the students and Oppos. Overall evaluations, typically staying within reasonable bounds. Yang Tianyu and Oppos, S artistic talent, though errant, could still lead him towards a career in the arts, potentially achieving some recognition. As for the beast taming talent, it and Oppos, is not entirely unfavorable. If harnessed well, one could become a zoologist or an equestrian athlete. If things go poorly, perhaps a zookeeper or a pet shop owner, or even performing tricks with monkeys on the streets, thus preserving traditional culture. The challenge lies in Chen Chu's uncertainty on how to guide him. Should he inform Chao Yunjing of his beast-taming talent? Forget it. Considering his unfortunate luck, perhaps he can be compensated with the next talent module. System, an S-rank mathematical talent, must be extraordinary, based on the host's world. The average talent for mathematicians is A rank, with S rank belonging to the elite mathematicians. Chen Chu and Amp, Oppos, SI's widened. Did I inadvertently create a mathematician? And a sports talent at that? However, Chen Chu quickly regained his composure. Talent is one thing. If Zhou Feng does not pursue mathematics, this talent would be as good as useless. Moreover, this fellow still harbors a disdain for studying. Talent requires guidance, as well as discovery and practice. Chen Chu resolved to be Zhou Feng and Oppo's mentor. There's no time like the present. After evening self-study, he called Zhou Feng aside. Zhou Feng, come to the office for a chat. Zhou Feng, though puzzled, complied. As soon as he entered the office, before he could speak, Chen Chu addressed him. Zhou Feng, based on my observations over this period, I've discovered that you possess exceptional talent in mathematics. Zhou Feng, momentarily stunned, Zhou Feng scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Old Chen, I would be pleased if you said I had some talent in basketball, but to claim I have a talent for mathematics? That's absurd. After all, Zhou Feng was self-aware. I can't even remember all the formulas from the textbook. Yes, you do. Chen Chu in seat gone feed in. Zhou Feng, you must have faith in yourself. Where would I find that confidence? Old Chen, I truly don't have it. You truly do. Chen Chu affirmed with a smile. Now, go grab the textbook from Teacher Wu's desk. Why? Don't ask too many questions. You'll understand once you have it. Zhou Feng, bemused, eventually returned with the mathematics textbook. Chen Chu glanced through it and asked, how much of the first unit have you covered? Zhou Feng chuckled awkwardly. A little bit. Do you understand the concept of a set? Just a little. What is a subset? Zhou Feng instinctively replied. Any element of set A is also an element of set B. So set A is called a subset of set B? After finishing, Zhou Feng suddenly froze. Wait. How did I know that? Chen Chu closed the book, smiling gently. I told you, you possess talent. You simply haven and oppose. He realized it. Really? Zhou Feng quickly took the textbook to check, then exclaimed in astonishment, wow, I actually remembered it from just a glance. Old Chen, I truly have a talent for mathematics. Indeed, and it's not just an ordinary talent. Chen Chu stated seriously, let me put it this way. If cultivated properly, you could even become a mathematician. Zhou Feng's eyes widened. Me? A mathematician? That's a grand joke. Old Chen, I still have self-awareness. Don't even mention being a mathematician. I'd be grateful just to pass my math exams. Be confident. You could score full marks. Zhou Feng. Chapter 69. A father-son team in battle. Zhou Feng was momentarily stunned by Chen Chu and Oppo's remarks. Me? Scoring full marks in mathematics? Should I laugh outright or adhere to decorum? This is simply impossible. Zhou Feng gazed at Chen Chu with a mixture of amusement and incredulity. Observing Zhou Feng's expression, Chen Chu understood that he was utterly disbelieving. Well, this was entirely expected. It would indeed be strange if he believed it. His objective had been achieved, to convey to Zhou Feng that he possessed such talent, and to subtly guide him to establish a direction in his subconscious. This prompted Zhou Feng to leave the office. Yang Tianyu, Chao Yunjing, and others awaited Zhou Feng and Oppo's arrival, and upon seeing him, rushed over. Brother Zhou, what did Lao Chen want with you? Zhou Feng scratched his head, hesitating before saying, Lao Chen mentioned that I have a gift for mathematics, and that I could become a mathematician. The crowd reacted with bemusement. Zhou Feng, just you. It's not like I said it. Zhou Feng retorted a bit irked. Lao Chen told me. Yang Tianyu waved his hand dismissively, stating seriously, Lao Chen is just pulling your leg. Chao Yunjing nodded slightly, adding, he only said that to motivate you to attend class properly. The others quickly concurred, agreeing with this sentiment. Zhou Feng shrugged, feeling that Chen Chu's demeanor and tone did not suggest he was jesting. Yet he himself found it hard to believe. Soon, Zhou Feng dismissed the incident from his mind. After observing Zhou Feng for a few days without any noticeable change, Chen Chu felt somewhat exasperated. It seemed that his earlier words had not made a significant impact on Zhou Feng. Indeed, he had perhaps underestimated the situation. Zhou Feng's enthusiasm was not as high as he had imagined. Patience is key. That morning, shortly after returning to the office following class, several teachers looked at Chen Chu with cheerful expressions. Xiao Chun, make sure to perform well at the welcome party. The youthfulness of your generation is commendable. We can hardly keep up. Chen Chu was bewildered. What welcome party? You signed up for the dance performance at the welcome party, didn't you? Huh. Chen Chu was taken aback. I never signed up. As the realization dawned, he quickly understood he had been tricked. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of Zhao Yizhou, the only person capable of such antics. Chen Chu immediately called Zhao Yizhou, but the call failed to connect. Well, well, he has blocked me. Chen Chu scoffed. So this is how we're playing it? In the dance studio of the first high school, Zhao Yizhou was happily chatting with the youthful and graceful dance instructors. Recently, just as he spoke, Chen Chu had quietly approached from behind, leisurely placing a hand on Zhao Yizhou and Oppo's shoulder, and smiling ominously. Old Zhao, I need to discuss something with you. Zhao Yizhou looked bewildered, and moments later, he was pulled outside by Chen Chu, still looking perplexed. How did you know I was here? Chen Chu smirked. With your penchant for beautiful women, where else would you be? Our school has the most attractive dance instructors. So naturally, I deduced you would be here during your free period. Let us not digress. Explain to me how I mysteriously signed up for the dance performance at the welcome party? Old Chen, don't be angry. I was merely thinking of your happiness. Zhao Yizhou hurriedly draped an arm around Chen Chu's shoulders, whispering, the dance instructors at our school are quite lovely, with great figures and charm. Dancing together would surely enhance our camaraderie. Wooden and Oppo's Tiet Jianjujukud Vili. Realizing he could not evade the topic, Zhao Yizhou sheepishly revealed the truth. Essentially, he had signed up to curry favor, thinking that if he brought Chen Chu along, they could both share in any potential embarrassment. Chen Chu shot Zhao Yizhou an exasperated glare. However, upon reflection, he thought about how Deng Xijia and Oppo's dance troupe would also participate in the welcome party. Weighing the possibilities, it could serve as an opportunity to connect with Deng Xijia and her peers. Since he was already signed up, there was no way to back out. All right, I will assist you this once. Zhao Yizhou instantly beamed with joy, exclaiming, you truly are a good brother. Chen Chu shrugged, what can I say? A father-son team in battle. I just don't fully trust you. Zhao Yizhou nodded slightly, then suddenly paused. Taking advantage of me? Look at how you phrase that. At our age, it hardly matters who is the father and who is the son actually. It does matter. Chapter 70. Rehearsal. The welcome party features several dance performances, including group dances by teachers and joint dances with students. Naturally, the participants are not limited to Zhao Yizhou and Chen Chu. Numerous male teachers have also gathered in the dance studio, awaiting their assignments. Before long, the head of the dance department entered, accompanied by a group of young and beautiful dance instructors, ready to allocate roles. With a cheerful demeanor, the director announced, we have a total of 4 performances, 3 group dances by teachers and 1 group dance with students. After listing the names of the performances and clarifying the requirements, it was evident that the teachers and Oppo's group dances would consist of some uplifting and thematic choreographies. All male teachers, except for Chen Chu, opted for the 3 teacher group dances, including Zhao Yizhou. Upon making this decision, Zhao Yizhou was momentarily taken aback and quietly inquired of Chen Chu, are you really planning to dance with the students? When Oppo's the point. After all, most male teachers who volunteered were primarily eager to engage with the young and attractive dance instructors. Chen Chu merely shrugged. While he too was tempted to dance with the instructors for the sheer enjoyment of it, he felt obligated to choose the student group dance for the sake of Class 7. However, he found no need to elaborate. Once the head of the dance department confirmed the number of participants, she began assigning dance instructors. The group was divided into 4 segments. Chen Chu found himself the sole member in the last segment, which naturally drew attention. The head of the dance department cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked with a smirk, Mr. Chen, you are quite unique. This elicited stifled laughter from the other male teachers, their eyes gleaming with a hint of mockery. Who would Oppo's? Do you prefer to dance with the lovely instructors? It seemed rather foolish to choose to dance with the students. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Chen Chu scratched his head and explained, it's important to communicate with the students. The director chuckled lightly and proceeded to assign dance instructors to the group dances. As the instructors paired off, only the head of the dance department remained when it came time to assign Chen Chu. Being a woman in her 40s, she lacked the youthful charm of her colleagues, and the thought of dancing with someone so stern was not particularly appealing. The male teachers could hardly contain their amusement, and even Zhao Yizhou wore a mischievous grin, subtly gesturing to Chen Chu as if to say, you certainly know how to pick. Chen Chu remained unfazed. His intention was solely to support Class 7, and dancing with the dance department head was of little consequence. Just when everyone assumed the director would undoubtedly choose to dance with him, she surprised them by saying, "Mr. Chen, you'll be partnered with teacher Yuanwen." "Oh." Chen Chu nodded slightly, though he was unfamiliar with who Yuanwen was. The previously mocking male teachers were suddenly rendered speechless, as Zhao Yizhou and Appo's expression morphed into one of utter disbelief. As if summoned by fate, footsteps echoed from outside, and a graceful figure entered the dance studio. With long hair cascading down her shoulders, a striking physique, and exquisite features, she exuded an air of elegance. "Director, I apologize for being late," the newcomer announced, and it was none other than Yuanwen. She seemed slightly breathless from her hurried arrival. "No problem. You'll be in charge of the student group dance. Mr. Chen will be your partner," the director stated. Yuanwen nodded with a smile, promptly greeting Chen Chu. He returned her smile, genuinely taken aback by her beauty. Could it be that our school has such a stunning female teacher? Having been at the school for 6 months, he had never heard of Yuanwen before. She was certainly more appealing than the dance department head. The head of the dance department clapped her hands, signaling everyone to commence their rehearsals. As they departed, Chen Chu felt an inexplicable wave of resentment directed his way. Amused yet perplexed, he followed Yuanwen, ready to meet the students. Although Chen Chu did not know Yuanwen, she appeared to recognize him. As they walked, she remarked, "Mr. Chen, I've seen your basketball videos. You play quite well." "Thank you," Chen Chu replied, then shifted the conversation. "But I don't believe I've seen you around before." "Oh, I just returned last month after spending a year studying and exchanging ideas at Beijing Dance Academy," she explained. Beijing Dance Academy? Chen Chu could hardly contain his astonishment. It was indeed one of the top art institutions in the country. No wonder he had never heard of her. She had not been at the school when he arrived. In the dance studio, Deng Sijia and others were warming up while waiting for teacher Yuanwen to arrive for rehearsal. Having heard that a male teacher would be joining them, they couldn't help but engage in some light-hearted speculation. Before long, Yuanwen entered the studio clad in a fitted black dance outfit, her smile radiating warmth. "Today, we have a male teacher joining us for rehearsal. Let us give him a warm welcome." The students applauded eagerly, their eyes fixed on the entrance. Moments later, Chen Chu walked in, dressed in athletic attire. Deng Sijia and the others exchanged eye rolls, their lips twitching in amusement. Chapter 71. Blowing hot air. The other art students couldn't and amp, Oppos, help but cheer. Although Chen Chu was not well regarded in Class 7, he enjoyed considerable popularity among students from other classes. The video of his basketball skills had circulated widely and garnered admiration. Most notably, since Chen Chu took charge of Class 7, the class had become markedly less rowdy. The once chaotic sounds of Class 7 in the hallways had significantly diminished. Yuanwen blinked, completely taken aback by Chen Chu and Appo's popularity. Not only was Yuanwen surprised, but even Chen Chu himself had not anticipated such a warm reception from the students. "Now, let amp, Appo's have our esteemed teacher introduce himself." Yuanwen thought it unnecessary to say much more and smiled, inviting Chen Chu to take the floor. Chen Chu, comfortable in this scenario, smiled and addressed the students. "Hello, everyone. I am a homeroom teacher of Class 7, Chen Chu. I look forward to rehearsing and performing with all of you, and I hope we can get along well." A bold girl chimed in, "Teacher Chen, you're amazing at basketball. Many boys in our class idolize you." Another added, "Our boys are always saying, since the dawn of time, there has been no one like Teacher Chen," and Appo's. The air was thick with youthful exuberance. Chen Chu quickly responded, "You and Appo's, too kind." However, as the girls continued with their inquiries, he felt somewhat overwhelmed and cast a pleading glance at Yuanwen. Yuanwen, noticing his distress, clapped her hands with a smile. All right. If you have questions, feel free to approach Teacher Chen privately. Now, let me rearrange the formation for the group dance." Before she could finish, Deng Sijia stepped forward, declaring, "Teacher Yuan, I have a question." Startled, Yuanwen asked, "What is it, Deng Sijia?" "Our homeroom teacher lacks both the physical requirements and dance skills. Why should he be involved in our rehearsals?" Deng Sijia continued, "We and Appo's, worked hard for so long, and suddenly, a teacher who knows nothing about dancing comes to meddle. Teacher Yuan, I find her decision rather frivolous." With Deng Sijia's bold statement, silence fell over the room, as it was clear she was a force to be reckoned with in the dance studio. Only Deng Sijia would dare speak to Yuan Wen in such a manner. This matter was not solely in Yuan Wen's purview, as it was ultimately decided by the head of the dance department. Nevertheless, Yuan Wen remained composed and explained gently, Deng Sijia, I have considered your concerns. I will make slight adjustments to the group dance, ensuring that Teacher Chen and Appo's involvement does not compromise your performance. In fact, with his assistance, we may present a more distinct stage. Yuan Wen's calm demeanor earned Chen Chu's silent admiration. Truly, she was an experienced veteran. Her words carried weight with the students. Deng Sijia found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, but as the leader of the dance studio, she only needed a glance to rally several girls from Class 7 to her side. I still disagree. He doesn't know how to dance. One girl protested. He could be a rotten apple spoiling the whole barrel. Another echoed. Deng Sijia, emboldened, added, Teacher Yuan, it seems I am not alone in my objections. At this point, Yuan Wen felt a twinge of frustration. One-on-one, she could handle the situation, but Deng Sijia and Appo's ability to rally support was troublesome. Moreover, it was evident that Deng Sijia was being unreasonable, clearly intent on resisting Yuan Wen's authority, leaving her at a loss for words. Just then, Chen Chu interjected, How do you know I can't dance? Deng Sijia paused, her expression turning incredulous as she scrutinized Chen Chu. You? Dance? Chen Chu countered, Why not? Does it not suit me? Deng Sijia burst into laughter. Then tell us, what dance do you know? Street dance? Ballet? Ballroom? At this moment, Chen Chu stood firm, placing his hands on his hips as confidence surged within him. I and Appo's VE practiced a bit of everything. Yuan Wen, torn between amusement and disbelief, thought Chen Chu was merely retaliating against Deng Sijia and Appo's taunts. You were just boasting, she mused internally. Even she, a graduate of a prestigious dance academy, would not dare make such claims. Deng Sijia, taken aback by Chen Chu and Appo's bravado, could only stare in disbelief. Where does your confidence come from? Just because you can play basketball and are good at video games doesn't Appo's. Do you mean you can dance? All right then, Deng Sijia said with a sneer. I want to make it difficult for you. Show us a ballroom dance, and if you can pull it off, I will accept it without question. Absolutely, Chen Chu replied. Turning to Yuan Wen, Teacher Yuan, do you have any music? Seeing his genuine intent, Yuan Wen was momentarily stunned. Teacher Chen, you really can dance? A little, he admitted modestly. All right, which piece do you prefer? Anything will do, he replied. Yuan Wen nodded and hurried to the multimedia console in the corner of the dance room. The students quickly made way for Chen Chu. Meanwhile, Deng Sijia maintained her air of disdain, eagerly anticipating his potential embarrassment. Chapter 72. Heaven did not birth me, Teacher Chen. The eternal dance of the Tao is like a long night. Wait a moment. Who will be my dance partner? Chen Chu surveyed the room, realizing he could not dance alone. The crowd exchanged glances, revealing a hint of. Many had indeed studied ballroom dancing. Yet it was evident that Deng Sijia was deliberately putting Chen Chu in a difficult position. To step forward and dance with him would be tantamount to opposing her. No one dared to speak up. Deng Sijia appeared quite pleased, her expression one of mockery directed at Chen Chu. Fortunately, after setting up the music, Yuan Wen quickly came to Chen Chu and Appo's rescue. Teacher Chen, let me dance with you. All right. Thank you, Teacher Yuan. Yuan Wen approached Chen Chu and whispered, Teacher Chen, you really can dance? Yes. This piece I'm playing, The Girl from Afar, I know it. Yuan Wen hesitated slightly, and just then, the spirited music began to resonate. Chen Chu's demeanor shifted dramatically. He stood tall, his left hand behind his back, while he offered a gentlemanly bow with his right hand. Even his footwork was imbued with meticulous detail, his left leg bending slightly after the right. Yuan Wen was both astonished and delighted, smiling faintly as she extended her right hand. As the beat of the music surged, Chen Chu grasped her hand, and even in his sports attire, his body displayed a standard posture of grace. The surrounding students wore expressions of sheer amazement. Deng Sijia's eyes widened, as if she had seen a ghost. Can he really dance? The initial stance was clearly indicative of someone who had practiced, and remarkably well at that. Under the vibrant and rhythmic music, Chen Chu and Yuan danced with precision, moving forward with a melodic strength. After 3 beats, Chen Chu spun on the tip of his right foot, leading Yuan to change direction. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, without a hint of hesitation, a beautiful amalgamation of grace and power, eliciting gasps from many. Teacher Chen is so impressive. I was sure he was joking. Our previous ballroom instructor never had such decisive strength. Yuan's face was radiant with surprise. As a dance partner, she felt the transformation most acutely. The somewhat clumsy Chen Chu moments ago now resembled a professional dancer the instant the music played. Fortunately, Yuan remained focused, gliding closer to Chen Chu's chest. Chen Chu, absorbed in the moment, bent slightly, his right hand supporting Yuan and Oppo's waist as they executed a partnered spin. As the rhythm shifted, his right hand exerted force, drawing Yuan back for an intimate gaze. They resumed their steps, flowing across the floor. Yuan was inwardly astonished. With the slightest change in her body, it felt as though Chen Chu read her thoughts, seamlessly transitioning into the next movement. Despite having never practiced together, it felt as though they had danced in harmony countless times before. This was not merely high compatibility. Chen Chu had completely mastered the rhythm, knowing precisely when to lead and when to follow. Reminiscent of the ballroom mentor from the Northern Dance Academy, a master of over 30 years, renowned internationally. He had demonstrated such techniques without prior rehearsal, relying solely on the music and Oppo's tempo and the partner and Oppo's movements for seamless coordination. Achieving such a level requires immense skill. As the tempo quickened, so too did their movements. The increasingly rapid pace posed greater challenges, yet Chen Chu and Yuan would maintain their steps in perfect time. The stunning visual spectacle left the art students in the dance studio in awe. Even Deng Xijia wore an expression of disbelief. Even if Yuan had practiced secretly with Chen Chu, this level of performance was unbelievable. In that moment, the music resonated throughout the room. Silence enveloped the audience. All eyes were fixed upon Chen Chu and Yuan. Suddenly, the music came to an abrupt halt. Chen Chu, one hand resting on Yuan's waist, slightly bowed, while the other supported her right leg in a final pose, showing no signs of fatigue. In contrast, Yuan's cheeks flushed, her breath uneven, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, evidently exhausted. In an instant, the dance studio erupted into thunderous applause, exclamations ringing out. Teacher Chen is extraordinary. Goodness, that was too impressive. To be such a basketball star is one thing, but to dance so stunningly is another. Flattering praises flowed endlessly as Chen Chu helped Yuan to her feet, offering a gentle smile. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Yuan. Strangely, Yuan felt an irresistible charm in Chen Chu and Oppo's smile. No. As she rose, her heart raced. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she turned to the crowd with a smile. Now, I trust no one has any objections. Her words were clearly directed at Deng Xijia. Coming back to her senses, Deng Xijia pouted, remaining silent, while the others had already transformed into Chen Chu and Oppo's admirers, whispering excitedly amongst themselves. Heaven did not birth me. Teacher Chen, the eternal dance of the Tao is like a long night. Chapter 73. No difficulty, since there are no objections. Everyone should get along well with Teacher Chen from now on. Chen Chu smiled. Please take good care of me. Dear classmates. The crowd erupted in cheers, flocking around Chen Chu. Teacher Chen, how long have you been learning? Your dancing is simply stunning. They exchanged enthusiastic remarks, leaving one another breathless. Yuan chuckled, noticing that Deng Xijia and the others wore sour expressions but had nothing to say. She then initiated the rehearsal. All right, everyone, take your positions as we practiced earlier and let us do it once. Yuan clapped her hands, and everyone settled into their designated spots. As the music began, they started to dance, all the while contemplating how to incorporate Chen Chu seamlessly without compromising the stage and Oppo's aesthetic. Chen Chu watched from the side. The entire dance lasted about 5 minutes. Once they finished, Yuan gestured for Chen Chu to step forward into a more central position and began the formal rehearsal. Counting the beats, Teacher, you follow along. But as the music started, Chen Chu had already lifted her hands and joined the dance effortlessly, finding her way through the choreography without needing any guidance, perfectly maintaining the original formation. Wow! The crowd was astounded. Chen Chu had merely observed once and was able to replicate every movement flawlessly and with remarkable skill. This left everyone speechless, their gazes fixated on her. Even Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Chen Chu, noticing their reaction, paused and asked, "What in amp? Oppos. That's wrong? Teacher, you learned it after just one look?" The students were wide-eyed with astonishment. Chen Chu scratched her head, instinctively replying, "ISN and oppos. It quite simple. There is no difficulty at all." Quite simple? No difficulty? The students exchanged incredulous looks. We've been rehearsing for over a month to achieve this level. You just watched once? Even Deng Sijia and the others wore peculiar expressions. Who exactly is this Chen? It feels as though there is nothing beyond her capabilities. Yuan found it utterly perplexing. Chen Chu's dancing was so extraordinarily professional, even surpassing her own expertise as a trained dancer. The students might not have grasped it, but she felt it most acutely. She began to question whether Chen Chu had graduated from a prestigious dance academy and was merely assigned to teach literature. After rehearsing for a while, Chen Chu noticed the mimicking effect was waning and quickly sought an excuse to leave, claiming someone was looking for her in the office, and hurriedly slipped out of the dance studio, heading towards the staff dormitory. As soon as the adrenaline wore off, a sharp pain shot through her legs. She had been so immersed in the dance that she had strained her ligaments. Ouch! Chen Chu lay on her bed, her features contorted in pain. Thankfully, the discomfort was bearable. After half an hour, it subsided somewhat. She realized that for the next few days, she would need to stretch alongside the dance students. Otherwise, her ligaments would surely suffer from disuse. Fortunately, she had blended in with the dance students, and now her task was to figure out how to win over Deng Sijia and her group. However, Deng Sijia and Appo's crew seemed rather unyielding. Furrowing her brow, Chen Chu recalled how Deng Sijia had been particularly antagonistic during rehearsal today. Even when she attempted to strike up a conversation, no one showed any interest in engaging with her. Quite a challenge. That day, Wang Lebang returned home, and from a distance, he heard a familiar female voice laughing jovially with his grandmother. Delighted, he rushed inside and saw a spirited woman, exclaiming, "Sister Yueying, when did you return?" "Just yesterday." Yueying, upon seeing Wang Lebang, winked and said, "I heard from Grandma that you've been doing quite well. You're even the class monitor." Wang Lebang scratched his head, suddenly recalling something important, and quickly pulled Yueying aside. "Sister, I need to discuss something with you." Yueying and Appo's expression turned peculiar. "What is it?" Previously, Wang Lebang had harbored suspicions about Chen Chu's true identity, but had been unable to find a way to investigate. He shared his concerns with Yueying, stating solemnly, "Sister, there is definitely something off here, right?" Yueying pondered for a moment, her brow furrowing as she replied, "The way you describe, it does seem a bit strange." "Right," Wang Lebang exclaimed, feeling as though he had found an outlet for his frustrations. "Gaga doesn't believe me, calling it nonsense. I feel there is something wrong with this person." "Sister, can you investigate? There must be something fishy going on. Perhaps it's a big catch." Yueying rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Do you think I can just investigate whenever I want? You think my family runs the national security? It requires approval from above, and besides, you have no evidence." Wang Lebang contemplated for a moment before eagerly asserting, I have evidence." "Oh." Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and handed it to Yueying. The screen displayed several videos, one of Chen Chu playing basketball, another of her gaming, and even one of her dancing with Yuan, one that had just circulated that afternoon. Look, Wang Lebang pointed at Chen Chu. "She can play basketball game and dance, and she is even great at fighting. Isn't that absurd? What normal person has such talents?" Yueying scanned through the videos, her expression growing serious. "Lebang, how old is your teacher? 23 or 24? I can't recall." Yueying fiddled with her fingers. She is quite a bit younger than me. Does she have a boyfriend?" Wang Lebang rolled his eyes. "Come on, sister. I'm asking you to investigate her." not to set you up with a boyfriend. Chapter 74. Creating a system with heart in just a day and amp. Oppos. Time, Chen Chu discovered that the video of him dancing with Yuan Wen had been disseminated among the students. As a result, the following day in class, he was met with the piercing gazes of several single male teachers. The veteran educators in the office were all married and had clearly viewed the video, and as soon as Chen Chu arrived, he became the center of attention, showered with compliments about his dancing prowess and versatility. But must they solely extol my dance skills? A few praises about my handsome demeanor or charming charisma wouldn't be amiss. Is it possible that my exceptional abilities have overshadowed my captivating appearance? Chen Chu mused to himself. Perhaps it was Yuan Wen's overwhelming popularity that shifted the conversation toward her. After listening for a while, Chen Chu learned more about her. A graduate student at Beiwang, currently pursuing her doctorate, she was undeniably beautiful and possessed an admirable presence. He conceded that no female teacher at Yizhong could rival Yuan Wen in looks or grace. Furthermore, her family background was impeccable, with both parents holding notable positions. Though the specifics eluded him, with such allure and charm, she was a paragon of perfection in every conceivable aspect. Yet, Chen Chu recognized that he had no connection to her. He was well aware of his own standing. Yuan Wen was a goddess. While he could hardly be considered a prince, at most, he was a stainless steel boy. The disparity in their social standings rendered any romantic possibility negligible. Thus, he had dismissed the notion of pursuing a relationship with her, feeling instead that Li Yiran was a more suitable match. However, Li Yiran was even more challenging to approach, often engaging in cross-class banter. For instance, when Chen Chu suggested they watch the sunrise together, she simply replied, "I'm nearsighted." Such interactions left him perplexed. It seemed Li Yiran and Oppos' thought processes were not easily comprehensible. Despite numerous attempts, he had yet to secure a single outing with her, which was quite vexing. Under normal circumstances, one might expect a clear response from other girls, at least some acknowledgement of his intentions. It remained uncertain whether Li Yiran was simply oblivious or regarded him merely as a friend. Fortunately, Chen Chu was not in a rush to address his personal feelings. His thoughts swiftly transitioned to the group led by Deng Sijia. They had rehearsals nearly every afternoon, except on weekends, and he needed to win them over before the welcome party, or he would likely miss this golden opportunity. However, he found himself devoid of any strategies. Being a group of young girls, his options were limited, and understanding their intricate emotions proved to be a daunting challenge. At that moment, Zhou Feng unexpectedly entered the office. "What is the matter?" "Chen Chu in Gui. Wang Lebang just sought me out," Zhou Feng replied, his face a mask of confusion. "He wants you to visit his home this weekend for a follow-up." Both Zhou Feng and Chen Chu were taken aback. Wang Lebang had requested a home visit? That seemed exceedingly unusual. Curiously, Zhou Feng whispered, "Old Chen, did you manage to make his parents cry?" Chen Chu could only chuckle in disbelief, waving Zhou Feng off while agreeing to relay the message. What was Wang Lebang up to? Chen Chu narrowed his eyes slightly, but felt little concern. Recently, his sign-in rewards had been lackluster, and the output from teaching points remained stagnant. Seizing the opportunity of a free period, he decided to engage in a daily 10 consecutive draws. As he spun the wheel, "Congratulations! You have unlocked Teacher's Star Power, enabling the star leveling of students." New skills? Chen Chu quickly examined the details of this new ability. Teacher's Star Power, a special skill that allows the enhancement of a student's star level upon meeting certain criteria, thereby increasing their attributes. The higher the star level, the stronger the attributes. Simultaneously, the names of the students in Class 7 appeared in his mind. Chen Chu hastily clicked on Zhou Feng's profile. Unlike the observations made through the teacher's eye, the teacher's star power functioned independently. Zhou Feng, star level, 0, upgrade requirements. 2 Zhou Feng soul cards, star upgrade tokens. System. Where do I obtain these soul cards and upgrade tokens? Students have a certain chance of producing soul cards while in a state of intense concentration. Both draws and sign-ins can yield upgrade tokens. A state of intense concentration? Chen Chu chuckled bitterly. He had yet to encounter any items or skills that could induce such a state. It seemed likely that only higher-tier items or skills could potentially trigger this. As for the upgrade tokens, he had never come across those either. Once again, he inadvertently drew an impractical advanced skill. The other skill he had acquired, the mythical encouragement technique, was similarly useless to him. It wasn't that it lacked value, but rather that its cost was prohibitive. Employing this technique required a minimum of 50,000 teaching points. Creating a system with sincerity, one could only feel helpless without the appropriate resources. Chapter 75. Grievances? However, before the weekend arrived, an incident occurred. On Thursday afternoon, as Chen Chu was preparing to attend class, a call came from the school infirmary, reporting that a student from Class 7 had been injured in a fight. Chen Chu and Oppo's expression darkened, and he hurried to the infirmary. Upon arriving, he spotted Wang Lebang standing at the entrance, his lips twitching in irritation. With a glare directed at Wang Lebang, he swiftly entered the infirmary. Inside, Dr. Zhang was tending to the injured student's wounds. Chen Chu glanced at the injury and was rendered speechless upon recognizing the student, Su Zitao, from Class 3. The reason for his recognition was that this unfortunate fellow had been beaten by Wang Lebang 11 times over the past 3 months. Why couldn't he find someone else to beat? Ironically, Su Zitao was nearly 6 feet tall and appeared quite robust, while Wang Lebang barely reached 5'7". As Chen Chu exited the infirmary, he couldn't Oppo's. He helped but shoot a glare at Wang Lebang. What deep-seated hatred do you have against Su Zitao? Wang Lebang merely shrugged, avoiding Chen Chu and Oppo's gaze, seemingly disinclined to elaborate. Elucidate, Chen Chu insisted, his tone firm. If no explanation was forthcoming, he was prepared to employ his legendary educational tactics. Seeing Chen Chu's serious demeanor, Wang Lebang hesitated, perhaps sensing the gravity of the situation. He provoked me first, he finally mumbled. Chen Chu raised an eyebrow, bemused. How did he provoke you? Given Chen Chu's understanding of Class 3, he knew most of its members to be exemplary students. Moreover, Class 7 had a notorious reputation. Surely, Su Zitao wouldn't instigate Wang Lebang without good reason. It seemed that his inquiry struck a nerve, as Wang Lebang became evasive. He just annoyed me. Let's handle it however we see fit. It was evident that Wang Lebang was aware of the school's bias towards him, which emboldened his audacity. Chen Chu narrowed his eyes, piecing together the unspoken complexities of the situation. Wang Lebang, if your grandmother were to find out. Wang Lebang's expression shifted, and he glared coldly at Chen Chu, the threat implicit in his silence. What are you trying to prove in front of me? Chen Chu retorted fiercely. I and Oppo's am trying to reason with you. So you and Oppo's, the best adopt a contrite attitude. Wang Lebang fell silent, likely realizing he was no match for Chen Chu, especially considering Chen Chu and Oppo's cunning nature. Seeing Wang Lebang and Oppo's demeanor ignited a flicker of anger within Chen Chu. Incorrigible and arrogant, he truly needed to be dealt with. However, resorting to violence was not an option, as it would only exacerbate Wang Lebang's behavior and breed resentment. Chen Chu felt overwhelmed, as it was his first encounter with such a conflict. Return to your classroom. Chen Chu gestured dismissively, choosing to ignore Wang Lebang as he strode back into the infirmary. To resolve the issue, he needed to identify its root cause. Wang Lebang and Oppo's vague responses had already led Chen Chu to suspect that there might be an emotional entanglement involved. If the conflict was not merely a physical scuffle or a verbal altercation, it likely stemmed from something more personal. Wang Lebang was likely experiencing a crush, and Su Zitao and Oppo's role in this scenario was becoming increasingly clear. Su Zitao was academically gifted, tall, and quite handsome. Chen Chu's mind began to conjure images of a cliché high school romance. Upon entering the infirmary, Chen Chu intended to ask Su Zitao a few questions. However, Su Zitao was a man of few words, offering no responses to any inquiries. Once his wounds were treated, he prepared to leave, showing no inclination for revenge. Strangely, Su Zitao displayed no signs of anger, remaining eerily calm. Typically, victims of violence exhibit either rage or fear, yet Su Zitao and Oppo's reaction left Chen Chu perplexed. Once Su Zitao departed, Chen Chu hastened to the administrative office. Fortunately, the situation had not escalated. The security staff responded promptly, and the principal had assigned Chen Chu to oversee matters while requiring Wang Lebang to submit a written reflection, clearly aiming to downplay the incident. However, Chen Chu was unwilling to let the matter slide so easily. Shortly thereafter, he visited the office of Class 3 and AMP, Oppos, homeroom teacher to inquire about Su Zitao. The information gleaned was unremarkable until the teacher mentioned Su Zitao and Oppos' residence, at which point Chen Chu and Oppos' realization struck him. Su Zitao lived in the hushy courtyard as well. The homeroom teacher nodded. Chen Chu quickly deduced that Wang Lebang and Su Zitao were likely familiar with one another, having possibly grown up in the same neighborhood. Thus, their grievances were likely far more intricate than initially perceived. It seemed imperative to visit the hushy courtyard for a home visit and to further investigate the situation. Chapter 76. The fish that escaped the net in recent days. Chen Chu has found life somewhat challenging. He could distinctly sense that he was being targeted by the single male teachers, especially evident during his visits to the staff cafeteria. The moment he entered, numerous gazes were directed toward him, some icy and others tinged with schadenfreude. Chen Chu was not oblivious. He understood that after the video of him dancing with Yuan was released, it had incited jealousy among others. He had seemingly underestimated Yuan's popularity at the school, and even more so, her esteemed position in the eyes of these single male educators. It left him speechless and feeling rather juvenile. After class, when he went to the cafeteria, he spotted Zhao Yizhou and quickly approached him. Zhao Yizhou, however, feigned ignorance and continued eating alone. Chen Chu, noticing this, remarked with annoyance, "Is it really that serious?" Zhao Yizhou whispered back, "It's not about being serious or not. You've gotten yourself into a predicament. Teacher Yuan is not someone you can simply associate with." "What?" Chen Chu zipli? We'll discuss this when we return to the dorm. After their meal, Zhao Yizhou, wary of being seen by others, cautiously entered Chen Chu's dorm once he confirmed that no one was around. Upon seeing Chen Chu, his expression darkened. "Old Chen, you're in deep trouble this time." Chen Chu, confused, asked, "Why am I in deep trouble? Did you not see Zhang Yunlei in the cafeteria earlier?" "I did see him. One Oppos. That's the big deal." Chen Chu acknowledged, recognizing Zhang Yunlei as a teacher of the graduating class and the homeroom teacher, slightly older than him and evidently quite capable. "You genuinely Don and Oppos. Do you know who Zhang Yunlei is?" Zhao Yizhou exclaimed, incredulous at Chen Chu and Oppos' naivety. "I'm not close with him. Why would I inquire about his background?" Chen Chu replied, feeling exasperated. "Let me put it this way. Our school even has to consider his family and Oppos' standing in its dealings. Do you understand?" Zhao Yizhou's expression turned grave. "Zhang Yunlei wasn't originally from our school. After teacher Yuan joined us, he came along too, and he has made it clear that Yuan is his. He warned others to know their place." Upon hearing this, Chen Chu's heart sank slightly. No wonder he felt the unsettling stares. It stemmed from this very situation. "So this is just pure misfortune for me," he lamented. "But I have no relationship with teacher Yuan at all." Zhao Yizhou rolled his eyes. "Of course, I know you have no connection with her. Look at your background compared to hers. She wouldn't even glance your way unless she were blind." "Well, while that may be true, why does it sound so hurtful? I know, everyone knows, and even Zhang Yunlei knows. But the issue is, even he never got as close to Yuan as you did. What gives you the right?" Zhao Yizhou shrugged in exasperation. "It's as if you slapped Zhang Yunlei in front of everyone. It clearly suggests that he is beneath you." Chen Chu muttered to himself, contemplating whether he should voice his frustrations. Why is society so convoluted? I merely aim to connect with the students of Class 7 and perhaps show off a little. How did that lead to trouble? I suspect Zhang Yunlei will likely retaliate against you. Zhao Yizhou warned somberly. You need to be mentally prepared. He might make life difficult for you, and he could jeopardize your job. Surely not. Chen Chu replied, incredulous. You must always anticipate the worst. Zhang Yunlei has a rather poor reputation. I've heard he has caused trouble elsewhere too. Chen Chu and Oppos' expression darkened further. If you want to keep your job, you should go to Zhang Yunlei and humble yourself, disassociate yourself from the situation, Zhao Yizhou advised with a pained smile. If it gets unbearable, consider applying for a transfer to a remote area for teaching. At least you won't have to endure any more of this, and everyone will know you simply chose to avoid him. Why should I? Chen Chu bristled with anger. Because he has connections. Zhao Yizhou urged calmly. Old Chen, please stay composed. This is reality. It can be brutally harsh. We are merely ordinary teachers, especially you as an intern, and we are at the mercy of those in power. What can you possibly do to oppose him? Chen Chu's gulp. Let him come. I want to see if he dares to confront me. If Zhang Yunlei were to make a move, Chen Chu was not intimidated. Try me. You think my educational skills are mere embellishments? This society is complicated enough without the likes of you corrupting it. If Zhang Yunlei doesn't behave, I would not hesitate to gather evidence and report him to the appropriate authorities. Let the games begin. Chapter 77. What are you staring at? Seeing Chen Chu and Appo's fearless demeanor, Zhao Yizhou could only smile wryly, advising him to be more prudent and avoid antagonizing Zhang Yunlei. There was no shame in yielding. Of course, it was not a matter of shame at all. Chen Chu had no intention of explaining himself. Observing the situation, Zhao Yizhou resignedly left the dormitory, wishing Chen Chu well. Chen Chu merely scoffed. He was not the type to sit idly by. If Zhang Yunlei dared to provoke him, he would undoubtedly retaliate. Why should he be bullied by these people? With a slight shake of his head, Chen Chu opened the lottery, continuing with his daily 10 draws. Once finished, he planned to take a nap before heading class. Drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Drawing. Congratulations. You have won an SSS grade item. 9 curves, yellow river pen. Chen Chu's eyes widened in astonishment. An SSS grade item. Goodness, I didn't even sacrifice Zhao Yizhou. Is it really that impressive? Quickly, he checked the item's attributes. 9 curves, yellow river pen. Allegedly used by the ancient sage of books. Effects unknown. Please explore. The attributes left Chen Chu puzzled. He hurriedly extracted the 9 curves yellow river pen from his inventory, examining it closely. It had such a grand name, yet resembled an ordinary carbon pen. It looked just like the 1 yuan carbon pens sold at the supermarket. System. How do I use this 9 curves yellow river pen? Host permissions insufficient. Please explore independently. Scratching his head, Chen Chu pondered. Since it was a pen, it must be related to writing, right? He attempted to remove the pen cap, but to his surprise, no matter how much effort he exerted, it simply would not budge. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in his mind. What are you doing? Do you want me to whittle you down? Huh. Chen Chu was taken aback and instinctively halted his actions, his gaze shifting to the 9 curves yellow river pen in his hand. What are you staring at? Indeed, it was the 9 curves yellow river pen speaking. But why did it have a northeastern accent? It seemed to have a rather irritable temperament. Chen Chu cautiously placed the pen on the table and chuckled nervously. Pen brother. Who are you talking to? We're not acquainted. The pen shook slightly before soaring into the air, circling around Chen Chu before returning to his front. Is it you, this scrawny brat, who woke me up? It appeared to be a case of morning grumpiness. At this, Chen Chu became exceedingly compliant, hastily apologizing. Sorry. After a pause, the 9 curves yellow river pen spoke again. You woke me up. Did you want something? This. It sounded like a confrontation was brewing. Chen Chu forced a smile and quickly replied, I didn't oppose. Do you intend anything, pen brother? No. Pen master, would you like to go back to sleep? How can I sleep now? You, little brother, have quite a bit of food on you. Give me a taste. As soon as the words left its mouth, the system chimed in with a notification. The 9 curves yellow river pen requests 10,000 teaching points. Do you agree? What the heck? It's demanding right off the bat? Can I even refuse? This irritable pen master might actually whittle me down. Agreed. Immediately, the surface of the 9 curves yellow river pen emitted a faint glow, and its mood seemed to brighten considerably. Its tone softened as it said, You're quite generous. Little brother, from now on, I'll look after you. Is this considered paying protection money? Chen Chu silently mused, yet his face radiated with a smile. Yes. Thank you, pen master. If you need anything, just shout. I'll get back to resting. Oh. No sooner had Chen Chu finished speaking than the 9 curves yellow river pen transformed into a streak of light, diving into Chen Chu's body. It did not return to the inventory. Rather, it seemed to have taken residence within him. Well, never mind, I can't oppose. Afford to provoke it. At this moment, Chen Chu remained utterly bewildered. System, do SSS grade items now possess the ability to speak? SSS grade items are mythological in nature, having developed consciousness and the ability to communicate with the host. Then why does the Nine Curves Yellow River pen have a northeastern accent? Was the ancient sage of books from the northeast? Not all. Since it is a matter of consciousness, the voice the host hears is determined by their own subconscious. Chen Chu was stunned. So was his subconscious at play all along? This. A sense of foreboding washed over him. As more SSS-grade items accumulated around him in the future, Wuden Tea that turned into a cacophony of dialects? Moreover, since these SSS-grade items possess their own consciousness, controlling the Wuden Tea be guaranteed. They might even end up squabbling with one another. Though he was currently unaware of the Nine Curves Yellow River pen and Amp, Oppos, S abilities, it was certainly formidable, given its mythological status. I must cultivate a good relationship with Pen Master. Before that, Chen Chu resolved to refrain from acquiring a second SSS grade item to prevent any internal competition among the items. Chapter 78. Is this kid poisonous? Having made up his mind, Chen Chu cautiously called upon the GQ who NGH brush. What's the matter, little brother? The GQ who NGH brush seemed to be in quite a good mood at the moment. Does the brush possess any unique skills? Chen in Gui, sharpening people. This. Could you not do something a brush is supposed to do? Chen Chu refrained from criticizing and continued. Besides sharpening, what about writing or drawing? Were those trivial pursuits? The GQ who NGH brush replied, sharpening is exhilarating. If someone displeases you, just sharpen them. At this, Chen Chu found himself at a loss. It turned out that the GQ who NGH brush was merely a combat-oriented ornament. That couldn't be right. Surely, it must have other functions, but given their current relationship, he doubted it would offer any assistance. Never mind, brush, you could take a break. The GQ who NGH brush fell silent. Chen Chu shrugged, too weary to dwell on it, and hurriedly took a short nap before heading to Class 7. During the geography lesson that afternoon, not long after class began, the brush's voice suddenly emerged. What on earth is this? Why does everyone look so deserving of sharpening? Since this was a mental exchange, only Chen Chu could hear it. Fortunately, he remained focused, tossing out a few questions for his classmates to ponder before promptly asking, what's going on, brush? This bunch of little rascals is truly infuriating. Chen Chu was stunned, instantly realizing that the GQ who NGH brush must possess a capability akin to the teacher in Amp, Oppos, Psi, or perhaps another ability, enabling it to perceive the situation in Class 7. Given the brush's already irritable temperament, Chen Chu was genuinely afraid it might fly out of his body to sharpen someone. Hastily reassuring, brush, calm down, there's no need to lower yourself to their level. No, this group of little rascals needs discipline. All right, brush, for my sake. Please refrain from acting out. Please don't act rashly. Chen Chu felt a rising panic. If he could not contain it and the GQ who NGH brush flew out, he would have no way to explain the chaos that ensued. After much persuasion, he managed to get the GQ who NGH brush to settle down, but it took considerable effort, rendering the lesson nearly impossible to conduct. Chen Chu regretted having released the brush. It seemed he needed to devise a plan to return it to his inventory to avoid any unforeseen calamities. However, broaching the subject with the GQ who NGH brush would not be easy. After all, he had only just freed it, and now he wanted to confine it again. If not handled delicately, the brush might retaliate, and the thought of it escaping was alarming. System, the GQ who NGH brush 1T run away. Will it? Due to the mythic level ornament possessing self-awareness and the ability to act independently, it was possible for it to leave its host and roam freely. Of course, if the host deliberately provoked the ornament, there was also a possibility it would attack its host. Not only could it run, but might also proactively attack. This revelation left Chen Chu in a state of distress. With Class 7 still unmanageable, now he had to contend with the brush as well. This class session was exceedingly vexing, He had to placate the GQ who NGH brush while simultaneously teaching, a task beyond his capacity to multitask. Once class concluded, he resolved to discuss matters with the brush. Brush, could you perhaps grant me a small favor and not be so hard on those little rascals? Chen Chu sighed. If someone gets hurt, I want to receive any teaching points, and in the end, it would be you who suffers. Surely, my brush, isn't unreasonable. The GQ who NGH brush paused before responding. Fine, I'll give you this one favor. It appeared that the GQ who NGH brush was not entirely unreasonable after all. Chen Chu felt a wave of relief wash over him, quickly expressing gratitude. Thank you, brush. Thank you. Finally, the GQ who NGH brush fell silent. In the blink of an eye, Saturday arrived. There was no need for him to teach basketball anymore, as he had already devised a comprehensive training plan for Wang Lebang and the others. Now, his role was merely to supervise, without needing to demonstrate himself. Around 3 in the afternoon, he headed to the hushy courtyard for home visits. However, before reaching Wang Lebang's home, he followed the address provided by the former class teacher and found Su Zitao and Appo's residence. To his surprise, the two homes were merely a few houses apart, confirming his earlier suspicion that Wang Lebang and Su Zitao had known each other since childhood. Having formed this thought, Chen Chu proceeded to Wang Lebang and Appo's house, where he was once again warmly welcomed by Wang's grandmother. Wang and Appo's grandmother was exceedingly hospitable, ushering Chen Chu inside, but Wang Lebang was nowhere to be found. Upon inquiring, Wang and Appo's grandmother informed him that he had stepped out and would return shortly, which Chen Chu took no heed of. However, in the adjacent room, Ewing sat at a computer desk, wearing headphones. The screen displayed the live feed from the living room. Wang Lebang quickly remarked, sistering, I'm going to test him. You'll see how off this guy is. Yes, go ahead. Ewing was reluctantly called by Wang Lebang, feeling quite helpless. Is this kid poisonous? Always suspecting that his homeroom teacher is a spy or something. Chapter 79. Is the power feeble? While Chen Chu was engaged in a lively conversation with Grandma Wang, Wang Lebang was stealthily lurking outside, observing them. At that moment, Chen Chu appeared completely oblivious to Wang Lebang's presence, happily chatting away with Grandma Wang. Let me unveil your true nature. Wang Lebang smirked inwardly, his intentions straightforward. He merely sought to expose Chen Chu and Appo's capabilities. With this thought, he stepped inside the house. Grandma, I'm back, Wang Lebang announced as he approached Chen Chu. Where have you been running off to, young man? Grandma Wang quickly replied, You should greet your teacher. Oh, just as the words left her lips, Wang Lebang abruptly launched an attack, raising his fist and aiming it squarely at Chen Chu and Appo's face. Caught completely off guard, Chen Chu was knocked to the ground by Wang Lebang's full-force punch, momentarily dazed. Hearing the commotion, Grandma Wang furrowed her brow and asked anxiously, What happened? Nothing. Wang Lebang quickly responded, rushing to help Chen Chu up, his eyes wide with a hint of panic. Why didn't you dodge? Chen Chu shook his head slightly, regaining his senses, and glared at Wang Lebang, fury boiling within him. You ambushed me right off the bat, showing no honor in combat. Dodge? What nonsense. All right, you truly have some skill. Chen Chu gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with indignation. At that moment, Wang Lebang felt a wave of guilt wash over him, unable to meet Chen Chu's furious gaze. Teacher Chen, what happened? Grandma Wang inquired hastily. Chen Chu, genuinely enraged by Wang Lebang and Appo's inexplicable attack, retorted, Grandma, I must teach Wang Lebang a lesson today. Grandma Wang was taken aback, but Chen Chu's expression shifted. Epic educational tactics. Without further ado, he placed Wang Lebang into a state of awe and reflection for 24 hours, then spoke coldly. Next door, Ewing was initially engrossed in the images on her computer screen, but when she witnessed Wang Lebang and Appo's sudden assault on Chen Chu, knocking him down with a single blow, she realized the situation had escalated. Knowing Wang Lebang's temperament, rebellious and unyielding, she understood he would never admit fault, only exacerbate the situation. However, just as Yu Ying prepared to intervene, The scene on her screen rendered her speechless. Chen Chu appeared to unleash a torrent of reprimands upon Wang Lebang, who then unexpectedly began to cry, collapsing before Grandma Wang in a fit of sobs. Faintly, Ying could even hear Wang Lebang's remorseful cries from next door. "Grandma, I'm sorry I was wrong." His voice was laden with guilt and regret. Ying tilted her head in disbelief, having watched Wang Lebang grow up. She had never seen him cry. Even when punished by his father, he remained stoic, never shedding a tear, and now here he was, weeping pitifully before his grandmother. Unable to believe her eyes, she cautiously opened the door, and the sound of Wang Lebang and Appo's cries became even clearer. "Grandma, I promise I will change." Ying's eyes widened as she stealthily crept outside for a better view. At that moment, Grandma Wang's expression darkened as she sat on the sofa, leaning on her cane, silent. Wang Lebang had voluntarily divulged his misdeeds at school, and hearing about her grandson's behavior surely raised her blood pressure. In a family of heroes, to have raised a son like Wang Lebang was enough to frustrate anyone. Just then, Chen Chu noticed Ying and regarded her with a look of confusion. Embarrassed, Ying smiled awkwardly, preparing to speak when Wang Lebang suddenly cried out in panic, "Grandma! Grandma!" Chen Chu was jolted back to reality, only to see Grandma Wang had collapsed onto the sofa, appearing unconscious, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Ying's face paled in fear, and she rushed forward. Wang Lebang was in complete disarray, his mind unraveling in terror. Chen Chu swiftly approached, his demeanor transforming. "Imitate." He took her pulse and checked her eyelids, quickly deducing it was likely a dizzy spell caused by high blood pressure. He urgently inquired, "Do you have any fast-acting heart medication at home?" Wang Lebang could scarcely utter a word, but Ying, familiar with the situation, hurriedly fetched the medicine box. As Chen Chu searched for the medication, he instructed Ying, "Please call 120 immediately." "Yes, yes." Ying wasted no time, dialing for help as Chen Chu located the fast-acting heart medication and administered it to Grandma Wang, while also taking necessary measures, waiting for the ambulance to arrive. Chapter 80. Negotiation Expert. At the third People in Appo's hospital of Jiangnan City, Grandma Wang was undergoing examination in her ward. Chen Chu felt a twinge of guilt, yet he bore no regrets. Eventually, the truth would come to light. Grandma Wang would inevitably discover the misdeeds of Wang Lebang. By then, it was certain that Wang Lebang would have committed a transgression so grave that even the school could not shield him from its repercussions. Thus, leniency was not an option. Outside the ward, Chen Chu, Ying, and Wang Lebang awaited news. Wang Lebang sat in a corner, head bowed in silence. Chen Chu and Ying remained quietly expectant. Inside the ward, Dr. Lu Yiquan hurriedly arrived upon hearing that his longtime patient, Grandma Wang, was in. Several intern doctors stood to the side, ready to assist. After conducting a thorough examination, Dr. Lu could not suppress a sound of surprise. Grandma Wang and Appo's blood pressure had stabilized, and her arms bore several red marks, likely from where pressure had been applied. Who administered the first aid? Dr. Lu regarded the intern doctors with a hint of admiration. The red marks corresponded precisely to certain acupoints, and applying pressure there could effectively stabilize blood pressure, yet required a delicate touch. Too little would yield no effect, while too much could exacerbate her condition. Only someone with years of practice in rehabilitation could possess such skill. The interns exchanged glances, remaining silent. "Was it not you who performed this?" Dr. Lu inquired, puzzled. They all shook their heads, and one intern spoke up. "It was like this when she arrived." Dr. Lu acknowledged this, assuming there must have been a professional caregiver accompanying Grandma Wang, who had ensured her safety before departing. Ying quickly stepped forward, asking, "Doctor, how is she?" "The situation has stabilized," Dr. Lu instinctively replied. "Who performed the first aid?" Ying glanced at Chen Chu, prompting Dr. Lu to smile at him. "Your technique is quite professional. You managed to stabilize her blood pressure in a short time. Otherwise, a stroke could have ensued." "Which medical school did you graduate from?" Chen Chu scratched his head and replied, "I am not a medical graduate, nor am I a doctor. I merely know a bit about first aid." "A bit?" Dr. Lu paused, then chuckled softly. "You possess more than just a modicum of knowledge. Even I cannot claim to match your skill." However, Dr. Liu did not pursue this line of questioning further, guiding Chen Chu to retrieve the medical report while Yu Ying and Wang Lebang hurried into the ward. Upon seeing that Grandma Wang was fine, Yu Ying sighed in relief and cast a sidelong glance at Wang Lebang, whose demeanor was decidedly peculiar. It felt as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Lebang. Curious, Yu Ying asked, what has happened to you? It was perhaps better not to have asked, for this inquiry seemed to unleash Wang Lebang and Amp, Oppos, as pent-up emotions. His voice trembling as he confessed, Sister Ying, I was wrong. Yu Ying was momentarily taken aback. What did you do wrong? It was me who broke the glass at your house when we were young, causing you to get punished. I'm so sorry. Yu Ying paused, waving her hand dismissively. All right, I had a feeling it was you. There and Amp, Oppos. There's no need to apologize. Yet Wang Lebang, head bowed, was overcome with remorse. He recounted his transgressions in detail. As she listened, Yu Ying felt her own blood pressure rising. Good heavens! You were the little rascal who extracted the elastic from my favorite skirt to make a slingshot. That was the one my mother bought for me after I begged for 2 whole months. Initially, Yu Ying felt a surge of anger. Yet, as Wang Lebang continued, tears began to flow uncontrollably down his cheeks. Yu Ying froze, speechless. After some comforting words, Wang Lebang finally ceased his weeping, his face a portrait of guilt as he sat silently on a chair, head downcast. His expression was one of profound shame. Yu Ying found his demeanor utterly perplexing. Had he consumed something unsavory? This was not the Wang Lebang she knew. Or perhaps, Yu Ying recalled that everything had spiraled from the moment Chen Chu had chastised Wang Lebang. She had witnessed it on the computer screen, and it seemed utterly absurd. Yu Ying furrowed her brow, yet the evidence lay before her. Wang Lebang had voluntarily confessed his misdeeds. Was it really possible for Chen Chu to have altered Wang Lebang's mindset in just a few words? How had he achieved such a feat? Yu Ying, well-versed in various fields, instinctively thought of psychology. She had encountered numerous psychologists and skilled negotiation experts capable of dissecting an individual's character through dialogue, pinpointing their vulnerabilities. In encounters with psychologically resilient criminals, these negotiation experts often employed verbal provocations to breach their defenses, revealing their flaws. However, such expertise was exceedingly rare, and yet, Chen Chu was merely an ordinary school teacher. Chapter 81. The hard nut. After Chen Chu collected the report from Dr. Liu Yiquan and provided some instructions, he, along with Yu Ying and others, escorted Grandma Wang back home. Upon learning of the situation, the neighbors came to visit Grandma Wang. Chen Chu did not linger. After confirming that Grandma Wang was in good health, he took his leave. However, Yu Ying couldn't and Oppos helped but ponder as she watched Chen Chu depart. The following afternoon, after finishing work, Yu Ying happened to pass by the Wang family's courtyard. At that moment, Grandma Wang had just finished her meal and was stretching her limbs in the yard. Grandma, Yu Ying called out, and upon recognizing her voice, Grandma Wang smiled and replied, My dear, I must thank you for yesterday. Grandma, I hardly did anything. It was all thanks to Teacher Chen. Even the doctor remarked on the professionalism of Chen Chu and Oppos as first aid techniques. If we had delayed even a moment longer in getting you to the hospital, your hypertension might have worsened. Indeed, we must express our gratitude to Teacher Chen. Yu Ying glanced around, noticing the absence of Wang Lebang, and inquired, Grandma, where and Oppos? Lebang? Upon mentioning Wang Lebang, Grandma Wang and Oppos' expression soured. He is in the living room practicing his stances. In Oppos' high time he received a proper reprimand. Yu Ying chuckled awkwardly and peeked into the living room, where she found Wang Lebang indeed standing in a stance, a cup of water balanced on his head. Upon noticing Yu Ying, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he closed his eyes, pretending not to see her. This reaction was rather typical. Curiosity piqued, Yu Ying asked Grandma, What did Teacher Chen say yesterday? Grandma Wang, unreserved, recounted the events of the previous day. There was nothing particularly extraordinary. Chen Chu had confronted Wang Lebang with a series of pointed questions. Wang Lebang, reflect on your actions. How do you justify your behavior to your grandmother, your parents, and yourself? Following that, he delivered the familiar admonitions of a class teacher. Ying found nothing remarkable in this. Her own teacher often addressed misbehaving students in a similar manner. Yet, the issue was that such words would hardly have any effect on Wang Lebang. Is that all Teacher Chen said? Ying pressed further. Grandma Wang nodded slightly. That was indeed all he said. Ying's expression grew more peculiar. Driven by curiosity, she decided to interview the subject directly. Grandma, I'm going to check on Lebang. Without waiting for a response, Ying entered the house, casting a playful glance at Wang Lebang. Wang Lebang, clearly aware of Ying and Amp, Oppo's unusual gaze, felt his face redden. What do you want? About yesterday. Don't ask. I was just out of my mind yesterday. It was evident that Wang Lebang was fully aware of what had transpired, and he still couldn't and Oppo's comprehend how he had ended up in such a predicament. Meeting Ying today made him want to find a hole to hide in. It was utterly humiliating. Ying could not resist teasing him further. Did your teacher say something to you? I don't know, but he must have done something. Wang Lebang and Amp, Oppo's face darkened as he recalled the unfortunate incident involving Li Yang, who had been reduced to tears by Chen Chu at school. If it weren't an Amp, Oppo's for Chen Chu, he wouldn't have found himself in such a disgraceful situation. Anger bubbled within him as he clenched his teeth. I won't let this go. This remark instantly piqued Ying and Amp, Oppo's curiosity. How can you be so sure he did something? Wang Lebang was reluctant to speak, but after Ying and Amp, Oppo's persistent questioning, he divulged the details of Li Yang's experience. As Ying listened, she found the situation increasingly intriguing. Could someone truly breach psychological defenses with just a few words? Was Chen Chu perhaps a graduate of Hogwarts? Suddenly, Ying recalled that the National Security Forces had recently apprehended several hard cases, individuals with remarkably strong psychological resilience. Despite interrogating them for nearly half a year with numerous experts, they had failed to extract any useful information, leaving the Jiangnan National Security frustrated. Given the circumstances, why not let Chen Chu have a go at it? Chapter 82. Are you just fooling around with me? This home visit, though unexpected, yielded some results. During the visit, when neighbors came to see Grandma Wang, Chen Chu casually inquired about Su Zitao. Coincidentally, Su Zitao's mother was also present. However, Chen Chu refrained from mentioning the fact that Su Zitao had endured several beatings from Wang Lebang at school. Otherwise, the recently awakened Grandma Wang might have had to be rushed to the hospital again. Instead, he subtly probed whether there had been some discord between Su Zitao and Wang Lebang. Su Zitao's mother, knowing that Chen Chu was a teacher at the first high school, did not hold back and revealed that there had indeed been an incident in their childhood. Su Zitao had always followed Wang Lebang around, and their relationship had been quite good. However, one day, the two boys played with fire and accidentally set a house ablaze. Su Zitao claimed that it was Wang Lebang's fault, leading to Wang Lebang receiving a severe thrashing and the Wang family shouldering the neighbors' losses. From that point on, Wang Lebang ceased to play with Su Zitao, and their relationship gradually soured. Upon hearing this, Chen Chu surmised that Su Zitao had ultimately betrayed Wang Lebang, which might explain Wang Lebang's lingering resentment. Yet, something felt amiss. If this were the case, Wang Lebang would likely not shy away from discussing it. Given his straightforward nature, he would probably have called Su Zitao a traitor rather than evade the topic. It was evident that there were underlying issues unknown to their parents. Chen Chu was not merely idling. He hoped to resolve the conflict between the two, which would ultimately ease his worries as their homeroom teacher. However, uncovering the truth would not be an easy task. Suddenly, he thought of Ying. Although they had only recently met, this neighborly older sister might possess some insights. Regrettably, he had not obtained her contact information, so Chen Chu resolved to find an opportunity to inquire further. However, his troubles extended beyond Wang Lebang. The group, led by Deng Xijia, was equally perplexing. Chen Chu had been rehearsing for nearly a week without finding a breakthrough. Deng Xijia and her entourage formed an impenetrable wall, impervious to his efforts. He had attempted various approaches, such as engaging with Sun Jiao and others, but they utterly ignored him, sometimes even responding with disdain. Conversely, during the rehearsals, Yuanwen had developed a better understanding of Chen Chu. Initially, they were not well acquainted, But after dancing together once, Yuan became intrigued by him. Consequently, during conversations in the office, she sought insights from other dance instructors about Chen Chu and Amp, Oppo's background. This newfound knowledge only heightened her curiosity. Despite being an intern for merely 6 months, he had become the homeroom teacher of the most feared class, Class 7, at the first high school. Even while Yuan was studying at Bu Dance, she had heard whispers about Class 7. Remarkably, Chen Chu had managed to bring the class under control within a month, demonstrating an impressive command over the situation. Moreover, Chen Chu was exceptionally talented. He excelled at basketball, danced professionally, and seemed to possess numerous hidden skills. The more she learned, the more intrigued she became. Despite his unassuming appearance, his abilities were remarkably formidable. In Jiangnan National Security, another busy day unfolded. After finishing the materials for the previous case, Ewing headed to her superior in Oppo's office. Boss, I and Oppo's VE completed the materials for case 731. Sun Chong was rubbing his temples, clearly suffering from a headache. Just put on the desk. I and Oppo's LL look it over later. His voice carried a weary tone. Boss, still troubled? Ewing tentatively inquired. How can I not be? Only half a month left. Sun Chong replied, exasperated. All right, if there's nothing else, you can leave. I need some quiet time alone. Ewing acknowledged this and was about to depart when she hesitated and cautiously said, Boss, I know someone who might help. Should I give it a try? Sun Chong opened his eyes and glanced at Ewing. A teacher. She replied with a nervous laugh. Do you want to get a shot? Sun Chong shot her an annoyed look. Stop fooling around. I and Oppo's V brought in so many experts, and it hasn't helped. What can a teacher do? They can educate students, but interrogate criminals? Please. Chapter 83 Interrogation Ewing, feeling utterly chastised, wore an expression of deep unease. The truth was, she had no solid grasp of the situation. Her impulsive words had simply slipped out in a moment of heated folly. Observing Sun Chong's furious countenance, she dared not utter another word, instead offering a hollow chuckle before quietly retreating from the room. Sun Chong, now burdened with an even greater headache, paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed in concern. If time were to slip away any further, these formidable adversaries would inevitably be released. These individuals were foreign spies, and the Jiangnan National Security had been meticulously preparing for nearly 3 years to apprehend them, deploying hundreds of personnel and expending vast resources. Yet these culprits had left behind no tangible evidence. Their operations were executed with unprecedented precision and an astute awareness of counter-surveillance. How could they, perpetually hunting geese, find themselves pecked in the eye by the very geese they sought? Sun Chong slammed his palm on the table in frustration. If such a scenario were to unfold, what standing would the Jiangnan National Security have? Where would the dignity of the great Huaxia be? Experts in interrogation from across the nation had been summoned. Yet, despite Sun Chong's fervent proclamations to his superiors, no substantial information had emerged. The situation had escalated to an international level. The perpetrators stood firm and defiant, exhibiting an exceptionally contemptuous demeanor and refusing to divulge any information. They even demanded to be served Louis XIV cognac during their detention, threatening to claim mistreatment upon their release. How dare they request Louis XIV? In times past, such insolence would have warranted severe consequences. The mere thought ignited Sun Chong and Oppo's ire. Yet, personal honor paled in comparison to the greater issue at hand. Without robust evidence to substantiate any charges, releasing them would be a national disgrace. Thus, the stakes were too high to allow for even the slightest carelessness. Sun Chong had engaged another group of experts, yet uncertainty lingered in his heart. It was not that the interrogation specialists lacked skill. Rather, they were hindered by a lack of evidence and the prisoners and Oppo's obstinate refusal to cooperate. Each one exhibited increasingly brazen attitudes and possessed knowledge of psychological tactics, leaving the experts at a loss for how to proceed. Should this batch of specialists also prove ineffective, Sun Chong feared he would have to take responsibility and resign. The following morning, the interrogation experts finally arrived in Jiangnan, and Sun Chong personally went to greet them. The news of their capture had already spread far and wide, Yet due to the subsequent fruitless attempts by several waves of specialists, it had become increasingly difficult for Sun Chong to secure further assistance. Any discerning observer could tell that this was an exceptionally challenging task. The adversary was strong while his side was weak. In both evidence and psychological warfare, they were at a significant disadvantage. A trip to Jiangnan now felt akin to a march toward humiliation. After much effort, Sun Chong had managed to engage the esteemed veteran interrogator, Lu Qinghai, a professor of interrogation psychology and a renowned consultant for major police academies across Huaxia, as well as his alma mater's mentor. In the car, Sun Chong could not conceal his dismay. "Professor Lu, we have encountered a formidable challenge this time." Despite his silver hair, Lu Qinghai appeared remarkably spirited. Noticing Sun Chong and Appo's expression of despair, he sighed. "Indeed, this is quite a thorny issue. Before coming, I familiarized myself with the circumstances and exchanged insights with my predecessors. To be frank, I possess only a 30% chance of success." 30%. Sun Chong managed a bitter smile. "Is that truly as high as it gets?" "You may be overestimating," Lu Qinghai retorted, casting a disapproving glare at Sun Chong. "The individuals you apprehended have undergone intensive indoctrination from a young age, coupled with strong psychological conditioning and tendencies towards self-harm. Pressing them too hard might lead to unforeseen consequences. If you approach them too lightly, they won't take it seriously." "I am well aware," Sun Chong admitted, feeling the weight of pressure upon him. "These individuals are entangled in international matters. I have scarcely slept for the past 2 weeks. I will do my utmost, but Don and Amp, Oppos, harbor excessive expectations," Lu Qinghai cautioned. The interrogation lasted less than half an hour. Lu Qinghai emerged from the interrogation room, visibly exasperated, his face taut as he gazed through the glass at the defiant individual within, who, despite being handcuffed, maintained an air of arrogance. He found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Verbal intimidation proved futile. The adversary appeared unfazed, and he found himself lacking any substantial information to analyze the situation. Sun Chong gestured for the guards to take the individual away, then approached Lu Qinghai, "Professor." Lu Qinghai raised a hand to silence Sun Chong. His brow furrowed in thought. "I need a moment to gather my thoughts. We will continue this afternoon." Sun Chong nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. Chapter 84, Underestimation Dance Studio. Chen Chu was rehearsing a dance, with Yuan when leading the performance at the front. Due to the prolonged practice of mimicry skills, Chen Chu had noticeably improved his flexibility, now free from the usual discomforts of back pain and muscle cramps. Just then, he caught sight of a figure outside the window. Their eyes met. It was none other than Zhang Yunlei. After casting a blank glance at Chen Chu, Zhang Yunlei turned and walked away. Chen Chu raised an eyebrow, but dismissed it from his mind. Moments later, the door to the dance studio was pushed open. The head of the teaching department entered. "Chun, I need to speak with you," she said. Chen Chu, having anticipated this, promptly followed her outside. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "What is going on with your lesson plans?" The teaching director frowned. "It's been nearly a week since you submitted your recordings." "Director, didn't Director's son explain the situation to you?" "I'm simply adhering to the school's regulations." The teaching director avoided the topic, stating sternly, "You must submit all overdue lesson plans by the end of today. Otherwise, it will be marked as absenteeism." Chen Chu's expression darkened, realizing the director was deliberately seeking an issue. He refrained from arguing, saying, "Understood." The director nodded and then turned to leave. Chen Chu pursed his lips, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Just as Zhao Yizhou had predicted, Zhang Yunlei was indeed stirring up trouble. Chen Chu bore no ill will towards the teaching director. After all, one must bow their head while under the roof of another. It was merely a matter of lesson plans. He would comply. However, no sooner had Chen Chu returned to continue his rehearsal, the director's son called him. Chen Chu hurried to a corner to answer. "Hello, director's son," he said, and immediately heard, "What is going on? Have you offended someone you shouldn't have?" Chen Chu replied helplessly, "Director's son, I'm an innocent victim here. You know the situation. Figure something out quickly. I'm taking the heat for you. I just received a call from above, urging me to arrange your transfer, and they're withholding your bonus." Director's son stated gravely. "Their stance is firm. I only have 3 days. Chen Chu furrowed his brow, realizing Zhang Yunlei wielded considerable influence. Nonetheless, he would not easily concede. Understood, he replied, ending the call and narrowing his eyes, contemplating whether he should confront Zhang Yunlei directly. After the rehearsal concluded, and as Chen Chu was about to leave, Yuan approached him with a smile. Teacher Chen, the instructors are having a gathering tonight. Are you coming? I can't make it. I have something to attend to. Chen Chu smiled in response, adding, enjoy yourselves. With that, he departed without lingering. Yuan watched him leave, frowning slightly, before pulling out her phone to make a call. Dad, can you do me a favor? What is the matter? Came a deep voice from the other end. Yuan replied softly, please look after someone for me. Their SA teacher named Chen Chu at our school. There was a brief hesitation on the line. Boyfriend? No, just a friend who is in trouble. Understood. I'll make a call shortly. After a moment, the voice on the other end questioned, he is really not your boyfriend? He is really not. Then why are you so concerned about him? Although puzzled, her father did not press further. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Chu pondered how to arrange a meeting with Zhang Yunlei. But soon Director Sun's call came through again. Director, Before Chen Chu could finish, Director Sun interjected cheerfully, Chen, I underestimated you. Quite impressive. Huh? Chen Chu was bewildered. With a future father-in-law like that, no one dares to touch you. Director Sun chuckled. You've managed to win over the most beautiful flower in our school. Remarkable. No need to worry about lesson plans anymore. I've already spoken to the academic director. What? Chen Chu was left utterly confused, and before he could ask further, Director Sun had hung up. Rubbing his head in confusion, he muttered, what on earth? I don't even have a girlfriend yet. Where did this father-in-law come from? Chapter 85. The unexpected turn of events. Chen Chu, regaining his composure, suddenly had an epiphany. It appeared that Teacher Yuan had lent him a helping hand, and that Director Sun and the others had merely misunderstood the situation. Yuan likely grasped what had transpired, which was the reason for her deliberate assistance. However, this only deepened the misunderstanding. It would indeed be strange if Zhang Yunlei did not harbor resentment towards him. Yet, these matters were difficult to articulate, especially to Yuan. Chen Chu felt a sense of helplessness. After this rehearsal concluded, it would be prudent to sever ties with Yuan. Otherwise, it would not bode well for either party. The misunderstandings would only intensify, and when they next crossed paths, it might lead to an awkwardness that could only be resolved by metaphorically excavating a 3-bedroom apartment. As Chen Chu had anticipated, Zhang Yunlei soon learned that Yuan and Appo's father had protected Chen Chu. His expression was one of palpable frustration. At this moment, he truly resembled a jester. Not only had he failed to expel Chen Chu, but Yuan had also taken it upon herself to shield him. To suggest that Yuan held no interest in Chen Chu, Zhang Yunlei could hardly believe it. Brother Zhang, this woman, Yuan, is utterly ungrateful. You are a perfect match, yet she has chosen to look upon someone like Chen Chu. A few friends accompanying Zhang Yunlei echoed their discontent, feeling wronged on his behalf. The more they spoke, the more Zhang Yunlei's anger surged. The insults directed at Chen Chu were, in essence, aimed at him as well. After all this, it turned out that Zhang Yunlei was even inferior to an intern teacher. Silence. Zhang Yunlei barked, and the group fell into an uneasy hush, exchanging glances. Given the circumstances, Zhang Yunlei resolved to show no mercy. Go, find an opportunity to deal with that fellow. No need for excessive force. Just teach him a lesson, he commanded, and someone promptly agreed. In Jiangnan National Security, Liu Qinghai had been interrogating for 3 full days without progress. The situation had indeed taken a turn for the worse. Sun Chong observed his mentor's furrowed brow, uncertain of how to offer comfort. Considering the stakes involved, the probability of failure was inherently high, and since he had personally brought Liu Qinghai on board, he felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Teacher, it is not your fault. Liu Qinghai waved his hand dismissively. I can only say my skills are not yet refined. However, I fear I cannot assist you this time. Sun Chong sighed. The worst-case scenario would be his resignation, and he had mentally prepared for it. The two exchanged glances, both reflecting a sense of helplessness. Teacher, rest a while. I will take you to the airport tomorrow. Liu Qinghai replied, choosing not to elaborate further, for words eluded him. Gazing at the pile of materials before him, Lu Qinghai had explored numerous interrogation techniques. While some had yielded results, the suspect's psychological defenses had crumbled only for them to become agitated, even displaying tendencies towards self-harm, necessitating the immediate administration of sedatives. With a resigned shake of his head, Lu Qinghai discarded the materials into the trash bin. It was not only Sun Chong and Lu Qinghai who were troubled. The atmosphere within Jiangnan National Security was heavy with tension. With merely 10 days remaining until the suspect and Oppo's release, progress remained stagnant. Should the individual be released, Jiangnan National Security would be inscribed in the annals of disgrace. Not only would Sun Chong face dismissal, but the entire agency might suffer severe repercussions, potentially leading to mass terminations. Everyone was brainstorming, gathering evidence, and conducting investigations, yet no advancements emerged. Logically, this hot potato should have been escalated for higher authorities to address. However, due to overconfidence, they had taken it upon themselves to manage the situation. Jiangnan National Security found itself in a predicament, unable to voice their grievances. The lack of progress on Lu Qinghai's end was apparent to all. It seemed increasingly unlikely that a resolution would be reached. Each individual wore a grim expression, including Yuing. As a key member of Jiangnan National Security, she could not escape the repercussions. However, unlike others who sat idly by, she still harbored a glimmer of hope. Previously, when she mentioned Chen Chu to Sun Chong, despite receiving a reprimand, she felt compelled to investigate Chen Chu due to his exceptional performance. In just under a month, a class that had expelled 3 homeroom teachers was now being managed by a novice teacher. Recalling the perspective of a certain Oppo's victim and Oppo's named Wang, she remembered how on the first day of class, it felt as though a terrifying presence was fixated on him, leaving him too frightened to speak. She could not fathom why, but the few simple words he uttered that day left her feeling profoundly unsettled. If he were an ordinary student, she would not have given him a second thought. Yet, this was Wang Lebang, and his impact was indelible. Torn by indecision, Yuing resolved to make another attempt, and promptly rose to head towards the office. Chapter 86, The Visit Before Long. Yuing arrived at Sun Chong's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." Upon entering, Yuing noticed not only Sun Chong, but also Lu Qinghai seated nearby. She hastily greeted them, and Lu Qinghai nodded slightly, his expression revealing a hint of displeasure as he glanced at the plane tickets for the following day resting on the desk. "Xiaoyu, what is the matter?" Sun Chong inquired. Feeling a bit apprehensive, Yuing chuckled nervously and replied, "Boss, regarding what I mentioned last time, I genuinely believe we should let the other party give it a try." Sun Chong rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Do you think I'm not already troubled enough? Why add to my chaos?" Seeing that further discussions seemed futile, Yuing stuck out her tongue and quickly exited. However, Lu Qinghai appeared to take an interest. "What's going on?" Sun Chong, bemused, explained, "This young one has some wild ideas, claiming to know a high school teacher who can handle these tough cases." "Isn't that absurd?" Lu Qinghai paused for a moment, then, regaining his composure, revealed a pensive expression. "It's not entirely unfeasible." Sun Chong was momentarily at a loss for words, managing only a bitter smile. "Teacher, this isn't child's play." Lu Qinghai replied earnestly. "I'm not joking. Don and Oppo's underestimate high school teachers. They confront students in their most rebellious phase. They must analyze and guide students' thoughts while also enforcing discipline, which falls within the realm of psychology. Many psychologists originate from teaching backgrounds and possess remarkable analytical skills, albeit lacking scientific theoretical knowledge and techniques. Moreover, if Xiaoyu proposed this, she likely has faith in her acquaintance and Oppo's capabilities. He continued with conviction. "Given the current circumstances, we must explore alternative avenues. I believe it is worth a try." With Lu Qinghai's endorsement, Sun Chong felt compelled to reconsider, especially as they were running out of options. After a moment of contemplation, he called Yuing back in. Lu Qinghai then asked, "Xiaoyu, could you elaborate on the specifics of that high school teacher?" "Certainly, Professor Lu," Yuing responded eagerly, detailing what she knew. After listening, Lu Qinghai nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, this individual possesses some abilities. It's worth testing." Sun Chong sighed in protest. Teacher, he.s. merely a young man, and even if we invite him, he'll be facing those tough cases. I fear he might be intimidated, which would be quite the farce. Lu Qinghai considered this point, then proposed, you make a valid argument. I'll have a conversation with him first to set expectations. Ultimately, we can only ascertain his suitability after meeting him. This approach seemed much more prudent. With Lu Qinghai overseeing the situation, Sun Chong felt reassured, promptly drafting the necessary documents for Yu Ying to proceed with the arrangements. Meanwhile, Chen Chu was teaching when he noticed Director Sun at the door, waving. Teacher Chen, self-study. Chen Chu instructed his students before stepping outside, puzzled. Director, what's the matter? Did I do something wrong? Sun Director cautiously asked. You haven't gotten into trouble, have you? What could I possibly have done? Chen Chu scratched his head, bewildered. What is going on? The national security personnel are looking for you. Sun Director replied with a wry smile. They have a case that requires your cooperation, and they're waiting just outside the school. A wave of unease washed over Chen Chu. National security? This. It would be odd not to be anxious about this. Ordinarily, if one were in trouble, the police would come knocking. All right, I'll head over immediately. He hurried to his office to ask other teachers for assistance in covering his class before rushing to the school entrance. Upon arrival, he spotted a familiar figure, Yu Ying. Teacher Chun, she said, hurrying over, looking a bit sheepish. I apologize for not giving you a heads up before coming to find you. No problem at all. Chen Chu chuckled awkwardly. Is there something you need? Actually, I'm here to escort you, Yu Ying clarified. The specifics can only be disclosed after you sign a confidentiality agreement. Chen Chu blinked, whispering, I haven't done anything wrong, have I? No, no jueyin chekev. If you had, we wouldn't notify you. We'd simply come to arrest you. That's a relief. Chen Chu sighed, smiling. As long as I can be of assistance, I will do my utmost. The car is over there. Please follow me. All right. Chen Chu promptly followed Yu Ying out of the school and toward a nearby parking lot. At that moment, across the street, a figure was munching on an orange while observing the scene. Noticing Chen Chu and Yu Ying heading towards the parking lot, he quickly pulled out his phone. Third brother, I've spotted them in the parking lot beside the first high school. Understood. Keep an eye on them. We'll be right there. Chapter 87. Confirming the gaze before long, Chen Chu followed Yu Ying into a sleek, all-black minivan. As the doors swung open, he was met with the sight of 7 or 8 fully armed Special Forces members seated inside. The driver's seat was obscured by soundproof walls, rendering the entire interior a sealed environment. Chen Chu froze momentarily, hesitating to move. Sensing his apprehension, Yu Ying quickly smiled and reassured him. Teacher Chun, there's no need to be anxious. This mission is classified. All personnel involved will be escorted by our Special Forces throughout. Please step inside. All right. Chen Chu hurriedly entered the vehicle. Yu Ying retrieved a file folder from the passenger seat and, once the door was secured, produced a confidentiality agreement. Presenting it to Chen Chu. Teacher Chun, after you sign this confidentiality agreement, I will disclose the specifics of the situation to you. However, once you affix your signature, you must not reveal any information to outsiders. Otherwise, we will hold you accountable. Chen Chu nodded slightly, without hesitation. After a brief glance at the terms, he signed his name and pressed his thumbprint onto the document. Once the confidentiality agreement was confirmed, Yu Ying divulged the details of the matter. Outside the parking lot, 3 vehicles approached simultaneously, soon becoming obstructed at the entrance. Noticing the commotion, a security guard was about to exit the booth when he suddenly witnessed dozens of individuals disembarking from the 3 cars, many extracting steel pipes from the trunks. Their demeanor menacing. Recognizing the potential threat, the guard was paralyzed with fear as 2 or 3 young men approached the booth, brandishing the pipes, and commanded, "Shut down the surveillance. If you dare make a sound, we'll end you." The guard, understanding the gravity of the situation, complied without resistance. Hastily disabling the underground parking lot and AMP, Oppos, as surveillance. You 3, stay here. Got it, third brother. The leader, a portly middle-aged man, puffed on a cigarette while directing his crew towards the underground parking. As they descended, the individuals who had been monitoring the situation rushed to greet them. The third brother surveyed the vicinity, inquiring, "Where are they?" They're in that vehicle. They haven't left yet. One of the watchers promptly indicated towards the all-black minivan. The third brother smirked, inhaling deeply from a cigarette before carelessly tossing it to the ground, gesturing for his men to advance towards the minivan. The Special Forces member at the wheel, noticing the approaching group of intimidating figures, exhibited a flicker of confusion. Just then, the third brother and his cohort arrived. Surround them and drag them out. With a command, the group surged forward, encircling the minivan with malevolent intent. Spotting the Special Forces member in the driver's seat, the third brother approached without hesitation and rapped on the tinted window. Moments later, the window gradually descended, revealing the plainclothes Special Forces member poised for combat. Who addressed the third brother? "What is it you want? Get out." The third brother coldly retorted, "Or I'll smash your car." The Special Forces member paused, instinctively questioning. "You think you can break it? This is an armored vehicle modified for concealment and disguise. Do you truly believe you can shatter it?" However, his words were perceived as a blatant provocation by the third brother. "Smash it," he barked, and the command sent his men lunging at the vehicle, striking it with force. Clang! Clang! Despite their best efforts, the assailants failed to shatter the windows. Inside, the occupants heard the commotion, but, shielded by the bulletproof glass, remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. All Special Forces members immediately heightened their alertness, adopting defensive postures, while Ying acted with remarkable speed, drawing her weapon and positioning herself protectively in front of Chen Chu. Chen Chu, momentarily bewildered, was still processing Ying and Oppo's earlier explanation when calamity struck. Seeking safety, he instinctively nestled behind the Special Forces members. The uproar outside persisted unabated. Ying furrowed her brow, signaling with a series of hand gestures. The team understood immediately. One Special Forces member turned sideways and reached for the door's mechanism. Click! However, before he could pull the door open, it swung ajar on its own. Swish! As the door opened smoothly, the third brother, who was poised to drag the occupants out for a beating, looked up and locked eyes with Ying. Chapter 88. Disturbing the Hornet and Oppo's nest. Sangu was bewildered, his underlings equally confounded. Had they truly poked the Hornet and Oppo's nest? Suddenly regaining his composure, Sangu hurriedly raised his hands to signal that he bore no weapons. Under the watchful gaze of Ying, he adeptly lowered himself to the ground, cradling his head with his arms. One by one, the other underlings followed suit, discarding their weapons and prostrating themselves on the ground. In no time, a sea of bodies lay sprawled on the ground. Furrowing her brow, Ying stowed away her weapon and leaped from the vehicle. Directing her inquiry at the prone Sangu, "How many times have you entered the palace?" With a tone laden with resignation, Sangu replied, "3. I was sent here under orders." Immediately, he shifted the blame, seeking to evade responsibility. Under whose orders? Who was the target? Fang Sao? No, Fang Yunlei. Sangu cautiously tilted his head, gesturing towards Chen Chu. "We were sent to teach him a lesson." Ying could not help but glance at Chen Chu, who appeared utterly innocent. "Contact the nearby precinct and have them handle this," she instructed, eager to avoid any delay. Leaving 3 Special Forces members to monitor Sangu and his associates, she promptly drove away. "Line up, crouch with your heads down," barked one of the Special Forces members. Sangu and his companions complied, huddling against the wall, not daring to breathe, filled with regret for having taken on this job. Damn it, they had delivered themselves right to their doorsteps, saving on postage. However, the entrance to the parking lot was already blocked. When Ying and her team reached the entrance, they found themselves unable to escape. The underlings on watch remained oblivious to Chen Chu seated in the small vehicle, unaware of the commotion in the underground parking lot, as they continued to brandish their steel pipes menacingly. Upon noticing the situation, the Special Forces member exited his vehicle. Before he could utter a word, one of the underlings pointed a steel pipe at his nose, shouting, "What are you staring at? We and Oppo's reworking here, this road is closed. If you and Oppo's dissatisfied, keep it to yourself." The others wore expressions of ill intent. The Special Forces member narrowed his eyes. After a moment, The previously arrogant group found themselves subdued and escorted to the underground parking lot, joining Sangu and his companions in their crouch position, exchanging glances. Not long after, Chen Chu arrived at Jiangnan National Security, where Ying had already briefed him on the developments. Given the gravity of national dignity and honor, Chen Chu readily acquiesced, though he was cautious with his words. After all, he was uncertain whether his pedagogical techniques would prove effective against these brainwashed spies. Feigning a wry smile, Chen Chu remarked, "I can give it a try, but I am merely a teacher without any experience in interrogation, so I cannot guarantee success." "We have considered that," Ying replied swiftly. "I will take you to meet a professional interrogation expert who will guide you." "Relax, Teacher Chen," Ying reassured him with a smile. Subsequently, Chen Chu followed Ying into the office, where he encountered Sun Chong and Lu Qinghai. As soon as he entered, Sun Chong and Lu Qinghai scrutinized him. Noticing Chen Chu and Appo's somewhat youthful face, Sun Chong found himself both amused and bemused. At 23 or 24, Chen Chu seemed little more than a child, especially considering he had only recently graduated. Ying hurriedly made the introductions, and Chen Chu offered his greetings. Lu Qinghai smiled gently, not underestimating Chen Chu and Appo's youth, gesturing for him to sit beside him. "Teacher Chen, I apologize for the trouble," he said warmly. "It is my honor to contribute to my country," Chen Chu replied earnestly. Lu Qinghai chuckled heartily. "That mindset is commendable. I was initially planning to do some motivational work with you, but it seems unnecessary now. I trust Xiaoyu has informed you of the circumstances. However, since you lack experience in interrogation, I will need to provide you with some temporary guidance." "Thank you, Professor Lu, for your assistance," Chen Chu responded. "Trust is vital in utilizing personnel. Suspicion breeds division," Lu Qinghai said amiably, engaging Chen Chu in conversation. Meanwhile, Sun Chong observed Chen Chu and Appo's demeanor. Feeling uncertain yet hesitant to interrupt his mentor, ultimately stepping outside for a smoke. Chapter 89. Playing Around? Within the office, Lu Qinghai was engaged in conversation with Chen Chu. However, as their dialogue progressed, Lu Qinghai sensed something amiss. With just a few exchanges, he could discern Chen Chu and Appo's character, seemingly uncomplicated and rather naive. His demeanor and appearance aligned with that of a novice teacher, fresh to the professional realm. This led Lu Qinghai to question the accuracy of Ying's intelligence, for it was unlikely that such an inexperienced educator could effectively manage a class filled with rebellious individuals like Class 7. Yet, having reached this point, Lu Qinghai felt no trepidation. There was no harm in giving it a try. He proceeded to impart some knowledge regarding interrogation techniques to Chen Chu. The art of interrogation was essentially a psychological contest, reliant on who would yield first. Chen Chu listened intently. Prior to their meeting, he had specifically researched Lu Qinghai, discovering that he was a distinguished figure in psychology and an internationally renowned expert in interrogation. Chen Chu, who was troubled by how to handle the unruly students of Class 7, hoped that under Lu Qinghai's guidance, he might uncover new strategies. Nevertheless, he harbored no illusions of certainty regarding the interrogation, as he was about to face not ordinary individuals, but rather espionage agents. He could only wish for the educational techniques to lend him some support. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours slipped by. Lu Qinghai had conveyed all that he needed to, then smiled as he remarked, "Regardless of the approach you choose, as long as you can extract information from them, it will be deemed a victory. Do not be overly anxious. When the time comes, you will wear an earpiece, and I shall monitor the situation closely." Chen Chu nodded earnestly, and, just then, Sun Chong had set about arranging the interrogation. Before long, Chen Chu and Lu Qinghai entered the interrogation room. Being his first visit, Chen Chu could not suppress his curiosity and surveyed his surroundings. It bore a striking resemblance to what he had seen on television. In front of him stood a large glass panel, allowing a clear view of a man in his 30s, handcuffed and seated in the interrogation chair, wearing a sardonic smile. Just a glance into the man and Appo's eyes sent a shiver down Chen Chu and Appo's spine. The staff swiftly equipped Chen Chu with a wireless earpiece, and soon, a number of individuals began to enter the interrogation room, casting curious glances in Chen Chu and Amp. Oppo's direction, some with disdain, others with intrigue. Unfazed, Chen Chu received a signal from Lu Qinghai, who inquired, "Are you prepared?" Chen Chu replied, "I am ready at any moment." "Very well, let us proceed." With that, as the door to the interrogation room swung open, Chen Chu took a deep breath and stepped inside. Once the door closed behind him, all eyes turned toward the opposite side. As Chen Chu entered, the man in the chair could no longer contain himself, bursting into a mocking laughter. "What is this? Has the national security been reduced to sending a mere child like you to interrogate me?" With an impassive expression, Chen Chu approached the table and sat down, leisurely perusing the documents before finally raising his gaze to the man named. The man merely smirked, his eyes glimmering with derision, clearly refusing to cooperate. Chen Chu furrowed his brow and asserted, "I demand your name." The man continued his noncompliance, instead whistling toward the window and jesting, "Are there any beauties out there?" Outside the interrogation room, several personnel shrugged in resignation. They had witnessed this scene countless times before. Lu Qinghai could not help but rub his temples, shaking his head in exasperation. "Forget it, bring him out." Sun Chong, taken aback, exclaimed, "But teacher, it hasn't even begun. It has already concluded." Lu Qinghai sighed. "Chen Chu is too young. He lacks the intimidating presence. He is already lost from the outset." This outcome was anticipated. The others in the room merely shrugged, for they had all interrogated offenders before. If one could not instill fear in the suspect from the start, the subsequent questioning would surely be futile. Ewing offered a wry smile, not quite disappointed, as she had merely approached this with a spirit of experimentation. "Allow me to open the door." As she moved to do so, a resounding sound echoed throughout the interrogation room. Someone had slammed their hand on the table. Immediately after, Chen Chu and Amp, Oppo's voice rang out once more. "Name." The national security personnel exchanged incredulous glances. Was this a jest? This was an espionage agent, not a mere student. Could a table slam instill fear? Suddenly, a voice filled with trepidation reverberated through the interrogation room. Li Zi and Amp, Oppo's, and Chapter 90. If your ancestors knew. Lu Qinghai, Sun Shong, the members of the national security. Oh, winky face. Goo. In an instant, the interrogation room fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Yu-ing had already placed her hand on the doorknob, her whole being frozen in place. Lu Qinghai suddenly regained his senses and swiftly stopped Yu-ing. "No need to rush. Let us first assess the situation." Yu-ing quickly withdrew her hand and turned her gaze towards the window. At that moment, Chen Chu was staring solemnly at Li Zian, who, just moments ago, had been arrogant and overbearing, but now wore a distinctly anxious expression, seemingly terrified of Chen Chu. This left the members of the national security utterly perplexed. How could this be? Chen Chu merely slammed the table, and he managed to intimidate Li Zian? Everyone tilted their heads in confusion. This maneuver was utterly incomprehensible. Sun Chong observed Li Zian displaying such vulnerability for the first time, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. Yet, he was at a loss regarding how Chen Chu had accomplished this. Casting a questioning glance at Lu Qinghai, "Teacher, how did this young man achieve such a reaction from Li Zian?" Lu Qinghai furrowed his brows, contemplating before responding. "It appears some form of psychological suggestion has awakened Li Zian and Amp, Oppo's more fragile psyche." Slamming the table? Sun Chong inquired, perplexed. "That may be part of it, but there must be more, though even I cannot discern it," Lu Qinghai remarked, glancing at Chen Chu and sighing. "It seems I have underestimated him. He has managed to deduce Li Zian and Amp, Oppo's most vulnerable psychological territory solely from the information at hand. His future is boundless." Upon hearing this, the members of the national security looked at Chen Chu with a hint of envy. Lu Qinghai and Oppo's words carried significant weight, imbued with admiration. No one doubted that Chen Chu and Oppo's success was mere coincidence. The reason was simple. During the previous interrogations, there had been numerous table slams. Yet Li Zian had shown no reaction and even dared to mock their incompetence. After Lu Qinghai's assessment, Sun Chong's flicker of hope blazed even brighter. There was promise in this. Within the confines of the interrogation room, Chen Chu initiated the process, inquiring about basic information such as name, gender, and place of origin, which Li Zian promptly provided. This brought a slight sense of relief to Chen Chu. After a brief pause, he proceeded to ask bluntly, "What is your mission?" Outside the interrogation room, the others exchanged glances in astonishment. Goodness, was he that direct? No psychological work whatsoever, and he plunged straight in. At that moment, Li Zian's expression shifted uncomfortably, avoiding Chen Chu's gaze. Clearly, a sensitive issue had been touched upon, and fear began to wage war against reason within him. Seizing the moment, Chen Chu stepped closer to Li Zian, his voice cold as ice. "Speak." Li Zian was caught in an internal struggle, but as Chen Chu approached, the deep-rooted fear overwhelmed his psychological defenses, and he stammered, 792 quantum engineering. A wave of shock swept through the interrogation room. Everyone in Damp, Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? He skipped all the formalities and actually got an answer. Lu Qinghai snapped back to reality and quickly relayed a message to Chen Chu. Ask him how much information he possesses, where it is stored, and his contact abroad, as well as his accomplices. Upon receiving the instructions, Chen Chu began to question Li Zian again. Under the immense pressure of fear, Li Zian began to divulge the intelligence he possessed. Outside the interrogation room, chaos ensued as Sun Chong promptly organized personnel to gather evidence based on Li Zian and Oppo's disclosures. However, when asked about foreign contacts and accomplices, Li Zian suddenly clutched his head, his expression contorted in agony. Chen Chu was taken aback, and then he heard Lu Qinghai's voice near his ear. This is the onset of his psychological defenses. Previously, Lu Qinghai had mentioned that the individual who had brainwashed Li Zian had implanted subconscious triggers. Once this defense mechanism was activated, Li Zian would exhibit suicidal tendencies. This caught Chen Chu off guard, and instinctively, he turned to the interrogation room, his eyes pleading for help. Lu Qinghai quickly advised, in this situation, the best approach is to directly shatter his emotions, plunging him into confusion. If you cannot achieve this, I will have someone administer a sedative. Chen Chu steeled himself. This was precisely what he needed. He directed an onslaught of verbal abuse at Li Zian. Have you forgotten where you came from? What do you think you are? If your ancestors knew you were betraying your country, they would surely rise from their graves to exact revenge upon you. Do you believe that? Chapter 91. The little cow flies in the interrogation room. Chen Chu unleashed a torrent of vehement words. His verbal assaults, though not physically harmful, were laden with profound insult, leaving all present in a state of bewilderment. Lu Qinghai, too, was taken aback. He had merely instructed Chen Chu to provoke the other party into emotional collapse, never anticipating that Chen would resort to outright cursing. Given that the individual in question already harbored suicidal tendencies, Chen's tirade was bound to precipitate a dire outcome. Just as Lu Qinghai contemplated intervening, Li Zian and Oppo's reaction proved even more inscrutable. Bowing his head in silence, he offered no verbal retaliation, regardless of Chen Chu and Oppo's relentless humiliations. Until, at last, a faint sound of sobbing emerged from him. I was wrong, I confess. I have betrayed my ancestors. I will divulge everything, hoping for redemption. Li Zian raised his head, tears streaming down his face, utterly distraught. In the interrogation room, Chen Chu seized the moment and continued his questioning. Li Zian, amidst his sobs, provided a clear and thorough confession. Eventually, the door to the room swung open, and Yu Ying entered, carrying the interrogation record. She placed it before Li Zian, urging him to sign and acknowledge his guilt. While wiping away his tears, he signed and pressed his fingerprint, still weeping as he was led away. When Chen Chu emerged, the room erupted in applause. Every face radiated admiration. Though the details were incomprehensible, they were nonetheless profoundly shaken. The most formidable Li Zian had been thoroughly subdued by Chen Chu, reduced to tears by his scolding, an extraordinary feat indeed. The most exhilarated of all was Sun Chong. Setting aside all else, he was relieved to have safeguarded his own position. He rushed forward to grasp Chen Chu and Oppo's hands, expressing his gratitude. Little Chen, I am immensely thankful for your assistance in our work. Merely doing my duty. Chen Chu replied with a bashful smile. It is indeed an honor to be of help. Not just a mere help. It was a monumental contribution. Lu Qinghai approached with a grin, exclaiming, the youth is formidable, truly formidable. Thanks to the revelations obtained from Li Ziyan, the National Security Agency reaped substantial rewards, not only gathering a plethora of physical evidence, but also identifying the mastermind behind the scenes. It was indeed foreign forces at play. However, Chen Chu remained unaware of these developments. Having just concluded his interrogation of Li Ziyan, he was promptly ushered into an office by Sun Chong. Sun Chong was eager to uncover the secrets behind Chen Chu and Oppo's success, hoping he could articulate a comprehensive account of his methods, perhaps even compile a study guide for others to learn from. Yet, just as Chen Chu pondered how to respond, Lu Qinghai intervened, casting a disapproving glance at Sun Chong. This is a gift, not something easily replicated by mere desire. Chen Chu's timing and approach were uniquely insightful. Lu Qinghai stated with gravity, even if you provided him with study materials, without Chen Chu and Oppo's mindset, it would be utterly futile. Upon hearing Lu Qinghai and Oppo's admonition, Sun Chong quickly abandoned the notion, turning to Chen Chu with an apologetic expression. Little Chen, I was presumptuous. Chen Chu sighed in relief, reassuring him, no worries, no worries. Sun Chong naturally wished to build on this momentum, ideally resolving all remaining challenges in a single day. However, considering the taxing nature of interrogations for Chen Chu, they agreed to limit it to one session per day. Chen Chu had no objections and readily consented. That evening, Sun Chong hosted a modest banquet in the cafeteria of the National Security Agency, with Chen Chu as the undisputed guest of honor. In the detention room, apart from Li Ziyan, 3 others were held in solitary confinement. They seemed quite at ease, oblivious to the gravity of their predicament, even going so far as to mock the patrolling staff from behind their doors. Suddenly, the trio discerned faint sounds of sobbing, their expressions turning quizzical. I'm deeply sorry for being human. The voice was eerily familiar. Realizing something was amiss, they hurried to the door, peering through the small window, just in time to witness Li Ziyan being led away, weeping profusely. What the? Chapter 92. Life imprisonment commences. It was not just the 3 witnesses who wore bewildered expressions. Even the 2 staff members escorting Li Ziyan exchanged glances of confusion. They vividly recalled how, merely half an hour prior, Li Ziyan had emerged from the detention room, striding with an air of confidence, almost exuding a sense of supremacy, as if to declare that the advantage lay firmly with him, and that no one would glean even the slightest hint of information from him. However, after a half-hour interrogation by Chen Chu, he was brought out, his voice already hoarse from tears. Please, hurry up and sentence this scoundrel. I have betrayed my ancestors. A traitor like me deserves to be shot on the spot. Living is merely a waste of air. Li Zi and Oppo's lamented his fate, his cries of regret echoing until he was finally confined within the detention room, where his voice gradually faded. Half an hour later, a sleek black luxury vehicle arrived at Jiangnan National Security. As soon as it came to a halt, a man in a tailored suit, seemingly in his 30s and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, stepped out with an air of confidence and strode into the National Security lobby. The sight of this individual prompted many staff members to furrow their brows in displeasure. The reason was simple. The man was Chang Yuanchao, the defense attorney for Li Zi and Oppo's, and others, known for his eloquence that often disrupted the operations of national security. Upon entering the lobby, Chang Yuanchao announced his identity and requested to meet with Li Zi and Oppo's, and the others. The staff, though reluctant, acquiesced, instructing him to wait. After a while, one of the staff led Chang Yuanchao to a lounge. With a frown, Chang inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" "I wish to meet my 4 clients. Why am I here?" "Please wait a moment, Mr. Chang. You will understand shortly," the staff member replied without further explanation, turning to leave. Chang Yuanchao's brow furrowed deeper. And soon after, Sun Chong entered the lounge, causing Chang to pause in surprise. Realizing what was happening, an ironic smile crept onto his face. It was evident that Sun Chong intended to pressure him for a confession. However, given the formidable forces backing Li Ziyan, it was not a confrontation he could afford. With that thought, Chang Yuanchao rose abruptly, his face serious. Son, as an attorney, I have taken on this responsibility for my clients. I request that you allow me to meet them immediately. His message was clear. He would not cooperate with their schemes. Sun Chong, undeterred by Chang's demeanor, maintained a calm smile. I never said you couldn't meet them. I merely came to inform you that Li Ziyan has confessed, and your esteemed legal expertise may not save you this time. Sun Chong relished the moment, having clashed with Chang Yuanchao for half a year. He finally had the opportunity to express his frustrations. What? This is impossible, Chang Yuanchao exclaimed, incredulity etched on his face. He is innocent. You have the wrong person. There could be no confession when there is no crime. Sun Chong offered no rebuttal, simply smiling at Chang before exiting, instructing someone to escort Chang Yuanchao to meet Li Ziyan and the others. Yet, Chang felt a growing unease. Sun Chong's ambiguous demeanor unsettled him. It was inconceivable that Li Ziyan would voluntarily confess. As Chang pondered this, he was ushered into the meeting room. Before long, Li Ziyan was brought in, his head bowed. Silent, Chang's heart sank. Once the national security staff departed, he asked in a low voice, Li Ziyan, what on earth is happening? Li Ziyan slowly raised his head, revealing an expression of profound shame. Mr. Chang, I have confessed. You need not concern yourself with me. Chang was taken aback. What nonsense are you spouting? Why would you confess? Did they torture you? No, Li Ziyan opposed, and replied, I simply feel overwhelming remorse. I have betrayed my ancestors. For money, I sold my country. It is an unforgivable sin. When you defend me, please request a harsher sentence, starting with life imprisonment and, ideally, the death penalty. Chang Yuanchao was rendered speechless, utterly astounded by Li Ziyan's unexpected demeanor. I'm not joking with you. Neither am I, Li Ziyan insisted. You truly need not worry about me. I have confessed completely. However, I feel it is insufficient. Could you perhaps think of something more? I simply wish for a swift sentencing. Do not prolong my punishment. Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Ziyan's state was alarming. He was not the Li Ziyan he knew. Have they given you something? Chang pressed, anxious that if national security had resorted to abuse, Li Ziyan and his companions could be released early, and their confessions would be rendered void, lacking legal validity. What kind of scum am I to deserve food? It is a sheer waste. Li Ziyan amp, oppose, and end amp, oppose. S words confirmed Chang and amp, oppose S suspicions. Something had indeed impaired his mental state. I see. Chang Yuanchao resolved, rising with determination from the meeting room, addressing the staff with authority. I demand an immediate blood test for my client. Chapter 93. We added magic upon hearing Chang Yuanchao's request for a blood test. Sun Chong was indifferent. Let him conduct the blood test, and he will have nothing to say. With Sun Chong and oppose S consent, Chang Yuanchao promptly summoned a doctor to draw blood for analysis. A mere half-hour later, the blood test report for Li Ziyan oppose and emerged. Impossible. How could everything be normal? Chang Yuanchao gazed incredulously at the blood report, casting a doubtful glance at the doctor. He even suspected the doctor of fabricating results. Yet, upon reflection, he realized, oh, the doctor was one I call myself. Li Ziyan oppose, and end oppose. As sudden confession caught Chang Yuanchao off guard, and the typically rational man displayed a hint of panic. However, the normal blood test results were indeed perplexing. As Li Ziyan oppose, and end oppose, S mental state was exceedingly bizarre. It should have been untraceable by blood tests. Chang Yuanchao instructed the doctor to conduct further examinations, but no anomalies surfaced. Finally, he brought in a psychologist who was equally baffled. After a series of inquiries, Chang Yuanchao hastily questioned Li Ziyan's condition. I cannot ascertain what exactly is wrong. The psychologist admitted, looking perplexed. He appears to be merely experiencing profound pessimism, engaging in self-reflection. Everything else seems unaffected. His thoughts are remarkably clear, and he articulates well, showing no signs of schizophrenia. The doctor, feeling powerless, certainly dared not fabricate any information, given the gravity of the situation, as everyone feared the dire consequences of imprisonment. After hearing this, Chang Yuanchao felt as though his head might explode. Yet, there was a glimmer of hope. Even if Li Ziyan confessed everything, the situation was not dire. Losing Li Ziyan was the worst-case scenario. As long as at least one of the other three could be preserved, it would be considered a victory. Thus, Chang Yuanchao relinquished his focus on Li Zi and Oppos, and proceeded to meet the remaining three individuals, conveying nearly identical messages to each. Regardless of how they were interrogated, they must not engage or utter a word. The National Security Bureau dared not resort to torture, dragging out the process. Only 7 days remained, and after this week, they could soar freely like birds in the sky. The responses from the three varied considerably. Rest assured, not a word will escape my lips. I will not follow in Li Ziyan's footsteps. Chang Yuanchao, witnessing their fervent assurances, felt a measure of relief. However, to guard against unforeseen circumstances, he decided to visit the National Security Bureau daily. On the following day, Chang Yuanchao returned to the bureau. Yet, upon sensing the staff and AMP Oppos has slightly gleeful glances. An ominous premonition washed over him. He was already in the process of preparing bail documentation, and he fervently wished for no further incidents. Anxiously, he hurried to the meeting room. Before long, Lu Shenlin was ushered in by the staff. As soon as he sat down, Chang Yuanchao observed the profound sorrow etched on Lu Shenlin and AMP Oppos' face. You, Mr. Chang, I regret to inform you that I have also confessed. I feel unworthy of my wife and children. Please convey to them that I am a scoundrel, utterly unworthy of existence. They should allow my wife to remarry. Chang Yuanchao was taken aback. What on earth? In a fit of panic, he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you all? I am deeply sorry. Existing in this world feels like an affront to humanity." Chang Yuanchao and Oppos' blood pressure surged. What on earth had transpired? In just 2 consecutive days, both Li Zi and AMP Oppos and Lu Shenlin had confessed. After Lu Shenlin was led away, Chang Yuanchao clutched his chest, feeling utterly distressed, his hand trembling slightly as he held the bail documents. Only 2 individuals remained. Chang Yuanchao, still clinging to a sliver of hope, practically knelt before the remaining 2, pleading, "Please, for the love of all that is sacred, stay strong. You must not confess." The remaining 2 wore expressions of steadfast determination, assuring Chang Yuanchao that they would not falter. If they spoke, it would be akin to betraying their own integrity. On the 3rd day, Mr. Chang, I am worse than an animal. On the 4th day, Lawyer Chang, they say I can only receive a life sentence. Could you possibly advocate for a death sentence instead? I truly wish to escape this existence. By the final day, Chang Yuanchao emerged from the National Security Bureau like a soulless specter. To hell with it. In a fit of rage, he tore up all the prepared documents at the bureau and AMP Oppos' entrance and sat down on the stairs, his heart heavy with despair. With only 3 or 4 days left, everything had collapsed. Li Zi and AMP Oppos' and the others had all succumbed to confessions. All his efforts over the past 6 months had gone to waste. He had hoped to seize this opportunity to ascend to great heights, to specialize in defending such cases and amass wealth. Yet here he was utterly defeated. Had he known better, he would never have taken on this task. Not only was his reputation tarnished, but he had also gained nothing financially. His days felt as though they had reached an impasse. Just as despair engulfed Chang Yuanchao, Sun Chong appeared beside him, offering a cigarette. "Lawyer Chang, you seem rather downcast." Accepting the cigarette, Chang Yuanchao bore a defeated expression. "Sun Chong, well played. I concede. ISN and AMP Oppos' it worth another effort? I can no longer carry on." Sun Chong lit his cigarette, grinning slightly. "It's a pity you didn't follow the righteous path. Otherwise, I would have truly admired you. You managed to leave our National Security Bureau's legal advisors at a loss for words. What significance does it hold to discuss this now?" Chang Yuanchao, a visage of weariness, inhaled deeply before inquiring, "How exactly did you conduct the interrogations?" Sun Chong slowly rose, chuckling softly. "It was magic. We added a touch of magic." Chang Yuanchao. Chapter 94. Be confident, Chen Chu conducted interrogations for 3 consecutive days, leaving the national security personnel utterly bewildered. Whenever Chen Chu spoke, those who had previously been arrogant and defiant would confess within a mere 2 minutes. The absurdity of all was increasingly evident. Lu Qinghai, having navigated this field for many years, found himself at a loss. In typical interrogations, there is a process, yet Chen Chu approached it with a directness that was astonishing. While others might engage in preliminary theatrics, Chen Chu dived straight in without any prelude. The most outrageous aspect was that no matter how resolute the suspects were, they would inevitably yield to Chen Chu and oppose as questioning. For the first time, the national security team experienced a profound challenge to their worldview. After 3 grueling days of interrogation, everything finally settled. With a wealth of evidence in hand, the national security formally initiated prosecution against the criminal suspects. Upon fulfilling his mission, Chen Chu chose to remain humble and return to his teaching duties. The only difference this time was that he now held a new title, National Security Consultant. This was not a mere honorary position. It was officially recognized, akin to an external employee receiving a substantial monthly salary. With minimal responsibilities except for when national security faced a significant challenge that warranted Chen Chu's expertise. Thus, Chen Chu found himself enjoying a dual income, comfortably stepping into the realm of the affluent. Of course, this opportunity was secured with the help of Lu Qinghai, and Chen Chu had intended to express his gratitude over a meal. However, on the very day the interrogations concluded, Lu Qinghai departed on a flight, leaving no time for thanks. All of this remained confidential due to a non-disclosure agreement, and even the one person privy to some details, Director Sun, was evidently notified by national security to simply state that Chen Chu had returned home to visit family. As for Zhang Yunlei, Chen Chu had yet to confront him, but Zhang had already been summoned by the police for a chat, and there had been no news for several days. Serve him right. Who told him to trouble me? He must have landed himself in quite a predicament. Strictly speaking, it could be classified as a grave offense against law enforcement, and the mastermind behind it would surely face repercussions. Joyous news spread. Early one morning, after several days, Chen Chu returned to the office, only to be immediately surrounded by fellow teachers lamenting their woes. During his absence, classes had become utterly unmanageable. With Chen Chu gone, Class 7 had descended into chaos. It felt as if they had regressed to square one. Entering Class 7 was akin to stepping into a bustling marketplace, noise echoing everywhere. Indeed, the moment Chen Chu left, Class 7 revealed its true nature. With a resigned expression, Chen Chu listened, fully aware that his previous methods had merely suppressed the class rather than truly won their hearts. Fortunately, his visit to national security not only earned him the title of consultant, but also provided him with valuable insights from Yu Ying regarding Wang Lebang, setting the stage for an early resolution of that matter. With Wang Lebang and AMP, Oppo's support, subduing Class 7 would become significantly easier. Before long, it was time for class. And with a stern demeanor, Chen Chu entered the classroom. Upon seeing him, Class 7 instantly transformed into model students. Chen Chu refrained from lecturing. Verbal admonitions were futile and a waste of breath. Instead, he decided to move forward and commence the lesson, mindful that he had lost valuable teaching points during his absence and needed to recover them promptly. At the end of class, Chen Chu summoned Zhou Feng and others to his office. Old Chen, we haven't caused any trouble these days. Zhou Feng, fearing retribution, quickly interjected. We've all been on our best behavior. It was just Su Qianhao who was the most unruly. The other athletes nodded in agreement, having witnessed the formidable power of Chen Chu and AMP, Oppo's words, and thus held him in awe. You all have indeed performed commendably these past few days. Chen Chu nodded slightly, acknowledging Zhou Feng and the others. The reason I called you here is to request a favor. What is it? I'm planning to organize a class gathering at the end of the month, Chen Chu replied with a smile. I do appreciate your help in arranging it. A class gathering? Zhou Feng's expression turned peculiar as he quietly asked, Old Chen, is this another trap? What nonsense? Chen Chu shot Zhou Feng an annoyed glance. Do I seem like someone who would secretly set traps for students? Be confident, just omit the like. Is that so? Chapter 95. The Inner World, What Kind of Gathering Do You Plan to Hold? Chen Chu grinned widely, retrieving a poster from the drawer. How about we go here? The others exchanged glances as they took the poster. It showcased the recently infamous Puhi Hospital haunted house in Jiangnan City, renowned for its terrifying ambience and remarkably realistic scenes, all brought to life by actors portraying ghosts. Zhou Feng and his companions had heard tales of it, but were too fearful to venture there. Well, I suppose it's not impossible. Zhou Feng hesitated, revealing his reluctance. The issue is that others probably won't be willing to go. Chen Chu was unperturbed. Why not ask around to see who's interested? I'll take care of the rest. All right, Zhou Feng agreed, leaving with the poster in hand. This idea had been brewing in Chen Chu and Oppo's mind for a couple of days. After all, true emotions are revealed in times of adversity, and a haunted house seemed to be the perfect venue. In the past, he would have never dared to enter such a place. But after the harrowing experience in the Teacher Pagoda dungeon, his nerves had dulled. Not only was he unafraid, but he also felt a tinge of anticipation. The haunted house adventure wasn't Oppo's urgent, considering there was still a week until the end of the month. For now, Chen Chu needed to contemplate how to resolve Wang Lebang's emotional turmoil. He had learned from Yu Ying about the long-standing feud between Wang Lebang and Su Zitao, which was rather absurd. The conflict stemmed from an incident during their elementary school entrance exams, where Wang Lebang attempted to copy Su Zitao's answers, but was rebuffed. Consequently, Wang Lebang performed poorly and ended up in a mediocre middle school, which Chen Chu knew had a less than stellar reputation a few years ago. Wang Lebang, already lacking self-discipline, began mingling with the wrong crowd, likely leading to his decline. It was evident that Wang Lebang attributed all blame to Su Zitao, who, in turn, felt a sense of responsibility. Had he allowed Wang Lebang to copy, perhaps things would have been different. Thus, they were caught in a cycle of mutual blame. This situation left Chen Chu at a loss for how to intervene. What nonsense, he thought, blaming others for your own shortcomings? And Su Zitao is complicit? Both individuals had their faults and skewed perspectives, requiring some serious guidance. In a moment of frustration, Chen Chu found himself at a standstill, lacking any viable solutions. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind, that of the Nine Yellow River Brush. What's troubling you, my young friend? Startled, Chen Chu pondered. The Nine was a mythical entity and might possess a solution. He shared his dilemma, and the brush chuckled. Is that all? Just let me deal with them. Wait. Master Brush, violence isn't a solution, Chen Chu protested. Who says it isn't? There's no one I can't handle. If necessary, I'll just teach them a lesson twice. Chen Chu considered the brush's confident tone, unsure whether its interpretation of dealing with someone involved physical confrontation. After weighing his options, he decided to let the brush take the lead, ready to intervene if necessary. After a brief hesitation, he said, Master Brush, I entrust this matter to you. First, I require a service fee. The Nine requests 30,000 teaching points. Do you agree? Chen Chu sighed. You're quite bold. Agreed. As soon as he acquiesced, the system in Oppo's voice echoed once more. In the inner world ahead, those lacking poison resistance should heed caution 103. The Nine unleashes its divine power, opening the inner world. Warning, all inner demons possess formidable aggression and regenerative abilities. Please exercise caution. Before Chen Chu could fully comprehend the situation, he witnessed the teachers preparing lessons in the office undergo a grotesque transformation. Their bodies twisted and expanded, grotesque mouths sprouting from their skin, enveloped in a dense, dark aura. Chen Chu and Oppo's pupils dilated in fear, instinctively sensing an overwhelming danger. Inner demons, seemingly sensing his gaze. The transformed figures turned toward him, their faces contorted beyond recognition, exuding a chilling malice. Cursing under his breath, Chen Chu wasted no time and bolted. Master Brush! Master Brush! With a thunderous crash, the office door splintered as the monstrous forms charged out, barreling toward him with alarming speed. Just as he prepared to mimic an escape, a brilliant golden light surged from his chest. Why be so frightened? A mere handful of nuisances shouldn't rattle you like this. You're being quite pathetic. The golden light swept through, obliterating the approaching inner demons in his scattered remnants. In its wake, Chen Chu felt a weight in his hand, revealing a massive brush over a meter long, adorned with a majestic engraving of the Yellow River at sunset. It was none other than the Nine in its true form. Chapter 96. Reverse buff Chen Chu gazed in horror at the writhing masses of flesh that had once been his teachers, and could not help but ask Master Bai, "Are they all right? Not only are they fine, but they should also thank me for helping them vanquish their inner demons." The Nine Curves Yellow River Brush responded, "The place we are in is known as the realm of inner demons, where everyone's inner demons manifest. If you can slay these demons, you can guide them towards goodness. However, this place is fraught with peril, a moment, and Oppo's carelessness could lead to you being consumed by your own inner demons, losing all rationality. But with me by your side, ordinary inner demons cannot harm you." "Ordinary?" Chen Chu questioned. "Are there distinctions in the strength of these demons? Especially those little ones in your class. Their inner demons are quite formidable. With your current capabilities, you are utterly incapable of ridding them of their demons." Realization dawned upon Chen Chu regarding his precarious situation. You can't vanquish their inner demons, either? Had I been at my peak, it would have been a trivial task. Alas, I have slumbered for far too long, and my power has dwindled significantly. Master Bai replied solemnly. Dealing with one or two would not pose a problem. But if there are many, even I would struggle, especially with you being such a burden. Embarrassed, Chen Chu scratched his head. His fortunate draw of the Nine Curves Yellow River Brush had come too easily. Under normal circumstances, one would need to reach a certain level of growth to enter this realm. Yet he found himself devoid of any means of self-defense. Nonetheless, it was not a grave concern. After all, he had come here to confront Wang Lebang. Once we slay his inner demon, we can leave immediately. The Nine Curves Yellow River Brush added. Chen Chu nodded slightly, but upon surveying his surroundings, he discovered that the corridors of the school were teeming with inner demons of various sizes and shapes. A glance towards Class 7 nearly made him recoil in fear. The inner demons within that class were a chaotic mass, indistinguishable from one another, a writhing amalgamation of flesh. What is happening here? Chen Chu dared not make a sound, standing at the entrance of the office with the Nine Curves Yellow River Brush in hand. Fortunately, the brush's imposing presence deterred the ordinary inner demons from attacking, causing them to retreat. The inner demons have become too powerful and distorted, all tangled together. You must find a way to lure out Wang Lebang and Oppo's inner demon, Master Bai said gravely. Otherwise, I want an Oppo's to be able to make a move, and if all the inner demons from Class 7 emerge, you certainly want an Oppo's to survive. How do I lure it out? Chen Chu was perplexed. How would I know? Figure it out yourself. You weren't so domineering before we arrived. Chen Chu retorted, recalling Master Bai's earlier insistence that all he needed to do was defeat the demon, only to find himself being made a bait. After pondering for a moment, an idea struck Chen Chu. Approaching the entrance of Class 7 with the Nine Curves Yellow River Brush in hand, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Wang Lebang, I'm going to tell your grandmother about what you've been up to at school." At that single utterance, a tremendous commotion erupted within Class 7. The ground trembling as a massive, writhing mass of flesh began to ooze out from the classroom door. Our Chapter 97. I recharged my account, however. The already enraged Wang Lebang and Oppo's inner demons surged forth, shattering the marble railing in the hallway into countless fragments. Chen Chu, enduring immense pain throughout his body, quickly rose to his feet and leaped from the third floor without a moment in Oppo's hesitation. Just as he was about to land, the Nine Curves Yellow River Brush released a radiant golden light beneath his feet, propelling him several meters away, but ensuring he remained unharmed. I'll buy you some time. Find a place to hide. Once I subdue this fiend, I will come for you. Understood. Chen Chu recognized his own burden and, in a desperate scramble, fled while the Nine Curves Yellow River Brush emitted a series of golden glimmers to temporarily halt the advancing demon. Yet, as the inner demon of Wang Lebang continued to swell, it became evident that the golden light was insufficient to contain it. Activating his mimicry skill, Chen Chu sprinted forward. However, bereft of the golden light's deterrent, the wandering demons began to converge upon him. In the inner world, wherever there are people, there are inner demons. Fortunately, Chen Chu was swift in his previous trials within the teacher and oppos. Pagoda had instilled a sense of composure amidst the initial panic. Merely running would not suffice, especially as the inner world offered no sanctuary. Chen Chu swiftly glanced at his inventory, but found nothing of use. The only potent item, the Class 7 Soul Summoning Banner, was limited to the dungeon and thus unusable. Nevertheless, Chen Chu was not one to resign to fate. Spotting a hoe by the school flower bed, he rushed over, seized it, and swung it with all his might. With a resounding thud, a demon was struck by the hoe. The demon remained unharmed, but the hoe shattered upon impact. The force reverberated through Chen Chu and Oppo's hands, leaving them numb. In a moment of panic, several demons pounced upon him, pinning him to the ground, ready to rend him apart. In the nick of time, with a fierce shout, Chen Chu sent several demons flying several meters away, while a faint crimson glow enveloped him. Divine inspiration technique. Chen Chu marveled at the surge of power coursing through him. His injuries mended in an instant. The strength acquired at the cost of 100,000 teaching points proved formidable. Elated, he hastily employed the divine inspiration technique. With the funds secured, its effects were extraordinary. As the demons he had just repelled charged back, Chen Chu remained unperturbed, advancing rather than retreating. With the mimicry skill still at his disposal, he leaped and delivered a powerful kick to one demon. The force of his kick shattered the demon, and upon landing, the residual impact fractured the marble tiles beneath him. Seeing this, Chen Chu tilted his head back, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes as he regarded the remaining demons. I and Oppos, invested in my strength. Time passed, and a streak of golden light swept across the sky. The 9 curves yellow river brush, having located Chen Chu, hovered before him, noting the faint red glow radiating from his body amidst the writhing masses of demons on the ground. It paused, then floated closer, saying, I underestimated you. Though bolstered by the inspiration technique, Chen Chu was not so foolish as to believe he could confront Wang Lebang. He inquired solemnly, what is the situation? The brush replied tersely, it was manageable until your interference. Now, I am nearly depleted of spiritual energy and cannot return for the time being. I will require 2 days of rest to regain my powers. You appear formidable, but alas, it is merely brute strength. While it suffices against ordinary demons, you will meet your doom against stronger foes. Moreover, the realm of inner demons is far from straightforward. You are still too inexperienced to grasp its complexities. For now, find a place to lay low and follow me. Oh, and grab something to collect those still writhing masses. They may prove useful. Without further inquiry, Chen Chu stifled his nausea, using his coat to gather the remaining writhing masses before following the 9 curves yellow river brush. Before long, they exited the school, confronted by demons as if the world were ending. Occasionally, a demon would attempt to attack, only to be obliterated by the brush and Oppos' golden light. The remaining demons wisely chose to avoid their path. Here we are. Suddenly, the brush transformed into a beam of golden light, returning to Chen Chu and Oppos' chest, instructing, do not ask questions or linger. Simply do as I say. Chen Chu stood in stunned silence. Before him was a vast and grand ancient city, situated not far from the school within a park, its walls towering 4 to 5 stories high, with soldiers clad in ancient armor patrolling atop. Is there truly humanity in the inner world? And cities? Ancient people? Chen Chu gasped in astonishment. Do not be so easily awed, the brush interjected. Do not trust your eyes. These beings are not human, but rather highly advanced inner demons endowed with intelligence. What you perceive as a city and human-like figures are merely elaborate illusions. In truth, I see countless twisted masses of flesh, grotesque in nature. Chen Chu de involutia. You really are easily frightened. Ha! Rest assured, for now, there is nothing to fear. In their eyes, you are merely another mass of flesh, albeit a rather unique one. What makes me unique? Chen Chu instinctively asked. Well, in the aesthetic of inner demons, you are quite hideous, alarmingly so. Chapter 98. Such fortuitous words. Before long, Chen Chu arrived at the city gate, where he beheld two formidable and muscular soldiers stationed at the entrance. Surrounding the gate were numerous heart demons, who, despite their presence, dared not approach. The very thought that this gateway was essentially filled with grotesque, twisted masses of flesh made Chen Chu feel a twinge of anxiety, prompting him to reconsider his decision. Should an unforeseen event occur and these heart demons realize he was not one of their kind, his fate would be sealed. However, the nine kept reminding him that the most perilous places often offer the greatest safety. Remaining outside until nightfall would be perilous, as the heart demons would become exceedingly savage, akin to Wang Lebang and Amp, Oppos, as sudden surge in power. At that point, escape would be impossible. The advanced heart demons were different, having developed a semblance of consciousness. They could maintain their composure amidst chaos. With no other choice, Chen Chu steeled himself and approached the city gate. Upon his arrival, the soldiers guarding the entrance regarded him with furrowed brows, muttering incoherently in a manner reminiscent of sinister whispers. Their cacophony sent chills down Chen Chu and Oppos' spine. This is the murmur of heart demons communicating, a language you cannot comprehend, the nine quipped. Let me translate. Oh, what an ugly creature. Just looking at him makes me nauseous. I could easily knock him down. In summary, they find you rather peculiar. Ignore them and move forward, the nine advised. Do not utter a word, or you will reveal your identity. Chen Chu nodded silently, mustering his courage to weave through the ranks of soldiers. Fortunately, they seemed to mock him without any intent to interfere, allowing him to enter the city unscathed. Upon entering, he was struck by the resemblance of the bustling streets to those depicted in period dramas. Pedestrians and horse-drawn carriages filled the thoroughfares, creating a lively atmosphere that momentarily transported Chen Chu back in time. Yet, he understood that this scene was merely a fabrication, a projection of his subconscious, for his mortal eyes could not perceive the true reality. Perhaps it was for the best, for the truth would likely be utterly revolting. However, Chen Chu's presence soon attracted the attention of many, young and old alike, who wore expressions of disdain. He soon realized that heart demons, being embodiments of chaos and malevolence, deemed only those filled with wickedness as beautiful. As he appeared in human form, possessing rationality and suppressing his malevolent thoughts, he was perceived as grotesque, akin to a being stripped of its mating rights. Pen Lord, I've entered. Where should I proceed next? Chen Chu in quit quieli. First, find a way to learn the language of the heart demons, the nine replied. You will inevitably return to this place. Preparation is prudent. Those words are quite ominous, Chen Chu thought, yet he recognized the wisdom in them. Besides Wang Lebang and Oppos' heart demon, others would also need to be dealt with in the future. Regrettably, his mimicry skills were ineffective against heart demons. He could only emulate humans. Learning from the nine would take an eternity. Thus, Chen Chu began to wander, searching for a bookstore or similar establishment. For utilizing the power of his teacher to learn swiftly was the most efficient method. To his surprise, after rounding a corner, he stumbled upon a roadside stall selling books. Eagerly, he approached and picked up a volume, only to have the nine urgently intervene. Do not read that. It is filled with filth meant solely for heart demons. If you gaze upon it, your sanity will shatter, and you will become a mindless mass of flesh. Startled, Chen Chu nearly discarded the book. At that moment, the stall owner grinned widely, chattering excitedly. The nine translated, esteemed guest, this is a precious item, quite inexpensive, merely 3 pieces of flesh. Realization dawned upon Chen Chu. The lively masses of flesh he had carried were indeed the currency of this realm. Hastily, he stuffed his coat into the proprietor and Oppos' hands, feeling rather nauseous, and departed with the book in hand. The owner was left bewildered by the 8 pieces of flesh now in his possession. Chapter 99. The upper-level heart demon. Upon acquiring the tome, Chen Chu immediately sought refuge in a secluded corner. The book bore a striking resemblance to the ancient text portrayed in television dramas, yet its cover was devoid of any inscriptions. Chen Chu hesitated to open it, feeling an unsettling aura emanating from a book, as if it harbored a disquieting presence. Master Pen, is this book perilous? He inquired. Exceedingly so for an ordinary individual. Not only is it inadvisable to glance at it, even a mere touch could taint you with the book and amp, oppose, as corruption, transforming you into a mindless lower-level heart demon. Replied the 9 curves, Yellow River Pen. You are under my protection, thus you shall remain unscathed, it reassured him. Without a moment and amp, oppose, hesitation, Chen Chu activated the power of Teacher Suite. Would you like to expend minus 100 teaching points to convert the unknown tome into a dessert? Chen Chu. How can teaching points be negative? System, what does this mean? Are you giving me teaching points? Affirmative. Chen Chu and amp, oppose, eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly a benefit? This book contains a unique energy sufficient to compensate for system energy consumption, thereby converting the excess energy into teaching points for the host. One can obtain teaching points without cost. Chen Chu suddenly perceived the world around him as more delightful, as if even the heart demon was no longer a source of dread. In the blink of an eye, the ancient book transformed into a palm-sized fruit pudding, which Chen Chu devoured without a second thought. However, moments later, he was beset by eerie whispers, incessantly echoing in his ears, as though someone were fervently rapping incomprehensible words directly beside him, causing his scalp to tingle uncomfortably. No matter how he attempted to silence the disconcerting murmurs, they refused to cease. Panic began to overtake Chen Chu, and he hastily sought assistance from the 9 curves, Yellow River Pen. The pen, upon hearing his plight, paused in disbelief. What? Is this genuine? Chen Chu, visibilitista, responded. Indeed, my head is on the verge of exploding. This is absurd. The 9 curves, Yellow River Pen, astonished, remarked. This tome likely originates from the mouth of a superior heart demon, to lower and higher heart demons alike. It is a divine melody that can inspire enlightenment or facilitate their evolution into more advanced forms. However, for a normal person like you, it could be lethal. Chen Chu and amp, oppose, expression twisted in agony as the whispers grew louder. Master Pen, spare me the explanations and devise a solution quickly, or my head will surely burst. Evidently caught off guard by the situation, the 9 curves, Yellow River Pen urged. I warned you earlier, but you insisted on proceeding. Allow me a moment to devise a plan while you endure this. Suddenly, the pen fell silent, while Chen Chu and amp, oppose, headache intensified, his consciousness fading. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his head, writhing in agony as if an electric drill were boring into his skull. His vision darkened, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Little brother, goodness, you are incredibly fragile. Seeing Chen Chu had lost consciousness, the 9 curves, Yellow River Pen grew anxious. Yet, being in the heart demon and amp, oppose, lair, it refrained from revealing itself, grateful there were no heart demons in the vicinity. Amidst verdant mountains and tranquil waters, with the sweet melodies of birds filling the air, the sun shone brightly. Chen Chu suddenly regained awareness, gazing around at a scene reminiscent of an idyllic paradise, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The whispers had vanished without a trace. Beside him, a gentle stream babbled, and the lush grass beneath his feet stretched onward, adorned with blooming flowers. In the distance, he glimpsed a resting pavilion, where a shadowy figure could be faintly discerned. Out of caution, Chen Chu refrained from moving, standing still in place, unsure of what to do. Just moments ago, he had been in that ancient city. No, it should have been within the heart demon and oppose lair. Was this merely a dream? Yet everything felt so vividly real, and his thoughts appeared unaffected. This dreamlike state heightened Chen Chu and oppose's anxiety, prompting memories of the whispers he had just heard and the mention of the upper-level heart demon by the 9 curves, Yellow River Pen. What lay before him was likely a manifestation of his subconscious desires, and the figure at the pavilion. Chen Chu swallow nevao sin, an upper-level heart demon. If he struggled against even mid-tier heart demons like Wang Lebang, how could he contend with such a formidable being? With the Master Pen absent, a sense of looming danger hung over him. The tome he had consumed, must have been a travelogue of the upper-level heart demon within the inner world, chronicling the various locales and customs, as well as the methods of heart demon interaction. Heart demons are categorized by strength: lower, mid-tier, upper, king, demigod, true god, and supreme. The inner world boasts hundreds of strongholds, each governed by a king. Cities, which are even grander than strongholds, fall under the authority of a demigod. The inner world is rife with chaos, brutality, desire, greed, anger, jealousy, and gluttony, each ruled by a true god and accompanied by countless heart demon followers. Chen Chu had just entered the Jiangnan stronghold, worshipping the true god of gluttony. Of course, these matters held little relevance for him. His greatest fear was contamination. The stronger the heart demon, the more potent the pollution. If an upper-level heart demon were to utter even a single word to him, Chen Chu would instantly lose his sanity and transform into a heart demon. As he pondered this, an unexpectedly heavy and slightly puzzled voice rang out behind him. "You are quite peculiar." Chen Chu stiffened, mechanically turning to face a middle-aged man clad in ancient scholar and amp, oppos, as attire, holding a folding fan, gazing at him intently. He turned his head mechanically, his eyes now crossed, feigning ignorance. The scholar responded with curiosity. Chapter 100. The token. Initially, Chen Chu believed he was destined to face dire consequences. However, he felt no sense of foreboding. Strangely, his counterpart seemed devoid of malice, merely gazing at him with a peculiar expression. Aware that feigning ignorance would be futile, Chen Chu awkwardly retreated a few steps and lowered his head in submission. The other party proclaimed, "To resonate with me is to earn the right to know of my existence. You may refer to me as Lin Jun. Now, reveal your name." "Child." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Chu divulged his name. Though he was uncertain of the situation, he recognized that when under someone in Oppo's roof, one must bow their head. A true gentleman knows when to yield. Humility is sometimes necessary. "Excellent. It has been quite some time since I encountered a kindred spirit," Lin Jun declared, handing over a fan to Chen Chu. "Child, take this token and seek me. It shall guide your path." Confused, Chen Chu accepted the fan, and in an instant, he felt an overwhelming heaviness, as if plummeting into an endless abyss. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the Jiangnan stronghold. Finally, you and Oppos, VE awakened. The voice of the Nine Curves Yellow River Brush echoed in his mind. "You and Oppos, VE been asleep for an entire day. Brush I." Chen Chu began to recount the events of his dream, only to realize he was inexplicably clutching a fan, leaving him utterly astonished. This fan, Don and Oppos, T-panic. It appeared out of thin air. "I believe I understand the situation," the Nine Curves Yellow River Brush said, half amused. "You must have encountered that superior inner demon, correct?" "Indeed. Chen Chu not that Vigo du sin." Your resonance was too profound, successfully drawing their attention, which is why they chose to meet you in the dream realm. Whether to consider you fortunate or unfortunate remains uncertain. If you were an inner demon, it would certainly be a blessing, but alas, you are but a human, destined to attract trouble. Resolved to discard the fan, Chen Chu was interrupted. "Wait, I haven't finished speaking. Do not throw it away. This is a valuable item, the token of a superior inner demon, a symbol of status, emanating an aura that all lesser beings will instinctively fear." The Nine Curves Yellow River Brush continued. "Moreover, the demon has controlled the filth. It poses no threat to you, making this token quite useful." Upon hearing this, Chen Chu realized the fan's potential and promptly stowed it away. "Brush, that superior inner demon instructed me to seek them. What should I do?" "Fear not. Once we complete this task, we shall depart. We need not concern ourselves with them. After all, it is merely a superior inner demon. Once I regain some strength, I can easily handle them." Chen Chu quickly inquired, "Brush, how can you restore your power? Is there any way I can assist?" "Simply find items imbued with spiritual energy." The Nine Curves Yellow River Brush replied, "As long as I can absorb spiritual energy, I will recover. Of course, you could also directly provide me with teaching points." "And how many would that require?" "Not much, just a few 100 billion. Even selling my ancestors for 18 generations wouldn't amp, oppos, to yield that much." "Forget I asked. Chen Chu lifted his gaze to find it was already midday. After a day of slumber, he felt refreshed. A glance at the divine drum technique indicated he had about 3 hours remaining. With Lin Jun and Appo's fan in hand, Chen Chu was determined not to waste any time and prepared to return to school to confront Wang Lebang and Appo's inner demon. In a hurry, he found that with the fan in hand, the wandering inner demons dared not approach, instinctively keeping their distance. Unimpeded, he swiftly made his way back to the first high school. Wang Lebang's inner demon was not in Class 7, but rather lurking within the school grounds. Fortunately, guided by the 9 curves yellow river brush, Chen Chu soon spotted Wang Lebang's inner demon tormenting a frail inner demon. The cruelty was evident as it relentlessly tore at the other, only to resume the assault once the demon had recovered, inflicting unbearable agony. Upon witnessing this, Chen Chu was at a loss for words. The tormented inner demon was none other than Su Zitao. Wang Lebang was truly toxic, even ensnaring Su Zitao within the inner world. It was indeed a case of once seen, always struck. Although Wang Lebang remained in a state of frenzy, Chen Chu felt it was manageable. With Lin Jun's fan in hand, he could keep the situation under control. With a determined thought, Chen Chu grasped the 9 curves yellow river brush, and with a faint golden glow, he activated his imitation skill once more, propelling himself toward the monstrous mass of flesh.